Mic check 1 2. Is it working now? Is it working now? Is it still muted? Now we're good. I don't know. I don't know. I did. Normally it doesn't do that. For some reason, I did. I don't know why the mute. Normally you normally have to hit the mute, but once he called and I looked, I was like, huh, the button is muted. What's up with that? All right, my bad, you guys. I was just starting the stream by saying, how far in are we? 3 minutes of mute, huh? That's great for the analytics. Okay, anyway, we'll start over. I just said before we get into today's stream, I wanted to talk about a question that gets asked all the time. Some people will say, why do you post pictures of your girl? Why do you post videos of your girl? And a lot of these people think that, me putting pictures of my girl online or videos is somehow going to expose her to something dangerous. I don't know if you guys know what's going on in the world, but we live in a surveillance state. We're tracked from every angle. If you got pretty much any electronic device in your house in this day and age. So I don't know what you guys are all so afraid of. Like putting an extra video or a post online is going to make any difference. I don't know. It's like you guys need a reality check. And then second of all, the reason I do post Sweet Girl is because she's just such a ray of sunshine, and a lot of people here like seeing Sweet Girl. And for all the people that come around and complain that my channel's too dark for them to watch, I think maybe this will balance it out for some people. I don't think my channel's too dark. I think what we're doing is exposing the darkness. For some people, they find that to be too dark, but to be perfectly honest, those are weaker people, and there are a lot of weak people in our society. In fact, most people are pretty weak. Most people are pretty cowardly. They don't have much courage. So anyway, we try to remedy all those things around here. But yeah, Sweet Girl is a little bit of balance, For all the people that say, I just can't watch your channel, it's all darkness. Maybe a little Sweet Girl will help them, tune in once in a while and learn about what's actually going on in the world. So yeah, that's the way I see it. And like I said, a long time ago, go back to the beginning of the channel, I used to say, like, I love children, but I might not have any children because of how messed up the world is. And, obviously I changed my mind about that because I realized there is a depopulation agenda and they want people to not have children. So I realized by not having children, I was falling into the goals of the cabal's agenda. And I said, oh, well, I don't want to do that. And I'm glad we had Sweet Girl. Sweet Girl's been a blast. Granted, we haven't slept that much for going on 2 years, but it's been totally worth it. And she's a lot of fun, and every day's more fun. And yeah, I like sharing some of the fun with the community. So yeah, for all you guys who think sharing your child online is putting them at danger, I mean, that's not what the danger is. The danger is humanity not rising up against the oppressive governments of the world that lie to their people and control them more and more and build this surveillance state and start needless wars and do God knows what in the sky and, instigate horrible disasters in the world so they can blame it on climate change to take away more rights and liberties and pass new laws that limit you more and more. Those are the things that are dangerous. Those are the dangers to Sweet Girl. Humanity not rising up against what's going on in the world. Those are the dangers. Not a video of her smiling and laughing. And a lot of you guys, you're just so afraid to show your face or your real name out here. You're scared of your fellow man. You hide behind avatars. You don't think the government knows exactly who you are? The government's the thing you need to be worried about. You're scared of your fellow man, a lot of you guys. I know a lot of people aren't good out here, but they're not going to reach through the screen and nab Sweet Girl because she's got a video on YouTube. You know what I mean? Okay. So, with that question addressed, I'm sure it'll be asked many more times because people will miss what I just said in this video. But for any of you out there who do ask it, who are watching right now you know the answer. And I forget because the video was muted. There might have been something else I meant to say. I think I said it while it was still muted. Another point I wanted to make is like I titled in this video, you can't escape Disney. I'm pretty sure I said this while it was muted, so I'll say it again. I really did not want my child to know anything about Disney. I didn't want them to know anything about Disney. Not because, there can't be a little fun with Disney. I mean, I grew up on Disney movies like most kids. I liked Disney movies. I loved a lot of them. I remember being, probably around 10 when The Lion King came out, the first one. I loved The Lion King. But the thing is, Disney as a company is not a nice entity, and they own a million things, and there's all kinds of nefarious stuff connected to Disney. Not to mention, as we know, and we even started talking about this as kids, like, did you know Disney put the word sex in the clouds? And in this one cartoon, this man looks like he has an erection hidden in his pants. I understand Disney does weird stuff like that too. But the thing is, you can't escape Disney, because by the time Sweet Girl was 6 months old, she'd gotten 4 gifts from other people. Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse. She actually got like 3 Minnie Mouses from other people. And, just being out and about, Disney's everywhere. You go in the grocery store, Mickey Mouse balloon here, Mickey Mouse poster there. So you just realize, people are wearing Mickey Mouse t-shirts. You cannot escape the mouse. He's everywhere. And then, I forget, we were out maybe a couple months ago, and she saw Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. And I was talking about this at the time, because he has that line at the beginning, Mickey Mouse. He says, Mika, Mushka, Mickey Mouse. And she was like so taken by that line, just laughing and so giddy. And I was like, is this real magic? Is this actual magic in words? What does that even mean? I just never seen her hooked by anything so much that she'd ever seen before, but just absolutely loving that line. And, it's funny, because after she saw the cartoon, she'd already been given all these Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse dolls, and then she just really liked those a whole lot more. So, I mean, you can't escape it. Disney is culture. And she really does like it. When she's older, I'll explain to her, yeah, Disney's fun, but here's what's wrong with this company. So anyway, her mom bought her that coloring desk, little workshop desk, over the weekend, which was a surprise. Dad had to put it together, of course. But yeah, you got to see the footage of, pretty much when she first woke up from her nap and discovered her desk, and you just get to see her reaction. So it's like all things good and bad. There's a good side to Disney too, because it does put a smile on children's faces. But yeah, I really did want to keep Disney away from my child. But then you realize it's impossible. It's like literally impossible, unless you're just going to keep them inside all the time. They're not going to meet anybody. They're not going to go out. And obviously that'd be a lot more detrimental than learning about Disney. And I think about it, I'm like, okay, I grew up on Disney. It didn't ruin me. I learned as, a young adult. Okay, this company's definitely far from perfect, but yeah, culture, it's this powerful thing. You can't escape culture, so you kind of got to roll with the punches, and then just do your best and teach children, like, okay, here's this thing. Yeah, there's these good qualities about it, but be aware of this too. Be aware of this. So I still really don't want to take her to Disneyland or Disney World, because I want to support that company as little as possible. A Disney movie here and there, but anyway, so yeah, I talk about that, and then the topic is also about spirituality. I would like to talk about spirituality, but first I do want to talk about today's headlines one more time. I put out a short video on the big earthquake in Japan, and also at this time, they're talking about how Japan's currency is tanking. Japan's currency losing a lot of value rapidly, because they're, on a similar central bank system, printing money. You could say they're one huge natural disaster away from a much bigger issue. And so is this country. Can you imagine if some crazy act of God really had a huge impact on the U.S.? A massive earthquake out on the West Coast, or just, it could really happen anywhere, but this country also just on the verge of one more thing to really put us over the top with the way we've been impacted by inflation due to the Cooties 19 money printing and spending money on all these wars. It's like we just need one more thing to really put us up doo-doo creek without a paddle. Yeah, anyway, I want to talk about these headlines, and then I want to take your guys' calls on the topic of spirituality. And what is spirituality to you? And what do you think spirituality is to the cabal? Uh, yeah, I did a video on this morning, but I missed one really important detail. Again, real quick, big earthquake in Japan this morning that collapsed the mall. And they haven't given us any casualty counts, but it happened in Kumamoto. And you can see the gematria of Kumamoto. And that cipher that we call the most pure cipher, the alphabetic order of numerology, it's got the 28, like this happened on the 28th of the month. It has the 107 and 44, which are big earthquake numbers. And as we've talked about so many times, without the Jesuits, there is no seismology. They're responsible for seismology as we know it. And, you know, Richter scales and all that, Jesuits. And from the leader of the Jesuits' birthday to today's earthquake, you know, it's 107 days to his upcoming birthday, right? Its location equals earthquake, it equals the date. It has the 107, 44, and 109 like military. The Jesuits consider themselves a military order. That's why their leader's title is the Superior General. We've talked about Japan being a very important nation to the Jesuits. Their last Superior General died there. Japan's the House of the Rising Sun. The Jesuits' logo is the sun. They serve the Catholic Church, which worships the sun. That has the entire world largely worshiping the sun when they participate in Christmas, which is really Sol Invictus, to celebrate the birth of the sun. Of course, the Catholic Church also adopted Jesus worship to bring more people under their umbrella, and that's why they gave us an English language where the word sun represents the thing in the sky and a male offspring like Jesus. The Jesuits are the Society of Jesus. It's really quite simple to understand. But yeah, if you missed the video this morning, I talked about how it happened on the 144th day of the Prime Minister's age. But the piece that I missed is right here in the video. I just rolled out of bed. It is 9 days. Well, I sort of connected it, but then I missed an important piece. I did mention how it's 9 days before the anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima. Big bomb. Bombs can make the ground quake. But it's 9 days before that anniversary, August 6th. If you add 1 through 9 together, it equals 45. Like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed in 45. And today has 45 date numerology. And it's the 45th day of Donald Trump's age. Trump from New York, like the Manhattan Project to develop the big bombs. Not an accident. Not an accident. And again, as I talked about earlier, look into this history of the things that survived the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A bunch of Catholic structures. How did they survive? Including a building that had 8 Jesuit priests. Everything else was destroyed around it, but the building with 8 Jesuit priests survived. So I've always wondered about the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And sometimes I've questioned if it even happened, because if you're not aware, Japan was pretty much already in rubble when it happened. The U.S. and Britain had firebombed the whole island and pretty much burned everything to the ground because most of Japan's structures were wooden at the time. Napalm was used. So, I mean, Japan was already a hot mess when Hiroshima and Nagasaki happened. And don't forget, with regards to the Jesuits, what day did Japan surrender? They surrendered on August 15th, the Jesuit order's birthday. The Jesuits who've been in Japan for longer than the United States of America has existed. The Jesuits whose headquarters is the Church of the Gesù, Building 54 in Rome. But yeah, I did a video on this, and I talked about Adolfo Nicholas's death by the numbers in Japan back in the time of Cooties 19, synced with the Superior General and the Pope and what was going on in the world, which was simulated by the Jesuits. I'm talking about Cooties 19. The last Superior General died, synced with the current Superior General, who today's earthquake is synced with. But yeah, don't forget, Adolfo Nicholas, 54 and 70. No way. She can't already be up. Oh no. I'll be right back, yes. Hold on. Well, I wasn't expecting her to wake up. She didn't even sleep for 30 minutes. Anyway, yeah. Here, let's try and move through this rather quickly because this changes things now that Sweet Girl has woken up. Uh, Isn't it interesting how that yen value made headlines at $163? Remember, that's the other earthquake number. Isn't that interesting? We talked about that number in a big way with the World Series, or not the World Series, but the World Cup related earthquake, June 24th. On the anniversary of Ignatius Loyola becoming the or the a Jesuit priest and modern Freemasonry's birthday. Okay. Aren't you sleepy? Aren't you sleepy? Hold on. Trump paid tribute to Lindsey Graham today. You might recall Lindsey Graham died on the kill date for the month. This month it was July 11th. We covered that in a big way, along with his sister replacing him in the Senate. Remember, his sister replacing him was a massive 45 ritual. And now here we are on the 45th day of Trump's age, who was once number 45. And this is happening. And if you forgot about the 45 part of Lindsey Graham's sister passing, we'll cover that here. We'll go back over that. But today is 17 days after Lindsey Graham's death on July 11th. Remember, it was synced with the 117th governor of the state. Like the 11th of July can be written 117. But yeah, today's 17 days after Lindsey Graham's death. On the 28th, remember, the kill date is the kill date because of the date numerology pass of 64, 44, 28, and 17. The kill date has all those date numerology paths in it. And now here we are 17 days later on the 28th. As Trump eulogizes Lindsey Graham. Don't forget the word Mason equals 17 and 28. And the first degree of Masonry is the entered apprentice, like Trump's the apprentice. The sister who took over for Lindsey Graham, synced with the 117th governor and also with Trump. You can see the death was 27 days from Trump's birthday, 45 days from the governor's. Ritual and sister, 27 and 45. Now on the 45th day of Trump's age, you got this ritual with Japan, paying tribute to 1945, but they had to wait till Trump's 45th day of his age to eulogize Lindsey Graham. So, again, I mean, the hits keep on coming, the proof of what's going on, the ritualism in numbers. Remember, Freemasonry is huge in U.S. government and really world government. Remember, modern Freemasonry is a Jesuit creation, but again, Freemasonry is based in Kabbalah, where this thing of letters and numbers comes from. So you can see the relevance of why they do it. This is part of their spiritual practice system. This is what spirituality is to these people, abiding by these rituals. And, you know, within spirituality, there's religion, and within religion, there's ritualism. And this is understanding the spiritual and religious and ritual practices of those who govern over us. As we'll talk about, if we can, if Sweet Girl will fall back asleep here on my chest and cooperate, I would like to talk about what I think spirituality should be. And you guys can call in too, hopefully. So yeah, I just wanted to hit that piece. And then remember, it's 107 days before the Superior General's birthday. Pretty much all rituals are around him. Ritual sacrifice equals 107. Speaking of today being 107 days before the Superior General's birthday, I've often said how if you follow the history of Israel, you can see that it's the Jesuits behind the whole nation, just like it's the Jesuits behind the world wars that brought about Israel. But remember, the whole thing with Israel was 10-7, right? The October 7th attack. And now we see all that's come out of it, a much bigger war, the U.S. versus Iran over the funding of Hamas. But today, Netanyahu meets with Trump at the White House, Jesuit-educated Trump, 107 days before the Superior General's birthday. That's a lot like 10-7. Military equals 107. Today is exactly 40 weeks after Netanyahu's birthday. Exactly 40 weeks on the nose. His birthday, October 21st. Remember, Genesis 10:21 talks about the people of Shem, like the first hostage in the Israel October 7th story that was shown was the girl with the ocean blue eyes, Mia Shem, whose name equals Catholic in pretty much every cipher. Again, the Jesuits are the military order of the Catholic Church. The reason modern day Israel is where it is because of the Templars' history there at Al-Aqsa Mosque, which they called Solomon's Temple. And anyway, exactly 40 weeks after Netanyahu's birthday, he used Article 40 to declare war on Hamas. In Gematria, Zionist equals 40, as does United States, which obviously is a nation that takes a Zionist position. And again, look out for August 15th. That'll be the Jesuit order's birthday. The Jesuits are the modern day Templars. August 15th will be exactly 149 weeks after the war began. That's the 35th prime number. Big Catholic number. It's also a big skull and bones number. Skull and bones gets its symbolism from how the Templars buried their dead. Again, skull and bones is modeled after the Illuminati, which is founded by a Jesuit. But yeah, August 15th coming up. Exactly 149 weeks after October 7th, 2023. And today's also 44 days after Trump's birthday, or you could say the 45th day of his age. Israel, Netanyahu, military, Zion, they all equal 44. Remember, Theodore Herzl, the father of Zionism, as he goes down in the history book, died at 44 in 1904, which was 44 years before Israel was created. And Israel's also 28, like here we are on the 28th. Trump's meeting with the leader of Israel by the numbers, synced with the superior general. And don't forget, Israel called 10/7 their 9/11, going with the U.S. invading Afghanistan on October 7th after 9/11. And don't forget, Rudy Giuliani, another Catholic Jesuit-educated man, he was the 107th mayor of New York City. 9/11 happened on his 107th day of his age. And then the other thing that's wild about Giuliani is he was the chief lawyer in defending the Sackler family, you know, the opioid family, the Oxy family. Again, we went into the Afghanistan, we killed the Taliban, we brought back the poppy production. What followed was an opioid crisis across the world like no other, with the Sackler family being maybe some of the biggest beneficiaries. And Giuliani so connected to the war, pumping America up for the war, and then also defending the biggest beneficiaries of the opioid crisis. I mean, I don't know what people aren't seeing. Today's also 48 days before the Pope's birthday, going with Israel being created in 48, Donald Trump equaling 48, World War equaling 48. Ukraine just attacked Iranian vessels, supposedly, in the news the other day. And then, yeah, just a couple other things about all roads leading to Rome. This Sunday, 26/7, the 26th of July, a bit like 267. We're in the time of the 267th Pope. This former NFL player who played for Indianapolis, the only 201 city in America, Indianapolis equals 201, like Catholic Pope, like the Jesuit order. He was deported to Kenya by ICE, and he wore number 56. Pope equals 56. And don't forget who won the 56th U.S. presidential election. The guy that Trump said was from Kenya, Obama, right? Again, after nearly a decade of fear-mongering about Osama and Saddam Hussein, we get Barack Hussein Obama, all as part of the mockery by the numbers. The first black president, number 44, 44 years after the Civil Rights Act and the killing of MLK on 4/4, and 68, not to mention Barack Obama equals 68, like CIA. Also like Donald John Trump, another 68. Like how George W. Bush got out of Yale Skull and Bones in 68 back when his daddy was in the CIA. But yeah, this looks like just, you know, NFL season's coming around. You know, NFL's back. Now we got to bring ICE into getting a former NFL player out of the league by the numbers. And on that same day, 26/7, going with the 267th Pope, the Chiefs coordinator, offensive coordinator, supposedly his son shot his wife. And remember, the Chiefs are going to open the season on the Pope's birthday. And again, the coordinator's name equals 207. This happened on the 207th day of the year. His birthday is August 15th, the Jesuit order's birthday. His name equals 72 like Jesuit order. But yeah, come on. I mean, they open the season on the 267th Pope's birthday, and this happens on 26/7. Weird story. NFL employee's wife is shot by his son. I mean, do you guys know anybody in your own life where the son shot one of the parents? I mean, this stuff's so rare, but you look in the world of entertainment, NFL, there's stories like this all the time. All the time. What is going on? And you think these would be some of the happiest people out there, right? They're multimillionaires, they're living high on the hog, but somehow they have the greatest amount of dysfunction, just weirdness happening. People gotta question things more. Um, by the way, the shooting was 50 days before the games played. Chiefs equals 50, like how they won their first Super Bowl in 50 years when they won Super Bowl 54, beating the 50 cities, San Francisco, in the Joe Montana Bowl, Super Bowl 54, where Joe Montana, Catholic educated, equals 54. Joe Montana 54. Super Bowl 54 between his teams, the Chiefs and the Niners. And it was also the word lion equals 50, like we're in the time of Leo the lion, and he's Pope Leo. But yeah, don't forget Taylor Swift. You know, she's a big part of all these rituals. The first of her Chiefs games she went to was Chiefs and Bears. The Pope's from Chicago. This guy who's the coordinator for the Chiefs came over from Chicago. He was a running backs coach with the Chicago Bears. How's it go again? Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. The Wizard of Oz. Okay. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, oh, I know what else I wanted to bring up. There's this show on Netflix that my mom said I need to watch. And so I actually stayed up and watched it last night, which I kind of regret. I think I could have used the sleep more. My mom's interpretation of this movie, I don't think is very accurate. Have you guys seen this movie, The Truthers? Um, it's interesting. It's done from what I would say is a neutral point of view. My mom did not. See, my mom has a totally different interpretation of this movie than what actually happens in it. But if you've seen the movie, a key point in the movie is this man is trying to figure out where these missing children are going, and he thinks the pharmaceutical company in town is kidnapping children and experimenting with them to extract adrenochrome, right? And there's one child that's focused on in the movie, and near the end of the film, they put the child on television, or a missing photo of him with his bicycle, and of course he's sitting there with a bicycle with a number on it. And just think about that too. How many kids ride around with a bicycle with a number on it, right? I mean, I don't I don't remember any kids. I was on a bicycle for pretty much my whole childhood, riding around bikes with my friends. I don't remember any of us having a big number on our bicycle like it was a dirt bike in a race or something. But of course, there's a big fat 83 number that they put up on the handlebars, and we all know what 83 represents. Murder. Again, murder equals 83. The song Murder by Numbers came out in 83. And in the film, they end up finding the bicycle in a lake, but they don't come to any hard conclusions. Anyway, it's an interesting movie. Um, the dad's retired and he's looking into things going on in the world, and he's post Cooties 19. He's questioning how powerful Big Pharma is and if Big Pharma is controlling governments and everybody's being used as medical guinea pigs, which a lot of us in this community would say absolutely. But his daughter and his wife's passed. I'm not really ruining anything because all this stuff you find out at the beginning in the opening minutes. The wife didn't like it. The wife wasn't on board with the husband, and it drove a wedge in their marriage. And then the daughter thinks that her dad's lost his mind, and um, but yeah, he's saying, "Listen, you guys need to be doing your research, and humanity needs to see what's going on." And they're like, "Dad, you've lost it. A screw is loose." But anyway, it's an interesting movie. And my mom's interpretation was that I don't want to. You guys, it's okay. You might appreciate the movie, but Next time I talk to her, I'm gonna be like, Mom, all the stuff that you said happened in the movie didn't happen in the movie. My mom added her own elements in her mind watching it, but yeah, they had to put the 83 on the child who disappeared and whose bike was found in the lake. So again, you pay attention to Hollywood. They put the same numbers that make the news are the same numbers that you see in these Hollywood movies, use the exact same way. And I am curious, when this movie came out, it's a European movie done in Spain. And sweet girl did fall back asleep here. But let me see if I can sit down without waking her up. I knew she had to fall asleep because she didn't even sleep for 30 minutes. Okay, the truthers. Usually when people use that phrase, truther, it's somewhat derogatory. I see this movie just came out. Okay, but yeah, if you have Netflix, it's on there. All right, so yeah, I would like to talk a little bit about spirituality, and then I would like to get your guys' opinions on spirituality. And now that she's here, I need to switch around the audio, or maybe I can do it. Maybe I can pull it off. I guess we'll try it this way for a second. But yeah, let's see what Google says the definition of spirituality is while we talk about it. Let's see what we get for our digital overlord's definition of spirituality. According to Google, spirituality is a personal search for meaning, purpose, and a connection to something larger than oneself. It often involves core elements like inner peace, personal values, and transcendence. Unlike organized religion, it does not require specific dogmas or formal memberships. I actually think that's a pretty good definition from our digital overlord. Again, like a lot of people in the U.S. and Western world, I grew up in the church. I was raised Lutheran. I learned all about Jesus. But by the time I was 12, I started to realize that religion was this very divisive thing, and it seemed to cause needless division. And I saw a lot of people using it in a way that just seemed nefarious. Kids, for example, going to youth group and pretending like they were goody two-shoes in camp and then being little devils as soon as they got outside. And as someone who's always kept it 100, if you will, I just really didn't like it. And like I said, when I was 12, I got kicked out of confirmation class for asking too many questions, which also made me say, can't question things. We have the same problem when we're in the slave classroom too. You get in trouble for questioning certain things that the teacher just can't answer. So, I learned to have this major distaste for authority, but it never made me become an atheist. I always have felt that there is, a spiritual presence. And again, like I've said a million times, I took away what I thought was good from growing up as a Christian, Live by the golden rule. To me, it just makes so much sense. Treat other people the way you want to be treated. If you can help somebody, you should definitely help them. It'll help them out. It'll make them feel better, and it feels good to help out other people. Things come across our path every day that are unexpected. If you see somebody in need who you can help, to me, you should help them if you can. It's happened. I bet you guys have seen it happen. I think it's happening a lot of places. People are going to pay for their groceries at the grocery store, and they can't believe how big the bill is. And I'd say about it's probably in the last 4 months, it's happened 2 times in front of me. Somebody didn't have quite enough money to pay for their groceries and was in disbelief that both times it was around the same thing too. Their bill was a little more than $200, and that's how much money they had. They had 2 big Benjis with them and didn't have enough to pay for everything. And I just said both times, I just thought, well, I'm supposed to see this for a reason. I told people, I said, I'll pay for the extra. I just told the cashier, I said, here, just put the extra 20 some or whatever it was on mine. I said, and the people were just like in disbelief, like, what? You would do that for me? And it's like, why wouldn't I do that for you? I mean, so again, to me, so many people who are religious, or they consider themselves spiritual, but really they're adopting the stories that come from religious institutions. You just see it all the time with Christians. They're so afraid of death, right? Like I said, I just went to church this past Sunday for the first time, and it was a really interesting experience. Youngest minister I'd ever seen. He really had a reading problem, like he had never read the psalm before, struggling with the name in the psalm. I just thought, this is so weird. I've never seen this in my life. But again, he ended up going on this big thing about the Venmo guy who is trying to figure out how to beat death. He's made it his mission in life to figure out how to never die, but has recently been diagnosed with some terminal illness. I still need to look up this story, but he was talking about this in the sermon, and his point was, this is how he closed out his sermon by saying, no one can escape death, and that's why the most important thing you can do in this world is get with Jesus and connect with Jesus so you can guarantee yourself the eternal, afterlife in heaven. And obviously that's a huge premise in Christianity, and it sure does sound nice. And hey, maybe it's true. But my whole problem with that is, again, now you're telling people the reason that you need to do this and come to church and put money in the plate and help us reach our, like I said, they said they'd raised over $40,000 for just this month, but they need 740,000 more by the end of the year. It's like 740,000. Where does this number come from? But again, I mean, this is the whole thing. We need you to come, be right with the Lord, so you can get the eternal afterlife. I shouldn't say all. A lot of the religions do this. They have these great promises of the afterlife, which, as far as I know, to every human being, that is a great unknown. And again, to me, that's not the reason to be a good person and do the right thing. I'm not thinking, oh, you know what? I'm going to buy him the extra $25 of his groceries he can't afford so I can get to heaven. I'm thinking, no, I'm doing it so, he's not mad. His day's not ruined. He's got 3 kids there so that they can eat the things they expected to eat. And, I'm in a position where I can afford the $25 he doesn't have right now. It's as simple as that. I don't need any reward for it. It's just the right thing to do because I'm in a position where I have an extra $25. And, it's like years ago when we first moved out to this part of I've told the story a bunch of times. When we first moved out to this part of the state, there was a guy trying to buy, the hot food at the gas station with his EBT card, and the cash register person was being pretty rude to him. And it seemed like maybe the guy had been in there before trying to do the same thing, and the cash register person was fed up with him trying to do the same thing. But I don't know. I was there for the first time, but I caught some kind of like, okay, the cash register person's aware of this person, and they're fed up with this person. But they were being rude, and he really wanted the food, and not that he really needed the food. It was a bunch of greasy, I forget what it was, fried this, JoJo's this, soda that, but I had extra money, and I said, here, man. And I said, here, just put it on. I said, I'll get it for him. Just add it to my gas bill. And the guy looked at me and then looked back at the cash register, and he goes, see, Jesus is always looking out. The guy never once said thank you to me. Never once did he say thank you. And I think he might have been homeless too. Maybe not. He had a cane. I don't know. Homeless people with a cane, maybe there are. But anyway, it was borderline. But I always remember that he gave thanks to Jesus. He didn't say thank you to me. And he told that cash register, see, Jesus is always looking out. And I find that a weird thing too with most Christians. It's like it's easy for them to give so much praise and thanks to this spiritual figure in the story that I don't think anybody has any proof ever existed outside of the Bible. But then giving, thanks and credit like that to actual people in their lives who help them. Just to make a point, this guy right here, I just got to put him up on the screen again. He went up here and totally ripped off my latest decode. And again, remember this guy learned this knowledge from me, right? He learned the knowledge, and after a few months learning it, then he started dragging my name through the mud and marketing himself by saying he's a better decoder than me, and he's going to be the greatest decoder of all time. And at the time, he wasn't a religious guy, but now he's become this Jesus guy. But just his latest video, I had it playing this morning while I was doing my sports work, and I'm just listening. I'm like, okay, you're ripping off my decode. There's no credit, and every other word is talking trash about me, including saying, more lies, more lies, more lies. But yeah, and then also saying I'm an atheist. I mean, nobody's ever heard me say I'm an atheist. I've talked about why I'm not an atheist numerous times. But yeah, this guy, I mean, think about it. His livelihood is using the knowledge that he learned from me, right? He never was thankful or grateful. He decided to attack, but now he gives all thanks to everything he does to Jesus. And it's like, well, Jesus didn't teach you anything you're talking about today. I mean, so I find that most religious people, I find their form of spirituality to be pretty shallow. And to me, it's like you shouldn't have to boast about your spirituality. I think if you have eyes to see, you should see that I'm here every single day grinding, trying to expose the most evil stuff in the world and give people concrete information about who is behind this evil and who's dragging humanity into a pit. And it is the Society of Jesus. It is the Jesuits. I mean, it's every day the proof is mounting. You have people like this who are now going against the message and saying it's not that, it's all just Satan, which I think is exactly what the Society of Jesus would want people to say if they figured it out. Because, again, you can't pin down Satan. You can't stop Satan. Do the Jesuits do what they do because they're practicing an evil form of spirituality for power? Seemingly, I would say, yeah, it does seem like that's what they're doing. Playing God over humanity using this Kabbalistic knowledge. But, yeah, anyway, it's just, I don't really respect people whose spiritual purpose is just for their own self gain. Like when you listen to this guy talk all day, it's the same thing. I'm going to go to the afterlife. I'm going to have eternal peace in heaven. So it's like, so everything you're doing is for your own self gain. And ultimately, and again, I mean, I don't know why people have so much trouble seeing it, right? Fear. Humanity is largely controlled by fear. And almost everybody has this fear of death. And if they don't have it now, most people, when they come near their final days, it comes out. And that's why you do see a lot of people over time in the West and in their closing days that, I mean, it's happened to some famous people. They'll say, maybe they do want to get right with Jesus because they start entertaining this idea. Well, what if it is true? Am I going to miss out on the eternal afterlife? But again, if everybody just lived by the golden rule, if they believe there is something greater than them, if they treated people the right way, if they helped out people they actually could help and afford to help. And I mean, sometimes you start helping people, you realize you're taking on too much, and now you're really having a detriment on your own life. But I mean, when you, like again, a guy needs $25 to buy the rest of his groceries. I know that's not going to put me out. I know I can afford that. I know that's going to help him escape a frustrating moment. And it's going to keep the line moving at the grocery store too. So, yeah, it's just to me, if your spirituality is about self gain, I don't know that that's really spirituality. I feel like that's just, you're doing what you heard because you want something. You want something. We're gonna go out to some callers here. Shout out to Leper Messiah. No volume, brother. I'm glad we fixed that. Sorry about the first few minutes of the stream. Joe Warsaw with the double 11 said, I taught my four boys, do unto others, period, end of story. I know a lot of religious people that treat people like crap. I feel spiritual people are more aware. Yeah, exactly. It gets annoying listening to the Christians always just say the same things. Oh, Zach's an evil person because he's not with Jesus. Zach's an atheist because he's not with... It's just annoying to listen to. It's like, okay, I have been here grinding, exposing evil every single day for reasons that go way beyond me, for thinking about, young people in the world they're coming up in, not to mention everyone else. To me, that's the right reason to be doing these things, not for some self-gain, for some promise of some eternal afterlife, which to me, quite frankly, I'm really just not that worried about. If when we die, it's just eternal, kind of like, well, I guess you sort of, I don't dream anymore when I sleep, but if it's the big sleep, I mean, it doesn't seem like the end. To me, it's do what you can that's positive for this world while you're here. Leave a positive legacy behind. And I'm not sure what happened here. Did we freeze? Uh-oh. Are we still going? Something happened here. Uh-oh. Let me see. What's up? All right, testing. Are we back? Are we back? Okay. For some reason, the whole computer locked up. All right, let's go out to the callers, you guys. Let me make sure I can hear everything. All right. All right, we got Camley, Jacob, Set Scales, Hey, and GAD. What's up, Camley?
What's going on, Zach? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Not much. Just wanted to touch on it as a spirituality aspect. I've been thinking about stuff myself too lately. Just with the whole Christianity, religion, being a Black American. I was just thinking about how the religion has been passed down generation to generation, and what my people was studying and worshiping before we were introduced to this particular form of Christianity. It just I don't know. I just have a lot of questions. I really don't know why everybody else don't question the same thing. Like people that look just like us were murdered behind not converting. So I don't know, man. It's just so I don't know. I don't want to say I don't believe in Jesus or I do believe in this because I don't believe in anything. I either know something or I don't know it. That's how I look at life. But I don't know Jesus to be a real figure. I know a lot of people were hurt behind not believing in the religion. So I have a lot of questions. Just I'm American, so I grew up Christian, Baptist. Um, it's just nobody around me questioned it. No aunties, no uncles, no elders. They just fell in line, and I start, getting older, doing research and figuring out like the first wealthy um black class of Americans was the preachers and the ministers. That's like the first wealthy black African Americans as far as a whole in America was those guys. So it starts making sense if you want to start trickling down from there. So I
It's
don't
just
know,
like when we
man.
were in Buffalo, the two gentlemen who were out there every day, the two Moors pounding pavement with us, they were pointing out how broke the whole community is. They said, look, the only people that have money in this community are the pastors. They call them Pastor Biscuit. They said they suck up all the wealth from the whole community. And what do they really do?
Right. So yeah, man, I just don't understand why my people as a whole don't at least try to figure out more about our roots. You don't I know it's going to be hard because we are all mixed up, but at least find one particular lineage of your DNA, whether that's your mom's or your dad's side, and just try to figure out as much as you can about that part of your family and go from there. That's what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? I knew I was Haitian my whole life, so I try to incorporate some Haitian culture practices in my day to day living. And I've never been to Haiti. I don't live anywhere near the South. I know it's in my bloodline. So I feel like that's the closest I can get to is through my ancestors. And I don't know, man. Christianity really just like it turns away the people from knowing who they really are. That's what I look at it as. And I
Well,
don't
it
know.
also has you put your own personal power outside of yourself.
That too as well. And yeah,
What
with
do
the
you, can
whole
you see this comment on the screen? What do you think about this comment here?
a better father. Clearly, Gematria is a tool of evil judgment. It could make you a better father if you know how to apply it, right? I mean,
Well, I mean, I feel like the person leaving that comment, it's just a
yeah,
disingenuous comment, right? This
you're
channel,
being facetious for sure.
yeah, again, the reason we talk about what we talk about is because there is something that's having major influence on the world, and if this thing's not stopped, whether no matter how great of a father you are, this thing's going to end up touching your child more than it already is.
Right,
And that's the point of the work is to get people to see the agendas that are being waged against humanity. I mean, I've been a broken record for 13 years. You know, you see everyone online now freaking out about this surveillance state. I saw this coming a mile away when I was 18 years old after 9/11.
right,
Again, I'm talking about stopping the evil in the world that's going to touch your child. I mean, if you want me to set up a channel for you to teach you how to be a better father, I might be able to help you out there too.
hmm.
But really, just yeah, like you said, that's got to be a facetious comment. Either that, or you're just not very bright, and you probably shouldn't even have any children.
Hmm.
So, anyway,
Right,
I get
right,
tired of reading stuff like that. I'm like, are these people serious?
right. That's how a lot of people are, man. Like when I try to explain some gematria, they always try to like I don't know, like say how is this going to help me out with this and that, but I don't really listen to those people because those are the same people that say, "Well, I don't want to learn calculus because how is calculus going to help me?" You know, those are the same kind of people. They're like kind of scared of information. They're scared of knowledge. They don't like to learn. They don't like to read. So, whatever on those type of people. But as far as religion, bro, I don't know, man. I just wish we asked more questions because, yeah, like it just don't make sense. The religion itself in terms of black Americans, I can't believe we still under that spell, man. I mean, I don't even want to say it like that because it is a religion and I don't know everything. I don't know the true details. There might be some Christianity might be the true religion. I don't know, but I can't say for sure that it is. So I just, and the way it was brought on to my people through history, it's just too many questions for me to just fully be a devout Christian and believe in the Jesus Christ story or whatever. And then I like syncretism, and there's a lot of other religions that kind of have the same storyline and the same Jesus deity. So I don't know, and I don't. In Christianity makes you like, I see why people Christians are the way they are is because that's how the religion makes you, kind of like your religion is the best. You can't look at any other god. That's a sin. It's false idols. But at the
Doesn't it
same,
seem like don't you essentially see that as promoting superiority and
I was,
ignorance at the
yeah, that's
same time?
exactly. That was exactly what I was about to say. But I'm like, at the same time, no, Christianity is not even nearly the oldest religion in the world. So
Exactly. That's
how?
why, like I said, and like, people are disingenuous too, because I said religion attaches to ego. The guy who I just showed, the sickly looking guy, he went on and said, Zach said that Christianity is just for people with egos. It's like, that's not what I said. I said religion is what attaches to people's egos, and that's why most people can't get over the one they're born into.
Hmm.
So.
Exactly.
All right,
That's another
Camley, I better
part.
let a
Yep.
few more people get in before my daughter wakes up all the way, but always appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, bro. In a
All
minute.
right, have a good one.
You too.
All right, we got Jacob, we got Dom, we got GAD. Jacob.
Hey, so just real quick to answer the question before I get to my point. Spirituality to me is, I think Google actually had a pretty good answer to that. That was pretty on point. Definitely ultimately boils down to just connecting with something greater than yourself, and I think it's something we all have within ourselves at the end of the day. And for the cabal, it's all about complete control and preventing us from connecting with that greater intelligence within. Um, but I had an interesting take on religion that I wanted to get your thoughts on. Ned, I'm not religious at all, but I think for most people, they actually need some form of religion. Like I think it would be just all hell would break loose if everybody adopted this idea of spirituality and just living completely free and doing whatever they want, because I'm a young guy. I'm 24, and with my generation, Gen Z, that's what I see a lot of. Like, less and less people are flocking to religion in my generation, but it leads to so many more people just saying, you know what, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want because I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. And a lot of them go down the path of like doing a bunch of drugs and having a lot of casual sex, just living a terrible life that doesn't lead anywhere. And I think most people need some form of structure and rules. They need to be put in like a figurative box. And so you do this, this, and this. But there's good and bad to it, because we kind of have that right now with organized religion, and a lot of people take it the complete wrong way.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that when I was in church this past Sunday because it was mostly empty. And when I was a kid going to church, it was always packed. And society definitely has fallen. And even though I'm not a big fan of religion, I mean, it's like all things, there's good and bad. And yeah, I mean, yeah. So I was actually debating with that in my mind. Would it be better if everybody just say, like you go into some countries and they really are it's a religious government, like in Saudi Arabia, for example, you have to be of Islam. So everyone is the same faith, practices the same thing. It still doesn't make everybody. Again, I've met a lot of kids from Saudi Arabia. Once they get out of there, they're just like everybody in the West. They just want to party and do drugs and all that too. But uh, yeah, it's a slippery slope, but I can entertain the idea that if everybody was brought up with Christian values and were really about it, yeah, it might actually make society better. But at the same time, there's other ways that the youth could be taught to be better people than I would say with, because like I said, I mean, most Christians they're in it for themselves. They want the eternal afterlife, and that's why what their real motivation is to be a decent person rather than being a good person for the sake of being a good person.
Right, completely. I completely agree with that. That's why I think it's so tough. If there was a way to just show everybody, no matter if you're religious, spiritual, whatever, just live by the golden rule, like you've said before. Just treat everybody the right way, do the right things. I personally, I don't really care. I'm not religious at all, like I said, but I don't care if somebody's Christian, Muslim, Jewish, whatever, as long as you treat people the right way. It's unfortunate that a lot of religious people don't do that.
Yeah, yeah. All right, Jacob, I appreciate it. I can tell Sweet Girl's close to getting up here, so I'm gonna try to get some more people in. But thank you.
Thank you.
All right, see you, man. What's up, Dom?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I think the definition provided by Google was good for spirituality, but it doesn't answer the thing that we're supposed to connect to, or rather connect with. And this is what I think spirituality is all about. It's basically about balancing opposites in your life. And you are the bridge between opposites. And the biggest set of opposites that humans have to balance in their lives are order and chaos, which basically manifests as chaos is basically all the potential that you live your life within. So you can make any number of choices or do any number of things within your life. And all of these things exist all around us all the time. But we order this chaos into one path through our choices. And then we're forced to live with the choices we make in our life. So ultimately, spirituality is about navigating your life, making the best choices, and living a life of as little regrets as possible, while at the same time acknowledging and respecting everyone else's ability around you to do so. And if you do that, you basically live the perfect life, like they described Jesus. You know, if you have no regrets and you've allowed everyone else around you to basically live unrestricted because you've never had any ill will towards them, or you've never had any false belief that could contain them, what did you do wrong? Nothing, right? So this is even mentioned like in the first 3 verses of Genesis. Is literally all about this. It says what God's purpose is. It says what our purpose is. God is literally the balancing force between heaven and earth. And, you know, this is, as it says, God floated above the face, or the Spirit of God floated above the face of the deep, the water. And then he said, let there be light. And then the light followed God. Well, what does this look like? This looks like you have the heavens, which is basically, the heavens is just basically an eternal place where everything's happening at once. And then God wants to limit this potential to a space that's something other than everything happening at once. And then when he says, let there be the light, that follows the breath or the Spirit of God, that would be us, basically. And I put a video out where I map this according to physics, or at least a physical framework. And yeah, well, I said a lot. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, you're always very interesting, Dom. So again, if you could clarify your one thing that you said the definition was missing, it is what exactly?
What are we connecting to? And we're
Right.
connecting order and chaos in our lives, trying to make the best possible choices to live the best possible lives and allow everyone else to do so.
Okay. So if could you elaborate on that? What you think that looks like?
It's just basically, you know, conforming and living according to natural law.
Okay.
That's what that basically looks like. And that the last guy who was on here, you guys were talking about basically imposing values on people through authorities. And this, I think, is the problem of civilization. This is what, because everyone has unlimited potential in their life, but as soon as you come along with these boundaries imposed by some authority figure, you're artificially and falsely limiting the potential of someone's life and forcing them down your own path or the path of some collective, which is just determined by human egos. And this is basically the foundation of civilization. This is why people like the Jesuits exist. It's because like in Babylon, their foundational myth is basically humanity is a slave species made from the blood DNA of a slain monster and a rebel god, and our whole purpose is to work within the cities of the gods to make their lives easier. And then the gods are going to, put in place this custodian class of priests and kings to carry on their objectives. So this is what
I think
eliminated.
I think that's well said, and I do agree. And yeah, natural law. Mark Passio, his whole channel is pretty much dedicated to teaching natural law. It does seem like the true spiritual form that's here for all to understand, that's just based in the actual rules of the universe. Yeah, I think we need more structures teaching that philosophy, actually. So it's a thought for moving forward. Humanity does need guidance, but it needs proper guidance, not hierarchy, like you said, and limitations, and something that keeps the certain power and money and everything flowing their way. So yeah, well said, Dom. I gotta let a few more people in here, but always appreciate you. Thank you.
Talking.
All right, take care, Dom. What's up, GAD?
Hey, how are you doing, Zach?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm all right. By the way, it's Gad. That's how you pronounce the name. It's Gad.
Oh, so I always call you GAD. All right, Gad. Yeah, that's simple. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Is
no.
that your actual name?
No. My no. This is this is like abbreviation of my Hebrew name.
I see.
My Hebrew name's Rayabia, but
Okay.
but because we teach the 12 tribes, my tribe be Gad since my father's North American Indian. So
Got you. All right.
yeah.
All right, Gad from this day forward. What's up, Gad?
What are you doing? How you doing, Zach? No, I found this to be very interesting and very thought provoking, and I think this is a continuation of the conversation you were having the other day, right? So, what does spirituality mean? It's basically the energy that's powered by the fourth dimension that manifests certain acts and certain things that go on in today's life in the physical realm that we live in, right? So, for like, how they talk about like certain energies, like people giving good or bad energies. That's what that's going into. And, from this perspective that I understand, right, from believing in the Bible, right, because I do believe in the aspects of the Bible, but of course, you do have the forces that are on this planet, right? The cabal of the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, the Jesuit order, the Vatican, so on and so forth, right? The Council of Nine, Boule, Divine Nine, Council of 13, so on and so forth, all these different that use the left-hand side, right? And of course, gematria, it has a spiritual aspect to it because the Most High, at the end of the day, did create the world through numbers and letters, right? Which is the reason why there's always a meaning towards these letters and numbers and whatnot, and also in having numerical value through our name. So there's a left hand and the right hand side. As far as the aspect of the left hand, there's the chaos magic, sorcery, witchcraft, right? Which is the reason why when people practice it and they don't understand what they're doing, right? Which you have to be powered by the entity that oversees that left hand path, right? Things happen. On the right hand side, there's the aspect of because there's left hand, right hand, good and evil, right? As the Most High has created good and evil, you have the good side where there's spirituality where things happen, where you do good things, right? You do it out of sincerity, and there's a certain energy that is put out in the world that is positive and that brings forward life. Negativity brings forward death at the end of the day, which is the reason why people stress. And when you stress, you further your expiration date on your life, if that makes sense. So it's more complex than what I'm explaining, but I'm trying to do it for the sake of time as well. Just understanding these aspects, those are some of the basic forms. And as far as like what you were talking about with some of these preachers and Christian pastors and whatnot, I mean, majority of these pastors, their teachings come from Masonic temples. When you go into a lot of these different preachers and teachers and whatnot, right? as far as like specifically with the Christian church, because it goes with all religions. But yeah, I mean, majority of their teachings and their principles come from Masonry. And
Seriously, how do I go in
Mhm,
this church and they're
mhm.
asking for $740,000 more for the end of the year, and by
Yeah,
what we know about 74, I'm just like, what?
I know. No, that's fun. No, that is insane, right? And of course you're very familiar with the World Council of Churches, right? That organization that has the universal umbrella of all churches of how they want to lead people in the church community and whatnot. They, that's the whole concept is the pyramid scheme. You're on top, and everybody that's under you built you up, right through financial gain. That which is insane. But here's the thing, though, Zach. Right? Here's the funny thing with Christianity, right? Because they ignore certain aspects of the law and the scriptures, right? When you go into the actual Torah and whatnot, they say the law's done away with, but they'll read where Christ says, I didn't do away with none of these laws. I came to fulfill it." Right in the book of Matthew, the 5th chapter, it tells you that. But point being that I'm trying to make, they'll sit up here and say all these laws are done away with, but why is tithing done away with? Isn't done away with in the church? And the funny thing is, when you go into the scripture that they talk about with tithing, that's supposed to be specifically for the Levitical priests. So you have to be a Levitical priest to receive tithings. And also, too, there's also in the scriptures where the Levitical priesthood, because of they disobeyed God and they started to do their other things like to worship Baal and Moloch and whatnot, they ended up being desecrated. So the point is, you have to be a Levitical priest to receive tithings, right? And also too, when you deal with that aspect, right, tithes has everything to do with like making sure that the priests are okay as far as not monetary gain, but necessity gain such as food and water and whatnot. That's what tithing really is. So all this monetary gain, this is nothing but a pimp game, if anything else. And that's how you have to look at it, and even if they want to go into the New Testament with Paul, he said, I teach the gospel for free. So what are you doing?
Right. Yeah.
So
That's just how I look at them. Like, okay, they're showing you right here. They've already raised over 40,000 just in this month. They want 740,000 more before the end of the year. They don't pay a dime in taxes. So, I mean, if a guy makes 50,000 a year, which is the average American, they take home about 30 after taxes. This guy got more than that just in the month. He needs another
yeah,
740 before the end of the year, and we already know he probably took home even more than that in the holiday season at the start of the year. It's just, yeah, where is this money
it's
going to? And yeah, it is crazy how much money religion generates. Uh, yeah, yeah,
man. I'm gonna say this. Reason why I do my ministry independently, right? And I don't even do. I mean, I would love to go out and teach again on the streets, but I mean, there's so much you do in life and whatnot. But the point is, right? I see what this whole thing was even with the religion I'm in, like, understanding this Israelite thing as far as like who the children of God are and whatnot, so on and so forth, and prophecies. But I even see it then, and it's just funny how all these guys are connected with, some form, of the Catholic Church or Zionism and whatnot. So it just shows you where all this shit leads to, right? But the groups that I were a part of, when I started to figure out what kind of game they were playing as far as like making money and whatnot, I'm like, wow, these dudes are really pulling in close to $1 million through their membership by charging guys tithes and shit. And you're not even giving a percentage of the people who are giving you those tithes, right? Let them keep a fucking percentage for themselves. It's like, what kind of shit is this? And I mean, all for a membership? Like, I mean, it's kind of crazy because this is supposed to be spirituality. It's supposed to be things you're trying to do to help uplift people. This is not something to make a profit of. And the funny thing is, when you go into the scriptures, when you go into the so-called New Testament, it talks about these hirelings. It tells you specifically, like, some of these people were damned from their inception, and it said something about like I forget the scripture, but it said specifically how a lot of the hireling and how they were damned from their inception, and they and they're trying to draw other people unto their own destruction. And I've called certain people out many times, and the funny thing is, that like the individuals that I've called out in my own community, like they're, I feel like the Most High is kind of getting them now, but they screwed so many people over, making so much fucking money, and
It's
they
like
just
going to
for them
Buffalo,
to
man. Like the two Moors explained. Look at Professor Biscuit. He's got all the money. The rest of the community is broke. Um,
right, right.
just, I have a feeling Sweet Girl's going to wake up here pretty soon. I'm going
Okay,
to
yeah.
bring on everybody on the panel, but go in the order I bring you guys up. It's going to be Satori, NMS, 202-5, and Nate. And if you guys could mute until it's your turn, just so we don't get background noise, that'd be great. But you guys can all stay on here and interact too. But let's let everybody get their introductory message out. What's up, Satori? Satori?
Hey, Zach, you can hear me? You can hear me now?
Yeah, what's up?
No, I got much to add. Really, just I think spirituality is, finding one's journey connected through like the source. I feel like religion is kind of, I don't want to say it's necessarily bad because there's also like good stories in there that you can apply to your life. And then, you have the commandments or like fundamental laws that I think most people will abide by. But I feel like after my stream experience, I just see the world in a different place. Like, and even in the Bible when it talks about Jesus, I feel like Jesus was just allegory for consciousness. And that's why he died at 33. We had 33 vertebrae. So I just think our true purpose here was just to ascend our conscious level to a certain extent. And then as far as like the afterlife, whether how you live your life determines whether you get to either get sent back to learn the lesson or you get to go back into the hole.
Yeah, I hear that.
That's pretty much all I had to say.
All right, appreciate it, Satori. NMS, you were next.
Z Money, how are you? I've been listening to you since I think COVID randomly. And I'm like, wow, I finally found my tribe because this is a place where you could just ask questions. I didn't really know what gematria was. And I still didn't understand a lot of what you were saying. And I still don't know it forward and backwards. Anywho, it just was plugging in because it does, to me, it was moving back to spirituality. I was learning self. I was unlearning all the crap I knew. And I was, what, in my late 30s at the time? So I think spirituality is, to answer the question, it is universal principle. I don't think spirituality is supposed to have any bad in it. I think it's the upliftment of yourself through honesty, integrity, like all the good connotations, justice, respect, compassion, and how you navigate yourself through times when you can't do that. You're not always going to meet a nice person. You're not always going to be in a good environment. How do you get yourself out of that without reverting to a bad, but staying towards the good? So that's the principal line where I stay. And then at the end of the day, to me, religion, which is very different from spirituality to me, I just want to make that distinction. Religion is, again, it was basically a bunch of rulers who wanted to make things after themselves. Do I believe in Jesus? I do. But then they say his name is not even Jesus. That the letter G wasn't invented. That, his real name is Yeshua. So it is a lot, and it can make you crazy. However, to calm myself and to give myself a basis, spirituality to me is universal principles. That's the best way I would explain it to anyone and anybody. Honesty, integrity, justice, it transcends culture, nationality, religion, and time period. That's all I want to say. Thank you. I love you.
Well, thank you for weighing in. I appreciate the love. I appreciate you being around for about 6 years. Thank you, NMS. Okay, we got 202-5 up next, and then Nate, and then we got Feed the Flesh in the back. I'll bring you up in a minute, Feed the Flesh, but 202-5 first.
What's going on, my man? What's going on, baby Ruby? Hey, so 10 years ago, I used to work with this guy who used to be a pastor at this church, and he actually opened up my eyes to tithing. And yeah, so he actually got kicked out of the church that he was a pastor in because he kept telling the people the truth about tithing, and the church board, they didn't like it. He explained to me what tithing was. I mean, GAD basically talked about it briefly, but tithing back then was produce, shillings, just trading. But once the government stopped funding the church was like, oh, well, we got to do something to get this money. So why don't we charge the people and say it's tithing when you come to church? Like, okay, you say you're giving it to God, but if God is here in human form, who are you actually giving it to? And he was talking about the Leviticus priesthood, all that stuff. So it's just nothing but a big hustle, man.
It is.
And they talk about like the pastor. Oh yeah, he got a helicopter. Oh, he got the biggest house in the county. Oh, he got a boat. But yet, when a person, matter of fact, let me touch on this real quick. So anybody can look this up on YouTube. A woman from Detroit, Michigan. She got kicked out of her church because she stopped tithing, and she was like one paycheck away from being broke, and they just basically told her, well, so long, you stop giving the money to us.
She's taking up a seat.
Yeah, exactly.
In the plate.
Exactly, and she was a faithful member for I don't know how many years, but basically for a very long time, and she was heartbroken off of that. And like people talking about, oh, I'm a Christian. Is this what Christians do? You kick out a member who stops tithing? Come on.
It's like when Houston flooded, people asked if Joel Osteen could use that big mega church for all the people out, and he said no, and then he got all that negative press, so he said, okay, fine, I'll open it up to you guys. It's like, how is your answer no? I mean, you have so much money, you could just build a whole new church like that in no time, buddy.
Exactly. And then as far as Christianity, because I brought this up, actually I put it in a super chat in one of your shows to that guy who's does that fear mongering stuff. I forgot his name, but basically Muslim faith was before Christianity, and Christianity is basically like a carbon copy of what the Muslim faith is.
Well,
so people don't.
Right, I thought the Prophet Muhammad is well after Jesus.
That was before.
What? Are you sure about that?
I could have sworn. I can go back. I can go back and look this up, and I can verify that with you. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I could have sworn the Muslim faith was before Christianity.
Because Muhammad recognizes Jesus as a prophet. So how could, unless I'm mistaken, but I thought that's how it was. And that's what I always say to Christians. I say, you don't ever meet Muslims that rag on Christians, really, but you'll meet Christians all the time that just want to beat down Muslims.
That's true. But like, hey, Zach, let me go back. I'm gonna get off, but let me look this up real quick. I mean, I ain't gonna call back and verify whatever, but I'll tell you another time. But if I'm wrong, and I apologize. But I could have sworn that the Muslim faith was before the Christianity. But either or.
No, Muhammad's definitely after Jesus.
Okay.
Like almost 500 years later.
Okay, well, I'm wrong, man. I'm sorry about that. But
it's okay.
Either or. Religion is just a form of just to like divide people, divide and conquer, just like politics, all that other stuff. It's just another form of dividing people.
I don't see why everyone doesn't. It's so divisive, religion. And again, I mean, I haven't heard him make comment. I always say the same things over and over, but again, that's just what I hear from Christians all day. They're so worried about what's going to happen after death, and that's fine. You can worry about that, and if that's what your whole motivation is to be a decent person, which most Christians aren't, and a lot of them have this idea that they just believe the story, they get this eternal afterlife. I mean, that sounds like a con man sales pitch to me if there ever was one, and that's not really how it is anyway. But it's like to me, it's just better to be a good person because you know that makes the world better than to I'm gonna have this belief because it's gonna get me something so great once I die. I mean, like I always say, that just sounds like child's play to me. It sounds like you're not gonna do the right thing unless you get a sticker on the chart so you can get a cookie.
Exactly. And then look at a lot of these Christians out here. You know, they act. I ain't gonna say all, but majority of them act as the devil himself, six
The guy
days a
I'm
week.
talking about, that British guy, yeah,
Yeah,
just lying, keeps lying, not being honest about anything, and then acts like he's holier than thou. It's maddening. It's like, listen to this. I mean, it's sociopathic.
yeah, yeah. Hey, Zach, man, I don't want to take up too much of your time. And again, my apologies for that. That about talking about the Muslims, and that's on me. I should
Well,
have did more research on
here's
that.
one thing. Here's one thing that might make some people mad. I'm pretty sure everybody knows Muhammad's part of the historical timeline. There's some debate if a Jesus ever existed, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Christianity definitely came before Islam. So,
Yeah. All right, Zach. Well, I'll talk to you later. Take care,
all right,
baby Ruby.
all right, take care.
All right.
What's up, Nate?
Hey Zach, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, I was actually calling because I think spirituality is as simple as literally just living your life as the best person you could be and just being good to others, with the golden rule. And when I apply the golden rule, I apply it to not even just people, but also animals, plants, insects,
Agreed.
everything.
Agreed.
And that's part of the reason that I might get called a soy boy, but that's part of the reason why I recently went vegan, because I just realized that hundreds of billions and even trillions of animals dying every year. It can't have a
Factory
good.
farms and brutal practices. Yeah, absolutely.
It can't be good for our psyches and our emotions and
I agree.
everything
And
else.
the people that have to work in those places, I was
Yeah.
real big on this in my teenage years, and it's another thing that drives people nuts. Just people don't want to know about people don't want to know about things that conflict with their lifestyle.
Well, they really don't, and that's why I made a comparison. I'm like, the only group that might be demonized as much as Gematria are probably vegans and people who actually respect the world
Oh,
around
they're
them.
demonized even more, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
Yeah, I
but
mean, you guys look at what they do to chickens. They put them on like a roller coaster of death strapped around their neck, and they
yeah,
put them through the hot water before they even kill them because it's something about the process of the feathers coming off. I mean, and just millions of chickens this is happening to nonstop.
yeah,
Imagine that, you guys. You're alive, you're strapped in through the neck, and you're going to the scalding pot of water. Ooh, man, it's just. And that's just chickens, and then you got everything else going on with all these other animals. Yeah, the factory farming is wicked.
yeah, and the other thing I wanted to say is like it's people often make this argument like, oh, we need meat to survive, but I think there's a lot of
You
evidence against
don't.
that.
You don't.
You really don't. So
Now,
you can,
there is some arguments that there can be some deficiencies. I think some people do have issues with their gums and their teeth from.
yeah, that's usually iron deficiencies and stuff like that, calcium
No, because iron comes
deficiencies.
from the ground. The only reason that iron's even in meat is because they eat plants. Iron, like if you eat spinach, your diet's going to be high in iron.
Yeah,
Because we don't produce iron. All iron comes from the ground. So like
yeah,
the cows eating grass. That's why there's iron in the cow's flesh because of all the grass they ate, et cetera, et cetera.
yeah,
So, no,
and
but
and
there can be. It's easy to get enough protein on a vegan diet if you eat
oh
right.
yeah,
But some people do have protein deficient. Some vegan diet. Some people think eating vegan's like eating Cheetos, and it's like
yeah.
okay, that's definitely not how you want to eat. So
Yeah, I was gonna like preface saying like if you want to go vegan for health, you definitely want to go like whole food, plant based, like food with single ingredients, stuff that you can find in earth and in nature. Lots of fruit. I mean, there's a reason why even brands like candies and they even cover meat with a bunch of herbs and stuff, because humans don't inherently like the taste of meat, and we're not inherently carnivores, really. We prefer, if we can, to eat fruits and vegetables.
when I became vegan, I remember my roommate the first time he made hamburger. It's interesting if you become vegan for a while. The first time you smell cooking flesh, it is not pleasant at all.
It's terrible. Yeah,
It's really interesting. Yeah.
it-
So.
it- I can agree with that. And the last point I wanted to make before I go is, I I think a lot of what Christians get wrong with is Paul's teachings of Christianity specifically. because he's the one who really brought about the idea that in order to be saved, you have to, repent and claim Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. But Jesus Christ never said any of those things himself, supposedly, at least. But there are a lot of gospels that talk about, like there's the gospel of the Nazarenes, the gospel of the Ebionites and the Essenes found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, that talk about Jesus was a sect of vegetarians who were very poor and made themselves knowingly poor and just gave all their wealth to others and helped others. And the way that the church is now, they've completely flipped that. They're taking everybody's money. It's so insane how people are preaching, oh, you're going to go to eternal damnation if you don't repent and say this guy's your Lord and Savior. But I think, like the guy said before, Christ, I think, is more, it's a consciousness, and it's just the ability to see everything as one and to just spread goodness and, stop spreading anger and fear and hate, because that's not going to help anything.
Yeah. All right, Nate. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to let TT cut because he was in here earlier and I think he disconnected while he was driving. So he was actually here before anybody. So we're going to go TT, Feed the Flesh, Randy, and then NMS is back. What's up, TT? Don't forget to unmute.
What's up, my guy?
Yeah, what's up?
All right, so on the topic of spirituality, I'm a firm believer that the different spiritual systems throughout the world tell about synonymous understanding between cultures, although they could be separated. One thing that I guess I want to make is I practice Ifa Orisha, which comes out of hold on, I need to take out one of the earphones. I'm kind of hearing like a little echo. I practice Ifa Orisha, which comes out of Yoruba land in Nigeria, and we have a prophet called Orumila, and he is the deity of intelligence. He's compared to Solomon, as Solomon went to God asking for wisdom, and within the African cosmology, we actually have a deity for that. I think that, when you look at just spirituality as a whole, you have to look at this world, and not a lot of people actually have a deep expression to ask, like, what's really going on, with Christianity or whatever the case. I'm not trying to knock it or whatever, but it's fairly new. Whereas if you look at various cultures, they all have like this creation myth that explains like a lot of stuff. I'm a little like sidetracked, but I would say check out Ifa, check out Orisha. One thing is, like, you see like the Jewish people cleaning themselves like with chickens and stuff. You will go to Egypt and you see that they have like that feather on the wall. You'll see African people cleaning themselves with chicken and making sacrifices and things of that nature. That practice is essentially like magnetism. People might not know this, but within blood they have iron. So essentially, when this priest is cleaning the person with this animal or this feather or whatever the case may be, they're essentially performing like science, But definitely check out Ifa, check out Orisha. I love the show. I'm out of here.
All right, thanks, TT. Appreciate it. All right, it's Feed the Flesh, then Randy, then NMS. Feed the Flesh, don't forget to unmute. You got to click that button that looks like a mic. Get rid of that line through the mic. In case he's away. Randy, if you're there, go ahead while Feed the Flesh is figuring it out.
Yo.
What's up, Randy?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey.
Yeah, so I know the topic was about spirituality.
What do you say?
I would personally say I think the idea of spirituality is probably just you just trying to elevate your own self, as in better your own, I guess, life. Because I mean, me personally, I don't believe in a god or deity per se. The idea of the three Abrahamic religions, to me, is related to anything like Zeus or Poseidon or any of the other gods that man has worshipped for tens of thousands of years. It doesn't really have no merit on today's society whatsoever. And it's obviously something that these guys keep using over and over again, which is what I really noticed a lot, that when you look at all of these inside jokes with these people, it always goes back to one of the religions, whether the three Abrahamic religions or the religions of the past, as some type of sick inside joke that they do. So I don't see the purpose of, even some like Jesus' teachings. None of it seems special to me. The Sermon on the Mount, anyone could have said that. We don't even know exactly if this person 100% was even a real person. They say he was a historical person, but majority of stuff that was said about him was still written a few decades or so after his supposed death. I mean, it's the Bible itself is just a whole bunch of very sick and twisted things that God is telling man to do, and condone slavery and rape and all this extra stuff. So,
Wait. You said rape? Because I
yeah,
can understand. My bad. I don't mean to cut you off, brother, but I mean, there's certain things I can understand where you're coming from with certain things where you can question the whole thing about the Abraham and Isaac thing, even though the intention was never to actually commit a blood sacrifice there. I can understand those things, but the law of the scriptures never permitted rape.
I
There's
didn't say the
actions in
law
war where
permitted rape.
rape
Like the
does
book
happen.
itself, the book itself has things that lead to it sound like it's okay with rape. When you look at how when Abraham got his wife Sarah's slave pregnant, what do you call that?
Yeah, that didn't
And then
that didn't
and after this old man gets her pregnant, the slave pregnant, she runs away from the house. And when she runs away from the house, God tells her to go back, and I will give you more. I will give you more children instead. I mean, what do you call something like
it,
that? What's the point of putting that into the story?
yeah, there's no, no, that. So when you're dealing with like ancient times, and you still see the practice in the Middle East, there's something called polygyny or polygamy, right? Men have
Yeah,
multiple
yeah.
wives, right? So real quick, just on that standpoint, there's no like him going up and raping a woman. Women, right back
Well,
in the
if
day.
someone is your slave, and if
Mhm.
the woman was his wife's slave, and it literally says in the Bible that she gives her slave to her husband. Again, what do you call that?
Well, yeah, when it comes to that standpoint, that doesn't necessarily make rape. She was already like somebody's slave, right? So this happens during wartime. This happens. There's a law for it where
Right. And
right.
God again in Leviticus 25 verses 44 to 46 condones slavery.
Yeah, there's slavery. There's a Hebrew slave for if you owed somebody something for a certain amount of time. Yeah.
No, no, no. That was only for the Hebrews, though. The Hebrews were only had to be slave for 6 years, and then if you were a foreign slave, God explicitly states in Leviticus that that person can be your slave, and your children will also be the slave masters of those slaves. It goes on forever and ever and ever. If you're a foreign
Well,
slave, if you're a Hebrew slave, now you go look this up. If you're a Hebrew
mhm.
slave in the Bible, it states that, okay, for 6 years, you're good to go, you're free. When you're a foreign slave, it doesn't end. So, and this is from God's command.
Yeah, you're talking about in Leviticus 25, right?
Yes, yeah, 44 to 46 of the verses. Yeah, that's what God commands. And then
Yeah.
even in the
Well.
book of Exodus, when
Mhm.
the freeing the supposed freeing of the Israelites happened, what does God tell them to do? You're free to go in there and do what you have to do and keep the virgins for yourself. What does God want you to do with the virgins?
Well, yeah. Well, that's what well, let me just deal with that part real quick. In war, when they're in time of war, and every nation has had militaries and warfare, right? There, when it came to them going out and slaying like the Canaanites or whoever you might, come across in the scriptures, the whole point was yes, if there were virgins, right, women that were not married or betrothed. I mean, what else is there for the woman? Because otherwise, she would want death at that point. So you either let them go or you're going to take them up. So, take them as your wives. So, I mean, because otherwise they're not going to, back then, women were not able to survive on their own because they depended on the men. Now, as far as what you were talking about as the Hebrew servant, yeah, when things like that happen during wartime, or if somebody owed that particular Hebrew that much, money or what have you, they had to work that off. So, in other words, they had to be a servant, which servant can translate into a slave to a certain degree. But even then, yeah, when it comes to a Hebrew slave, yeah, there's only a certain time, like 7 years, and you let him go.
Yes, but
Hmm.
again, that's for the Hebrews. What about the foreign slaves? You're a slave for life.
Not well, not necessarily,
There is no
not
6 years and you get to go free.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's only if he paid off whatever debt that he
There
had.
is no paying off though. The Bible doesn't say that. Not for the foreign slaves.
Yeah, I mean, we have, yeah. Well, like, once again, like, when it comes to them, I mean, they can choose whether to let them go or not. But the thing is, though, there is no account, like, in history, right? When you go into an extended historical aspects, that they kept someone for a slave forever from that standpoint, because at the end of the day, it mainly the whole point is, there's some feedback, but I'll turn my mic. But mainly, you're supposed to let somebody go. Now, like you said, you're right as far as, like, the somebody who's a Gentile, they'd have to be let go. I mean, they could keep them, but it's not going to be it's not going to be there for that long. But let me real quick. I just wanted to address the rape part. There's nowhere in the Torah that describes rape. When you go into Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter, it literally tells you that if a woman is screams and she's getting somebody's forcing himself on her, that individual's supposed to die, right? That individual's supposed to die. The later on in the verse, right, when it says when you go into the later part of that verse in Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter, it literally states something different from force to a siege or something like that. I think the word, I forget what Hebrew word it is,
So
but when you go into the extended aspect, that's not talking about rape at all. That's talking about actually
but
spitting game, but that's different. So go ahead, my bad.
okay, so even if we were to leave the rape part, let's even just give that grace. Let's even just give that part grace. We can also know the fact that again, throughout the entire Bible, God is condoning a lot of sick and twisted things. I mean, those laws were very much brutal. I mean, if you were to follow the Bible of ancient times, you would be a very sick and demented person. In Deuteronomy, it also has the whole virgin test. If you find out that your wife is a virgin, you stone her to death and you give her body on her father's doorstep.
Wait, no, you don't just stone a, no, there's
Yes, you do.
stoning a virgin. That's talking about stoning somebody, like, you're talking about a virgin test, right? You're talking about somebody,
Yes.
how, like, the women have
Deuteronomy 22, verse
cellulite,
20 and
right?
21.
Yeah, you're talking about the women that have cellulite, right? Where they could give them something where they drink it, and depending on how their body reacts, it'll show that they've been slept with more than one man, right? Which is adultery. Yeah, then they'll stone them. But as far as you being a straight up virgin, you're not going to get stoned for that.
Man, what book is this?
Exactly. Is this Old Testament, New Testament? Like what?
Man,
This is the Old Testament scripture.
Exactly, which was done away. So once you're born again, and like it's just that's the thing. Religion. Sorry to come in, guys. Like this is why we had to do first. Maybe probably first of all, Zach, you're gonna need like part 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 because this could go on forever. But distinction between spirituality and religion. Maybe we should have started there because I feel like we're all kind of intermixed. And of course they intertwine. Of course they run parallel. But the basis of the question was spirituality, which of course, once you pull that rope, it does lead into everything else.
look. Well, well, let me. Well, yeah. I mean, no, I agree that there's a spirituality aspect, but as far as like and probably we could have multiple. I don't know streams of this. I don't know. I mean, that's up to Zach, but there's so many philosophies and whatnot. But I just want to just stress one thing that you said. You said Old Testament. So, are you speaking of the entire Old Testament, or are you speaking of specifically the law being done away with?
Who are you
The,
at?
the entire Old Testament should be done away with. The entire Bible should be done away with. But the Old Testament is definitely a very sick read.
Well, if Christ, okay, real quick. So, just if you understand the history, like during the Roman Empire, specifically the Roman Imperial Rome, which is the time of when Christ, when you go into other extended historical accounts, they were still practicing these things. And when you read in Matthew the 5th chapter, when Christ came on the scene, he said, "I didn't come to do away with the law; I came to fulfill it."
Yeah.
And there's multiple times where he referenced the law in his parables and his teachings. Specifically like the law of adultery and the bill of divorce and whatnot. So he was referencing certain aspects of the law, and he was giving more of an explanation of what is required, to be spiritual and whatnot.
If I
So
may,
so so okay.
no, I'm sorry, because no offense, but you two guys can go back and forth, which I love. I love this conversation. But again, religion, I just feel like it's true. It's divisive. I don't even understand how, if you're a Christian, there's 3 million denominations. If we're all supposed to love the same Lord, why is there a Baptist church? Why is there a non-denominational?
Because it's all man-made. That's why.
Exactly. Back to kind of what you guys are going back and forth. Yes, this is the word. I don't want to not say there's not a God. There is. None of us can just wake up and create a heart or create this. There is an overall arching universal principle. There's things that humans cannot do. There is a divine, maybe what we call them is different. We all got nicknames, and I hate to say that, and I don't want to impede on anyone's religion, because overall, overarching, without minuscule little independent things, they have the same kind of universal thing that they're supposed to do. Now we throw in different laws from the government and just other things, 401(c)(s). Oh, I can go to a church tomorrow, tax-free. Who doesn't want anything tax-free? So yes, they have blurred the lines, and it's even worse. However, the Bible does have things. There's so many things that people maybe have told us, and it hasn't happened yet. So everyone's like, "Oh, well, where's your Jesus? Or where's your Muhammad? Where's your Buddha?" Like, it's just, it can get hairy, it can get touchy. But again, spirituality, to go back to, like, I'm not saying me because I didn't write anything, I'm learning my stuff. Spirituality is the basis of goodness. Not me mad at you, not me that, but like the goodness. The goodness. And then we use, I guess, quote unquote, religion to say, okay, how do we attack this particular situation through what we choose to believe in? And then sometimes it is because my parents taught me this, so I learned. But like Colin said earlier in your life, it's like you get to a point, exactly, you said it too. You were like, I did it because that's what the family did. But you got to a point where you had questions. You know what I mean? And you can go out and get all the answers you want, but they're all going to be different. At the end of the day, you come to yourself and you figure you found gematria. Gematria makes sense. The numbers, the this. And not only that it makes sense, right? Because the Bible just says test. They even say something that says test the spirit. You're on here every week. What do you say? All I hear Zach say is, I told you guys this would happen. I told you this would happen. And it happens. So it becomes bona fide truth. Therefore, that's what even kept me gravitated towards the gematria. I'm like, wow, Zach is making people win bed. He's saying this. Anytime something happens, I'm running over here. So those are the things that we gravitate to. Everything doesn't have proof. We think about the things we were told when we were younger. And then when you get older, you're like, I wish I would have listened. I'm just speaking universal principle right now. I'm not talking anybody's religion. So there's certain things You don't know until you know. You know, we didn't know we were going to churches or wherever we were going because our parents probably did it, and that's what we saw out of repetition. But then you get to a point where you're like, wait a minute, and you go on your own self journey. So to me, spirituality is the universal self journey, and I just wanted to bring the conversation back home, and that's it.
Oh, come on.
No,
I'm enjoying the conversation. Again, though, as I hear us debate about this old text and these things from a part of the world that aren't where we live, and mostly issues we're not dealing with today, we're dealing with a different set of issues. I mean, don't we just need something that's more simple, more undeniable? I mean, the golden rule is it, right? I mean, it's in the Bible, it's pretty much in every spiritual text. Why not just focus on the golden rule and really get people to live by the golden rule? I mean, why can't it be that simple?
I agree, 100%.
I get the reality, right? You're in a certain community. You're born with a certain color of skin in a certain community in this nation. You are targeted from birth. You're put in a bad situation. You're put in spots where if you want to, feed yourself, have enough to survive, you might have to break the golden rule because you don't see any alternative. That's why this vicious system needs to be stopped, because I get that argument, but essentially if everybody is in a decent spot, everyone can feed themselves, be clothed, have shelter, be comfortable, not be threatened by others, people are going to live by the golden rule. I mean, it's the evil in this world that creates the circumstance where somebody feels like they need to break. Because I think at the end of the day, nobody really
100%.
wants to break the golden rule unless they're a sociopath. But I don't even think sociopaths are born. I think they're created due to circumstance. Just like the kids that I worked with in the group homes. Some of them were already sociopathic at a young age, but it's not because they were born that way. It's because evil was committed against them that most people could not even comprehend because of the household they were born into. And of course, that household, probably something very similar to happen to those people as children. But again, that's for the person who came here earlier with the physicians coming like, "What, Zach? How is what you're doing helping me be a better father?" Again, this broken system has to be fixed for humanity to be able to heal. But also, people need proper guidance on how to live correctly to help be part of the solution. So I've always said, I mean, it's just like the tax code. It's just a million pages of BS, just like the Bible to me. These things, the tax code could be one page. The spiritual text could be one page of undeniable understanding. You really start to look into natural law. Natural law is not complicated, and it makes a lot of sense. And it also is based on the golden rule. So again, I just say to like, go ahead.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I'm like, not that I need it to be dumbed down, but why are things so complicated? And if we go back again, it takes me still back to the word is God is not the author of confusion. Again, so it brings me back to universal principle. Good. Because universal principle transcends everything. Religion, race, whatever. At least it's supposed to, like you said, and it's beautiful. You know what I mean? But then you get those that, again, you've empowered them. So those who hold history can do what they want. And two, they have the money to do and say and cause extra division. Because the longer we're divided, we just have, we sit on streams and we sit in churches and places and have this division. Meanwhile, what came out of it? You know what I mean? And some people need hope. So unfortunately, everyone's going to church, because of a spiritual basis. Some people need help. They don't want to go do something bad. So initially, it's kind of like never run to a house of worship, be it a synagogue or whatever. And they take advantage of these people. And you're not allowed to ask questions. And that is a problem to me. God can't be asked questions. Then they say you're not supposed to question God, but then at the same time, they said take everything for the Lord. Like, you can't have it both ways. Can I not ask him? Am I not supposed to ask the Father? Again, I'm just from a Christian principle because I don't know how the other religions. as well, which is ironic. My father's Muslim and my mother's Christian. But whatever, we're all still finding our way. You know what I mean? Like, why the complication? You see, to think about it, the complication is to conquer and divide. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the evidence is everywhere. So
Period. Yes.
we got a new voice in the room. What's up, N201?
What's going on, Zach? Um, I just want to reiterate what you were saying in a previous stream, that these people that are how we see how the wars, the major world events are perfectly coordinated with the Black Pope and the Pope. That this is what people need to understand, because we can talk all day about what this scripture says and that scripture says, but people have to be held accountable, because this is not just how the universe is working, that it's always just perfectly coordinated with the head of the Catholic Church and the superior general. I mean, and we can prove this day after day. And this might sound, I've never found something more spiritual than this knowledge. So when I found this channel in like 2019, I was shook, because I couldn't believe, I knew this knowledge was just so potent. But this might sound like it's going to be off topic, but it's not. It's we just had this echo is fucking me up. But
I don't know that's going on now for 3 days. The settings are all correct. There shouldn't be an echo. I guess I just have to run everything through the soundboard, but the problem for me is I have to wear headphones, which I can't do right now. So we're just gonna have to deal.
All right. Well, the Hall of Fame induction was just this past weekend in Cooperstown, New York, the Baseball Hall of Fame. On Thursday, the Thursday before the Hall of Fame induction, just this past Thursday, you had a fire happen in Cooperstown. So a big fire the week of the Hall of Fame induction. But they report. Can you guys still hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, because there's no more echo now. Okay, they report in all the news stories, and everyone can look this up, that the fire happened at they said the fire happened at about 2:29 a.m. And think about that. About means an approximation.
Joey, this isn't the topic, though. We're not talking about that. I mean, we know this stuff goes on, but that's not what we're talking about right now.
Well, basically, I was gonna decode that, and then my point was gonna be, this isn't just the universe, and people should we need more people to know this knowledge of letters and numbers, so that enough people can say, look, we know what's going on. We know this isn't a coincidence. But yeah, that's basically all I got.
All right. Appreciate it, Joey. And apparently, if I mute my mic, it gets rid of the echo. So that means in recent days, for some reason, my mic being on is creating a feedback loop, which I don't know why that started all of a sudden. So anyway, I'm going to mute when I'm not talking. Feed the Flesh, Randy, NMS, Camley, you guys are all welcome to speak. Just don't speak over each other. Feed the Flesh, you came back. Did you want to get in real quick? Maybe not. Randy, did you have more to say? Well, we got people up here, but we don't have people talking.
I'm here.
Yeah, I don't.
All I
Go
just
ahead if
wanna-
you got more. Go ahead.
All I want to say is I coined you the name Z Money. So when you see me in the chat, that's me everywhere. I appreciate your growth. I remember, it was just you, sweet lady, your mom, you were fighting with your sister because she wanted you to go to church, or she was impeding religion on you. And just to see your growth and what you've taught me through this community, I don't know all the ordinals and all of that. But at the end of the day, I understand the dots that you're connecting. So I just wanted to thank you. And with that, I'm just going to bow out gracefully.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm always tempted to rant about my mom, but yeah, it's just,
No, we love Mama Hubbard. We do. She's part of the
yeah,
family.
yeah. My mom is a maddening person, but yeah, it's always gonna be that way. So, all right, appreciate it, NMS. Yeah. Yeah, I could always tell you guys stories about my mom. She recently had a flat tire, and the AAA guy showed up, and she cussed him out when he got there. So he didn't even fix the flat tire and left her there, and she called me in disbelief. I said, Mom, only you have these problems. I mean, why would you cuss out the guy when he got there? She said he was late. I said, but, and she doesn't listen. I'm just like, yeah, but cussing him out, I mean, so then she has AAA, and then she had to call and pay somebody else, and just, it's like, there's just no point in cussing him out. He's probably late because a million people got a bunch of flat tires. I mean, it's just, yeah, my mom she's a special one. But yeah, I've mostly stopped ranting about my mom because a lot of you guys complain when I do. But the reason I do talk about things is just because it's reality. And some of us, we do have family members like that. And, that said, I did discover my mom. She's pretty good with little ones. She should have worked with children. She probably would have been a lot happier person. Okay. Well, we have other people up here. I'm going to give this hometown prophet a chance again in case that was some kind of glitch with the noise, but it did seem like that was some troll thing. It seemed like they purposely turned on a vacuum. I'll try it one more time. Hometown prophet, did you actually want to contribute?
Yeah, my bad, dude. I thought I had my mic mute. My mic muted.
Okay.
I'm over here grinding stuff down, bro. I'm working in my garage. I didn't mean to do that.
Okay. Well, what's up?
Well, the whole what's spirituality to you, I think an issue for a lot of people and why they can't find it and question it so much is because they don't open themselves up to it and they allow too many outside sources influence them. I mean, we live in a reality where everything is perverted and flipped upside down. Everything that you take in on a daily basis when you just walk outside. You walk down Main Street and what are you being hit with? Signs and symbols everywhere. The fact that they're doing that to us kind of makes it a little obvious that there's a higher power they're trying to steer us away from. And just for an example,
let me challenge that. Seems to me they feel their symbols like gang signs.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Why do you feel that it's about misdirecting people from spirituality?
Well, they're trying to pull us away from God.
Through their symbols?
Things like McDonald's, BP, BMW, everything we have to look at on a daily basis is them trying to steer us away from God. I mean, look how many teens and 20-year-olds lose their religion. I'll tell you, I'm 39, about to be 40, and I found mine again. And I had to hit a low point in my life to find it, but I'm the guy who's been calling about the primary water story. I broke down one day 2 years ago and asked God for a purpose and a mission. Just give me something bigger than myself to do. And it fell in my lap. I didn't even have to search for it. So, and ever since that day that I found that story, my entire life has been a brand new adventure. And everything that's happened in my life has almost lined up with this. I'll just be honest. And for example, my ex left with my daughter, who was 3 years old, went to Florida, was staying on Merritt Island, which is right next to NASA, where they launch the rockets. And she was actually staying with somebody who works for NASA. He's top clearance security. military guy. He was the uncle of somebody she went down there to be with. And meanwhile, I'm dealing with this water story in Florida. Well, you know, eventually my daughter came back to me because I jumped on the ball the moment my ex left with my kid. I instantly called Christine Gilberti and said, "Are you ready to get on as many podcasts as possible and tell the world this story?" And ever since that day, like, good things started happening for me. It didn't happen right away, but I noticed everything turning in my favor. And a year ago, I wrote down on a piece of paper I'd get Christine on some of the biggest podcasts, Crow 777, the Higher Side Chats, Tinfoil Hat, and I landed 2 of those in the same week. If that's not divine intervention, I don't know what the fuck is.
I don't think that's divine intervention.
Man, well, it is the way it lined it up for me, man.
No, yeah,
Even
but
down
that
to
would
the
mean that
numbers.
it's subjective to you and your life. That doesn't mean that's a universal divine intervention whatsoever.
Well, I'll just say it like this. Greg Carlwood has a guy on his show about primary water that hasn't been talked about really on any podcast until really recently. And then he does that the same week Crow does a show on primary water, and neither of them knew they were doing shows on primary water. And Greg Carlwood, who I've been trying to get a hold of forever now, for the past 2 years since I found this story, the moment I reposted his show, he instantly responded. He would not have done that had he not done a primary water show himself. So it's like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but there's something bigger at play here, especially when it comes to this water. You know how many of us need clean drinking water right now?
Yeah, but there's many people who pray every day for clean drinking water and they don't get it. So where's their divine
It's
intervention?
coming. I promise you, it's coming.
It's not.
We're fighting teeth and nail right now to get this primary water out to people. I promise you, there are more and more people talking about it. There's unlimited source water underneath our feet, and they don't want us to have it, and they've been trying to keep us from it from over 100 years now. Look up Steve Reese. I just, you know, and for anybody who still questions their spirituality and still thinks we're floating around on a rock in space, just look at everything they lie to us about on a daily basis. They're trying to keep us away from something, and my only answer for that now is God and Jesus. There's so much working against us on a daily basis. You flip on the TV, you're being subjected to subversion and perversion. You listen to music. Well, that was all created by Tavistock. Go look at the people they worship. You watch sports. It's all, what have we been talking about? Satan worship. A lot of the decodes come down to that. And we can all talk about the Catholic Church all day, but we all know they've been infiltrated. And I am kind of sick of people talking about the Bible and Scripture because, yes, it was written by men, and they put words in there that they wanted to work for them. It's very easy to manipulate the words of God. You don't read the words of God, you listen for it. God is sending you his signs and symbols on a daily basis, and y'all have your fucking noses in your phone so much you don't see it. And that's what they were created for. I'll tell you, I do get the signs and symbols on my phone sometimes. Y'all just got to pay attention to it. It's the master numbers we talk about on a daily basis. They use these numbers for a reason. And Zach, I don't know if you believe this, but I've been following you for a long time, and what I put 2 and 2 together, I get they're trying to rewrite reality with their numbers, their signs, and their symbols. They're trying to invert the world to work the way they want it to, not the way God's trying.
Well,
if that makes sense to anybody.
I really wish your God can actually come and do something useful.
He is, man. He's got, y'all need to start working together. That's the thing. We're all pulled apart so far. We're all spread apart and paying attention to the wrong things.
With the man in the sky.
I don't know. It's more numbers. More people knowing that they're being
Right.
manipulated.
More people knowing what they're
It-
doing would have nothing to do with someone in the sky intervening. It will be us, humans. That's what needs to happen. Not a god, not a deity.
on
That's
what
not going to
basis?
help us.
On what basis? What do you think connects us all?
We're humans. That's what connects us. You feel the way I feel. You cry how I cry. You get angry the way I get angry. We don't need this ideology that some being created us and then that's how it has to be. I don't believe in that. No.
I mean, I that's where I was for a real long time too. But I woke up because I realized everybody who's telling you God doesn't exist is bullshitting you.
No, the people who are saying that God
Name one
exists are the same
institution
people.
that puts God down and says he doesn't exist is actually doing any good for anybody. Please show me that. That's why I believe in
Everywhere you
God so
go,
much.
they're putting
Everybody who
God
runs the
down as
world is a
well.
Satan worshiper, and I'm just using that.
Hometown, I'm going to put you on mute for a minute because you're doing too much talking. Let some other people get in. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, so I mean, to be very honest
Bernie.
with what this guy is saying, I don't like it because this whole idea, right, that human beings need this divine intervention or we can't do anything for ourselves, I think it's a very bad idea to have. We understand what the people are doing. We need to get together as human beings because we are all one and do something about it instead of just waiting or having these divine moments on our phones, these messages. Again, what is the difference between this and someone saying that Poseidon or Zeus told them something? It doesn't make any sense. It has no merit on today's society and what we're actually going through at all. The belief in a deity does nothing for humanity whatsoever. It hasn't done nothing for the past thousands of years. That's the only people have been doing these things.
You probably got a point.
So,
Am I in here right now?
and the words of Manly P.
If
Hall, when humanity learned the language of symbolism, a great veil will be revealed from the eyes of men. That's what needs to happen. It doesn't need to happen that we're sitting around waiting for Jesus to come back. That's not going to happen
A lot of people have been waiting for that one for a long
for a
time.
very long time. That's not going to happen. It's
And
not.
the one thing I took issue with what Hometown Prophet just said is the thing running the world promotes God. We're talking about the
Exactly.
Society of Jesus. And again, your remark about the church has been infiltrated, I have a feeling if we had you elaborate, you'd say it was infiltrated by Jews, which is not the case.
Yeah.
Again, they don't promote, they use the Jews. So you didn't elaborate. I'm assuming that's what you were going to say. But again, that's a misnomer. And anyway, everybody can stay on. Anima is the next up, and then Kid Flash, and then Brother Daniel. So Anima, if you wanted to go, feel free.
Okay, I want to switch gears a little bit because there's something that over the years I've noticed, and it's important to this subject. And the thing is, like, everybody, literally everybody, has somebody close to them or knows somebody that's got a problem with addiction or depression, or is like really like has something that no matter what they try doesn't work. And over the years with friends and myself and stuff like this, if you're one of those people or you know someone like that, this whole psilocybin and MDMA and like acid trips, like if you do that the right way, that can open you to spirituality, that can save your life. I've seen it save so many of my friends' lives. I would have friends dead or in prison if it wasn't for them kind of waking up to this. And if you were to figure out some kind of poll of like a poll of the people who have serious problems in their life, and it's because they're kind of not really open and they don't see the world as it is. And I don't want to go off and talk about like, because everybody's said enough, but my point is it's truly beneficial if you're that type of person or know that type of person that needs that help. A lot of people, this can save your life, and it's one of those reasons they make this shit illegal. Like, we know that they've made this shit illegal because of that, because it helps, because it kind of opens you up to the spiritual realm. And if you're coached the right way through it, and if you just kind of accept it the right way, it can change your life forever. Like, I've had several friends stop with addiction. And the other thing about kind of believing in divine intervention and believing in prayer and all that, like when I had because I've had a near-death experience, I've had out-of-body experience, I've had all different types, and when I helped my buddy and did a trip with him to help him overcome his problems, we prayed for two different friends that we hadn't heard of, didn't even know if one friend was alive, and we cried and prayed about it. And the next day, we both heard from those friends, and for one of them, it lasted years that he cured his addiction, and it was literally like he said his wife said his eyes were wider and he just felt completely changed. And it's like, these are the type of miracles that kind of it takes for some people to just wake up to what's actually possible. But it's not like just prayer and just wishing. It's frequency, it's vibration. It's you know, the shit that Tesla is the shit that they've taught us, but also hid from us, that we need to be vibrating the right way. And that's why I bring up the fact that, like, man, if you're the person who knows somebody that's really struggling, like look into it and think about having like them go to or having a trip with them, because it could save their life. It could literally be the meaning of life or death. I've seen it so many times. It wasn't what I did to save me, but after like going through everything I've gone through and everything I've seen, like I've been pushing for that more and more. And you can kind of see it now. Like I think is it like Canada kind of does it with that MDMA, but you can kind of see in America they're kind of pushing it that way. Like I truly don't think that they're trying to ruin our lives and make us slaves forever. That the economy literally won't survive. Like there won't be much of America unless they get their shit together. And I think that's why we're seeing a destruction of the old system, bringing in a new system. And if we bring in a new system, hopefully that kind of health comes with it, because it's important. But that's all I really wanted to say is anybody just throw that out there, then hopefully spark some people.
Yeah, Anima, I don't know if you know, but I'm a broken record about psilocybin too. I'd recommend psilocybin over any other hallucinogenics because it's actually from the earth. And again, a trip can be a dangerous thing if you don't do it the right way. It can be the worst experience of your life. But you take a nice subtle dosage, you're in a beautiful spot in nature. I mean, you want to take an atheist into the woods with the right dosage, they'll probably end their atheism right there that day. I've seen it numerous times with my own eyes. I used to pick cyanescence variety of mushrooms out here in Washington State. I've introduced mushrooms to a lot of people. I think magic mushrooms in the right dosage is one of the greatest gifts from God. My friend who was a hardcore atheist, it was over with his first experience. And he became a better person. And you know what's funny? He changed his life in a lot of ways. One of the first things he started thinking about was cruelty to animals. It made him become a vegan. But yeah, again, the right dosage, because all these things are psychedelics, but the other ones are man-made. And yeah, you can't have an experience, but to me, stick to nature. Do research on mushrooms. As far as I know, the best variety of mushroom, there's multiple varieties, is cyanescence. They're known as the genius mushrooms. They grow out here in Washington State in October. But I would. But it is about, if you've never done it before, you got to find somebody who has experience, and you got to make sure you do the right dosage. And it's better to start with such a small amount that you don't even have an experience, so you know to take a little bit more the next time, than to take too much, because you have one bad experience, you probably won't ever want to do it again.
Exactly.
Okay, so
you're
the
spot on.
first time I took
Hold on,
mushrooms,
hold on. Who wants to get in real quick?
Huh?
Somebody wants to speak right now.
Oh, I think that was me.
Oh, Clint. Yeah, go ahead, Clint. You've been here.
Yeah. First time I did mushrooms, like I just wanted to do them. Like I bought them from somebody. I'm like, fuck it. I did it like any other thing, like weed, basically. So I fucked up, but my trip wasn't that bad because I was really just in the house. So I had 8, and then I ate the mushrooms, then I smoked. But after like the trip was over, I threw up. That was the only bad part about it. Other than that, though, I just felt like real loving at the time, at the moment. But it was like I don't know. It did kind of like open me up to other like thoughts and shit like that. Like I really wasn't on watching TV or nothing. I just laid in the bed and really just let it ride out. But I do believe like people shouldn't rely on prayer and all of that too much, like, because you do have to do the work yourself, like in real life. When I the title, spiritual is Christianity the only way? I don't think so because it's a lot of like I know a lot of people that go to church faithfully and don't nothing change for them. I know a lot of people that done got like I think it's baptized. Yeah, baptized and like
Do
ain't
it. They'll
nothing
say you
changed
should
for
be
them.
put through a wood chipper.
Huh? Oh, but yeah, I done seen people get baptized and shoot, they went back to doing the same thing. So I really just feel like it all comes down to the person, the individual. At the end of the day, like what type of individual do you want to be as far as like how you gonna vibrate and all that type of stuff? Because it is a battle within yourself at the end of the day. Like I believe the Bible speak about that, like good and evil, and but it's at the end of the day, it all comes down to you. What do you want to do, and how do you want to make an impact in the world, and all that type of stuff. Like before you get to the numbers and all that type of stuff. 'Cause I knew I wanted to be a good person growing up, or whatever the case may be, like a long time ago, before I even found your work or anything like that. Shoot, so at the end of the day, I agree with you saying about the mushrooms, bro, and should be a good person.
All right, I appreciate that, Clint. And again, I would recommend if anybody ever does try mushrooms for the first time, it's really a lot better to be in nature.
Hmm.
You'll get a much greater experience if you can pick out a beautiful spot on a beautiful day. It makes a big difference. I'd also recommend not mixing it with other things for the first time.
Yeah, I
To
fucked up
each
right
their
there.
own, but and
I didn't
check the
know what I
dosage
was
because
doing.
eight. You probably had Kubenzis, and eight can be quite a bit. But
Hmm.
so
Oh
yeah,
no, I don't know how
it's
like
good to start slow.
yeah, I don't know how many I don't know how many I took. I know I just took like probably like at least like three of them, like at least three of them. But I know I did them wrong, so I'm like next time. And where do you get the ones you talking about? 'Cause I definitely want to try it again.
Well, I used to pick them when I lived in Seattle because I knew where a big patch was where they grew.
Uh huh.
So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I gotta
I
look
used to
them up.
actually pick them myself.
What's
Uh,
the name of them?
uh, Cyanescence is the variety I would pick.
Okay.
Cyanescence.
Okay.
PSI is how it starts with that spelling. Uh, you guys, people haven't spoke yet. Brother Daniel and then Andy, you guys came in those orders. If you guys want to share, I'm gonna have to feed my daughter here, but you guys are welcome to stay on and continue the conversation. I'll come back. But yeah, it's Brother Daniel and then Andy, and if you guys cannot talk over each other, that'd be great. Brother Daniel, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Yeah, I want to comment first on what you said, Clint, and you are right in that, you have to want to do good and be good. And
Hmm.
we all get those thoughts in our head where we kind of listen to our own thoughts sometimes, and those thoughts kind of misguide us, and we're not really doing good because we kind of believe ourselves sometimes the wrong way, and we don't always keep that proper attitude to serve others. And by serving others, we enrich ourselves and the other person. And I like what you said there. I'm a Christian, by the way, not a churchianity Christian. Most people that go to church just go because they think they're supposed to go, and they're not actually seeking. And I'll just be honest and say that if you seek God with an open heart and a humble contriteness, He will reveal Himself. But you have to want it, and if you don't want it, it's not going to happen. God doesn't need us. He's God. I believe in the Holy Scriptures of the Bible, but you just can't read it at face value. It's a lot deeper than people think it is, and too many people just read it without an understanding, and then they can misunderstand it or misquote it, not understanding the context of things. So I wanted to push back on that part. Somebody in the audience there quoted a scripture to me, which I instantly
Are
tra-
you do understand it?
I
The
have I
scripture?
have some yeah I have quite a bit of understanding because I now have the Holy Spirit, because I believed, I prayed, and I was born from above, and I experienced something that I I don't know how to describe it to you, but I became a new man, totally changed. I was a wicked, evil man, and I
How do
no
you
longer.
how do you how do you understand the 2,000-year-old text?
By reading it with the Holy Spirit that dwells within me, because I am saved. I am born from above, just like Jesus said to Nicodemus that you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven unless you are born again. And in order to be born again, you must receive the Holy Spirit. And the old scripture has Jesus all over it, and there's Jesus all over the old scripture if you search and understand it, and if you're given the mind that is the gift, the grace of God gives you that gift, then you can understand the scripture. And I'll tell you right now, Catholicism is not Christianity. Although I bet you there's some Catholics that are real Christians. Catholicism is the ancient mystery religion. They've got the Osiris, rock penis right in the middle.
Well, the character Jesus himself is part of the ancient teachings. So,
I was just about to say
Sorry,
that. I was
sorry.
just
Would you?
about to say that. Not to cut off anybody.
The character Jesus himself is part of the ancient teachings. I mean, there's a reason why his birthday is celebrated on December 25th.
That's not Jesus's birthday. That's
but that's the one that billions of people celebrated on.
no. That's because I don't.
Celebrated.
Yeah, I don't
didn't say it was
celebrate.
his birthday.
I don't celebrate Christmas because nowhere in the scripture does it identify when Jesus was born.
We
That
understand
practice came in from Romanism.
Right.
Because what they did in Rome, because Rome used to conquer places and then let them keep their religion so that they didn't have to have as many soldiers there. If you actually study the history of Rome and how they conquered.
I know. I'm very aware of that.
So yeah, so you probably know what happened at the time when they accepted Christianity. Then they put their spin on it because they didn't want to lose all the other people.
And
so
that's the Christianity that most people follow.
They let it. Yes, but that's not true Christianity.
Okay, but okay, so but the idea is that Rome adopted his religion. If it wasn't for that, this would just remain a random section of Judaism in the desert, just like how it started. Christianity started as a sect of Judaism.
No. Okay, Judaism, a real Judaism, not modern, but real Judaism is Christianity. If you read the scripture, just do yourself a favor and look. Well, maybe I'll just quote some scriptures and then you can go back and rewatch this and look, and you'll actually see God, Jesus Christ, being revealed in the old scripture. And the ancient Hebrews had a thing called two powers in heaven. And it's all over the scripture. So I'll just quote these, and then you can go back and look at them afterwards and check and see I'm not a liar. Isaiah 45:12, 47:4, 48:12-16, Proverbs 30:1-4, John 3:13, Zechariah 2:8-11, 1 Samuel 3, 10 and 21. It's just a few examples where you'll actually find the incarnate Christ as the angel of the Lord. And you'll see him in the old scripture. And even in a quote somebody left me trying to make fun of me because he knew I was a Christian, I went back and read it. And because it's says Baali in the King James Bible, he didn't bother doing a word search. And the scripture actually says, you will soon be able to call me a man and not have to call me master. Right? Which is the pre-incarnate Christ. He's saying, soon I will be a man and you'll no longer have to call me master, which is Baali. And he says, it proves that, the God of the Old Testament is Baal. But that's because he doesn't rightly divide the truth, So I have to say that it's changed me tremendously. I was a horrible father. I was a horrible husband.
All right.
And I wasn't changed by drugs or anything. It was a supernatural experience. And I believe the scripture now.
You became a better person. I don't know why you keep trying to add the divine God.
You know what it is?
God is the one who makes.
Can I get in real quick, fellas?
Sure.
Not to cut that off. Can I get in?
Sure.
Yeah, do you want to? Yeah, let me get it, because I've been listening to y'all, and it's my turn.
You guys let me talk. I'll mute. Oh no, it's good, man. Sorry about that.
Nah, no apologies either, brother.
My thing is, like I like to get to the root of things. Now, I'm not gonna bash somebody who believes in religion, but at the same time, I'm not gonna be totally blind to other things that predate religion. Like the other gentleman said that the character Jesus was patterned after, I forgot who he said he was. I think Osiris and Horus as well, and a lot of other ancient mythologies that predate any religion have a Jesus story in their mythology. And there's documentation and scholarship to back that up. There's a book called the 16 Crucified Saviors, where they I think that's what it's called, where by Percy Graves, where he documents there were at least 16 other Christ stories that predated Jesus Christ, the one that everybody knows today.
I
So
agree with that.
hold on, brother. No. Let me just finish, because again, I'm not trying to bash you, bro. Because
No.
ultimately, I'm gonna say something that maybe you would even reason with, because I'm gonna quote something out the Bible, where in the Bible says, "As a man thinketh, so is he." So in other words, your mind creates your reality. So I'm not looking at anybody who believes
Whoa,
in
would you
Christianity.
repeat that scripture again?
It's called "As a man thinketh, so is he." I'm not sure where in the Bible it is. You could just do a quick Google
No,
search.
that's okay. I'm good. Cool. I just couldn't hear you. Sorry.
No, sorry about that, man. But like, in other words, your mind creates your reality. So if you believe in whatever you believe in, will ultimately work for you. And this is something that quantum physics has even proven, that your mind is what ultimately dictates your reality. So when somebody says, "I was never a believer in Christianity, but when I went to church, I got off crack," all right. You know what I'm saying? Because they ultimately use the religion, that the only spiritual system that they ever known for the most part is Christianity. And that's the one they used as a catalyst to trigger something inside themselves to get themselves off a crack. You understand? So
Well, it's been used to conquer all over the world. I don't
of
deny
course,
that.
of course,
But it's not.
of
That's
course.
not true Christianity, because Christianity teaches you conquer no one. That's true
No,
Christianity.
I know. That's not. I'm not debating that. You're right. I'm not debating that. My thing is,
No, that's not right.
I'm speaking. You could correct him on that, because I'm not too about that actual concept. I'm just going based off what I know, but I'm not agreeing either way about it. What I'm saying is, ultimately, like religion, like I said when I first started, I get to the root of things. Let's start with the etymology of the word religion, which comes from the Latin word religare, which means to bind and constrict. That's why when you get into confrontations with certain religious people, they can't really rock with anything that goes outside of the flow of their religion, because that is the ritual of religion, to bind you. And I'm not saying anything negative about anybody who does any religion, because trust me, I'm not allowed to touch anybody. I have just like everyone else. What I do is I get to the root of things. You know what I'm saying? So the etymology of religion.
You're cutting out.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me? Y'all
Yeah,
can hear me?
good.
Sorry about that, fellas. If religion is something that most people use to free themselves or get saved or whatever it is, then why would the people who create our lexicon use a word that does the opposite to describe what religion is supposed to be for us? It's like things like that make me wonder. You know what I mean? And plus, I do research. I study stuff. I have a library in my house where I study mythologies, and I see Hercules has a similar religion, has a similar story to Christ.
Yeah. So
The same thing. Dionysus, the same thing, and all of those other stories are older than the story of Christ.
Agreed.
Now here's another point. That I'm gonna let you guys get back in, because I don't want to take up all the time. Now, where I also look at religion and scratch my head, and I say, the Bible. If you read the Bible, there's a lot of things in there that would contradict Christians, thoughts on what their religion is supposed to be entailed of.
No, they don't.
Hold on.
That's not true.
Let me get to it. Then you can correct me if I'm wrong. In the Bible, Jesus Christ verbatim says, "You are gods," with a plural S. That's Psalm 82, verse 1. And he also says,
Oh, you're broken up again. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, my bad. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some contradictions in the Bible that contradicts the actual practice of the religion, where if you read Psalms 82, verse 1, Jesus says, "You are gods."
Yeah,
And
actually, the word is Elohim, and that actually means ruler. So he was talking to the priests, And
Okay,
the
that's
word
fine.
Elohim is means rulers there. So he was saying
Elohim
to him,
also
I
has a
say Elohim is rulers. It's also angels. It's also gods.
right,
It also means
right,
so. That's
What do
just
you
a
right.
guys think
There's
about?
translation.
multiple. Hold on, let me finish. Let me
Yeah.
finish. Hold on,
What
hold on.
what
Okay.
do,
There's
what do you
there's
think
multiple.
about when? Hey, what do you think
Hold
about
on.
where? All right, go ahead, go ahead.
Let me just say one more thing, and I'll let y'all get back in because I know everybody's eager to speak. Um. So and also John chapter 10, 34, 36, is it not written in the law that I say ye are gods? Now, if you're going to tell me there's a different interpretation based on the Bible that you have, but the words are different, that's fine. But your regular Christian who goes to church and doesn't get into the religion that deep sees that would be a contradiction in their mind versus what the pastor tells them. Because the pastor tells you that God is in the sky or in heaven, but Jesus said verbatim that you are gods. You
Yeah.
understand? It also says in the Bible that the kingdom of God is within. But in the church, they tell you that God is in the sky someplace. So those are the things that I'm thinking about when I read certain scriptures and juxtapose it to what the preachers and everybody else in the religion goes by. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like
Let me.
to me, I don't subscribe to religion, but at the same time, I don't bash anybody because
Yeah.
ultimately, if you're yielding results for whatever you believe in, that's what should be the
Yeah.
main
No,
focus. You know what I
I
mean?
don't
So
tell
go ahead.
anybody that they have to. I'll just preach the gospel and people can believe or
What
not. And that's good enough
what
for me
about?
because that's all I can
Can
do.
you can you
Go ahead. Go ahead.
explain where can you explain where it says I am a jealous God?
Yeah, okay. So if you
That's a
look at the
good
word,
question. That's a
if
good
you look at
question.
the, that's a good question. So if you look at the
Yeah.
word, he's saying that he will be jealous in the sense that he loves you and he doesn't want you to fall into these false gods. That's
Right.
his
Right. Right.
jealousy. His jealousy is that you do not follow the proper way. So
Right.
it's contextual, eh? And I'll answer this. You say you're gods, but you shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. That's the,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that's the reference. Okay,
Hmm.
so what it actually means, and here's one of the problems, is it's just the English, and you actually have to go back to the Hebrew, and
Right.
parse it out. So I'll give you the understanding of that. So maybe that makes more sense to you. So
Right. Right.
Jesus was telling the Pharisees because they were the rulers, and if you look up the word Elohim in concordance, you'll find out it means a whole magistrates, rulers, and
Hmm.
gods. Okay,
Several
so
meanings depending
the
on the
actual
context.
way the
Right.
actual way to understand the context of that is
Right.
I say you are rulers. You are the rulers because that's the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They were the rulers. And it
Right.
says that's why it says you'll die like men because they're men. So God, when he's sitting in the council, he's keeping counsel with his prophets and everybody on earth, and he sends his prophets forward to preach his word. And if you notice in the Bible too, Israel failed miserably all the time. They fell and they fell and they fell, which is the nature of man, and we all know that, right? We always want to do good, but we mess up all the time, and sometimes we
Right.
don't
Right.
see far enough ahead, and then we get upset when we shouldn't be. We get offended, which we should never be offended, because we should love our fellow man and love your enemy as yourself. That's what Jesus says. See, so
Right.
you can't, I don't get upset if anybody doesn't want to believe me. Who am
That's
I,
that.
right?
I respect that. I respect that about
I'm
you.
no, I'm I'm no different than you guys. I'm a sinner
Right.
too, right? I may be
Right. Right.
I may
Right.
be a born
Exactly.
again Christian. I don't like it when I sin, but I still sin. You know,
Right. Right.
and
Right.
that's
Let
the
me.
reality. That's what
Can
that's
I
what
can I say
Jesus.
something?
Yeah. So anyway, so hopefully
Oh,
you
go ahead.
understand what Jesus was talking about to those people. He
I
called
understand
them
it.
the
I understand it.
rulers, the magistrates. I say you are the magistrates. He was warning them, but you shall die like men and fall like one of the princes, because he was quoting that to warn them. And in 70 AD, they all got wiped out because they
Right. Right.
crucified the Lord of glory. And in 70 AD, Jerusalem was torn asunder because they
Okay.
crucified the Lord.
Okay. Well,
There's some
that's an
context
excellent.
for you.
There
Okay?
there we go. That's an excellent explanation.
Yeah.
I brought that up only
No, it's a
because.
good question, and I have to be. It says in the scripture that I have to be ready at all times to answer anything.
Right.
And
Right.
the scripture also says that you should look very negatively at the Bible to break it down to see if it's a lie or not. The Bible
Okay.
commands you to not just take it at face value, and that
That's where I was going.
you should seek it, and you should be very hesitant in believing it until it can
That
be proven out. And that's why you actually have to study to show you're approved, a worker that need not be, you probably
okay.
know that one too, right? But that's why
Okay.
you have
Okay.
to study, and you have to build scripture upon scripture. And when you do that, then you look at the world and you can see what's happening and you can
Right.
understand what's happening. I can see the world and I can see what's
Right. Right.
happening.
Hey,
You know,
hey,
I
brother
hear you.
Daniel, brother Daniel, can you tell us how you were a bad husband?
Oh,
Oh
I was
man.
very selfish. I grew up in a bad home. My dad was a pedophile to both my sisters.
Oh,
Oh
So
wow.
man.
so
Sorry. Yeah, man.
I had a dark, devious nature to my thoughts. I was a pervert, sexual pervert. I was turned on by my own sister because of the environment I
Wow.
lived in, and my house was demonically oppressed, demonically. You
Uh,
know, I didn't know it back then, right? I didn't, and so
yeah.
I got a girl pregnant and I married her because that's the honorable thing to do, right? I'm a Canadian
Right.
and I'm a Western culture guy, so I married her. And I
Right.
didn't love her. I didn't love her like I'm supposed to. And yet the Bible, now when I go back and look, it says, uh, women submit to your husbands. Husbands, love your women as Christ loved the church. That's the higher form of love than just submitting to your husband. And if you submit to your husband, this is two Christians in union, not just two people, right? It's written two Christians for Christians. I did not love my wife like I should have. I was selfish. I was argumentative, and she wasn't a good wife either, which made it worse, right? Because you got oil and water mixing all the time. And we got two kids involved. I
Uh-huh.
mean, I ended up raising my own kids, and I still,
Okay.
you know,
Hey, congratulations, brother. Congratulations.
well,
Yeah. Good stuff, man.
I didn't always do the best. I fell once when my daughter, I guess my ex was pressuring my daughter to go live with her, and
Uh-huh.
I knew it was the wrong thing to do because I knew about my wife, and I was getting more grounded, and
Okay.
I broke down and let her go live with her.
Okay.
And
Well, let me.
my daughter is now so liberal it's crazy. She got upset because she went on a date with a guy she didn't know and allowed him to walk her home at 12 o'clock at night, and he forced himself on her, and she was upset that he did that, even though I had
Oh
told her
wow.
before, you should trust no man. What are you doing? Well, he doesn't have a right to it. But there's sinners and wicked people out there. How could you open yourself up like that and think it's his fault? You're just as accountable, for how you proceeded. Not that it was
Yeah.
your fault that he did that thing, but you're accountable because
Yeah.
you let your guard down and didn't pay attention to the world around you.
Yeah.
You
She was
know,
like a sitting duck.
yeah, and that's partially my fault because I wasn't able to raise her up properly because I allowed her to go to her mother, and I ran a pretty conservative, tight home where they had rules and regulations, and my wife was always getting mad. Why do you make him do this and that? I said, well, because first of all, it teaches them self-control, it teaches boundaries, and when kids have boundaries, they thrive within them. Because there are boundaries, they're not wondering if they should or shouldn't do things. They can just live freely within the boundaries and have a wonderful childhood. If you don't give them
What type of work?
boundaries,
What type of
sorry.
work do you do, brother Daniel?
I'm retired. I was an electrician for like 50 years, almost 50 years, 48 years.
Wow. Okay.
You know, but I was pursuing money and myself all the time, and we were always broke at first. And she wanted me to get two jobs to provide, but she didn't also mind using the credit card all the time and spending all the money so that I had to get a second job to survive because she didn't understand that we should be sacrificing ourselves for our children, and we should be working,
Yeah.
raising up our children. And I could never get on the same page as her. And, so it ended in a divorce after 11 years. And I still wasn't saved. I went to church and everything. It was dead to me when I went to church, man. I'll tell you the truth. I went there and it was just, like, it was just empty and hollow to me. And until I actually was seeking God and I was lying in bed and I was crying and sobbing, I was broken finally. I was finally broken. And then I cried out to God. And in my broken state, when I had nothing left, God showed up. Because he shows up when you're broken, not when you're hubris, not when you think you're something, not when, not when you think you have all this knowledge, because that's the tree of the garden of good and evil, that you have all this knowledge. What do I need God for? I have the tree of knowledge. That's what that story's about. That they wanted knowledge outside of God. And that's the story of the Bible is God will give you everything you need, and he will be faithful to you, and he will love you, and he will give his spirit to you, and you can live in peace despite the storm that goes on around you. And you can see now what's going on in the world. I honestly believe we're getting close to the end. My born again
No,
brothers
no,
and
no,
sisters
no.
are debating whether Donald Trump is the Antichrist or one of the 10 kings that's spoken about in the book of Revelation. And you guys don't really want digital currency to come because its prophecies fulfilled. The scripture says that the harlot that rides the beast, they will slay the woman that rides the beast, and then they'll bring in the new system, which is happening right now. And you guys are saying, I want this old financial system to go down. I agree. It's corrupt. It's filthy. It's disgusting, and it's run by Judaizers who hate God. They do. The Judaizers hate God. They follow the Talmud and all that stuff. They don't follow the scriptures. They don't even follow the Old Testament. They follow man-made religion that they have.
But
And
Christianity is also man-made.
no, it's not.
It is man-made.
It's people. If you read the New Testament, you have to understand the paradigm that it exists in. Because I made a claim that I was born with the Holy Spirit, and those people who wrote the New Testament were born with the Holy Spirit. So
Can
those
I?
words are spirit breathed. You either believe it or you
Okay.
don't. And I'm not going to tell you what to believe. That's not
No,
my
Can I
work.
ask you a question?
it's I 100% don't believe it's man-made.
Okay. Can I ask you a question, Daniel? Bro,
Sure.
Daniel? One of the gentlemen brought up something about God being a jealous God. As somebody who believes in the religion that you believe in the way you do, why wouldn't that bother you that your God has the capacity to be jealous? Like think about it from a certain perspective. Like if he's the God who created everything,
Yeah.
but he created man with the ability to be jealous, wouldn't that make him somewhat subordinate in a certain respect? Because if I build a car that has the capacity to break in
Well,
some
you
kind
see,
of
no,
way.
yeah, but
Hold on,
you're,
hold on,
you,
hold on, hold on,
yeah,
hold on,
okay.
hold on, hold on.
Well, I was
If I
going to
build a
answer it to
car,
you.
no problem. I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm just trying to put it in a certain perspective so we could get, the same kind of, so everybody's on the same page. And and I'm trying to draw an analogy to try to kind of make it more clear. Like if I build a car and I notice that the car has the capacity to break down every now and again, then I wouldn't consider myself or deem myself somebody who's a good builder
Yeah.
of cars because I built it with a flaw.
Yeah.
So
No,
what do you say to somebody who would have the perspective of if God is this great almighty God, then how could he build a world where jealousy could even exist?
okay.
Wouldn't that make him either either some people would say if he could make a world where man could be jealous and bad things could happen, he's either not as competent or he's just really mean because he wants to see people develop those kind of evil traits. Like what do you say to stuff like that?
Okay, well, first of all, the context is that he's jealous for you. That's where his jealousy is. He's
No, but the
jealous. No,
fact that
no, I'm
jealousy
just
can even
answering the first
exist.
part.
No,
I'll
no,
carry
no,
on.
no.
That's not what the
Okay,
Ten
okay.
Commandments say.
No.
The fact that hold on, fellas. The fact that jealousy in any capacity can exist, period. Wouldn't that bother you that your God couldn't create a world where that wouldn't be a issue in any capacity at all? Like
No,
the fact that
okay.
jealousy the fact that jealousy can exist on any level, shape, or form, whether he's being jealous or being jealous for himself,
Do
or whatever the
do
case may be.
do you believe
Yeah,
do you believe you have free will?
No.
I do, but I don't know.
Okay, so you have free will to choose to
Right,
follow
but
God or not
hold
follow
on, hold on,
God.
hold on,
Right?
hold on, hold on. But if God made us with free will and in His image, then why are we able to be jealous? If jealousy,
Okay.
if I, that's almost the equivalent of being jealous of your own child, because we're all children
Yeah.
of God, and if we can have the capacity to be jealous, I mean, if God has the capacity to be jealous of his children, then
Who
I have the capacity to be jealous of my son.
Okay.
What kind of psychological person would you look at me as if I was
Jeez,
able to
you
be
know,
jealous of my own
we'd have
child?
to have a phone call, brother, for me to like go
I mean, you can
to.
sum it up.
Yeah,
Sum
no,
it up.
no.
Sum it up. Sum it
Okay,
up.
so I'll give you the short version, which will be
Yeah.
open to so much questioning that I won't be able to answer your question
No,
properly.
it's okay. Do
Okay,
your best,
so
man. Go ahead.
God, so you're made with free will. Who was made in the image
Right.
of God? Who was made in the image of God?
Us.
We were.
Adam. Adam was made in the image of God. Adam is the first man. Adam fell. He was no longer in the image of God because he strayed from God. And God's image was for someone that he could love and love them back, and they could share love with each other. That's the image God had. Adam falls. Now all creation falls with him, and God is of free will. So Adam, by the way, God knew Adam was going to fall. God, he knew Adam was going to fall. But we're all given free will to choose. And you can choose to believe in God or not believe in God. You can choose to seek him or not seek him. And God is jealous for us. Because God loves the sinners and he loves the righteous. He loves us all. And just like when God said after the flood, it said it repented him that he had made man. Because it pained him. It pained him.
Not to cut you off, brother Daniel, but I guess that goes back to my question. Like, I everything you're saying is excellent, and I understand it.
Oh, you're breaking up. Just pause for a sec.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I understand everything you're saying. Everything you're saying is spot on. I guess what I'm doing is I'm going a step further or higher than that kind of dialogue. Saying is that your God made something that.
Yeah, you're just totally
you're
breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking
my
up.
My bad, man. I don't know what it is. I have good Wi-Fi. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
now, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Hey,
Sorry
there's
about
a
that.
private chat here. Why
What
don't
I'm
you
saying-
fire? Yeah, why don't you fire a question in the private chat?
I mean, I'd rather just talk it out if y'all can hear
Yeah.
it. But if it comes to that, I'll do that.
Yeah. I apologize, man. I'm trying to, like, I'm being as honest as I can with the understanding I've been given.
You good?
And
you good? I guess again. All I'm saying
idea.
And you see, I don't condemn anybody anywhere for what anybody
that's good.
believes.
That's good.
I mean, I wish you would like seek God and get born again. That's what I wish.
I appreciate you wishing that. Again,
But whatever you guys
appreciate
believe, I'm just going to love everybody equally, whether you're a born again Christian or not a born again Christian, whether you're an enemy who wants to take my head off or not. It doesn't matter because I now have the Holy Spirit living in me, and I understand how much God loves every one of us, even those that don't believe in him. I get it. I understand it now.
Okay.
And it's profound. It's
The
profound.
whole idea that we supposedly have free will is just not true. It's self.
It is true.
It's not true.
Oh.
The minute someone commands you to have something, you do not have it. It's self-canceling nonsense.
I have a choice. If they command me to do something and I choose to serve God, then they'll take my head off. But they can't have my soul.
That's an interesting concept.
No,
they can't have my soul. That's what it's about.
The idea of free will that you're saying that God told you have free will. You didn't make that choice.
I do have free will. I execute it every day.
No, you did not make that choice. You did not make that choice.
I execute my free will every day. So do you. You're sitting here talking.
Stay on the topic that God told you that you have free will.
God did no. The Bible tells me I have free will.
The Bible. Okay, so man told you have free will.
Sorry, say that again.
Man told you. The Bible is man-made, so man told you that you.
How do you know it's not spirit-breathed, like I said earlier?
Because God doesn't talk to humans. How would you know the mind?
How
of
do you know God doesn't talk? Whoa, now you made an error because God does talk.
Okay, hold on.
God does talk.
God does not talk to man.
You're wrong, brother.
Yes,
No, he does
yes, he
God
not.
does, brother.
talks,
No, he does
brother.
not. This is a foolish
Yes.
way of thinking.
Hold
God
on,
does not
Nah, I don't.
speak to
No,
men.
you because you haven't experienced it because
hold
you're
on,
not
hold on,
humbling
Uh,
yourself because you're
hold on,
keeping that
This is what
knowledge level.
hold
this is
on.
what the
Let
religious
Randy
do.
speak, man. Let him speak. Let him speak. Hold on.
Apologize.
No, that's all right. Let him speak.
This whole idea that God speaks to man is complete nonsense. So answer the
nah,
question then.
bro. That's for
So
you,
Hold
not for
on. Let him
me.
speak.
wait, hold on, hold on. So
All
answer the
right.
Let
question.
him speak. Let him
So
speak.
so
Okay.
so
Okay.
why hold
Okay.
on. So why did
Mhm.
God, this intelligent being, only choose to appear to a bunch of illiterate desert dwellers? Why didn't he appear to the people in China?
Okay, so if you go back to the ancient religions, you're going to find out that after the flood there was three brothers, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And I'm going to give you the short and curly answer there. They spread out.
Mhm.
When they passed on, others rose
Mhm.
to take their place, and because they had the story, they usurped power and created themselves to be the rulers, the gods, because they understood, and that's why it's always a trinity, because they knew the truth, and so they usurped the true, the true nature of God, and created their own gods, the stones that don't talk, nor do they speak, nor do they move. You know, so this is
Why
what
didn't God
happened.
appear
This
to
is how
China?
it
That's not
all
answering my
happened.
question.
Free will exists because you came up on the platform and so did I. I sat back and then I chose to come up here. If someone tells me I actually have to do this or do that, or they're going to kill me, and if that goes against the will of God, they're going to have to kill me because I have free will and I choose God over someone telling me to go
Having free
against
will is
God.
the definition of being so ironic. This is the definition of irony that you have this supposed free will.
I do have free will.
You have you
But I'm also
you
taught
have
to
no
subject
choice.
myself to the
You have no choice
rulers.
but to have free will. You have no
No,
choice.
I have free will, but I also realize too that only one can be the master. So out of my own free will, I choose to follow Jesus and do his will. Out of my own free will. My own free will allows me to choose him and to follow him. But it was my free will decision at first to seek God. And from that, all else is added to me. And now I no longer need my free will except when I'm in situations where I'm pushed this way or that way. And do I follow God, who's creating in me a new creature better and better all the time, or do I choose to follow man and his laws? And if the law isn't against the law of God, the Bible teaches very clearly, you follow the rulers that are over you unless they violate God's law, which is above man's law. And that's where your free will has to come back into play. That's the only place it does. And if you keep peace, if you keep peace, and if you don't steal, you don't do those things, chances are they're not going to be showing up to your house to do things. If you want to be rebellious, and if you want to go march against something, go ahead and march. But what are you marching against? And what is the issue you're marching with? You can highlight all the darkness around you, and I support that because I do it all the time. You extort, you rebuke, and you refute it, but you don't change it because that's not your place. Because the scripture's pretty clear too. You are not to judge the unrighteous. That God is the judge. As a brother in Christ, we judge each other who are in Christ to help keep us on the straight path. But I can't judge anybody outside of my brethren. That's why I can say things against the Catholic Church, because it's not Christianity. It's the ancient pagan mystery religion. It's just veiled. It's just a veiled thing. They got the
Jesus
mitre
himself
hats, which is
part of
Dagon, the
pagan
god. I mean,
mythology.
they got the beehive. They got all this stuff. That's not Christianity. I'm
Jesus is
telling you.
part of pagan mythology.
Yeah, you
You
believe
see,
that. I
Well,
understand
that's
that,
the
man.
the story, a lot of
that's
That's
the
your
the
right.
problem.
story comes from a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
Yeah.
the quote unquote
That
pagan
that that's the
mythology.
problem.
That's
That's the
the truth,
problem with
honestly.
religions. Yeah, that's your truth. Hey, that's the problem with religions. They
No,
make
that's the truth based
it
on
make
research.
yeah.
Have you
That's
ever
on your
studied
truth,
any
brother.
other? No, no, no. I don't have
You're
a truth. I don't have a truth.
listen.
I'm just telling you what the
Listen to
research
Let
says.
him
this.
speak, Andy, for a
Li-
second.
li-
You and I
Yeah,
have been
go ahead, go
hogging
ahead,
all
go
this
the
ahead,
is
go ahead,
airtime.
go ahead, go ahead.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank
My
you,
bad,
thank
my
you.
bad. You've been
Yeah.
even speaking in a
It just
while, so go ahead.
no, I know, but that's
Go
the
ahead, go
thing.
ahead.
Religion makes everybody fight, man. That's the problem with it.
Yeah, yeah, true, true. That's true.
Because it's
Religion's like
man-made. This
politics.
conversation shouldn't be happening. Yeah, that's why.
Man-made, no man-made. Religion makes everybody fight, man.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
agree
to
with
be
him.
fair, I don't think
I,
we're fighting now, but I get what you're saying, though. I get
Oh,
what you're
I,
saying.
wow, really?
I think
I
Wow.
don't
these
think we're fighting. I think it's
conversations
just healthy
actually,
dialogue.
I
I think
think
it's
these
healthy dialogue.
I think these conversations like we're having now should happen, because everybody
Yeah,
can see that we're getting along quite well, and that
yeah. It's
nobody
like
is. Yeah.
nobody's threatening anybody or
And look
nobody's
at
cursing
Randy.
nobody
He's
out.
just Randy. He sat there quiet. He kept reserved, and he's waiting. I mean, like if he was super upset, he would have jumped in. But instead, he's just taking it all in, and he's just being humble.
Yeah.
Which like Amen, Randy. Like that's important, and people should look at him and say, look, Randy probably disagrees with a bunch of things I say, but he kept humble and he waited, and which is
Hey, hey, brother Daniel, you don't like my name on my what is this called? Thumbnail?
feed the flesh. No, I
Yeah.
looked at it. I thought I wasn't sure, if you were a believer or you were being ironic. How can I judge that? I just come right out and say, Brother Daniel, right? I'm not hiding it, right?
Right.
Right? I don't mind darts thrown at me. I'm here to defend my faith, but I'm also
I mean,
not here
I
to
give you,
condemn anybody.
I
I
do give you
can't.
that kind of respect, though,
I
Brother
can't
Daniel,
condemn
because
anybody, man. I know where I came from. I told you how wicked I was.
yeah,
I
yeah,
told
we
you,
respect that.
you
I
know,
respect
I
that.
I told you how wicked I was, dude. I had sexual thoughts of my own sister growing up. I don't know how much more
Yeah,
wicked you can get than that, man. That's pretty bad if you just think
yeah,
about it.
that is up there. Yeah,
You see?
yeah,
You
not to
know?
laugh at you, of course.
Yeah, but so I mean that's a pretty the miraculous change in my life. You can't shut that off on your own. It was
Right.
continuous until I got born again. Continuous till the day I got born again. So,
I hear you, man. I hear you.
how would you like to be a 40-year-old man that actually still thinks about, his own sister that way? How would you like to live
Yeah.
40 years like that in shame and torture of your own soul, being
So
like
what would
that?
you say? Let me ask you a question. What would you say about someone who had the same issues that you had, but fixed those issues without going to religion? What would you say about that?
Well, first of all, you have to know it's an issue, right?
Right.
You have to believe that it's an issue, first of all, right?
Uh,
Some people
brother,
aren't tortured by those issues because they accept it, right? They accept sin. People love sin, right? We all we're all trapped some ways here and there in sin. We don't love to do. People love to get drunk and go party when we were younger, pick up the babes, whatever. We love sinful nature, man. It's our nature because
I
we're in.
wouldn't say that's sinful.
It's.
hey,
Are
brother
you saying
Daniel,
you've never lied, you've never
bro,
stolen, you've never done
bro,
anything,
brother Daniel.
right? We're all sinful, man.
Hey,
No, I
brother
didn't say
Daniel,
we're not all
don't be.
sinful. You said you brought up the idea of alcohol and vaping. I said I don't believe that's sinful.
Well, get drunk.
Yeah.
Hey, brother Daniel,
I don't
brother
think that's
Daniel,
sinful either.
brother Daniel. Don't be so hard on yourself. That's part of growing up. In fact,
No, I'm not hard on myself. I'm
listen.
just. Sorry.
Hold on. I went through the same thing with my first cousin, and I actually went a little further than that than you. And that's just part of growing up, man.
Yeah.
Shit, man.
Oh,
What
Yeah.
am I
that's a
supposed to do?
But
very
What am I
hey,
supposed to do? Hang myself? Am I supposed
shouldn't
to
have
hang
no.
myself? Because
No, I'm telling you how bad it was. Is that even when I was
this
40 years
conversation has
old, I
taken
still had those
left.
thoughts. So I was very corrupted. That's
well,
what I'm trying to get to.
I can I
I'm
can
not being
tell
hard
you.
on myself. I'm just trying to be honest with you guys to show you that, hey,
Yeah,
that's all I was,
that's just part of growing up, bro.
yeah. Well, at 40, I should have grown up a little bit faster. But I was
That's
What would you
okay,
say?
responsible.
bro.
Hey, I was
That's
responsible in
okay.
It
other
took you
ways,
until
man.
40 to not be attracted to your sister?
It's just part
Oh,
of growing up, man. You know what I'm saying? It's this world we live in.
yeah. No, I'm not hard on
Uh,
myself. I'm
Hey,
just I'm stating reality, and and I'm not. I don't feel sorry for myself. Those things taught me a lot, right? I went through all that, and now I have a better understanding of a lot of things. You know, I have an understanding because of my father about pedophilia now and what's going on there. I also understand why the elite families do the rituals and things they do to perpetuate stuff and to break their children, to bring them into that cultic religion. You know, I've got a huge understanding, better than most. You know, I mean, even it affected my brother who didn't know what was going on between my dad and my sister, but it affected him too because from things said, you will never know who my brother is, but he was perverted as well. So it was a demonic stronghold in the house. I can guarantee you that, you know, and it affected him too, and he was a sexual pervert. He was, you know. It's just the way it is, you know. I got through it because the Lord cleansed me. I couldn't have done it on my own, or I'd still be having all those thoughts and everything to this day, because no matter how much I knew it was wrong and I tried to stop, the thoughts just kept coming and I knew it was wrong. And it's pretty bad when you keep getting thoughts that you know are like really wicked and evil and you can't stop it. You know, that's called a demonic assault, you know, and not everybody,
Yes.
you know, people
Yes, I agree. I agree.
yeah, you know, people experience different demonic oppressions and stuff, you know, all over the world, you know. And I, you know, I would just ask you maybe to maybe take a shot and humble yourself and maybe cry out to God, and God will reveal himself, because he doesn't want to rule you with religion. He just wants a personal relationship with everyone. That's all he wants. He doesn't want any more than that, you know. That's all he wants. A personal relationship with his creation. That's why he created us, to have a personal relationship. And he didn't need to. He didn't
I
need
could agree
to.
with that to a
Because
certain extent.
you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's a triune God. So if anybody tells you God is a singular thing, they're lying, because a singular God can't share love. So it's that God is insufficient. But when you have the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, all three persons of the Godhead share love with each other, which is the highest form of love, which is a little bit of a side proof that God is the God of the Bible, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. You know, because they have shared love, not just selfish love or singular love, because God didn't need to create anything, and yet he was sufficient unto himself, because he could share his love with the other two persons of the Godhead.
All right,
That's
can I ask the
something to think
question?
about, man. Something to think about. That's all I'm
Let me
saying.
ask the question. Can I ask the question to Randy? Yo, Randy, what is your position on religion? What is your position on it?
It's man-made nonsense. It shouldn't exist.
It shouldn't exist.
No.
I would agree that it's man-made to a certain extent because there's research that supports that. But at the same
It's
time,
not
I wouldn't
about.
say
Wow.
it shouldn't
I mean,
exist.
do you believe that God inspired men to write these books?
Honestly, I don't want to like throw everybody off. My interpretation of God is completely different from anyone else's. You know what I mean? Like I study heavy ancient science, and based on my research, that's where religion got their concepts from. There's too many stories in the Bible that line up with other stories that predate the Bible. So it's like that's why I
Right.
tread lightly when it comes to religion, because I don't want to make it seem like somebody who's religious is out of their mind. Because at the same time, if the religion is patterned off of a higher science or ancient science that other people think is true, then in a roundabout way, the religion can't be wrong. Because even if it's patterned off of something that's authentic, it still has some authenticity attached to it. So I'm not gonna bash
What is
somebody who's religious.
what is
You know what I mean?
what is the authentic about the Abrahamic religions?
Honestly, the what's authentic about it is the roots of where it came from. Like I just said, like it came from something that predated it that's more authentic if you do research and scholarship. You know what I mean?
No, yeah,
But
no, trouble.
but
I've
the
done
re but
I've done extensive mythology research on all three Abrahamic religions.
yeah. I believe you. But on the surface, like I could agree with what you're saying, and I'm like in the middle. You know what I mean? Like I see it both ways. I don't lean too much left or right, because I could because if you stand in the middle, you can hear the whole dialogue equally, and you'll get a solid understanding of all parties involved. So that's why I asked you specifically, because it seems like you're diametrically opposed to what Brother Danny was saying. So I said, let me hear what
Yeah,
you saying, because we heard
yeah,
a lot
no,
from what Brother
I
Danny
mean,
was saying. You know what I mean?
I'm
But
definitely opposed
no
to what he's
shade, no
saying.
either way, no shade either way though.
I'm definitely opposed to what he's saying with the whole idea of the character Jesus and the idea that God speaks to man and that the Bible is divinely inspired. None of those things are true. If we're gonna talk
But
about the three Abrahamic religions and the origins of them, it
right.
comes from any other ancient pagan mythologies, and it's nothing that should be compared to besides the likes of Zeus and Poseidon and Thor and Odin. It's the same thing. You know,
That's right, right.
you can't read the flood story when it's a legit copy of the Gilgamesh flood story, and then tell me that these
Okay,
things actually happened.
true.
It didn't.
The same with Jesus and the same with Lazarus and Osiris. Lazarus was
Yeah,
killed,
Lazarus.
and
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and Jesus basically resurrected Lazarus. The same thing with Osiris being killed, and Horus basically avenging his father and making him born again. It's like there's so many parallels, and you could get a book called Parallel Myth that deals with it, and you could also get a book called Myth, World of Myth by David Adams Leeming, where he goes through every culture that has similar details, no, different details, but um similar concepts. Basically, it's the same. The characters and the details might differ, but the underlining points are the same.
No, yeah,
And he goes and he goes through the
humanity has always created a savior story. This is not
uh
brand new. So, which is why I say the character Jesus means nothing in today's society. The only reason why people know about this character is because when Rome adopted his religion, they forcefully went around the
much better,
world
mommy.
and pushed it. That's all.
True,
You
and
know,
that's not that's
so
documented. That's
yeah.
documented, so that we can't deny that. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
so
But again,
it's not like if Rome didn't adopt it, it would have remained a desert religion where it began. Just like
mhm,
the gods of Babylon and Sumerian and Mesopotamia, they remained in the desert because it wasn't
mhm.
forced onto the whole world.
Right. That's true. That's very true. And like again, like I said, I don't lean like I'll be all right. I'm not gonna say I don't lean a certain direction, but I don't lean a certain direction when it comes to critiquing anybody who goes any direction with what they believe. But me personally, I don't deal with religion. I've been there, went to Catholic school, and all that, and it just doesn't work for me anymore because there's too much information out there that shows that
Yeah.
religion is something that's not the
Yeah.
original
And for
text.
the people in the comments that keep talking about the Ethiopian Bible, there's a reason why
Yeah.
it has either 81 or 88 books, and in Gematria, Ethiopian Bible equals 88. There's a reason for that. But anyway, and again, the religion was still brought over. All right, the religion did not start in Africa. The only reason why Ethiopia adopted it in the fourth century was because the king did it for trade purposes. And again, it doesn't make up the entire continent of Africa. I hate when people try to say, "Oh, the Christianity was in Africa before the Romans." Let's be very careful when we say that. It was in Ethiopia. What was the other African country? Eritrea, and mind you, they did that for protection, but yeah, that was about 2 to 3 or 4 countries. It was not the whole continent. The rest of Africa received its religion by force. So yeah,
That that that,
they
that could have been made up too.
that what?
What could
Yeah.
have been made up?
Hey
Very
guys,
very.
I made my position known, and I don't think I can add anything here. So I'm going to tap out and just go back listen live. And thank you for letting me speak my piece. And
No problem, brother Daniel.
Hey,
Thank you for bringing your
hey,
yeah,
wisdom,
you
man.
guys take
Appreciate
care.
you.
It was a nice conversation. I'm sorry if I hogged it a little too much, but I'm pretty
Nah,
passionate about.
no apologies needed, man.
Yeah.
You did your thing. You did your thing.
Okay. Hey, you guys take care. I think this was an important conversation, anyways.
All right, man. I hope
don't
you
be
keep lifting.
don't be so
Take care.
hard on yourself, brother Daniel.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm actually grateful. I'm grateful because I'm showing
Mm-hmm.
you from where I came from. That was the purpose there. From where I came from to where I am now. That's all.
Yeah.
That was the purpose.
Yeah.
Showing you
Good.
what God did for me in my life, how He changed me. That was my testimony, right? That's what that was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you take care, guys. Man, you guys have a great day.
You too,
You too,
Daniel. Later,
brother.
man.
Hey, what are you
But
guys
yeah,
gonna do
man.
when aliens come from the sky and where's
Really?
yeah, bro, yeah. You think we're the
Listen, man.
only planet? You think
Listen,
this is the
man.
only planet where really, bro? You really think this is the only planet where there's life?
No. Listen to this is my perspective on aliens and other planets.
All
Those
right.
planets, first of all right. I'm deep into metaphysics and esoteric information. When I hear the word alien, I instantly refer to myself because I know there's something inside of me on a spiritual level that's alien to this physical place, which will be realized when I leave my physical body. That's my interpretation of alien. And those other planets out there that everybody thinks is out there, those planets represent certain level of consciousness that is projecting out of us. And they represent certain things. 'Cause if you want to go to Mars, in my opinion, when you fight somebody, you're going to Mars because Mars represents confrontation and stuff
War,
like that. Those planets,
God of
there's a
war,
reason
right?
why. Hold on. Yeah, exactly. There's a reason why the 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 um the astrological signs are are symbolized or attributed to certain planets. And remember, the astrological signs have something to do with personality traits. So if personality traits are attached to the astrological signs, and those astrological signs are attributed to certain planets, that means those planets represent certain level of behavior in your mind. You know what I mean? I don't adhere to aliens in the sky or aliens or planets out there. I look at it as above, so below. Whatever is out there that you think is out there is nothing more than a reflection of certain things going on inside of us on a spiritual and soul level that we can't really see with the two naked eyes. That's my take on aliens and planets and all that stuff.
So what do you have to say with what this guy Bob Lazar went through?
Explain that to me because I don't know any knowledge of that situation. Can you explain it?
You don't? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Bob Lazar.
Yeah, just sum it up for me.
Oh man. Uh,
Or maybe somebody
yeah.
can look it up.
Yeah. Look it
Bob
up.
Lazar. I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know. That doesn't ring any
Really,
bells, so
bro?
I
Really?
can't answer. I mean, if you're asking me, then how come you can't explain it to me right now? I'm assuming you would know something about it in a certain capacity to explain it to me, so I could give you an answer.
Go back. Are you a pastor, Andy, or are you working on being a pastor or something?
Nah, I'm not a pastor, brother. Nah,
No.
no way. Nah.
Because you sound like you've done a lot of research.
I mean, I have.
Like a
I've done a
lot.
lot of research. I have. You know,
Yeah. That's good.
he said Bob Lazar worked at Area 51. Said he worked with UFOs. Now, the
Yeah.
thing with that is, I see that in the chat. UFOs again. I don't adhere to the conventional wisdom and the conventional definition of UFOs if it's a physical vehicle. Because there's also research out there that suggests that a UFO is not something physical. It's a reflection of something that's being projected out of us. But if it landed in a physical spaceship, that means it was government made. And there's a book, I forgot the name of the book that talks about that. I think it's called Man-Made UFOs or something like that. I can't remember. So there's information out there that would suggest that UFOs are man-made if they're physical. But there's stuff out there. It says, "Do you know about the Galactic Federation, Andy?" I don't know about the Galactic Federation.
You
If
really
you
you don't, bro?
no,
You
I
really
don't.
don't?
I
Really?
don't.
Wow.
Put me on. Put me on. I'm listening.
Ah, man, not me.
Somebody said they seen a UFO up close, and I believe you. Somebody said they seen a UFO up close. I totally believe you. But if again, my research that I've come across suggests that if it's a physical ship, like a tin can physical ship, then it's something government contrived. But there are things in the sky that people would call UFOs, but they're not physical, actual ships. You ever look in the sky one time and see a twinkle? Not that doesn't look like a star, but it's like radiating with multiple colors. That's a
Yeah.
UFO as well, but it's not a physical thing. You understand? Delbert Blair. Somebody put Delbert Blair. Exactly. Whoever put Delbert Blair knows what I'm talking about. Because there are UFOs, but there's certain spiritual things that's in the sky that the people on the planet are projecting and reflecting. You know what I mean? That's what my
Wow.
research that's where my research brings me to. You understand? And if you know
Wow.
people like
Hey,
Delbert Blair,
do you have a
Bobby Hemmett,
channel? Do you have a channel, Andy?
no, I don't. But you got me
What?
thinking.
What? Oh,
I don't
bro.
have a channel. I don't. Because
Yeah,
I
share all
don't
your.
take this information. I don't take this information as something that I want to like wear as like something on my sleeve to say, look what I know. I'm gonna get a channel so I can show everybody what I know. Like I'm too humble to have a channel to talk about this stuff. You know what I mean? I just do my own research and I jumped in this conversation because these are the things that I enjoy watching and participating in, but not to the extent where I'll make a channel out of it. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's something I should consider.
Yeah, you should. I think.
Yeah. People in the chat saying feed the flesh is a troll. Get him out of here. What you did to them, man?
Man, because I work, because I work, because I make money. I make good money. I contribute financially. I'm a troll. Yeah.
It's all good, man.
I've been telling Zach to stop entertaining all these fucking bums, jobless bums, bro.
I remember telling him one time when I called into the show, I told him like he shouldn't even waste time trying to convince people of this whole gematria thing because you either adhere to it or you don't. Because he breaks it down in such a way that it's undeniable, but people
right, exactly,
can't
yes,
accept it. So don't even waste your time. Don't even
I
waste
agree.
your time. I told him that, but Zach is a kind of guy. He's one of those guys where he's so driven that he
don't give up.
A part of his, it's like it's a part of his mission to convince everybody that he knows he's talking about, and he has a right to do that because a lot of people call him crazy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I told him, I said, listen, let the dead lie with the dead. They don't get it. They're not supposed to get it. You shouldn't have to convince nobody of this stuff. The people watching this video, if you're watching this video, you should be under the understanding that what he's saying has a lot of truth to it. If this is not about convincing anybody or getting any converts, that would be how I would approach it. But you know, Zach, it's his show. He could do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? But I guess we ran everybody out the chat. Nobody else want to jump in and take the mic.
Well, he's Zach is supposed to let them in.
Oh, really? Well, I jumped in freely. Nobody let me in. I just crashed the party.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Unless he closed the door when he went to feed his daughter, but I was here before.
I think he did. Hey, brother. So I want to hear more about your information about that the spiritual thing.
The spiritual thing?
Yeah.
That narrows it down a lot for me, man. Where do I go from there? The spiritual thing. But I guess I'll say like if you okay, let me ask you a question. What's your overall position on spirituality? Like what do you what's your take? Are you more religious? Or are you more somebody who's outside of the box with it?
Oh man. There is so much information out there that I just don't know anymore. But gematria, it is true. The numbers and letters and stuff.
Okay. I mean, I agree with that too, because there's no such thing as coincidences. When these numbers and letters line up the way they line up to world events, it's like, how could you deny it? You know what I mean? But like, I guess if you want to take it to a spiritual kind of thing, I mean, gematria, numbers and letters. Well, we could start with the Hebrew alphabet because the Hebrew alphabet corresponds to a lot of things on a spiritual level as well. And gematria is a Hebrew. It comes from the Kabbalah system, which is Hebrew. So, like, I know that the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. There's studies that say that the Hebrew alphabet is also constellations in the sky, and if you understand as above, so below, that means that those constellations in the sky is being projected out of the inside of us. You know what I mean? So I think we need to start developing a more wider view of how significant our existence is, because based on my studies, everything out there in this world, whether you can see it or not, is nothing more than a projection of stuff that's coming out of us on a spiritual level. So that means we have a lot of say so in terms of how reality is supposed to be ran. But if we don't think that way, then it's like you think you're just an ant in a pile of ants on the ground, and some guy named God is in the sky, stepping on ants or not stepping on ants, and you don't have any way to determine if you get stepped on or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somebody wrote Jesus is the way back to God, and I can't even say that they're crazy for saying that, because you know what I mean? Like, I don't
I agree.
lean
I agree.
any way
I agree with
in
you.
terms of critiquing them.
I'm in the
Andy,
middle with that, bro.
Somebody wrote, Andy, do you think your life is predestined, or are you living organically? I think personally depends on if it could, there's no right or wrong answer to that. If I believe that my life is living organically, then that's the reality that's going to be created for me. But if I think that everything is predestined, then that reality will manifest the way it's supposed to manifest as well. If I think everything is predestined, then when I walk past my bed and I stub my toe, then I'm not going to be like, damn, well, how'd that happen? I'm going to say, damn, that was meant to happen. So how could I get mad at something that's already in my life path? Because we're all the sum of everything we do. You know what I mean? So that question can be answered based on how I feel when I wake up in the morning. Either way. It could be either way. You know what I mean? I don't put any limits on how I think, is what I'm saying. Somebody said, Andy, do you smoke weed every day? I don't smoke anymore. I don't smoke
not
anymore.
Not anymore? Okay.
I'm not sure if that person is trolling or he just, I don't know what, he's probably
bro. They say I'm a troll. I met Zach in person, bro, here in California. I'm in California.
Oh, okay. I'm in New York. He said we exist now, period, past, present, perceived, future, all exist at the same. Exactly. I believe in that. I believe that, who said that? A. Smith, that past, present, and future is always in one thing. Somebody said Andy Isma, the quantum observer effect found to quantum physics. Reality adjusts to our thoughts and expectations. Exactly. I believe that.
Wow. That sounds
I
deep.
definitely believe that.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
About us basically controlling our reality with our thoughts. I mean, everything we do physically starts in our mind first. If you go to the kitchen and make a sandwich, you have to think about the sandwich you're gonna make before you get the ingredients. You know what I mean? So that's the lamest terms way to explain that. And then you use that same mentality to the person who pushes the button on a nuclear bomb and blow up somebody's country. The same principle applies. Like, you have to foresee it in your mind first before anything materializes in your life. And that's a quantum mechanics kind of theory that's been out there that everybody knows about. Oh, here comes Zach.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys want to keep the conversation going?
Nah, I mean, I'm done. I mean, hey, Zach, go ahead and say you think I'm a troll. I met you in.
Yeah. It is. Oh man, sorry, man. He is a troll. I didn't realize it was him the whole time. He changed his name. How's the conversation been with him, Andy?
It's been pretty cool. He's like getting beat up in the comments every now and again, so I know he's doing something right.
Well, he is a troll. He leaves really weird voicemails for me.
Oh, does he? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's definitely a troll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was
there anything else you wanted to say, Andy?
Well, I mean, not really. I mean, my whole premise when I came into the chat was like spirituality and religion. Like, my take on religion is, it's not what everybody thinks it is based on my research. Because religion, if you start with the etymology of the word religion, It comes from a Latin word religare, which means to bind and constrict. So how could something that's designed to quote unquote free you be labeled with a word that means the opposite? You know what I mean? That right
Exactly.
there would make me scratch my head.
Exactly. I've always made the same point.
You know what I mean? And I don't know. I don't like to beat up on anybody who's religious because ultimately your mind, in my opinion, creates your reality. So if you believe in religion strong enough, you could yield results with your religion. But if you believe in Mickey Mouse strong enough, you could yield results with Mickey Mouse too, in my opinion.
Yeah, the power to manifest is real. So
It definitely is.
yeah, yeah, I completely agree. So ultimately, what was your takeaway on what you think spirituality is or should be?
I mean, my thing is, it all depends on the individual. It's all about the individual. When we paint these philosophies with a broad brush saying it has to be this way or the highway, I feel like that's where we get lost because there's so many things that contradict whatever you believe in that if you broad stroke across the whole canvas that it's religion or nothing else, it's only going to cause conflict.
Well, how about the golden rule? Treat other people the way you want to be treated. Is that something that just seems universally true?
That should be the universal litmus test for whatever spirituality you deal with. Just like treat everybody how you want to be treated.
Yeah,
You know?
it really seems if everybody could agree to that, it doesn't really seem like there's much else that's needed, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah, pretty much. Just treat everybody how you want to be treated, and I think everything will handle itself after that. There's no need to disagree if we all treat each other the way we want to be treated.
Yeah, we had one more person who wanted to hop on here real quick in case they want to engage with you. What's up, Fatima?
I'm here.
Hello.
Hi, Fatima.
Hi, Andy. Hi, Zach.
Welcome.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we could.
Been a long time follower. I found you, Zach, on Facebook before the all the trolling and the when they kind of locked down social media. Somebody posted, and this is kind of where I talk about things being intentional or being not by mistake. And I found you because somebody dropped a link about numbers. It was right after Kobe died, and nothing sat well with me. Like nothing. I don't even follow sports that much, but nothing sat well with me with the way it was announced. The way I mean, it was just weird. It was weird. It was wrong, and it was like to force emotion to be sad, and people were like crying and just all kinds of craziness. It was weird, and so at the moment I was kind of trying to find somebody else's opinion on what had happened. Somebody dropped a link to your channel. That's basically how I found you. Follow the link, and then I just started deep diving, and I've just been a silent follower of your books and your Patreon and everything since then. But I wanted to jump in to this conversation. I do a lot of listening, probably more so than speaking. This is my first time being on here, obviously. Thank you for having me. But I, as a melanated person, um, I found that even in spirituality, because I grew up religious, I grew up in church and Christian parents. I actually grew up kind of in a dual situation where my mom was Christian, my dad was Nation of Islam. He converted, and so with his conversion, he wanted my mother to convert, and she didn't want to, and they fought and fought and fought about this, and ended up divorcing over it. And my dad remarried. My mom never remarried. And so that kind of killed religion for me and my siblings. Nobody wanted that to be a reason that they, ended a marriage. So for me, it had always been a journey into finding out what else was out there. I've never been somebody who would listen to authority. It was very hard for me to always just take at face value what I was told. And that was a lot, tribute to my dad. He always told me to just be very mindful of, who's giving you these messages in life, especially in America, especially as a Black woman. So I've listened at, coming on, fast forward, listening to Andy, listening to, like I said, I've done a lot of research around, like my own research around metaphysics, around where humans came from, just all of the things that you tend to start to think about, listening to you and how you teach from the perspective of who we are being kind of manipulated by. And then in the same time grand scheme of things, well, what does this mean for, my time here on earth? And um, I kind of come to that conclusion, kind of what Andy is talking about, which is really purely metaphysical. It's one creator, one all that is nameless, sexless um, form, probably something many of us can't even really fathom in our own minds, experiencing the universe uh, through different dimension, through different frequency. And of course, Earth being a physical form, it's just one of many. And so these are just kind of the things, and that's why, religion, you hear a lot of the same stories. I tend to believe that we were seeded by extraterrestrials, and that's just from doing the research and listening to some people. I think that we have just lived in a bubble, and I think it's been a bubble of where that sort of thinking is only given to you as entertainment, and so you're never ever going to think about it seriously because you only see it as a superhero. You only see it as, sci-fi. I tend to think that everything came from something, and you decide to come to Earth to do whatever it is you're doing, and to have the impact that you're having or not. But when it comes to the races, when it comes to um, different races of like extra terrestrial on Earth, this is probably where me and Andy differ, because I joined late, so he was explaining, he didn't really believe in extraterrestrial from a standpoint of alien because of course people left. And when you see a lot of, but then you've got stories about Atlantis, which are supposed to be real but fake, but real. And then you've got stories about, things in South America. There's so many kind of different remnants of things past, perceived
Right.
past, that it can't all be somebody's imagination. It can't all be the writer's room. You know what I mean? Like there is a
Right.
knowledge base somewhere, probably distorted over, thousands of years intentionally. But I think we're in the era that things are starting to come to light. And
Right.
people who've been talking about this, I mentioned Dr. Delbert Blair. I found him recently, and he's of course been passed for some years, but he's probably the closest person that I would say uh, was sharing like real metaphysical knowledge from, magnetism and how the food is poisoning. And this is back in the 90s. He was talking about this, the shadow governments, extraterrestrial relationships, all of this, all the different races of alien that have effect on this planet. If you talk to any channeler, they'll tell you the same thing. That government is influenced. They're in bed with certain entities that give technology in exchange for something else. So it just depends on like where you plant your flag, and that's why I do not. My goal is not to make you believe and see things the way that I do, because that's not how it works. We all have eyes. And so the way we experience the world is going to be the way we experience the world. But I definitely did not want to raise my children into a religion. So, our household is not a religious household. We're spiritual. We're just human people being good people. And that is what I tell people. And I told my kids, you all chose to come here. You chose your parents. Whatever it is you're going to experience in your life, you've set it forth. And so, thank you for choosing me, to help you through whatever it is you're here to learn. And I say the same to my parents. So that's kind of where, the long and short of it. I had to probably filter this quite a bit to not sound long winded, um, but this is one of the, I think, Zach, you probably don't know how far your reach is, with, a lot of us older professional folks that are out here, observing and participating, and we're trying to raise our kids. And, we have to be very careful in, what we allow, how much of what is currently going on we allow them to absorb, or at least kind of thwart some of it, or, halt some of it, because it is very, enticing. It's very, a lot of stuff is angry, a lot of very angry vibrations in the air. The news is nothing but, toxic trash. So what you're messaging, and just it allowed me to really center and remember. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how else to really put that. Um, it's not obviously just about sports, but that to me is just a symptom of what real manipulation, real spell casting, real like what real esoteric power can do. And they've mastered this, and they're I mean, it's still going. So I don't know if Haiti can use spirituality to fight off, you know, was it the Brits? I think, or like if they can use it to like kill whole armies, there's something there. So like for me, it's just uncovering that and
Can I
and
ask you a
you
question,
know,
Fatima? Not to cut you
sure,
off.
sure,
I know you. I
sure.
know you're saying a lot. When you say they mastered it, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to, okay, when I say they, I refer to the West. So I'm in America, obviously. As Zach talks about, a lot of our history,
Uh
bastardized
huh.
history, a lot of everything
Uh
is
huh.
coming from them. So the lens that
Okay.
even us Black folks see is coming from that European focused lens and
Right. Right.
beyond,
Right.
right? So
Okay.
we know from history how many things have been changed, how many things have been hidden, stolen, and the deeper your research goes, the more you uncover about like the deceit. So when I mean master, I mean like masters of deceit,
Okay.
masters
Now let me.
of vibrational,
Okay.
manipulation, stuff like
Now
that.
let me
Yeah,
let me ask you this question, Fatima. You sound like a very intelligent person. Let me ask you this
I like to
question.
think so. Sure.
If they actually mastered it, are you sure they mastered it? Because if they mastered it, then why do they have to continuously hit us with something every day, whether it's the things that Zach decodes in his gematria or anything at all? Like if they mastered the art of, I guess, deceiving people, then why are they
Hmm.
constantly on the clock doing stuff to try to keep us in that sleep state? Maybe they didn't master it. Maybe they're behind the eight ball, which means they have to keep doing stuff every day to keep us from quote unquote being woke. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we can look at it from that perspective as well, because when we think that they mastered anything, in other words, you're trying to say that you're giving them dominion over a certain thing, and that's the perception that keeps them in power. Because the only power they have, in my opinion, is the power that we think they have. You
I'm
understand?
glad you
Because
said that. I
because because
100% agree with you.
like there's a guy named Brother Panic that I follow, and he transitioned.
Excuse me, real quick, Andy.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
We have to leave. We'll probably be gone for 30 or 45 minutes. Do you guys want me to keep this open for you to discuss, or do you want to continue later?
I'll stay on if Fatima wants to stay on.
I'm open.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll be back. You guys are welcome to continue the conversation. I'm gonna drop the link well, maybe I shouldn't do that. I'll just let you guys go. You guys are having a great conversation. We'll be back soon, but yeah, you're welcome to stay. So when I come back, I'll invite more people, but we have to run out for a little bit. So, all right. And
Don't worry,
Fatima,
Zach.
thank you for being a quiet supporter all these years. I do appreciate that. It's nice to hear from you from the first time.
Yeah, I think I've emailed you and I like bought a book for my son and stuff. But yeah, I finally said, let me just, I think it was time.
Your name stands out, so thank
Yeah.
you. All right, I'll be back, you guys, and enjoy the conversation. All right,
All right, we'll hold the fort down, Zach. Don't worry about it.
appreciate it.
All right. So yeah, Fatima, like I was saying, like, do you like my perception is they only have the power that we perceive them to have. You understand? So when we say stuff like, and I'm not trying to say that you said anything wrong, or I'm not trying to like reprimand you or correct you. I'm just trying to just throw a different spin on what you already said. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
Like,
so I'll say, are you done? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
no, I'm pretty much done. I was just gonna say maybe we need to look from a point of view that, oh yeah, I was talking about a guy named Brother Panic.
Mhm.
He's
Mhm.
in the same vein of Dr. Delbert Blair. He's one of
Mhm.
those metaphysical teachers, and he
Mhm.
says something that resonated with me. He said if the powers that be have to do 100 things to keep us distracted or to throw us off our spiritual energy or whatever it is, that means the first 99 didn't work. If
Okay.
they have to do 100 things, the first 99 didn't work. You know what I mean? So I'm not
Okay.
sure if they mastered anything in terms of
I'm
keeping
going
us
to
in a.
say.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm
Yep, go
gonna
ahead.
say so the way I look at it, and
Right.
you are absolutely not wrong. But I think of things first of all in the physical. So when we talk about the maintenancing and mastering of things,
Uh-huh.
um, I think of things like on planet Earth when I say mastery. And I
Right.
mean mastery as an influence over the majority. When
Right.
you think
Right. Right.
about something as simple as fitness,
Right.
you can't exercise for 20 years, become peak physical form, and then stop exercising and expect to keep your peak physical form. And so I
Okay.
think the same thing applies to the when I talk about mastery of certain things. they're doing what has worked over and over again, just like you would a rep in the gym, just like you would your diet, because it works. And it's going to work from a numbers perspective. If 10 out of 15 people are fearful and giving off fearful vibration, it's working. And so what I think is happening is people are starting to, I think with the help of Mother Earth, I really think she's tired too. It's the veil is starting to lift. Like even I'm seeing amongst people you would never think in certain spaces are questioning, authority. They're questioning school, like the whole homeschooling thing. This is where when things start to fall out of favor with the population, when people start fighting back against vaccination, when they start fighting back against just that this whole body of knowledge that's coming from one or two people, as law. When you start hearing people side-eyeing this stuff, I do agree the tide is turning, but that to me does not remove the fact that what they've been doing, and they're going to continue to do it, and it will stop working. And I believe it is starting to, like you say, it's just more is going to be required. So crap, usually when more is required, it gets crazier, it gets more drastic. The news becomes worse and worse, and instead of hearing 3 good things and 2 bad things in the news, it's 5 bad things and like half of one good thing, maybe. They're just changing the formula, but they're going to run the play because it works for the majority. So when I say mastery, that's what I mean. And I think we're just going to fight. Like, I think our goal here and the reason we have these conversations, I'm glad Zach does allow, just free space. A lot of people are so used to being controlled that they don't even they don't know what to do with a person that opens up the mic and gives them the floor.
Right.
So it's a great thing for him to even do it. But yeah, that's what I mean when I say mastery. I don't I don't take anything you I agree 100%. You have to keep doing what has been working until it doesn't work.
Here's the thing now. Here's the thing, Fatima. Now I'm gonna take your workout analogy and go a little further with it. Yes, when somebody has to work out, if you work out and you get muscles, the only way to keep your muscles is to continue to work out. But as the human body ages and age and attrition and your body starts to break down, you can work out as much as you want. If you reach a certain peak where your body just can't physically go anymore, then your body's going to break down no matter if you do the same health regimen and workout, because there's a finite limit to how far your body can go. So I'm thinking that's the same concept with the minds of the people. They could do all they're doing for as long as they want, but you can't stop the inevitable. Which to go back to the analogy, you can't stop Father Time. You can't outwork Father Time. If you go to the gym for 20 years and then you're 65 years old and your body starts to betray you for whatever reason, you can't outwork that. So I'm thinking the same concept.
Yeah,
with
that's just the way
the
the way human body works. That's why I always preface with the physical, because
I hear you.
It's a state of being that we are in and we choose to be in, and then when we die and transition, we go back to being purely spirit. And so when you hear people channel and you hear people talk about near death experiences, which I had taken care of somebody. I've had my own run-ins with different types of things people will call extra, or like woo-woo. I don't know, however you want to say it, if you're talking to somebody who doesn't believe in it at all.
I've been there too.
Yeah, I think we all have, because we're all spiritual. Like, we're all, like, your physical form is temporary. It is not you. It is your physical is a projection of your the bigger you. So like I know you say you project outward from the body, but I think of it like that, but in reverse. So it's this portion of your the whole part of you that's connected to all that is living a physical experience for a finite amount of time, here to learn lessons, here to do what it is. And it could be completely terror. It could be whatever it is you chose to come here and do it for whatever lessons you want to learn. I do believe the earth is a school. I know you people have heard of that. I'm sure if you've heard of that, but I 100% believe the earth is a school. I believe that the universe supports everything that you say and do and think, and thoughts are things. And And so that is why they are so obsessed with controlling our thinking, because they understand themselves the power in thoughts and
Right.
collective
Right.
thought. And so if the
Uh-huh.
collective, and that's what I talk about, masters of fear,
Right.
and which is why they have so much control of media. And of course, under Trump's administration, it's even worse because they're
It is.
continuing to merge, big telecom, so they can control the messaging. And then they can
Uh-huh.
broadcast their rituals and project all this fear. So it's way bigger than the individual. Um, I won't say it's very bigger than individual. That's not kind of what I'm saying. Individuals' power to change things. There has to be a collective consensus for really big change to happen. And so their battle is for collective consensus. So their battle is this, which is why you never hear about Africa a lot of times. They cannot conquer the minds of Africans,
Mm-hmm.
because there's just too much variation, too much spiritual. There's just too much there, and so they just like make
Mm-hmm.
it look. They make it a very fearful place, and they try to keep people from going and doing business and really uplifting the
Mm-hmm.
continent. I really do believe that's why you can't. There's only so many pockets of things you can infiltrate on a continent of that size and of people who will have that type of relationship to the earth. So, I mean,
Right.
for me, I mean, I feel like the battle is expanding for them. I think they are losing. I think the kids that are coming in now are not with that shit. Like
They're not.
I'm over 40. And
Mm-hmm.
this younger generation is not really with all of this. They're not about control. They're not, it's a lot. So they're getting the battle. The souls coming in are coming to help. I do believe that. And I think
I
when you
believe
talk
that
about
too.
turning the tide and you talk about, time being up, I 100% believe all of that. I think this is where we're living in the midst of this.
Mm-hmm.
We're living in the midst of a tide turning, and that's why it just seems so surreal, the things that are happening in government and happening around the world. And I think when I tell you, Zach, 100% allow the calm, like when you understand the playbook, it just makes everything like it just doesn't. You're not gonna catch my emotions. Like I'm not letting you have that. I'm not letting you have,
Okay.
my emotional. Like you're not getting it. And so once you
You're not getting my
understand the game,
attention. You're not.
yeah,
Yeah.
man, you're not getting it from
Mm-hmm.
me. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
shedding
Mm-hmm.
another tear
Mm-hmm.
over this
Mm-hmm.
BS,
Hell
So,
no. Be in the world, but
so
not of the world. Basically.
exactly right. So, like, I just try to. I mean, like, for me, between him, and between, like I said, the metaphysical teachings, and some of the channelers, I do listen to a few different channelers. Um,
Uh-huh.
it has really brought a lot of things into perspective about like your goal on Earth and the fear of death, which is what they put in you first and earliest. If people didn't fear
Mm-hmm.
death, we could get so much further with what we're doing. But because they have instilled the fear of death, just think about the funeral process. Just think about like this visual. It's all a visual. How they have you normalizing killing people, and like the way, like all of it is intentional. The way they kill people on camera, the way they glorify
Mm-hmm.
death. It is a fear reprogramming to where you feel like you are cut off. Like once you die, that's it. And you're just here living in a dream. It's just literally the reverse of what you're taught. So when you understand that, you understand that death is nothing to be afraid of. That I
Death
think
is
that's
nothing to be
powerful
afraid.
too. No.
Death is nothing to be afraid. As a matter of fact, like if you study the Egyptians' concept of death, first of all, if you study any ancient Egyptian texts, you would think that they were obsessed with death because they understood the science of it. People think that when you die physically, that's when you die, in a nutshell. But if you study ancient texts and mythology and stuff like that, the Egyptians, for example, which is one of the greatest civilizations, if not the greatest civilization that ever existed on Earth, they've perceived living in the physical body as death. And when you leave the physical body, that's life.
um
You know what I mean?
Now I have yes, I do, and I had never heard of it put that way, but I have heard a channeler say in the kind of the same breath that you go to sleep to live. So when you sleep, you
You
leave
do.
your body, obviously, and you go and you visit other dimensions and you handle business and you may talk to your spirit guides. You may or may not remember those things. And people who have heightened, a conscious awareness,
Oh,
will remember things and they can control the out of body experience. And some of these kids are being born. My son, he's astral projected by mistake, like not even
wow.
trying. I mean, like when I tell you we have no control over like what's coming in, like it has nothing to do with this political. That's why I remove myself, and I learn to lean into what I love. You know what I mean? Like doing the things that I love, and in the profession that I love, and being a parent, and these things that I'm here for, and everything else will work itself out. I will not be subjected to the trash that is around us. You just have to know that, these everybody's got something going on every second of every day forever. You know what I'm saying? Like it's impossible to make yourself responsible for caring and having all of this emotional outpouring for stuff that you wouldn't even know about if the internet wasn't a thing.
It
Um,
wasn't a thing for us to use. Yep.
yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? So I feel like if we have something like the internet, and the globalization of communication, that we should be more better stewards of it. Um,
We
and I just
should.
mean, and I mean, I don't mean try, like, and so that's why, certain, and the algorithm knows this. Like if you all have been on, different social media channels, if it's racist, it's gonna get promoted. If it's sexist, it's gonna
Mm-hmm.
get promoted. If it's, political junk that is gonna trigger you, they're gonna boost it. Um, it's negative. It's gonna get boosted, and
Right.
it's going to trigger you. And on a
Mm-hmm.
metaphysical level, you have now, made your daily deposit of trash, frequency to feed the machine. You know what I mean?
To
Like that's
feed the
kind of how
machine.
yeah, that's kind of how I see it.
Uh-huh.
So like
Uh-huh.
I just separate myself from that, and I do what I want, things that make me happy and with people that make me
Uh-huh.
happy. And
Uh-huh.
I think what's going to happen is simpler times. We're going to be. I'm just waiting for this country to get kneecapped. I'm ready for it. I'm over it. I'm really over it. It is gonna fall. It's gonna be whatever it is, economically or whatever. Like whatever's coming is coming. Like nobody's gonna really. You can't really say that how we're living is sustainable in the West. Especially with the average family. Like you can't.
Uh-huh.
The average person is
That's
not
it.
gonna agree with you. It's gonna run. The illusion is gonna run out here. I don't know what that looks like. Nobody really does, but people they're fighting it, and they just keep gonna, like you grow up and was a millionaire. Now we've got what's after a trillion? Is it like what is it? We just keep like making up
It's
words.
like we make up as we go, in a sense.
Like and with
Uh-huh.
all of this new money, we have the same flipping problem. Like nothing's getting done. What does that tell you? That the problem is not lack of money. It has nothing to do with it. It's the people in control are in control, and you when you feed into that, that's what happens. Like that's literally what happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens for you, and
How
everything
about
happens
this?
for them.
How about this? How about this? Based on, again, I keep referencing the people that I'm referencing the fact that I'm getting stuff from other sources, because I'm not the type of person to act like I know it all and not source what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Or I'm humble enough to say I've researched and got from this person this kind of knowledge and X, Y, and Z. Like the teachers like Delbert Blair and another guy, I don't know if you ever heard of him. His name is Bobby Hemmett. They
Yes, I
are
have.
the
I listened to him too.
okay. So so when I say this, then you could understand if you follow Bobby. The real problem is not even. I mean, politically, and all those distractions is a problem, of course, on a certain level, but on a cosmic, grander level, physical existence, period, is an issue.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Because if the physical was the be all end all, then we wouldn't die, quote unquote. You know what I mean? The physical existence itself is the issue. Humanity is the issue. Now I know that's hard for people to grasp, because the sun lights up this beautiful place we call Earth every day, and we see the flowers and we see the beautiful people and we see this and that. But even in the Bible, like it says, Jesus said, "This is not the land of my father, and I'm just passing through," and stuff like that. In other words, this
Well, I
physical
think that's
place.
everybody. I think that's
Yeah.
everybody. If you look at it metaphysically,
Uh-huh.
everybody's passing through. Every
Right.
soul that comes to
Right.
earth is passing through. And so
Right.
so my take on Jesus um uh is that without being a scholar, obviously, and not, I think the man existed. Man, or I as far as what he looked like and all of that, I do believe he was dark complected, but that doesn't even really matter in my context, because I think he was sent as an example of what higher consciousness and frequency is supposed to do for you.
Right. I agree
From
with
a
that.
healing standpoint, from a people say they touch him of his garment. There's a song about touching him of his garment and being made whole. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I think what that is a frequency shift, if that makes sense. That is him vibrating at a level that very few people can vibrate on. And so if you ever think of healers, if you ever talk to a healer, a metaphysical healer, it is all metaphysical. Like where they touch you, what music, well,
Mm-hmm.
all of this stuff the knowledge is on earth. And I think he had
Mm-hmm.
to exist on some level to show us that it's a part of humanity's ascension. I do think we started way worse off. I mean, if you think about at least in modern Earth history, and I'm not talking Atlantis or ancient Egypt right now. Well, maybe even ancient Egypt, but I'm not talking any older than probably that Mesopotamia. Maybe any older than that, nobody can really say any. Like a lot. I'm sure the knowledge is there, but I mean, it's
Look, I'm
all
I'm
a
pretty
mess.
sure it's there.
But
I think it's
yeah, it's
there,
there. It's a mess. But I
but
think Jesus and others like him,
uh-huh.
the Buddhas and Mohammeds and all of them who come and
Right.
have these messages at the
Mm-hmm.
time that they were here was to show us that we are more than what we have been told that we are. Nothing more than
Right.
that. Because you see people do modern miracles, you see people vibrate at higher levels, you see people heal themselves, you see people cold turkey stop this and stop doing, like wake up one day and they decide to make a decision,
Mm-hmm.
and it changes the trajectory of their lives. I think his point in this was that I am who I say I am, which is you. You know what I mean? Like I am my father's child. I'm here. I'm this. I'm that. And so are all of you. And it just was more salacious as a literal interpretation, which is why you get this whole complete erasure of the woman, first of all, which is crazy to me.
Just
And
outrageous.
completely. um,
Outrageous,
I
man.
think I went to a christening once of my really close friends, and they're Catholic, and I mean, I don't judge. We love them, and they're Catholic, and it is what it is. So we went to the christening, and
Mm-hmm.
all of the imagery. A lot of the Catholic churches have images of different prophets or whatever on the windows.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not one woman. Not one woman. What does that tell you? Like, how completely bastardized has religion become, where only men, and like you have to even give God a sex and it's a man. Like, are you like seriously? Like,
And that doesn't even make sense because
it makes zero sense. It
the
makes
woman is the
zero
one who
sense.
brings life into the world.
Into the physical, you're right. You need them both,
Uh-huh.
but she is like she is the physical
She's the
carrier. You can
vehicle. She's the vehicle to bring
correct.
anything
You
into this world.
correct. And I don't know if you listen to Dr. Delbert Belair, but there's a
I,
lecture
I
that
I
is
know
out
of
on
him.
YouTube.
I know of
Okay,
him.
so there are lectures they're starting to slowly release on YouTube. I'm gonna try to find some of the links, because one of them, he talks about, um, and this is through his studies. One of the and I know I'm going far left for people who just believe in the Adam and Eve story, so I'm sorry if this does not vibe with you. However,
Mm-hmm.
it might, because, and this is why I say the truth is always buried in the mess. Like it's always remnants of what really happened, and all of these texts, all of them reference truth, some sort of truth, and that's why I think it
Right.
points back to extraterrestrial,
Mm-hmm.
and seeding in different parts of the planet. So anyway,
Mm-hmm.
he talks about um, a being from another planet, another star system. And I don't remember if
Mm-hmm.
it was Sirius, or I can't remember which one it was, but it was a being that was in what we would call asexual, which meant both. Like asexual meant male and female because it really didn't
Mm-hmm.
exist. But
Mm-hmm.
in all of the, all of the, what they call that, testing and like alien seeding and things that were happening in different parts of the earth over time, they were able to take this being and then, like, I don't know how, obviously don't know how, but create a man and a woman out of the one. So when you think about the Bible, and then from that is how they were able to reproduce, and then of course seed other races of people.
Right.
um how they were able, and that's why I think the Bible talks about the ribs, and they talk about, Eve coming from Adam's rib and all of that. I really think that's the story that they were telling. He just tells it in a metaphysical, like
I
he just
think that
tells it in a
story,
way that people are not gonna absolutely be like, that's
right,
absolutely ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
right,
But it's
right,
like,
right,
no, it
right.
actually makes total sense. Like if I mean, in our case, we can't go any further back from man and woman. So, like,
Hmm.
what's before the man and the woman? Like, what's before that? And in this story, one being was before that, that was divided or that was created into two so that they could reproduce with the genetics of that alien species. That's what he says. And then when you think about the Adam and Eve story, it's kind of what's reflected in
It's
Adam and
kind of
Eve.
the same thing. Yeah, it
Yeah.
kind
So
of
I was
is.
like, so
Hmm.
that was my takeaway was like, the truth is scattered. It's out there, folks. Like, I don't think it's anything to really be upset about. And I think that's the biggest thing. People are afraid to believe in extraterrestrial because it makes them appear a certain way. And that's just programming. And that's just
That is
programming you're gonna have to
programming.
tell yourself that you're gonna have to get rid of if you want to really understand what's happening or what's about to happen. You're gonna
Somebody
have to
wrote in the
really,
chat, not to cut you off, the
yeah.
taking of the rib was the split Adam slash Adam as an ATOM and Adam, the man's name, Adam. Okay. No, but not to cut you off, I was just reading that just
Oh,
to,
I heard, yeah, and I
just,
heard that too. And
uh,
it was some other language. There was some other language. It all basically
but
tells the same story. One being became two beings, and those two beings were able to reproduce.
it's the same
And
story. It's the same
yeah,
story.
and into
Basically,
what we're dealing with right now. And other alien races seeded different types of humans over time in different parts of the
uh
country or in different parts of the planet, which is why you have those genetic variations. Um,
I believe that. I believe that. My thing is, my spin on it is, well, my interpretation of it is I believe everything Delbert Blair says because he's one of the masters who taught this information. I tend to lean more of the connotation where he's explaining it in terms of like it's almost like mythology. I don't think it means literal aliens with bug eyes and all that stuff. I think again because I'm a student of Bobby Hemmett, he would always reference documentation and talk about, not always, but when he would touch on the concept of aliens, it's always about something inside of you that's alien, like your soul that never physically was here technically, but your physical body was here. But the soul that animates the spark that animates this physical vehicle that you're in is the true alien. Because when that part of you wakes up, then this physical world would be no longer in existence, which is the metaphor for the Christ returning in the Bible. You understand, returning with the blood on the sword and all
yeah,
that stuff.
yeah.
So it's like I look at it from a more of a. Oh, you were saying something? You want to say something?
No, go ahead, finish your thought.
Okay, okay, no problem. I view it from more of a mythological point of view because, and here's the next thing: people think mythology is just some made up stories. Mythology is the most advanced thing you could study. Period. If I don't know if you read mythology, but if you want to like, if you want to feel, I don't want to say feel stupid, but if you want to feel like you don't know stuff, if you read some mythology, it will put you on your ass because mythology is very advanced. So, but it's truthful sayings because the mythology is a reflection of abstract concepts that the physical reality don't have the building blocks to suggest certain things on an abstract level. So mythology has to sound crazy. It's just like your dreams. When you dream, it's like you have these crazy things going on in your dreams. It's because your higher self is trying to suggest certain things that are happening on a
Well,
higher level that the
sending
physical world
messages
can't
to
catch up with.
you. Yeah, I
Right,
think
right,
anybody born on the planet, you have your soul family, the people you come to earth with, all of these, everybody's talked about it. Like that's what I
right.
believe. I believe that it is decided that you are going to learn this thing. Just like you fill out your registration for college and you decide you want to take this class and you want to learn a little bit of this. I studied world religions in college, while in nursing school because I wanted to know what else was out there. Um, People come into your life to make sure you stay on track. They leave your life to make sure you stay on track. They come into your life to bring you children, maybe not in the best of ways or maybe in the best of ways. But
Well,
everybody's purpose is purposed, if that makes
well,
sense. Does
I
not
believe
mean
that.
positive, negative, or whatever. It just means what it is. And so I agree with you. They took mythology, like I always tell people, and if you listen to a lot of people who are kind of into this line of thinking, they'll tell you there's more truth in the movies and the TV shows than there is in the
Right.
news because they
You want
have
to know
that
why?
creative freedom to tell you the story because they know they've programmed you to believe that it's entertainment only. So you'll never give it a thought, a second thought, a third thought. You'll never give it the attention it requires. But I can't, some things you just can't unsee. And they're like, oh, this episode was so weird. And, when you have, a lot of on Zach has his shows and people call in and they talk about episodes of cartoons that were, trying to kind of tell you what was coming and prophesize what was coming and all of that. That stuff, yeah, like I 100% agree that that's just kind of where they've hidden the truth is in movies and in shows and of course in books because nobody reads. And these days, people really don't read.
Hell no. People do not read.
So now what's gonna happen is they're gonna assimilate a lot of these older books that need to remain physical, and then they'll be able to take, things like AI, which is neutral. I actually use AI a lot, and I love it for what it does for me, and it helps me help others. But what appears to be happening, and this is just the intent. These are just negative intent. These are people who are just low vibrational. You have to remember the duality that exists on the planet. Like it's always going to be a battle of some sort because that's just what it is. You can't experience. Like if you wanted to have no friction, no sadness, nothing, then you would be in spirit. And so because we're in the physical, there has to be stuff that is consequential. Yes, there has to be action that cause reactions and cause consequence, and you learn shit. Or you unlearn it. And so that's what it is. And so like to think that there's a switch, you know what I mean, that just flips this. I don't think that's what Earth is for. I don't think the goal of the planet, and I say this neutrally, is to be, I don't know. I don't know what it would even look like. I think you come here to get the grit and learn the lessons, because if you understand the bigger picture, you're just experiencing one small piece of a very big entity. Like that is the goal. The goal is to
I believe that. I believe that.
Yeah. So I agree with your mythology statement from a standpoint of who controls what you think and feel. They've been messing with our books for hundreds of years, and with AI, it's going to probably get worse. And that's why I'm just back to starting to buy a bunch of books, and I'm in bookstores and I'm on DVDs and all the physical stuff that was not messed with. I'm starting to collect it again because they're really trying to put us in a giant cloud, like where you can't even get anything. You can't access anything if you don't have electricity or the internet, more specifically the internet. And so AI is sucking up books, and then all of a sudden you won't even be able to see the original copy of a lot of these metaphysical books and a lot of these herbal books on remedies and a lot of natural, magnetism. There are lots of healing in magnets, and I mean all kinds of stuff. We've been hidden from all of this. Why is that? You know what I mean? So yes, it's extraterrestrial. I believe it. I believe other people, other entities are using Earth, or they're trying to, and they've been using Earth, and they're losing their grip, and so that's why it's so crazy outside. I mean, it sounds like a sci-fi movie, but I mean, that's kind of what I think is happening.
I believe it.
It's probably a movie out there.
It's supposed to. It's supposed to sound like that. Because remember, reality is crazier than fiction. Whatever the saying is, truth is crazier than fiction. So everything that you're saying, I totally agree. You know what I mean? Even with, again, the extraterrestrial things, I agree with it 100%. But
I think we are, yeah.
Damn,
I can't see the YouTube. I can't see the YouTube chat. I know I was trying to.
I'm reading the chat.
I can't see the YouTube chat. Yeah, same thing here. I was trying to.
Because they're saying a lot of stuff. It's like there's a back and forth going.
Yeah.
But yeah, like a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, you touched on movies. The reason why I like people suspend their critical thinking when they go into a movie, because they're under the assumption that movies are just for entertainment. But movies is the modern day mythology, because movies are based off of mythology.
Yeah.
All of our movies that people watch, because mythology was written in such an advanced way by the people, which I believe was us. You know what I mean? We could debate that another time if whoever doesn't believe it. But I think we wrote those mythologies, and when we wrote them as in such a way that it would impact our subconscious. So when the people who run this world understand that, they take the mythologies that they didn't write, but they take those mythologies and they make movies based on those mythologies, and they use those movies to disseminate their whatever agenda they have going on. Because I read a book by a guy named Brother Panic, and he breaks down all the references to September 11th that was in movies before September 11th happened. So they do things like that,
Oh
and it's called,
yeah,
I think, predictive
absolutely.
programming.
Yeah,
Right.
predictive programming. Yeah, Zach talks a lot about
Mhm.
it, and
Right.
certain conversations you have with people, depending on how much they believe in the government telling them the truth, will literally have a guttural reaction to you mentioning that that 9/11 was what it was, and that
Come on,
COVID was what
I
it
mean,
was.
at this point,
So we
if
are
you,
still. I think it's getting better. I think it's absolutely getting better. But I
mhm.
100% believe that the truth has to be. One movie I will say to you all, and it's a really good movie. Actually, it's really really good. It's called Everything. What is it called? Everything,
Everything,
Everywhere, All at
everywhere,
Once.
all at once. Yeah, I need to
I think
watch
I've seen
that.
it 3 times,
I
and
need to
I've seen it
watch
with
that.
my kids. Another movie that's really good is Don't Look Up. That's a Netflix
Okay.
movie. But the
Okay.
first one was just when you think about, and I think I believe in the multiverse. So like I said, when I say we all exist in one instance, like if you go to the tippy top of the spiritual chain and you go to all that is, which is formless, and you look
Mhm.
out like this equivalent of looking into the universe. That's what I mean.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
that
I
is
hear you.
now. Right. That is now. That's now. That's always going to be now. There is no future, past, or present. We get linear the further away we get from all that is, and that's on purpose. Because again, um, if you believe in the multiverse, you understand that you exist billions of times, like at the same time in different realities, doing the same
I
things.
believe it.
And
I believe the
Spider-Man actually
multiverse.
tells you about this. This is probably the best. Spider-Man is one of the best ways you can understand this. So they understand it and they've understood it. And that means that a lot of extraterrestrial or a lot of influence from other planets and star systems have affected
Mhm.
the way we are coming to understand it. They've just hidden it in entertainment. So, I used to tell people, why do you think you forget what you walked into the kitchen for? Because if we were living in a linear time and space, which means you think of a mathematical timeline, you can plot out the times on the line, right? They don't move. But if
Mhm.
you are
Mhm.
existing in multiple places simultaneously as different people, same, your soul split into different parts because you're experiencing all versions of yourself making each and every decision all at the same time. That's how I tend to see things. When I
Mhm. Mhm.
realized that your memory makes a ton of sense. The fact that you forgot when you left the bedroom, you wrapped up in thought, you get to the kitchen, you're like, dude, what did I come in here for? It's because you exist and you change every, billions of times per second. I do believe that. And that is why you can have people who can see into other timelines, can see bad events coming, other timelines, other children, other people who've met children. Like there's so much variation into it, and I think we just don't talk enough about it because of the stigma of people believing you're crazy. But schizophrenics and people who live in another time and space, whether it's drug induced or not,
Mhm. Mhm.
you're just experiencing them as they experience someplace that you are not physically, right? So you all are not
Mhm.
currently sharing the same lane of frequency because you think they're crazy and they think you're a dog. You know what I mean? Like, but who's wrong? You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
even understanding this even changed the way I thought about psych. Like how I experienced psych and psych issues and what people would deem to be crazy. Because if you understand how we exist, which is everywhere all at once, making decisions
Mhm.
and committing on whatever timeline it is, people who said that they thought they should have died in car crashes, but they did not die, um, probably did die in another universe. You know what I'm saying? Like that sort of
Possibly.
thing. walked away from something they shouldn't have walked away from. Somehow the window allowed them to slide through, but the window was solid. We've seen these things over the years. To me,
Yeah.
that's enough proof to say that yes, I do believe that we live in a multiverse and that we are literally experiencing all of these things simultaneously. And based on what you decide you need to learn while you're here and what train of thought, what current timeline you yourself are living, determines, how you like decisions you make and what that means for you while you're here. But I don't think, messages like that come across there. We've just been so trained. And so you have to watch them in movies and you have to allow certain movies to open your mind. And it might just be easier for you to do that. But we've always had psychics. There's always been people who have had better connections to other frequencies. Always. We've just called them crazy. There's
Yeah.
always been healers that have used, plants and frequency and sound to heal you and to know the body better than anybody. We call them whatever we call them. So, you know, take that and do with it what you will. But I think we are just in an era now where things are accelerating. And I think the average person's mind should be really beginning to open to all of this.
I
And
agree.
we should be
I
able
agree.
to kind of like, that's why I think sometimes it's not necessarily what you're doing or not doing, but what you're thinking and the type of frequency you
Mhm.
put out is going to be way more effective collectively than um, anything violent, or one-on-one. It's just low vibe. It doesn't help, in my opinion.
I hear you, Fatima. Wow. Somebody said in the chat that you got their full attention. Waterburger said that. Fatima has my full attention. That individual said that a couple of like probably like 5-10 minutes ago, but I just wanted to throw that in there because I'm
Well, I
listening to
appreciate
you,
it.
I'm following the chat. But yeah, man. The multiverse, I see it exactly how you see it, but I want to just add something to it with the multiverse. You mentioned one of the movies, the Spider-Man movie. I'm gonna mention the Doctor Strange multiverse of madness. Like they
Yes.
su- they subtly threw it in there indirectly what the multiverse actually is.
Yeah.
In addition to what you
Yeah.
said,
Yeah.
he said that when you dream you, and you see certain things happen in your dream, that's you seeing your other multiversal selves.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
other words, the multiverse exists inside of your mind. So you're
Yeah.
you're
Well,
experiencing all those
your mind is
different
a perceiver. Yes. Yes.
yes. And whatever version of yourself you is out there, you have the ability to draw that person, that other version of yourself to your existence right now when you're at physically. You know what I mean? So that's my spin on the multiverse in terms of like what it actually is. Like everything you said, in addition to the fact that there's a version of Fatima who was a who could be a plastic surgeon. You could be a plastic
Yeah.
surgeon right here on Earth. You could
Totally.
pull
Could
that.
have
You could
20
pull that.
kids, could have
Right. Right.
no husband. I'm married. I've been with my husband for 30 years. Like,
Right. Right.
there's so many versions of there's so many versions there, exactly. And so their responsibility in holding on to this information is they kind of have to give us, it can't be total darkness. And
They
sometimes I also
can't.
believe it's not necessarily their will. I just think there are other good entities. There
I
are other
believe so too.
extraterrestrial entities that are not fallen or not low vibrational and that are making sure that we can get what we need to get when we need to get it. So everybody's going to have their moment of truth. And that we don't know, nobody knows what the other person's moment of truth looks like or if it ever will come in their timeline. But everybody's going to have that aha moment. And a lot of times it's stuff that you don't even think about. Sometimes it's a movie, sometimes it's a book, sometimes it's these live streams like this. I listen to Zach's streams like even when they're 4 hours because I am
So do
interested
I.
in other people's opinions about what is happening. But that's my own curiosity. Everybody has their own way of filtering information. And what they're doing is they're just trying to keep that skill, the critical thinking skill and the curiosity skill. They're removing that when they give you everything. Does that make sense? When they give you everything you need at the moment you need it, it just removes your natural curiosity. So you ask less questions.
And
So
you
you don't
think
ask as
less.
many questions. And you, of course. And so
Uh-huh.
and that's why I use AI as an example because, if you're a critical thinker, it's not really effective. It's just allowing you to be more productive. But if you are not a thinker and you came up in this later era where they're really just babysitting children in school and they're basically like telling these teachers what they can teach and what they can't teach and all this other craziness. Um, a lot of these younger generational kids cannot critically think. They can't really communicate thought as well as they should be. They don't ask questions. They just accept the status quo. So that's where we are. We're like at that intersection. So everybody, is not going to be meant to have the light bulb moment simultaneously at the same time. We are just trying to get the majority of people to start to have, just larger groups of people start to really publicly challenge the status quo because that's what's gonna. Ooh, there's a dog. That's what's gonna start to really change, like from a collective, like the collective Earth consciousness is going to change how we are viewed and how powerful we are. You know what I mean? Like I just think it's a power play, and so you got to have every epic battle is a battle. Every lesson coming is going to come behind something. Most people get rich after they've been dead broke. Most people build something that the world needs because they lacked it. So you can't have one without the other. Like you can't give everybody everything they need at the moment that they need it in physical and expect much to change because there's no experience there. There's nothing there. There's no friction. There's nothing there. So yes, you kind of duality is important on Earth, and having all these experiences is important. But I do think Earth is tired. I said that before, in all of her forms, and I think that the reason we're heating up is because he's literally trying to burn out the bad. It's getting hot because I think she's tired, and
Mm-hmm.
the people who are doing the damage can't take the heat, literally. So I think that's where
Literally.
literally,
Uh-huh.
and I think that's what is happening. People talk about um, black, individuals and why they're shamed and why melanin is so hated. Why they wrote that storyline. I think it has a lot to do with extraterrestrial relationships between the Sirius star system and the Orion star system and the Pleiadian. Do your research if you want to.
Uh-huh.
That's some of my research. There are other entities that play on Earth that have interests in Earth. It's the same thing we do when we go to another country, even if it's under false pretenses. It's like, well, our interest in this country, this continent, is this and that, and they shouldn't be able to do this and they shouldn't be able to do that. Well, just take it up a couple of levels. It's the same exact thing on an extraterrestrial level, on a cosmic level. You have entities interested in what is happening on Earth, and they will affect and influence and speak to those people to get the results that they want. So that's where the battle is. It's not in politics. I think just that plays to the lowest level, but it also kind of shows you really what is at play. Like what really is at play here. And government is obviously, you know, not great. Their interest not great.
Politics. Yeah, I think politics is just there for. I think the distractions comes in certain thresholds. Like politics is to keep the people who are on a certain level on the lower end of the totem pole distracted in that aspect of what I mean,
Yeah.
that
Yep.
level.
They can't
Like
help. They
distract.
can't help the bigger picture when they're fighting over this stupid stuff.
Right. So like me, a person like me, you or Zach, we can see through politics, and that doesn't even phase us. But there's a lower level version of somebody who thinks on a lower level where politics would be the trap for
Correct.
that group of people. You know
Waiting
what I
to
mean? And
be
then they have
told what to thought. Yes. Waiting
right.
to be given instructions.
And then the
Um,
people who aren't politically inclined are distracted by sports, which Zach decodes like rolling out of his bed every day. And then there's another group of people who gets distracted with, celebrity tragedies and stuff like that. And it's like it's just thresholds to distractions. But people like us who could see through all of that stuff, it's like we don't even give it any thought other than saying I know that that's contrived, and I know Zach's gonna do a video on it to break it down numerically that it's contrived. But other than that, I mean, like all the stuff that the people that run this world do, I feel like it's more designed to keep the other people that aren't already on the frequency in that low state. It can't be for us because it's clearly not working, because they could do all the distractions they want. I know it's some contrived bullshit. You know what I mean? So
Somebody in the comments said, "Have you seriously tested Jesus with the same openness that you have tested every other theory?" And that's, I'm gonna
um
guess that question was to me.
it's
Or
probably to
maybe
both of
not,
us.
maybe
It's probably
not.
to
But what
both of
I
us.
will say is that um,
I can't keep up with the chats. It's
I
going
know,
quick
I
and I
know,
throw my
and
neighbors down.
I'm not on YouTube. I'm on StreamYard, so I can only see the. I don't know if all the YouTube comments come in here, but what I will say to that is the reason I am so open is because of, you know, my own personal research into Jesus. Like I said earlier in on the call, was raised in a church and had, you know, weekly Bible study, and you know, some of it resonated, some of it didn't. I knew that my parents were great people, both of them of two different religious beliefs, and they were amazing parents. So for me, it did not, like, what they believed did not affect their parenting for me. So
Right.
when you ask about Jesus being um like having the same amount of openness, the reason I can say, uh at least for me, that Jesus was more so an example, one of many examples of the human potential on earth, that is my assessment of who Jesus Christ was. I do not put faith in any individual, because I am my own person and I'm as powerful. So like the problem we have here with religion is that it attaches a really big part of ego that we don't need to have. There is no one way. There is no one way of anything. If you look at the DNA strands, like, and that's just the strands we know about. How many variations of possibility can a sperm and an egg make in a human? You can't tell me that one person that lived in one period of time is my only path to, like, it just
Yep.
doesn't make,
Is the
it
only
doesn't compute
standard
for
for
me.
righteousness.
Correct.
Right.
Unless he was an
Right.
example of it, in which
Right.
I
Right.
do believe, because we are all here for that. So no, if you're asking me if I'm supposed to like shift my focus from, you know, understanding more so the message of Jesus versus his purpose being like an all-in-one type of, no, I'll never say that that's what that's what I got from that. I'll never
Yeah,
say it
me
because I
too.
don't believe that. I believe that
Hmm.
we give them their storytelling way too much credit, and that you are absolutely as powerful as he was on the right frequency, with the right level of discipline, with the right level of nutrition, with the, like, you can do basically whatever you want to do. The universe is going to support that. I do believe that. But we have
Hmm.
kind of, now we like, it's the person that's going to save us. You're the
Right.
person that's
Right.
going to save you.
Jesus
You're
ain't
the
come back
person that's
yet.
going to save you. And people in your life are there to
Hmm.
support whatever decisions you make at the time, positive or negative, whatever lesson you're gonna learn it. I'll give you a great example. My son, who, you know, wasn't dating for a long while, you know, while he's older, he
Hmm.
decided, he said, "Mom, I'm just not even. The world is trash." You know, like we have these really interesting talks, and
Hmm.
he was like, "I just, these women, you know, it's just different out here. These women are this, and the guys are that." And it's like, I listen to the way some of my, you know, friends or former friends would speak to women and talk about them, and I'm like, "What is wrong with y'all?" Like, I raised my kids different. They are not like these kids out here. And he was one of them. He's always been an old soul. So he said, "You know, if I find somebody, like, I don't want to be looking. I just want her to literally come up to me, ask me. Like, I don't want the stress of dating. I just want the person to show up." I said, "Well, I mean, if you want that with enough intention, it's gonna happen for you. And when you're not looking for things, typically is when they show up. That's kind of how the universe
Right.
serves you. Is you stop
Hmm.
thinking of so much about it, it's gonna come." And so 2 weeks later, he meets the girl that he with. 2 weeks later, and you know what happened? She walked up to him while he was out in the same fashion that he talked to me 2 weeks prior about, and with the same characteristics, and said, "You know, if it happens that way, I'll know, because I'm absolutely not looking. Dot 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 dot." So the universe is
Mm-hmm.
going to support, and people are going to be ready to come into your life to give you exactly what you asked for. That is what Jesus was supposed to be for us. It was not supposed
Mm-hmm.
to be a place to put all of your external, like the fact that we look externally when we should be looking internally, which is why I think on one of Zach's former streams he talks about Buddhism, and there's a lot of Eastern and even some spiritual practices on the continent all talk about the importance of meditation and looking inward. And so we have now,
Right.
we live in a reverse universe where these things are now outward, and you are
Right.
taught to look outside of you, and you're taught to look for somebody to come for you. And it's you. It's not just like that. It's not like motivational, you know, like fodder. Like it's really you. It's really your level of thinking. It's your level of belief in what you can and cannot accomplish that is preventing you from getting whatever it is you want or you don't want. And people who master that tend to live really good lives. They live the life that they themselves fashion because they understand that. They didn't wait for anybody to sanction that, to give them permission to do that or to be that. And so that to me is what Jesus was supposed to be. Him and all of the other ascended masters, the ones who had really cool magic tricks because they understood how the world works. A lot of people talk about Moses and the burning bush. You talk to metaphysicists, they'll tell you he was probably talking to an alien who was bringing him knowledge that was cosmic knowledge to help whatever was happening, in this case, getting people out of slavery. And some of the things that we would consider like parting of the Red Sea, whether or not it happened, the point is it was not of this world, and it happened. Um, a lot of people would say that is an example of, you know, Moses talking with a divine being or somebody that is not really of
Here's
earth.
the thing. Here's
You
my
have the
take on that.
frequency.
Here's my take on that with the burning bush. Based on metaphysics that I study, the burning bush is symbolic of the Kundalini energy at the base of your spine. Because remember, Kundalini energy is a fire energy, and
Mm-hmm.
it's also a feminine energy, not on a sexual level. Because that's the next thing. People hear feminine, masculine, and think only on a sexual, you know, lower level. Feminine energy just means negative energy, not negative conventionally, but like negative meaning inner. You know what I mean? Which is inside of you, the Kundalini energy. And the splitting of the Red Sea is another reference based on my study of Kundalini rising, because when the staff represents the Kundalini, which is your spinal column, and the Red Sea is the blood vessels in the back that spread apart to make way for the Kundalini energy to rise from the root to the crown chakra. You know what I mean? Which
Yeah,
does have
I
something to do with
yeah,
what you say, because
it's
it's that
internal.
energy is
Mm-hmm.
internal, and that energy is an alien energy compared to the physical existence. You know what I mean? So I always try to bring everything back to inner to us, because that's what religion does. Religion teaches you like everything that happens, if even on a supernatural level, that it's something outside of you that's doing it. And that's the part where I can't deal with the religion, because it's like you're stripping yourself of all your accountability for it. So if something happens, then you're gonna say the devil made me do it. But if something
Yeah.
good happens, it's Jesus made me do it, or whatever it is. No, it was you. If you
Yeah.
healed yourself
You made that
from crack or
decision.
whatever,
Correct.
you did it.
Correct.
You know what I mean? And that's the thing with religion. And to answer the person's question about Jesus or whatever it is, if we didn't do our research, or I'm just gonna paraphrase, like I'll ask that question with a question to that person. Did you do that research on Jesus before you claim that he would be the one that's to dedicate your life to? A lot of these people get into this religion stuff because they're born into it, but never really sat down
Explore.
and
Mm-hmm.
explored, researched, and actually followed the breadcrumbs back to the origins of these religions. You know what I mean? But again, we're not
Yeah.
bashing anybody. Believe what you want to
No,
believe.
I'm not here for that. No,
I'm not here
everybody
for
has
that.
their
That's
own truth, and the truth is just a phrase.
right.
Um,
And I think we got
it's
somebody
not.
else
There
in the
is no
room.
one
JB.
truth, in my opinion. Yeah, Zach's not here to let anybody on.
No,
Oh
I
no,
see
Zach
Zach.
is here.
Zach is
Oh,
here. He's
hi,
chilling.
Zach.
Zach is here
Oh, I was in the comment
observing.
section, so I didn't even I
No, Zach
didn't
is here. Zach is here. He's here,
I
man.
didn't
He's
know he
chilling.
I
came
didn't
back
want to
already.
interrupt. I didn't want to interrupt. You guys are having a nice conversation, but yeah, another gentleman did get in here that wanted to chime in. It appears.
We got JB. What's up, JB? What you got?
What I've just, excuse me, what I've just discovered. Hello, Fatima. Hello, Zach, and hello, Andy. What I've discovered is I have about 3% battery. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to finish my cigarette. I'm gonna go inside, and I'm gonna plug my phone in, and I'll give you guys a little bit. All right.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah, like religion, like I would challenge anybody who's heavily involved in religion that probably is opposed to what Zach promotes. I would challenge them to do some research and see what you find, because as religious as you are in your religion, I don't think God is going to quote unquote strike you down if you just start educating yourself on other things. Like my thing is, if you're going to be in religion, don't be stuck right there. Like I have a nephew who's is as intelligent as anybody you can speak to, but his religion has him stuck in one corner. Like he can't, if it doesn't jive with his religion, because he's Islamic, if it doesn't line up with his no, yeah, he is Islamic. If it doesn't line up with his religion, it's like you might as well be talking to an adamant object about anything outside of his religion, because it's not gonna resonate. You
And
know what I
yeah, and
mean?
that's a lot of people. So yeah.
That's a lot of people, and that's the
Mhm.
danger about religion, because
Mhm.
again, religion is again, I go back to the etymology, to bind and constrict. You know what I mean? That's what religion does to you. You can't see anything outside of your religious lens. You know what I mean? So if I'm giving you something that's going to save your life, if I don't put Jesus Christ on the envelope of whatever letter or whatever I'm giving you to save your life, you're going to die, because it didn't come from Jesus Christ. It doesn't have Jesus' signature on it. And I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. I'm just being honest. Somebody said it's not a religion, and it is a relationship we have with Christ. And that's 07 Mikey. I get it. I get it. 07 Mikey. It's a relationship we have with Christ. But again, I challenge you to do your research and see where the Christ story actually originates from. There's no excuse to be ignorant about knowledge. We're in the age of information.
So
We have
here's
the right to
my,
read. You know what I
I'm
mean?
sorry.
So, but go ahead, Fatim, go ahead.
My take on it, on his, and this is where I have to even tell my own family members. If we're both standing at the foot of a forest, both of us, we both standing in front of the same forest, same front, middle, ends, all of this, right? Our goal is to both get to the other side. You're going to tell me that there's only one way to get to the other side of the forest. You're going to say through Christ, which is this particular path, this is the only way you can get through. And if you don't go this way, you're not on the right path and you won't get to your destination. I say that is not how that works. You are you with your path. I am me with my path. We're both here to do the same thing, maybe not in the same manner, but to get to the same destination. And the problem with religion is that it forces me into the same. So we're all going to be holding hands and walking the same exact path. And you really think that's what our purpose for Earth was for? Outside of, you know what I mean? Like, is it really that we both stand, and instead of standing side by side, I'm standing behind you because this is the path that Jesus told me to take? I don't believe that.
Here's the next
Whatever's for
thing.
me is for me. And
Right,
whatever's
right.
for you is for you. And so we both get to that side and we both take two different ways to get here. There's always going to be more than one way. And I say this with numbers and with people who try to say gematria can be diced this way and that way and all of the things. Well, it's like, hey, 10 minus 9 is 1, 1 plus 0 is 1, 11 minus 10 is 1. They're all 1. They're all 1. And there's about a million different ways that you can get to 1 as an answer to a question. So why are you forcing me into one mathematical equation? The higher up in
Right.
math you go, the less numbers you see. Has anybody ever thought about that? The higher up in math you go, the less numbers you see. The more symbols and other things that make absolutely no sense to the average person. Nobody ever talks about that because gematria is a very low hanging fruit. But if you actually look at quantum mechanics and you look at physics and you look at all these things on these really grand levels, they try to over, like they take your brain and they try to overstimulate so that you don't ask the questions. But the higher up in math you go, the more letters you see.
Yeah, like in
You know,
calculus, you see all these Greek letters like
more letters,
theta
right? They
and
put their,
phi. Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's like,
I
how much
understand
of
that.
it can you really trust? You know what I'm saying? The higher up you go, but that's a controlling mechanism. I just know if math is the language of the universe, you can't tell me that there's only one way to get to the number one, and you can't tell me there's only way to get to zero because you all are
Somebody,
making up letters. And when you want to talk about somebody's net worth, this fake money system that's out here, you're gonna
so,
make up the next after trillion. You'll make up that next word, and you'll make up that next word, and nobody even fucking cares what it means anymore, because it's not
so
affecting in their daily lives.
somebody wrote in the chat that Christ isn't religion, it's faith. But you weren't introduced to Christ but through religion. So you can't separate the two because you wouldn't know about Christ if your religion didn't introduce you to him. And here's the thing about religion. Another thing I want to mention about religion. Religion, all right. And I don't mean to get racial about it or talk it from a racial perspective, because I know we got all walks of life in the chat. But like, think of it from this point of view. Like, we're obviously you're black, I'm black, right? Who's
Hmm.
the most religious people in the world? Or let's just keep it in America, since we're Americans or whatever the case may be.
I think that
In terms of race,
I
in
think the
terms of race.
melanated person period is
All
probably
right.
extremely spiritual.
Okay.
And that's what I was
Okay.
saying earlier. I think there's a reason for that, and I think that it has to do with extraterrestrial seeding. I'm just not even gonna lie. I just think certain
Okay.
races from certain star systems have certain personalities. Some are here
Now
older than
stay with
others,
me. Stay with me. Stay with me,
and it
Joe.
never left. It never left. Why black people can dance? Why this and that? Why you have a lot of Caucasians who are way more tech and like proof and scientific, and they really kind of
Right.
are not into emotions, and so they kind of shun emotions.
Right.
So you've got like these, and that is literally almost every encounter I know I personally had, and I know it's anecdotal, but when I looked and did the study, and it made sense.
It
It
does,
made
but
sense
stay.
about war and weapons, and black people always being the first to forgive and the first to be accepting, and like
I mean,
it just
but
it
that's our
made
nature.
so much
That,
sense. But that was to
that-
me was like, these are your origins. And so it's man's doing that. Instead of teaching us to work together through that, you have now completely made an enemy of somebody that should have been your friend and your partner in
right.
this.
Right.
And so
Right.
now we're stuck fighting at the bottom for stupid stuff, like really
Right.
stupid stuff. And that's why, when we talk about what can be and what should be, race is always going to be. I mean, they've mastered it, to my opinion. They've definitely
Right. Right.
mastered that.
So
And a lot
this
of
is
it is because they never told us where we came from. When people
right.
understand where they
Right.
come from, then it shifts. But people are still trying to find it. I mean, I still try to find out, like, where do black people come from? Like, for real. I'm not talking about the continent. I'm talking about before the continent. And it's
You're
the
right.
same thing in Eurasia and other parts of the world, different complexions and different characteristics and all of these things. There's a reason for that. There's a
That's
reason
true.
for it, and that is
I was
not all
asking.
evolution in a sense between humans. I do think there.
Somebody wrote the Bible tell us where we came from. See, that's the thing with religion. See,
Yeah.
07
Okay.
Mikey, like, no disrespect, but that you're kind of proving my point, because I'm not saying that I'm not trying to bash anybody who's religious. I'm just saying challenge yourself to think outside of your religion. You know what I mean? Keep your
Yep. And
religion in
I'm
your
getting
back
all
pocket.
these all these first
Keep your
believers were
religion.
in Israel. First believers is
Yeah.
what? Like and like your soul doesn't have a color. No, your soul does not have a color.
Your
I agree
soul's
with
not a
that. But and
physical, it's not a
that's
physical
a
thing for it couldn't
defensive
even have,
statement. That's a defensive
yeah,
statement, and that goes back to
yeah.
programming. That why is that
That's
even
all that
something that
is.
you're
That's
saying? Like,
all
what are we?
programming.
Why are we talking about? I'm telling you, just like you're gonna tell me a cat is a dog. Like, I'm
You
telling
keep
you,
proving
we
my
all
religion.
came
You're
from
proving the
some
point.
place, in my opinion, beyond what we've been told racially. Why is that a problem? It's a problem because there's an entire system of supremacy that's based on it. So you literally would defunct, your brain would explode if you just had to understand and believe like more of the truth than the falsehood that you've been told. The reason why people get so upset and so butthurt over comments that they're not even racist comments. It's like you can't even talk about race to certain people because they're going to get offensive. It's programming that does that to you. I'm not I chose to come here. It's in this
Mm-hmm.
complexion on some
Somebody,
other level. So like there's something
somebody,
I need to
somebody
do
wrote
in this body. You know what I mean? Like don't
not
be upset that I'm
not
making
to
a
cut
point
you
of it.
off, not to cut you off, Fatima, but somebody says she needs to let Andy speak.
Okay, go on, Andy.
But no, I'm not saying that to stop you from talking. It's just that it's funny. The person that
Oh no,
said,
I'm
I
long-winded.
think
Go on.
the person who says she needs to let Andy speak, I think it's the same person that says you got their total attention. So it made me laugh. If I misread that wrong, maybe that was somebody else, but I believe it was the same person who said that. But I originally brought up the race of religion, like people who the race that is the most religious. I wanted to bring that up because I wanted to kind of explain my point of view on why I would, if I was still in religion and if I observed certain things, it would instantly make me scratch my head and start to think in another direction because black people or Hispanic people or melanated people tend to be the most religious people. But if you're in a religion, a part of being in a religion and participating in a religion is to get blessings, right? But yet, the people who get the most blessings, you know, let's be honest, the people who seem to be the most blessed on earth are white people. They have more money than us. They own the major real estate. They own the most businesses. But black people, Hispanics, seem to be more religious than white people. But yet, white people have more than us. When is the
That's a
last time?
system overlay. Yeah.
I know, I
Go on.
know, I know, but I'm going someplace. I'm going someplace. When is the
Okay.
last time you ever drove past any church building and saw groups upon groups upon groups of white families coming out of a church? You might see one or two, but for the most part, when you see churches, you see nothing but black, Hispanic, and colored people coming out those buildings. If you go to a black dominated neighborhood, you see churches on every corner. But I've been through white neighborhoods who are affluent white neighborhoods where you would probably see just one church for the entire neighborhood because white people, and I'm not trying to be racial, but white people tend to be more exposed to information. White people are the type of people that'll send their 10-year-old son on a plane by themselves to the other side of the world in Europe to go, vacation with the extended family. White people are more exposed to information. Us people, our people, we can say whatever we want. I'm not trying to bash my own people, but our people tend to be in a cocoon when it comes to being exposed to information. And it might be systematically planned like that. You know what I mean? That's probably engineered, which I would agree with. But if we could say whatever you want, because all people of all races are good and bad, but the people who run this world, I would like to think the powers that be are Caucasian. We could say that they do evil things, but the one thing we kind of got to give them, tip our hat to them, is they don't get stuck in things that don't yield results. Only our people get stuck in things like religion and that don't really yield results like that, because you can say whatever you want. You could be religious as you want, but our people in a macro perspective are the ones who suffer the most, but we're in the religion. We got people in religion talking about, yeah, my God is an awesome God, but yet they're the same ones who have family members who've been to prison, have family members who are suffering from diseases, have family members who live in the projects and don't got any resources to take care of themselves, barely struggling and to make ends meet, and then turn around with that same struggle and say, my God is an awesome God. You know what I mean? So it's like we're the only people, our people, unfortunately, the only ones that get stuck into a religion year after year after year after year, generation after generation, without any much results worth speaking of. But the people who run this world and certain people who are white, they don't operate like that. They'll try a system, a philosophy, and if it doesn't yield results, they'll throw it in the trash can and go to the next system. And that's a part of the problem with our people. We get stuck in things too easily. You know what I mean? Albeit engineered that way, but we get stuck too easily. And I don't mean to bring it into the racial kind of connotation, but I needed to use the racial thing to kind of like make the analogy work, if you know what I mean. Because
Hmm.
if I was a religious person and I seen that I'm in church every Sunday, but yet I'm struggling to pay my bills, I'm struggling to keep up with society and whatever it is, keep up with the Joneses, quote unquote. And then I see somebody who's not of my skin color, who's getting everything he wants, but he doesn't pray as much as I do. He doesn't go to church. He doesn't do any of the things that I do in terms of my religious, quote unquote, beliefs. And then I see somebody who's getting everything he wants, but he doesn't pray as much as I do. He doesn't go to church. He doesn't do any of the things that I do in terms of my religious, practices and he has more blessings than me, that would make me scratch my head like, wait a minute, what's going on here? You know what I mean?
So I
How
want
is
to
he
push
getting
back.
more? Huh? Say again?
I just want to push back on just a couple of when you're done
Sure, sure, sure. Go ahead. I'm
before I
listening.
lose my train of thought.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
100% understand what you're saying. I think a lot of Black folks, we all have these discussions off the record, right? When it
Mm-hmm.
comes to what our collective Jesus thought is actually yielding us on the world stage, right? Um, you're not. It's there. There's a lot to be said there. However, what I
Somebody said,
will
Andy, read the Bible, please. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
what I will say
I
is
will. RJ.
y-
Go ahead.
we also how do I put this? When you talk about Joneses and blessings and money, like there's so each one of the things you named has a belief behind it, right? If you
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
believe that a blessing is monetary, if you believe a blessing is a bigger house, because of course, Christianity will get up on TV on Sunday and tell you that. But if you
mm-hmm.
believe that blessings from God look a certain way, that's going to be a red flag for me, number one, because
Mm-hmm.
um, I cannot I'm not going to count, like, we shouldn't be counting pockets, if that makes sense. Now, mind
Right.
you, I agree with you that we just have work to do when it comes to our collective emotional attachment. And I just think that it's in us. And I think it is what it is. And we got to get it together on a certain front. But I also think it protects us. I think it keeps us because there are so many happy people living and thriving in positions that you would consider less than or subpar or not of God's blessing. And so that my whole issue with what is a blessing is that I cannot tell you what a blessing looks like to you.
Right.
And
Can
the
I just say
reason
something real
so
quick,
my
Fatima?
pushback just is like
Let
from
me
the
say something.
standpoint of like society. Go ahead. Yeah.
Let me say something. I'm speaking from a point of from the perspective of the
Like a
average
political
person.
perspective or
No, no, no. I'm speaking from the perspective of the average Christian and the average person who can't subscribe to the stuff that Zach has um been doing for the last umpteen years. The average person who goes to church every Sunday, and when they late on a bill, they get on their hands and knees and pray that, please God, don't make my lights get cut off. I'm speaking from that point of view, not from the point of view of somebody like you or my actual self who
mm-hmm,
knows there's that blessings aren't just monetary.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I just phrase the analogy like that to put a different spin on those people's minds who think religion is just be all end all thing. Like,
Okay,
look at
I
it from
understand
a
that.
you understand what I'm saying? But I agree
Yeah,
with
I
what you're saying
understand
though.
that.
What you're saying has a place in the conversation as well. I'm just saying I put myself in the shoes of somebody who's the average man or woman in a religion who uses their religion to get whatever they need to get to make their lives better. Because I'm not saying that religion is only designed for monetary things, but if you hit the lotto, if the average Christian hits the lotto tomorrow morning, what's the first thing they're gonna say? Thank Jesus, I hit the lotto. You know what I
I'm
mean?
gonna be like,
Thank
are you
Jesus.
supposed to be playing the lottery?
That's another
Gambling
discussion.
is a sin.
All right, let me rephrase that. If the average Christian found a bag of money on the floor and there was $100,000 in there, then the first thing that's gonna come out their mouth say, "Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus." Right?
You're right.
So,
You're so right.
so,
Yeah.
so that's where I'm coming from with it. But
Yeah, I was
I'm
messing
glad you
with
get what
you.
I'm saying. No, no, trust me. I catch it. I catch it. See, now, but see, and this is why I preface the analogy the way I did, because now we got people saying in the comments that's the problem. People think blessings are material. Blessings are material, but they're not only material.
Only was
You could be
correct.
you
And
could be
and
you
it's
could be
it's relative.
intellectually blessed. You could be intellectually blessed where you could have the intelligence to interpret information better than most people. You could be physically blessed in terms of your physical body. You could be able to jump higher than somebody else, which leads to you, you know what I'm saying, getting a scholarship in school from your athletic ability, even though we know the school system and sports is another
Mm.
thing that they spin on us to keep us slaves as well, too. But just for the sake of the analogy, you know what I mean? Just for the sake of saying that blessings aren't just monetary. I just used monetary and material as the vehicle to get my point across. But
Yeah,
but
no,
go
I
ahead. We
understand.
got we got we got JB. JB's back. His phone's charged and he's ready to go.
All right.
Can I say my phone is charged, or I have about 12%? But I certainly just want to say a couple things and then get out of here. And I do want to say, which I was cut off right in the middle of my playful introductions earlier. I was trying to say hello to Fatima and Andy, and of course the great Zachary K. Hubbard. So hello
Uh-huh.
everyone. I hope everyone is well, or as well as we could
Uh-huh.
be. So with all that nonsense out of the way, the fact that I can, just by vibes alone and just by tone of voice, and I'm not saying I'm an expert in any of these areas, is that Fatima and Andy are very, very nice people, conscious people, understand that there's a big problem in the world. And I don't know, I'm 42. I don't know how old you guys are, but wherever you are in this journey that we call life on planet Earth, at least you guys know what's going on, and we're all doing the best to attempt to understand what's going on. Is that a fair assessment of everyone I'm dealing with here?
Yeah, I mean, from my standpoint, yeah. I mean, I can
I'm
only.
not trying to put anyone on the spot or make anyone feel
Oh, no, no,
awkward.
no. I
I'm just
agree. Yeah, I think that's
Sorry
my
about that. I
goal.
got
I mean,
I got kicked out. My bad, man. I'm sorry. I'm
yeah,
back.
yeah, that's my goal. To try to figure out what's going on. It'd be great if so
so
long as it
I just
wasn't
get
him.
annoyed.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
JB, you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm
Okay.
sorry, not to cut anybody off, but I got kicked out by accident, but I'm back. Can you just like repeat what your point was, JB? Because I didn't catch it.
Oh, of course. So actually, I'm glad that you said that, because my point is I find it very strange that so many. I was raised Catholic and Christian, and I find, you know, I pay attention to many other religions around the world, and especially world events and how they're all tied together. And what I try to do is keep a peeled eye to ground myself in a way that I see what's happening around the quote unquote planet, regardless of what shape it is. And I look at the fact that there are so many individuals who look at gematria and they say that it's nonsense and just playing with numbers. And yet I watch Zach's channel, and by the way, I don't even think Zach and I like each other. I've been on this live stream like, I think this is my third time. The other two times I was grocery shopping. So this is my first time late night after a couple drinks and a little bit of legal marijuana. Legal, not illegal. By the way, no drugs should be illegal. But anyway, with all that being said, the fact that there are so many people that just instantly, when they hear the word gematria, or the fact that the elites, that so many people are comfortable in the community that I have been in and out of and involved in various capacities since September 11th, 2001. I was a junior in high school at that point. I think Zach was a junior in college at that point. They're so willing to look at the fact that two planes cannot knock down three buildings into total justification.
Oh, JB, did your phone die? JB, you there?
Fuckers, I'm just going to say the word, behind the scenes, that we're
Oh.
all allegedly fighting. The second that the terminology of gematria comes up, or the nomenclature, or the understanding, to use a simpler word, that perhaps these individuals, when you take 5 seconds and look at Zach's work, but it's not what I've done on YouTube. I did other stuff. I went straight for the 9/11. I went straight for the City Hook. I went for the Alex Jones is great because I believe he is.
He's cutting out. I don't hear him. JB, you there?
He's disconnected
It can't
now.
be as simple or as super complicated because it's both. Two things can be true at the same time.
Just so
Of
you know, your
coding numbers
phone.
into word runs the world. All of a sudden, people get rejected, and I just think it's a way. I think it's an overlook. I think people should pay attention to gematria. I'm gonna turn my mic off and listen.
No, we all agree. Everybody should be paying attention to gematria, but this
Or I'll
information.
keep my mic. I'll continue. All right.
I mean, it's up to you,
You
but I
go.
was just gonna elaborate. This was gonna elaborate. Yeah, we should all be mindful of gematria. I mean, it's the proof is in the
I
pudding.
think
Like, how many times
gematria
is
is
that?
worth looking at, and not only worth looking at. I have proof, and Zachary does as well on his show.
JB, your phone, your service isn't the best right now, JB. I guess. Well, yeah, like just to piggyback on what he was talking about, we should all pay attention to gematria. Absolutely. We should all be mindful that, like, my overall takeaway from the gematria thing, yeah, they're using it to dictate certain things and to numerically take advantage of certain events that happen.
Yes.
But to look at it from another perspective,
Thank you. I'm going to turn my mic off now. Thanks.
That shows you that there's something else going on in the world where maybe we could use gematria to help do things for us, to manifest certain things for ourselves. Some people might call it witchcraft or whatever it is. That's like, to me, like gematria, just like anything else that people would call witchcraft or voodoo, it all depends on the individual who's doing it. Now, gematria itself, go ahead.
And when you look at what you're saying at its baser level, in my opinion, I'm not saying I'm right. I'd be curious to get your opinion and everyone else's opinion, obviously, is that it's basically bringing the non-physical into the physical, and there are certain ways that people do that, correct?
I would say that. I would just say that gematria is one of the ways that we could, like, connect the dots, so to speak, on certain things that happen the way they happen. You know what I mean? Gematria is one of the best ways I've seen so far to connect the dots on an intellectual level, because numbers and letters, that's more of an intellectual kind of thing versus something happening like out of thin air. Like, if a bag of money falls in your lap out of thin air, you can't, like, really find gematria behind that. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
think
how would
that
you begin? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You can finish up.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that I think gematria and other mathematical coding forms like it are neutral, in
Uh-huh.
a sense that they show you how. You know what I mean? Like it's
Uh-huh.
not like what Zach always says. It's not the numbers that's doing the stuff. It's the numbers showing you how it's being done and
Oh
why
Right.
it's
no,
Right.
being
and those who
done.
don't have no idea
And
what I'm
that's
talking about.
and that's the proof. It's like, I don't know if anybody took geometry in high school, but one of my favorite subjects in high school was proofs, was geometric proofs, because you had to tell, you had to get from A to C with proofs. If this was this, then this was, and it was always more than one way to do it. And so I think what Zach has done is more like matrixed. He's just exposed, like just pulled up a very vital piece of, the matrix of deception in one area of the world. Because
Uh-huh.
obviously, if you're not looking at it in his way and you're not living in it like we are, it does not, it doesn't exist to you. It doesn't matter to you.
That's
And
where I agree.
that's really why a lot of um, a lot of the West and the way that they bring kids up and they have them go to school so early is because you indoctrinate them really early so that these things become foreign. This is not rocket science. What he's teaching is not rocket science. The problem is undoing the training, the mental training that's giving you the guttural response to this. Like, this is so foreign to me. This is so ridiculous. Why would you? Why? Because you're always taught that the authority was always going to be how, if it didn't come from them, then it wasn't the truth. And everything that we've been brought up to understand and to know, at least in the West, is has started way before we understood what was going on. And so when you have that kind of subconscious programming on on a spiritual level, when it comes to religious upbringing, and people who, you have family members shunning people for not being Christians, telling them they want their grandkids to be saved, and they want their grandkids to go to heaven and not to hell because you don't take them to church. Like, that's real trauma. That's real
It's
trauma to a
really extreme. Yeah.
family. And it is
San,
happening. And it's
the
happening
telling
because it
them the lie of
started so soon.
Santa Claus is trauma too.
Oh yeah, my dad killed that. We didn't do Santa Claus thing in my house. He
Yeah,
he
we
told
didn't
us
do
he
Santa
was
Telling
not
them the
Claus.
giving a
lie of the
white
Easter
man.
Bunny
Oh yeah,
is
none of it.
trauma as
We didn't
well.
do
Think about being a
any of
little
it.
child.
Yeah, like the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus. He was all about, and my mom wasn't really on board either. So we didn't have any of that mythical stuff in the house. He was like, "No, I work for these funds. You know where your gifts come from. We are not giving
Mm-hmm.
anybody credit for the stuff that comes up
But
under,
let's not
that is for the
let's
holiday.
not
Like, it's not
forget
happening."
let's not forget though, however, Fatima and JB, those stories like the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, and the Easter, those kind of things do have metaphysical roots. Like the Easter
All based
situation,
in the occult, correct?
yes. Like Easter, for example, is another iteration of the mythology of Osiris, because the Easter egg hunt is the same concept as when Isis and the children of Egypt went to hunt down Osiris's body after it was dismembered by his brother Set. And Easter comes from Ishtar, which is another form of Isis. So all of
It's,
these things, Santa Claus
it,
and all these other stories, they do have their roots in metaphysics. You know what I mean? And in mythology. I can't remember the mythology behind Santa Claus, but I know it has something to do with Kundalini and other things. But like, I know these stories, where we get tripped up with these stories sometimes, or we take them too literal. You know what I mean?
us
If we
lazy
Yeah,
take,
and
conspiracy
I think that's
theorists in our
training to.
yep, true.
us lazy conspiracy theorists in our 40s, we just call him Satan Klaus and make jokes about it. But we all know everything that you are saying. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So all those stories, all those holidays, even Thanksgiving, underneath those holidays, there's certain spiritual metaphysical principles underneath all of that, which the people who run this world deal with. While they give us the whole thing about going shopping for Christmas, they're doing a whole nother thing underneath all of that to potentially perpetuate whatever their agenda is, because those are cardinal points on the calendar. When Easter happens every year, when Christmas happens every year, solstice and all that stuff, those are cardinal points on the calendar where certain the veil is slightly open, or certain things could be pulled through to manifest for
Oh,
their
wow.
agenda during those cardinal points on the calendar.
Absolutely, 100% agree. If you want to
Right.
understand what the elite are into, just find out what they deem to be conspiracy, irresponsible, crazy thinking. See where those messages go. When you start to pick up on how they dismiss things, they give certain things attention just simply to label it, or like public
Mhm.
slander, or give astrology and astronomy its own class, because I mean, like, that's not what we're gonna teach in school. Like, that stuff's
Right.
nonsensical because Jesus Christ and stuff. Like, it all makes sense if you see. And then they're doing the craziest stuff behind our backs, or just, well, now in our faces. Honestly,
Yeah,
people
they
are still
do. They
walking
do
around here
everything in
with
their
both
face.
eyes
Yeah,
open. Yeah, now to me, it's very open if you're looking.
hidden
If
in
you're
plain
not
sight.
looking for it, then you're not going to see it. And this is where
Hmm.
I talk about things that are for you. Everybody's light bulb is not going to be a simultaneous moment. It's going to hit you when it does. And it may be a very small string of events. For me, it was like Kobe. First of all, I had always always question certain things in the media, celebrity, deaths,
Mhm.
and then like certain rituals. The Super Bowl to me was just weird. It was just a weirdly worshipped event for a football game. Like I just never, and I got the whole sports thing, but then when I would watch the performances, so like, I am over, I'm on the other side of 40, and when we were coming up, it was a very much simpler life. There was not a lot of overt symbolism in television. You could watch Michael Jackson come on and he would sing and it was amazing and he was gone. Um, you would, Whitney Houston would stand at a mic with a dress on and sing her song and he was gone. You know what I mean? Like it was what it is
Mhm.
now. And this is when we talk about, like the changing of guards and them working harder and harder and harder to keep the same level of control. Because as more kids come in, and this is one of the reasons why I think they don't want as many children coming in because they understand the power of the children coming in. And so
Are
you
you
have
talking
this
about star
massive,
seeds? Are you talking about people
I,
incarnating?
yes, I'm talking about souls coming in
Mhm,
to
mhm,
help.
mhm.
And the reason that they don't,
Okay,
they
that's
have now
interesting.
made childbirth so expensive, like they've basically crapped on childbirth in the West, so where people don't even want to have babies. I work in the field in medicine. I work specifically with pregnant people, and I see. Now I've been doing this now for a few decades, so I see the trend of first time moms who are 25, who are 18,
And they
19,
have.
20,
Let me guess. They're
and
they're
they
they're regretful of being a mother. Let me guess.
no, 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 no,
Somebody
no, no, no.
somebody in the chat says
Oh,
Michael
Childbirth was
good.
Jackson's
easy. No, 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 no.
There
They
is hope.
shows.
what I'm seeing now, I mean they exist, but what I'm seeing is a first time mom. She's 40. That's the
Oh, okay, yeah,
difference.
that makes sense.
You see what I'm saying? So now you've got a very small window to reproduce versus being 20 years old and having all of your 20s where your body is in optimal condition and your
Everything
eggs are in
you're
optimal
saying
condition.
biologically makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm watching the trend happen, at least in the West. Now, mind you, other countries where there's not so much economic drag on child rearing like there is in the West, they have their kids and they go on about their business. They have large families, but I'm just speaking specifically to because a lot of people think what's happening in the
No,
United States is happening everywhere. It's not. People in the South
not
and
to
people in other
not to
countries
super
are having
interrupt.
large families. Sure.
I'm not interrupting. I'm just adding on to what you're saying here, and this is just a supposition on my part. I'm not saying I'm right. It's just something that I just thought right now based on my life experience. But I wonder if there are a lot of potential moms who are smart, like the smart moms, the smart females who said, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't have a child during this period of mass vaccination. And maybe they're a little bit older, but maybe 5 years older having a real child is better than having sex and you know copulating and giving birth to a child during the 2020s 2023s when they were smart enough to understand that you know what, if they're going to poison everyone. you, can anyone pick up what I'm putting down? Zach gets it.
Um, I,
Zach's probably too busy right now.
can you
He's
like
enjoying the
rephrase?
show. He's chilling,
Can
man.
you just re-say it? I'm trying to.
So I just wonder if there were a certain amount of moms who were like, you know what, the whole world's getting vaccinated, so I'm not going to have babies because it's 2020 and I'm just checking out. I'm not dealing with this crap. But now that,
His service is
Uh-oh.
choppy. JB, you
Okay,
got
so
to
I
go
think
to a
he's
better
saying
spot.
the younger people are opting out because they no. So what I've seen um, is yes, I do think the 20 somethings are opting out in the West. Like I keep prefacing this with because we only know, from geographically is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the world. But I have seen, at least in social channels and even with my own professional peers who are, like half my age, that they fear childbirth. They attach a monetary debt to childbirth and to having a family. Um,
uh-huh.
that just turns them off. And so you do see, like I have seen just this overall like negative connotation now being added to what it, like 20 something is all of a sudden too young. When I was coming up, you wanted to do all of your childbirth and everything by the time you were 30, 35 at the most. And then you had people who were maybe highly established waiting even longer than that. Or sometimes it's genetic and the family, you just had a mom who had you in her 40s. And so, of course, you had your babies, in your 40s. And it is what it is. But I mean, I've just seen that anecdotally where I do think that a lot of these kids who are looking to raise families feel the debt, like they feel the debt of politics. They feel the debt of war. They feel like they're being lied to. College is expensive. Nothing is really keeping up. And so it's like, well, why bring a child into this world with that? And so to me, if I am, the brain trying to come up with a way to steer clear of help, spiritually, depopulation is one of the, and just the whole changing of the mindset of having babies and having, a soul coming to earth is just another opportunity to get it right, and to help get it right and to help right the ship. And so when you cap that and you just have people thinking that that's not what it is, or that, what I mean, like you give it such a negative connotation, this what you get. It just reminds me of that first few minutes of Idiocracy where they trend the stupid family who reproduces, and then they're the smart, established, rich people who decide to wait and wait and wait and wait. And I mean, they're telling the story kind of, supposed to be funny to say that, we're just breeding a bunch of dummies, but not really. To me, that's a fallacy too. You know what I mean? Like, we're not. I just don't think they want. And but that's the message. The message is like, oh well, I got to have my career, and I have to travel the world, and I have to have $25,000 in the bank, and I have to have a house, and all this physical stuff before you have a baby, and then by the time you decide to start, it's IVF, because of course you're eating the American diet, which is trash. And many of the moms are overweight, so you really don't even have a good start as far as preparing your own body for childbirth, because you are not eating properly when you're not pregnant. To then have a successful pregnancy, or to have your chance of getting pregnant on the first try or whatever, is more successful when you can eat properly and exercise up until, and not just wait until you actually get pregnant. But you know I think there's a lot being done, depending on how you look at it, to help change the minds of our youth to where they don't even want to have babies and reproduce. It's
But
very
here's the
short-sighted. I
thing.
mean, Japan did it. China, they're reaping
Here-
that.
Here's here's the thing, Fatima. Here's the flip side to all of that. Remember how I told you that based on my research and based on the research of Bobby Hemmett, they talk about the physical reality being quote unquote the enemy. Maybe the kids, maybe people not having any more kids from a higher perspective is actually a better thing if humanity is the evil. You understand? So if humanity is the evil, then why would we want to bring more kids into something that's flawed? You know what I mean? Like
I
everything
mean,
has
if
an
you
end. It's
believe
time for
that, then your logic makes sense. I don't believe that, so that
no,
doesn't
I
make
mean
like
we
that.
could agree to disagree. I
Yeah,
could back
yeah.
up
I
what I'm
don't.
saying with scholarship. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
the
I don't.
Egyptians and all the ancients view this world. Even the Hindus call this place what Maya, an illusion. It's not real. But we come here for a certain a certain mission, of course. But ultimately, humanity in the physical reality versus where we're gonna go after we leave is the lower death realm. You know what I'm saying? Based on
Okay.
what research is saying, based on what the research says. Every mythology and every story talks about the destruction of this physical place. That's not by accident. You know what I mean? Even in the Norse mythology, they talk about Ragnarok, which is the end of all of existence. And from the Norse perspective, you know what I mean? Every ancient philosophy, and let's be clear, the ancients were way more sophisticated than a lot of people give them credit for, because there's certain things that the ancients knew how to do that we can't explain to this day, like building the pyramids in the middle of a desert without round the clock maintenance to make sure it doesn't fall down. How the hell did they build those pyramids with those 10-ton bricks and all that stuff? They had a very advanced way of living in the ancient times, and they're the ones who wrote the mythologies and wrote the prophecies that we're living out right now to this day. You know what I mean? And they're the
Mm-hmm.
ones who suggest that this physical realm is the enemy, which is what Seth represents in the Seth versus Horus mythology. One of the aspects of Seth, he represents because he tore out the side of his mom's womb when he was first born, which symbolizes the fact that this physical earth and this physical reality is a premature botched job. You know what I mean? So this physical realm is the place where, yeah, we come here to learn, we come here to meet people, we come here to do whatever work we do, but on a larger cosmic scale, this physical world is a botched job and something that needs to be destroyed so that we can go to a whole other paradigm and a whole other reality, which is far greater than what we're in right now currently. So, like, if the kids and people in the population in general is is shrinking, it might be frightening, of course, because we're living in the human reality. So we're human emotions. It's frightening. Just like if somebody dies, we'll be sad. But ultimately, we got to look at the flip side of that. They're released from the physical body, and they're going into the real world based on coming from this physical illusion. You understand? And remember, the physical body. First of all, the earth is the hell. It is hell. The word hell comes from the word hyle, which in Greek, which means physical matter. And it also comes from the word shell. Somebody wrote it in the chat, SHEOL, shell, which is another word that hell is derived from, because your body is the physical shell that houses your soul. So in other words, you're living in hell just by you having a physical reality based on ancient science, which
Are
who
you
who are the ones?
giving
Go
hell?
ahead, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Are you giving
No, go
hell
ahead.
the same meaning though? So you
No,
explained two neutral definitions for the terms we use today, but those definitions have changed. So
it has changed. It has
so are
changed.
you saying
Why
that
has it
now
changed?
the current hell, like the hell we understand that definition, are you also saying that because the way the word was derived, that the given definition, because of course hell is given, get all definitions that you're learning, you're not
Right.
defining. So we were given the definition of hell, and what I was saying was, um,
Mhm.
are you also saying that that negative connotation is also is the equivalent of like the word adoption and the connotation all matter. So right now we're living in hell with the
I
same
would
Christian connotation that we were given, or are you
no,
saying
no. I'm
that
saying
we are
I'm not
living in
saying if
hell from a standpoint of word usage and adoption? But
I'm saying I'm not saying either. I'm saying that
okay,
the actual, because remember, hell, the Christian think hell is a place you go and you're gonna burn in hell and all that stuff. I'm not saying it from that perspective. What I'm saying is, if there's anything that could be compared to that actual Christian definition of hell in terms of some place where suffering happens, it's we're in it right now. And what we're in right now is if all, even in, let's just take basic fundamental Christianity, they say heaven is where you meet God, and heaven is is where you would want to go after you die. You know what I mean? So if that's where you want to go, if heaven, if the greatest realization of existence is in heaven after you die, then that means hell has to be in the physical, because you can't get heaven unless you die. That means living has to be the actual hell. And I bring up the words, the etymology of the words again, just like I did with the word religion. You know what I mean? Because again, the people who wrote these stories that we call mythology, they're the ones who are more advanced and understood and had the foresight to see where things were going in terms of the fall of because okay, somebody in this chat brought up the Nephilim, which were
mm-hmm,
the giants that fell, right?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
That story, metaphysically, if you understand metaphysics and esoteric information, that story is symbolic of us. We are the giants. We fell from a higher reality into this physical trap, because the word giant, Nephilim, is the giants. But if you go to the etymology of the word giant, the Greek meaning, I forgot how it's pronounced in Greek, the etymology of the word giant, it means
mm-hmm.
humans. So we are the humans, aka the giants, aka the Nephilim, who fell from a higher existence into this physical reality. That's the same concept with Atlantis getting flooded over. The
Yeah,
flood
I
story
agree
of
with you.
Atlantis.
I
Right.
also agree that it's probably been twisted and turned, and there. This is where the extraterrestrial stories that we don't know about come in. When you talk about falling,
Right.
and you talk about star
Right.
systems coming here and using Earth for their own different purposes over time, I do think Earth has
Right.
been destroyed in other times and spaces and dimensions,
And
and
previous
we
realities.
obviously
Yeah.
exactly. So we
Yeah.
don't
That's
really
true.
even know which Earth experience they were talking about when they said that it was hell. Now, what I will say is, somebody said, would it be better if if it wasn't physical? I think not, because we wouldn't know what to do. So the school of
Mm-hmm.
thought is that the physical, you are okay. So my belief about this, you are
Mm-hmm.
spirit. Period.
Mm-hmm.
You are spirit. You come from God. If you want to give all that as a name, and God is a common name, um,
Right.
that is looking out into the expanse. Okay, if you have to equate that, that is everybody.
Right.
Um, is literally just the experience in this time and space. You're not supposed to compete with spiritual, and that's kind of why I brought up the comment. You
Mm-hmm.
get what you want immediately. Like the difference between the physical, it's supposed to be a linear time. It's supposed to hurt. It's supposed to do all those things because that is the experience that you signed up for. And everybody that's here signed
Right.
up. Everybody that is here signed up. So
Right.
I not knowing what to do, you are all knowing in the physical. Like you're all knowing. If you talk to anybody who died and came back to Earth because they weren't done or whatever, they asked
Mm-hmm.
them, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of them will tell you they asked their spirit guides or their family or their grandma, whoever they saw, and said, no, go back. And, the ones who didn't go back didn't come back. But the ones that
Mm-hmm.
did and the ones that you choose to be here. And so having this either or in the physical, it's counterintuitive is what I'm trying to say. And so to answer her question, you wouldn't have to know what to do because you would know everything. Like everything you think is instantaneous. Um, the love you feel, people who die say they tremendous love, and it just like a lot of times they don't have words when they when they come back for how they felt on the other side, because it isn't all, when Christianity talks about all loving, all knowing, and all of that, they're talking about spirit. And that's why I understand when we talked earlier in the conversation about the roots of religion being just basically telling the same stories differently, how
Mm-hmm.
heaven is this and that, and it's perfect, and it's everything that you would ever want, because it is, because that's what spirit is. It is everything you've ever wanted instantaneously all at once, period. And when you come to Earth, you split all of that, you slow all of that down because you came for a reason. So like I think the the crime in religion, in certain religions, is to bring you so far away from your body. They bring you so far away from your purpose of coming here because they give you some external goal that includes dying. You don't do anything meaningful while you're here. And that's not everybody. But I'm saying to you that it takes you so far away from, like, you're just so waiting to die. Like, really, like you're waiting to die, but you really can't kill yourself. Like, when you go back to spirit, that's it. Like you go on until you decide to go to physical again, or you may do other things, like just other stuff. Is the whole point is that it is doesn't end. Energy in all its forms does not end. So if you're doing whatever you're doing on Earth and in all the dimensions of existence, when you're done here in this body, that part of you is returned to the larger oversoul, and you start over, or you go back, or you figure out what you know. People talk about life review. That's what life review is. My life flashed before my eyes. That is what they're talking about. And so I just wanted to, without rambling on, address that spirit versus physical, because that's, I feel like that's the problem. The problem is you all are waiting to die to get to the reward on the other side. And the reward is here and whatever you were supposed to do while you're here. Like that is what it is. And that's why I kind of tend to not automatically assign negative to things, even though the words can be, to experiences,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't necessarily believe that I need to attribute it all. like every, you know what I mean? Like I don't. That's one thing I don't subscribe to, and I wasn't raised in that manner, to just accept certain words and the negative connotation with those words, and to let those things define me.
Right, I hear you, but I get what you're saying. I
I was just
don't.
really
What?
addressing that one comment, to be honest with you. Like it was,
No,
it
no,
was just.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. When I say when I say what I said about the physical being the hell and we're in hell right now, I say that, but at the same time, two things can be true at the same time. Although the
Mhm.
physical world is the hell, we come here to still learn what we need to learn. So when we go back to the spirit, we can do whatever mission we need to do
Mhm.
based on coming to earth and getting whatever we got to get. I
What?
attribute
Mhm.
coming to earth like going to the supermarket. You go to the supermarket, you get your groceries, and you go home and make your meal. But
Mhm.
sometimes you forget something at the supermarket, you got to go back. So in other words, you got to reincarnate and come back and learn some other lesson
Mhm.
that you need to
Mhm.
learn in
I
order
didn't
to
do it
go
right
back
the first
home.
time. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right. So although
Yeah.
I say what I say about the physical being the hell, at the same time, I'm not saying that it doesn't have a purpose in terms of what goal we have to get accomplished on a spiritual level. You understand? And and that's the thing. We think on not you, like I'm just saying in general, people tend to think
Mhm.
is either this or that. It's either up or down, left or right. When you talk about spiritual things, you got to leave that kind of, and not you personally, but I'm just saying
No, I understand.
we,
No, no, I
you
understand.
understand.
I understand.
We got to
Yeah.
leave that kind of thinking out of it because we're trying to attach human and physical reality concepts to abstract concepts that supersedes that kind of thinking, that kind of existence. You know what I mean? So, and which is the book the Kabbalion talks about in terms of polarities and duality. Everything is dual. So if I say this physical world is the hell, there's also a flip side to that coin where you could come here and have your quote unquote heaven on earth as well. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So
And I
it's
don't even
like,
know why it's got to be quote unquote. I feel like that it is exactly what it is. If it's hell
yeah,
to
yeah,
you, it's
you're
what
right.
you chose. And if it's heaven to
You're
you, it's what you chose and what you worked for. And again,
right.
I think like if we gotta, you know, we all have to have that image, and that's why imagery is so important. They tell you the streets are paved with gold. I know you've heard this in church probably, and everybody lives in a
Mhm.
mansion and all of these physical things. You're spiritual. That shit doesn't matter on the other side. It doesn't even matter. And that's my issue with the inside being projected to where you have to wait your entire life to be rewarded for what you do while you're here. That's the tragedy, I think, of Christianity for me personally. The tragedy is
Uh,
you have now given heaven this physical form. It is all spirit, and there's nothing wrong with it, and there's nothing to be afraid of. Somebody
mhm.
mentioned about dying once. I don't know what that means. I mean, the Bible,
So
it's what the Bible said. I
yeah,
would
you
love to
only
get
die once. I saw
clarification on
that
that.
comment. I saw
Yeah,
that
I'm not
comment. I'm
quite
pretty
sure what
sure.
that.
I'm
I
pretty
don't know what that
sure.
means.
Like if we brainstorm on that, there's a certain kind of metaphysical explanation behind that because a lot of people read the Bible word for word, literally, and don't
Yeah, why do you
understand that.
think it's better? Because the Bible says it's better. I feel like I probably passed out and died at work. I mean, I'm being honest. I'm telling a story. A couple of years ago, I
Okay.
was at work. I passed out while I was caring for somebody. Like it was crazy. Um, I was gone. Like they ended up nearly calling a code because I was just unconscious, but not breathing. So I didn't like heart was beating. I had a blood pressure, but I was gone, like out of it. And so, I'm telling you all this story for just a bit of brevity. Like this is kind of how things are. You learn to accept things without always assigning a positive or a negative, especially to the language. But I ended up seeing this purple screen while I was out. Um, and now, mind you, I'm not looking at myself. I am myself, but
Mhm.
I'm looking at this almost like a beach scene, but it's got this purplish glaze over it. And I'm looking at it and nobody's there. I'm just looking for a few seconds. And then I open my eyes, I wake up into this chaotic room where I passed out and I was sitting in a chair and I had people yelling at me, telling me to wake up. is everything okay? And then I went back out again, and then they're yelling at me, and now they're trying to get me to, they're what we call a sternal rub, where they take their fist and they rub it into the sternum because it really does activate some nerves and it like wakes you up. And so they did that to me. I was out, like I was out, but coming back through that screen was the most peace and love I had ever felt. It was beyond
Mhm.
words in my entire
Mhm.
life. And I was, some people come back and they realize they passed out and they're like, oh my God, what happened to me? And there was
Mhm. Mhm.
zero frantic. Like I just opened my eyes and I was like, oh shit, I'm back. That's kind of what I told myself. And I, opened my eyes and that was kind of like it. Like that was it. Like I mean, obviously still needed to kind of be taken to the ER and
Mhm.
given fluids, but like I can't describe to any other human, and this is where I think when people say they had near death experiences and they felt loved and they, saw their ancestors and all these things and, certain, this is what I think they mean. It is a overwhelming feeling of love and peace that you feel on the other side. And if you live in the physical and the physical is torture to you, or if you are taught that the physical is torturous, or it is
Mhm.
a punishment, then of course you're going to look for the other side. And I
Right.
say the other side is there no matter if you're looking for it or not, because you came from there. So you're just going to go back. Do what you want to do here now. You know what I'm saying? Like have the effect here now. Don't like hide in a corner waiting on the rapture. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like
And
be
that's what
impactful now. Do it now. Whatever you thought you
that's
might want to do it.
that's what that's what the Crawley book was talking about. Do as thou wilt. That remember Jay-Z wore that sweater, do as thou wilt. It comes from the book of the law that Crawley channeled. Do as thou wilt is the whole of the law. And in other words, you're in this because things happen on the planet during certain climates, spiritual climates, where certain things are conducive to the climate of the planet on a cosmic level. But when Crawley channeled that book, it was an indication of a different. And I know people have their own like feeling towards Aleister Crawley. I'm not getting into what he did or nothing like that. I'm just focused on the information that came through him. You know what I mean? I'm not focused on all the other stuff. Oh, he does this, he does that. Whatever he does, I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just focusing on the scholarship aspect. Like that's what it meant because like do as thou wilt is the whole of the law. Basically, we're in a climate where do whatever you want. There's no more, rigid like way of living in terms of nothing should challenge what you want to do. Like, not to say you should go kill somebody or something like that, but if you want to have your heaven on earth, go for it. Somebody said, why is Jay-Z wearing a book that supports Satan and Satan hates Jesus? 074 Mikey, you've been saying a lot of stuff, man. He's been saying a lot of stuff. He's been challenging everything we say. Like Mikey, we're not, you gotta understand. Try to pull yourself into what we're saying. If you're into what you believe, that's totally fine. We're just putting another perspective out there. This isn't about going tit for tat. You know what I mean? And you've been trying to go tit for tat this entire like conversation. If you want, why don't you join the conversation and get on the mic, man, so we could perhaps hash things out because you've been saying a lot. You know what I mean? And it's not about going tit for tat. And he says, I'm tired
Mm-mm.
of the lies. We're all tired of the lies. I would agree with you on that as well, Mikey. But
Yeah,
you know what I
Christianity
mean?
ain't one of them for me.
Hey, you heard it from her, Mikey, not me. You heard it from her,
And I
Mikey.
don't even mean that to be. I just mean it's probably way more fallacy or just more truth
Mhm.
by omission, and that is
Right.
infuriating to me because it's like y'all know what's up. You know what I mean? Like you all know what's up to the point where you're hiding truth and
See,
you're
Mikey,
and you're
Mikey, come on, Mikey. He said,
are
no, I'm
you
not getting on the mic. Do your research. Mikey, everything that we're saying could be
it's okay.
substantiated by research. You know what I mean?
It's all right.
Everything that I'm saying, how many books have I documented while I was on this live? I said the Kabbalion. I said mythology, which you can go to any Barnes and Nobles and get any mythology book and find whatever you think Jesus did first. You could find it in countless mythologies if you go get a book on mythology. You know what I mean? Like I do my research. I have a library in my house. You know what I mean? I'm a well-researched person. But I mean, I understand people have their beliefs and they have their truths, and some people are just gonna plant their flag in the ground and say, I'm standing right here and I'm not moving, and that's totally fine. Whatever works for you, Mike. No disrespect, no shame at all towards you, man. Whatever works for you.
Correct.
All I would
No,
say is, Mikey, you do your research as well. You know what I mean? Because if you do your research on religion, you should probably come around to what me and Fatima and even what Zach is thinks about certain things that goes on in this world on a certain scale. You know what I mean? But whatever you believe is whatever you believe, Mikey. We're not disrespecting you. And if you came on the mic, we weren't gonna beat you up. We weren't gonna curse you out and none of that stuff. You know.
I
He
just know
said,
it
"Dude,
would be a very,
I was never
yeah.
Christian. I'm not accusing of being a Christian, Mikey. You don't believe what we're saying is actually true. You know what I mean? That doesn't automatically label you as a Christian. You're just challenging what we're saying, and I'm challenging you to do the research on what we're saying. You know what I mean? But continue, Fatima. What else were you saying? Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking, and I challenge anybody to be a little bit more open-minded to the unspoken, like the esoteric, the metaphysical side of things. We have 100,000 degrees in these colleges that pop up all over the country.
Hold on, Fatima. Not to
And
cut you off. Not to cut you off. Somebody said giant doesn't mean human. I didn't say it meant human. I said the etymology of the word giant. If you Google it, the etymology of the word giant will come from a Greek word that means human. You got to quote me
and Greek is
correctly.
only as far back as history will tell us.
Daniel
Like,
not
I mean, like
Daniel
we're
not.
living in a language system that only has roots. Like you ever even like I always just challenge people to just go back a little bit further, even if you don't know what's behind, how far back you go, but just think one level up all the time. You will understand that it's systems and subsystems and subsystems, and even our language, which Zach talks about a lot, being contrived, well thought out, all the things, because all these words have meanings and they carry energy in every syllable. And so it's all very well thought out already. So, a lot of it, and that's why I said the language, people tend to lean into what they feel, which is why we talked about, melanated folks and having deeper feelings, because a lot of times your feelings can supersede what is said. People can lie all the time, which is why a sixth sense or a spidey tingle or whatever you want to call your higher self trying to nudge you in the direction that you need to go is a real thing. Sometimes we need to just listen to within before we start running to the external verification source for certain, like you'll find your answers, but only if you're really looking.
He said,
You know what I'm
not to cut you
saying?
off, he said, if reality is only physical, why do people from different cultures and backgrounds report that calling on the name of Jesus brings deliverance and some other stuff? Again, Mikey, if you look in the Bible, it says, as a man thinketh, so is he. So if you think calling on Jesus is going to do whatever you want to do with it, then it's going to work for you. I'm not debating what you're saying on verbatim or its authenticity. What I'm trying to suggest to you is that it's not, you shouldn't attribute everything that happens to you on a supernatural level to something outside of yourself. So everything that you think that you're saying to me right now, I'm not necessarily the debating it, because I know you're telling the truth based on what you think. In other words, your mind makes whatever you think real. Something could be a lie, but until you believe it. Now, if you believe it, is it really a lie after all? According to the Bible and according to not even the Bible, according to quantum physics and according to how much science that's out there, your mind dictates reality. Your mind is what controls these things. You know what I mean? Your mind is what controls your reality. So if you think that a guy named Jesus died on the cross to save you, and if you believe that, that will be sufficient for you to live the way you want to live, because your mind is what makes it real for you. You know what I mean? And that's the disconnect. It's not about the religion so much. It's about the fact that you're attributing something that you're doing innately to something outside of yourself. You understand, Mikey? So that's what we're saying. He said, Buddha, Allah, Hindu, gods doesn't help in this situation. I mean, how could you say that they don't help? Have you ever worship Hindus gods the way you worship Jesus with the same fervor and the same tenacity, you can only say it doesn't work if you tried it and it didn't work for you. Because I'm pretty sure there's people in this chat or someplace on earth that believed in the Hindu gods as much as you believe in Jesus and has results worth speaking of based on that belief. See, and that's the thing with religion. When you become like this religious nut, you kind of like broad stroke everything in one foul swoop and just this cookie cutter mentality. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to disrespect you, Mikey. He said, yes,
No,
I
but you're
gave it
not
a try.
wrong.
And yes.
You're not wrong because that's what we all get. More
Mhm.
so, I would say even more so than Nation of Islam. I mean, like, they won't even like, they'll speak their truth in Islam, period. I say the nation just because it's, I'm closer to it, but,
Right. He said, I
but
gave
they
it a
don't,
try. He
yeah,
said he
but
gave it
they
a try.
don't like, they don't outwardly condemn and I mean, it's just like it's the treatment that gets me. It's the exclusion of all that. If it's like if you believed what you believed, what was taught to you, then you would understand and respect
He said,
everybody's opinion about.
dude, I don't have an opinion like you. All I have is facts and testimonies. And again, I know you have fact. And he said he doesn't feel disrespected. I'm glad you don't feel disrespected because we're not trying to disrespect you. Your truth and your testimonies, I'm not debating that. I believe you 1000%. All I'm saying is the reason why it's your truth is because in your mind, you believed it. Just like in my mind and Fatima's mind, we believe something outside of religion. That's true as well. Truth doesn't have to be this one absolute thing where it has to be left again. It can't be right. Truth is a versatile, universal
It's relative,
thing,
and
and it's also relative.
if you
You know what
want
I
your
mean?
permission slip to be a good person, to be Christianity in the Bible, great.
Mm-hmm.
Like, great. If you want, if you're treating people the way they should be treated, and I'm not talking fake Christianity, I'm talking real Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
If you can say that, I just, the whole judgment piece is the part. I think most Christians probably pay most attention to the judgment and not a whole lot of attention to anything else, because I feel like that's the vibe, unfortunately, is judging
That's that's
based on
that's what
belief.
that's
And
what's
I'm like,
that's
how
what's
are you?
indoctrinated into them in the
Yeah,
church.
like,
Not to cut you off.
it's the judginess of it. If you're only supposed to
Right.
judge one time at death, then why are we obsessed with what everybody else is doing right now? Like, be a good human. Like, you do you control your own domain. You understand what I'm saying? I understand about spreading the word and all of that, and I don't even know where that even came from, because most of the time, most people will tell you, metaphysically or not, that you cannot control others naturally, unnaturally,
Right.
and through other means.
And not even
But
that.
as
Let me
far as
let me
like a
say something.
human soul and warping and wrangling people and all of that, like,
So not to cut you off. Let me say this too, Fatima. You see how Mikey, and I'm not picking on you, Mikey, but you see how Mikey keeps challenging everything we say. Listen, didn't God say that come as you are? So what you're doing, if you're challenging everything I'm saying and trying to label me or whatever it is, or disagree with whatever I'm saying, you're kind of disagreeing with God, because even in the Bible, God said, "Come as you are." He didn't say, "Come to me," or
after being
"Come to me."
baptized.
Right? He didn't say, "Come to me" after being saved. He didn't say, "Come to me" after reading the Bible. He didn't say, "Come to me" after you went to church on Sunday. He said, "Come as you are." So if the guy that you claim is the father of the guy you worship, which is Jesus, said, "Come as you are," then why don't you exhibit that same behavior? If me and you don't believe the same thing, then it shouldn't bother you as much if you understand that the person that you believe in as your God said, "Come as you are." You shouldn't be this tit for tat-ish. And I'm making that up right now on the spot. You shouldn't be that tit for tat-ish if you really adhere to the God that you claim is the father of the person you worship, which is Jesus Christ. You should adopt that behavior. Come as you are. I'm just instead of trying to, go back and forth with me or try to challenge everything that we're saying right now. How about you just have an open mind and do what God said to do in terms of coming as you are? If this is how we are presenting ourselves and our philosophies, then instead of challenging it so vehemently, why don't you just, tip your hat and say, okay, you believe that, I believe this, but it's all one truth anyway. You know what I mean? And we got somebody else in the room. We got Trav
Ooh,
and Kid Flash.
cool.
And we got
What's good, man?
who's this? We got
See,
DJ.
my thing is,
DJ
DK, what's
Stonewood.
up, man?
DK.
If you read the Bible and you look
What's
at
up,
the
everybody?
world,
What's up,
if you
Zach?
read the Bible and you look at the world, I mean, obviously God is evil. Yeah, I mean, the God of this
Uh-oh,
world is evil.
Mikey just jumped out the window. Nah, just kidding. Somebody wrote Mikey's name equals 146. Oh, somebody threw Mikey's name into the Gematria
Somebody's
calculator.
creating
He's probably
feedback.
an
Who is
angel.
that?
But go ahead. What you were saying? Whoever was talking.
Is everybody else hearing all that interference?
There's an echo going on.
I don't hear an echo.
I hear an echo. I think every time Zach unmutes, there's an echo for some of us.
I'm just going back to YouTube to see if that solves the problem.
Yeah, I hear echo. I still hear the echo with you, Zach.
Yeah, when you were speaking.
My mic's muted.
So maybe
Okay.
Is YouTube open on your side too, Zach? I had to completely close YouTube, like completely get it off for it to not echo.
I'm watching YouTube on my TV while I'm on the streaming platform on the phone, and I don't have an echo. Well, now I hear echo now.
Let's go one by one. Let me see what happens with just me. Something is weird because all of a sudden that's just happening. Hold on. So, okay, with just me, it's not doing that. Let's bring on Fatima. All right, with Fatima, we're getting feedback. Let's try it with Andy. Andy, are we getting feedback there?
I'm here. Any echo? Anybody?
Nah, something happened to Fatima's connection. It's Fatima. I don't know why.
Oh, wow.
She's been fine the whole time, but all of a sudden her
Yeah.
connection has some major interference.
Wow.
Let's try that again. Yeah, Fatima, something happened to your connection. Yeah, something happened.
Yeah, maybe she has to like leave and come back.
Yeah, Fatima, you might want to drop out and just come back on StreamYard. I'm gonna put the link in the chat again. Yeah, somehow her connection got sabotaged. Okay. Well, go ahead, Andy. And I'll bring some other voices on here that wanted to jump in while you're going until we get Fatima back.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. What's up, guys? Who wants to go first?
What's up, Andy? How you doing, man?
I'll stay muted
Doing
for a
well.
minute just to get a feel for what you guys are talking about right now.
There is a little bit of feedback for sure.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, you know. I bet you if we was up here talking about rappers who can twerk the best and all that stuff, this wouldn't be happening. But it is what it is. But what's up, guys? What y'all got?
I mean, if you study galactic history,
No, I can't hear nobody. Let me drop out and come back.
Galactic history. Go ahead.
I mean, it'll tell you everything as far as like two gods. There's a god of the spirit world, a god of the material world. I mean, if you
Right.
you can look around at the world and honestly see that the god of this world is evil. I mean, what do you think the rituals are for? I mean, they're not freaking sacrificing people and eating babies. And the Bible has a story about Cain and Abel. If you put that together, that's cannibal. And cannibalism comes up in the Bible over and over and over. And it just seems like with all this Epstein stuff, they're eating babies, and the Bible is talking about literally eating babies. like they're
Right.
they're worshiping their God. Like I don't see how you
Right.
can't see
Right.
that.
What
No, I
Kid
can see. I
Flash
see it. I
what
see
Kid
it.
Flash
Sure.
just said about Cain and Abel. So you had Adam and Eve, and then they had Cain and Abel, and then Cain killed Abel, and then Cain was thrown
We
out of the
can't hear you,
garden.
DK.
What's that?
I
You
hear
guys
him. I hear DK. I hear you,
oh,
DK.
I
oh,
can't.
okay.
I'm sorry.
I can hear you, bro.
So Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel, then Cain killed Abel, and Cain was thrown out of the garden, and then Cain told God, "Hey, you can't put me out there; those people will kill me." What people? If those are the first people, what people? So
Right.
the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
if you read it carefully, you'll see how the religion part of it is just pitching forth something completely different than what is actually stated, even in a
And
Right.
completely redacted and mistranslated King James Bible. You can still see that stuff is there. So
Right. Right.
if Cain is being thrown out of the garden and he's afraid that he's going to get killed by the people because they know, these folks are cannibals, and so God says, "Don't worry, I'll put my mark on you that you're my boy. They won't touch you." You know what I'm saying? So, and if you have half a working brain, you'll realize that you don't get 8 whatever billion people from the genetics of one male and one female. It's just impossible. It's not how
That's
genetics
not
works.
true.
It just
Right.
makes
Right.
no sense
hey,
whatsoever.
hey,
And that
DK.
goes.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Andy.
No, I was gonna say that goes to the point I think I made earlier that you can't read the Bible literally. The Bible is not a book meant to be read literally in terms of those stories in there. Even though we have examples of things happening in the real world that reflect a story that happened in the Bible, which Zach has pointed out on numerous times with his decodes and stuff like that. But if you follow the Bible logically and linear with intelligence and common sense, you would come to the conclusion that a lot of that stuff, if not all of that stuff in that Bible, is not meant to be taken literal. Like for the people who go to church and go to and or participate in their religion, do you really think that a dude was in the stomach of a whale for 3 days and came back out? Like stories like that would make me stop and wonder, like, wait a minute, this book is not something that's meant to be taken literal. Same thing with the Noah's Ark story. 2 of each animal on the boat. Noah wouldn't. What is Noah gonna do when those 2 alligators get hungry, or when those 2 lions get hungry, or when them 2 tigers get hungry? Like those stories are not literal. You know what I mean? They're not meant to be taken literal.
I think it jumps back and forth between being literal and
Well, an
being
arc is a
allegorical,
rainbow.
and
An
there's a
arc is a
very
rainbow, which
fine line
means
how it.
it's probably a portal.
To me, the ark of the covenant, to me, symbolizes the ark. Because if you study if you go to the ancient Egyptian story, the Ark of the Covenant is the same as the sun boat that your soul travels in whenever you go to sleep, which is symbolic of the boat is symbolic of your soul in the Noah's Ark, and the 2 of each animal represents the different archetype energies that we all encompass as people with souls. So if I'm taking 2 of each animal, remember animals represent zodiacs. You understand? And zodiacs represents personality traits and stuff like that. So different experiences on Earth is what I think the 2 animals symbolize. And the reason why it's 2 different animals, because it represents duality, masculine, feminine, yin, yang. You know what I'm saying? I'm a man right now in this lifetime, but in another lifetime, I was a female because I had to get certain experiences on that side of the coin, so to speak, as well as being a man in this iteration of my incarnation. So that's what I think that story represents. It represents taking all your experiences over all the incarnations you had with you onto that boat, which represents your soul, so that you're equipped with enough experiences to go on the other side to fulfill whatever spiritual mission you have to fulfill on the other side versus being in the physical. That's how I interpret it.
I can explain that part a little bit better for you. So what he was really told is just get
two of
Go
the
ahead.
the animals that you're using, and get some of the local flora and fauna so you can restart back your thing. It doesn't mean like get two of every animal, just what you're using right now. Get a male and female chicken and all the animals that you
Mm-hmm.
need to survive,
Mm-hmm.
on your rural, farm existence. It wasn't like saying get, a male and female of every one of 15,000 versions of mosquitoes. You know what I'm saying? Then they start biting everybody on the ark, and everybody gets malaria and dies or whatever. So, it was more that in that part we have to like, the stories are told as they're very grand, but we have to like, there's a movie called Big Fish, how if you see that movie, the stories the guy told
I
his
saw that
son were
movie.
very grand, and then he goes and finds out
That's a
all the
great movie.
stories. Yeah, then he goes and finds out all the stories his dad told them were totally true. It's just the way they were told, they were like embellished in certain ways where you created a picture in your mind, but then when you actually saw, you're like, this shit's all true. Very similar to the
Mm-hmm.
story being told in The Life of Pi, where the whole thing occurs on that boat, and then the story could be told two totally different ways, and if you're taking it allegorically, you get one meaning. If you take it literally, you get like another meaning,
Right, right. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense too, because the stories in the Bible, if you do research, they originate from stories from ancient mythology, and mythology is multidimensional. That means if you read a mythology today at your current level of understanding, and then you go 20 years in the future and you increase your understanding over the time and go back and read that same mythology, it'll have a whole nother meaning to you, because mythology is written in such an advanced way.
Exactly.
It's written so advancedly that it could keep up with where you're at mentally. So that no matter where you're at mentally, whenever you read a certain story, like a mythology and stuff in the Bible, which is patterned off of mythology, you'll always get something out of it, no matter what level you're on. And that's what's so genius about mythology, because anybody could read it. A child could read a mythology and pull whatever they can pull out of it based on the capacity of their mind at the time. But then 30 years later, they could read that same mythology and get a whole nother perspective out of it. And it's funny, a lady named Wendy O'Flaherty, who wrote a lot of books on Hindu mythology, she said that. She said she used to she translated Hindu mythology text for 30 years, and she would come across one text, and then 30 years later go back to that same text, and she'll have a whole nother meaning, whole nother understanding, because she's evolved in her studies in the mythologies to the point where she goes back and she has to retranslate certain things, because it's so advancedly written. It was written with such advanced storytelling that it could keep up with wherever they're at in their mind at that moment. So I
And
would
one of
agree
those
that if
one
you
of those
take it literal,
mythologies
go ahead.
one of those mythologies you're mentioning was the Emerald Tablets, and at the end it says you should read it 100 times and 100 times more to gain more understanding each time that you'll learn more every time you read it. So that's definitely the truth. You need as you're getting the same thing like in sports, like you can incorporate certain moves into your repertoire as you get better, but you may not be able to do those moves. That's why these players, they study each other's moves, and it takes a while to get it down.
Somebody wrote, Andy's leading people astray. I guess I am.
I mean, because you said you can't take it literal, but I mean, if you can't take it literal, then that means it's not meant for you. It's meant for somebody else who knows what it's
No, I
actually
just
talking about.
I thought it was so funny a couple nights ago whenever
Mhm.
Illusion was on the stream and he was talking about how everybody was reacting from him talking about the Bible and God, but that's exactly what they do is they sit there and they'll try and say, "Oh yeah, look at he's getting a reaction. Oh, look at that, this is how you know the word of God is working." It's like, dude, like we're sitting here trying to tell you over and over again that your book is bullshit, and you're sitting here trying to tell us over and over that, oh yeah, bro, it's the word of God, it's the word of God. And it's just like, see what it makes you do whenever I preach the word of God. And it's just like, it's just crazy the manipulation that the Christian religion has. And then also I heard him say something about there's no such thing as virgins that can have a baby or something, or and I'm like, isn't your God born from a virgin? Like, isn't that what the
Right.
whole isn't that Virgin Mary, wasn't that how Jesus was born? So just very contradictory. He
Don't we
obviously was
have
like
in vitro fertilization now? Don't we have in vitro
exactly.
fertilization going on left and right? I mean, come on.
It's just insanity to me. And then not only that, supposedly to according to him, he's so dialed in on history. According to history, there was blood found in Israel of 23 chromosomes of the blood of Virgin Mary. So, bro, if you want to look at history texts and you want to look at stuff that's actually factual, go ahead and do your research because you obviously don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And it's insanity. And the thing that frustrates me so much is that people will tell you, Christians will go and tell you, well, guess what? If you don't tell this person, if you don't save this person, then they're going to go to hell. And so they'll put that on you. My friend, he on the way to LA, I was in the car with him one time. 2.5 hours, he just preached nothing but the gospel to me. And I can tell you right now, it did not do one thing for me. Not one thing. He was just sitting there trying to tell me. And I'm like, literally, like, you can preach it all you want, but I don't believe anything. Illusion was trying to tell me, you guys, that gematria can't prove anything, this and that can't prove anything. What does Christianity prove? Where does Christianity prove anything? It's all fucking hearsay. It's all illusion. It's all. When has a man ever resurrected? Never. So that shit was just hard to listen to. He was obviously filibustering. They always resort back to the Bible. They're obviously fulfilling the prophecy because they want you to believe in the bullshit that they're pushing. Like they're fulfilling the Bible prophecy, like they're doing certain events to make it seem like the prophecy is being fulfilled, so that way Christians can be somewhat quote unquote validated, and so they can come on streams like that and be like, oh yeah, well look, the Bible's true, it's actually happening right now. It's like, no, they're planning these events to happen so that way you dumbasses can believe that this is what's actually happening. It's
Right,
just like,
exactly.
it's
It's
just
like,
so crazy to me,
how
man.
could you not see that? Yeah, that makes perfect sense because that's indirectly reinforcing the false religion. Because if you could go to your religion and draw a parallel to something that happened in real life from your religion, then you could beat your chest even more, saying, "See, I told you God is real. I told you Jesus died on
Exactly.
the cross. I told you that this, and that." It's the same reinforcement of the religion. So that's part of the reason why they use biblical stories in real life to
Real quick, just to
reinforce
chime
the
in,
religion.
we have somebody
No,
in the
exactly, dude.
room.
It's like crazy too, because
Hold
they'll
on, can
sit
you hear
there
me,
and they'll just
Trav? Trav, can you hear me?
die on that hill. They'll just sit there and die. And
I
I
have a feeling he
understand
can't
like
hear
that's
me.
their thing, and I respect it.
I can hear you, Zach.
I have a feeling he can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you,
I
Zach.
can hear you.
There's glitches. I have a feeling he can't hear me, so that's why he started talking. We have somebody in the room. Oh no, did they just? Oh no, she's here. Seven Urban Magazine called in TFR nearly a decade ago and says she has physically seen Jesus. I assume that's still the story, and I know I haven't seen Seven Urban Magazine in a long time. Seven Urban Magazine. If you would
What up?
like
What's
to,
up? How you
yeah,
doing, Zach? How are
doing
you?
well. How are you?
Good. Not bringing up the Jesus story right off the bat.
Okay,
Wow.
well,
Okay.
wherever you want to start.
We can start there. But my first question is to everybody on the panel. I wonder why people like go so far out of the norm to disprove who God is when we all have this inherent like knowing that God is. I just don't understand why we go so far to the left to know what really is like, because it seems like when I was a child I always wanted to know. I already knew, actually. I didn't even have to want to know. I knew as a child that God was. I didn't know what that really meant. I didn't know that, all the specifics of the Bible. All I knew is that there was a spiritual presence upon me my entire life. And so I don't understand, and everybody on this panel is super brilliant, 100%. But my question is, why do people go so far to the left to deny God? It doesn't even make sense because it doesn't even have to go into the biblical proof or who shot John or what yada 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 and King James. I don't care. I always knew God was. And so I think that without faith, it's impossible to please God. And I think that we are so smart as people, which is why we probably, got disrupted at the Tower of Babel, because we were so brilliant as people that we literally could have found the stairway to heaven. I feel like we could have did what we were trying to do, invade heaven and trying to take over and overtake the throne. I just think that we're brilliant as people because we were created in the image and the likeness of God. So I just wonder why we as people go so hard to disprove the Alpha and the Omega and the beginning and the end, the first, the last, and the one who's still yet to come. I just don't get it. So I'm not here to dispute people's philosophy, people's religion, because it's not really for me about religion. It's about a personal relationship. I think that as you get older and you get more spiritual, because this panel seems to be spiritually based today, I think that as you begin to search for things, because I believe you can find anything that you're looking for, okay? Because I don't think that God is the only spirit that exists. He's definitely not. And he said that there was more, right? That's why he told us not to worship any other gods, because he knew that they existed. That's always been true. And we know that by way of we see it. We see that there's a lot of people that worship, I would say God's adversary. I'm not going to go into his name. He's so disgusting and defeated. I don't even like talking about that guy. But for the most part, we do
Can I
have
ask you a quick question right in the middle of what you're saying? Everything you're saying is based out of a religious perspective, though, right? You're coming out of a book. Everything that you're saying, it's not like
it's a spiritual perspective, not.
But you just said like God. You referred to God as Him, right? And that's a very new age thing that comes out of these religions that we're dealing with today. But in the past, the older belief systems, they knew God was a.
It's a personal experience. It's not
right,
even
but that's all coming from like a modern day religion perspective.
It was a personal
right?
experience for me as a child. I'm not talking about. I don't even know what. I'm not. Let's say I was so small that I wasn't even old enough to even read a book. Right? It was a certain thing that I knew as a child that God was. It was not. I heard His voice. I remember it. I remember his voice. Like it might sound crazy to the average person who doesn't believe, because you can't not believe and then have God at the same time. It doesn't work. You have to have faith in order to talk to him. That's just how it is. And so a lot of people try to make it seem like it's this, you have to have
So
this
it's just like a self-fulfilling prophecy, is what you mean? Self-fulfilling prophecy.
It's not a self-fulfilling prophecy, because at 3 you're not like 2 and
Well,
3
that's
years
what
old.
you're saying. You
It's my
have to believe
experience.
it in
No,
order
it's just
for
my
it
experience.
to
It's my experience.
show itself.
It's my personal experience. It doesn't have to be like all, this and
Yeah,
that.
seven. Not to cut you off, son. But if it's your personal experience, then why do you have to take your personal experience and broad stroke everybody else with it by asking why we don't adhere to
Because
God
it's
more or less just
spiritual.
because you had a
Because
personal
it seems
experience?
like it's the right. Okay, so right. Okay, so here's the thing. I
You know
just
what I
don't
mean?
understand why people go so hard against the creator. Like he's not the
Okay,
creator. I
and
just
I
don't
could say,
understand.
But they're
not to
not
I just
cut
don't.
you
going
off,
so
Seven.
hard against
Hold
the
on, hold on,
creator.
hold
They're
on, hold on,
going
hold on.
against these
Everybody's
religions,
wrong.
Hold on.
not the
And I could say,
creator.
and
But
I
here's
could
the
say
thing.
the same thing to you, Seven. Why do people go so hard to tell us
Correct.
that God is what He is? You know what I mean? It could
Who is
work.
the person who created you? I'm wondering why.
Huh?
I just wonder why people do that. I just don't understand what it's all for. I just don't get it.
You know
It's
what? You know what
why
it's about.
people
Well,
try to
it's a
have all
personal. It's a
profound
personal. It depends on
philosophy.
who you ask. It depends on who you ask, Seven, because
This is
everybody.
what Andy, can I say something? Because I'm gonna tell
Sure,
you this.
go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, this is all I say is that
Hmm.
like I super believe in gematria, right? Like me and Zach
Yeah.
have conversations. I totally believe in everything that he's saying, and I feel like it
Right.
comes from a very spiritual, profound place. Okay, because
Right.
where
Right.
he's coming from, he's talking about spiritual thing. I told him this already. It's spiritual. You're talking about stuff that
Right.
who God is. You're talking about stuff that is going against the absolute best of the earth, the creation of the earth, the reason the earth was absolutely created for us. But at the end of the day, we really, really are fighting spiritual warfares, because everything is literally what we see in the physical is already happening in the spiritual. And so we are talking about real deep spiritual things. All of us are talking about the same thing. So Zach has already broken the code. Like that's so deep. The gematria is deep. Like I literally, because I've heard of that knowledge years ago, I literally know that when I hear certain things, like Zach, the other day you were talking about the thing that happened at the bike in Seattle, right? And I was like, let me go ahead and jump into Zach's little stream and see what he's talking about because I was already hearing the numbers. It happened at 6 o'clock. It was, there was like 666. There was like a 666 synonymous thing going on there. And I was like, yuck, because I'm not really sure how that really correlates in the spirit, but it does make sense. But who am I? I'm not this, you know, I don't know everything. And so I still seek answers and I come to the spiritual world as a child because I know that God is the greatest. So that's where I put my spiritual trust in. That's just me. I don't trust anything that's less than him. I know that everything else is falling. And so I don't really try to like be on the same accord with that thing. I don't appreciate anything that's below God. It's so bad. I know it's not for my good, and I know it comes to kill, steal, and destroy me. And it's been proven. We see a
Where are you
lot.
getting that it's a male?
It's my conviction.
Where are you getting that it's a male? Where
It's
are you getting that it's a male figure?
it's my father. Look. I'm gonna just be honest with you.
No, where are you getting that from? Is what I'm asking. Where are you getting the
who is
notion that
speaking?
this is a
Who
male
is
energy
speaking?
type of
Who,
male being?
who's talking? Which person is talking?
I'm asking you, where are you getting
DK, I
the
think it's
notion that it is
DK,
a male
DJ
energy,
or DK.
male being?
Oh, it's DK Stonewood.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not so much that I'm getting that it's a male. It's just that I understand the father is the Father God. That's always, it's a man. It's not a woman. I mean,
No, I actually
Or
that's
no,
why
no,
I'm
hold on.
asking you that
He's asking. He's asking you where you
that's
get it
totally
from, though.
against what all the
Hey,
yeah,
one thing,
that's
what
totally
can you
against what
believe?
all the
Hey,
folklore and mythology that
it's
Christianity is
not the
based on
mythology.
says.
I don't care. All that came after him and his creation. I
No, it
don't
That's
didn't.
not
No,
true.
no,
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 talking
no.
no,
about the
no, no,
father.
You
no.
can't
The
say that,
Bible came
Seven. That's
way
not
later.
true, Seven.
The Bible
Seven, you
came
sound like a
way
very
later.
intelligent woman. The Bible is a later text.
I'm just trying to learn,
The
like
Bible
y'all.
is a later text, and the Bible is a text that's
Well,
patterned off of
it goes
those
by
ancient
way of
mythologies.
okay. So we are spiritual beings. This is my conviction, Andy. We are
Right, right.
spiritual beings, and so what happens for me is that I don't try to learn on my own. My mind is just not intelligent enough. It just can't get it done. So it
Don't say
just
that. You
can't get it
sound
done.
intelligent, Seven. Don't say that. You sound very
Well,
intelligent.
I know,
No,
but it
that's
just
good. That's good to admit that, though. That's good to admit that.
it
Yeah,
just can't
that
get
I
done.
respect
So
you
what
for
I
admitting that, but you
so I
don't
need
sound you
something
sound intelligent to
deeper.
me.
So I need something deeper. And for me, it's going to be by way of the spirit. So I was watching something last night that was totally deep. It was about this lady, she was a witch. And she's a witch. And the bottom line is that she said that she has reached out to Baphomet, she has reached out to Oshun, she has reached out to different spiritual entities. And it let me know in my convictions, it was like, dang, yeah, that's so true. So not only do I love God, right? But there is adversaries and there's different gods. There's so many of them. There's so many of them, and people worship all different kinds. You have people that worship Buddha. You have people that worship Islam and Allah. You have so many different religions and gods, but there's only one that smashes.
Buddhists don't worship Buddha, by the way. That's not how Buddhism
Well,
works.
there's
But
some
go ahead.
entity that they can travel. There are
Buddhists are
people
not
that can
worshiping.
go
You
into.
see,
Yeah,
Stonewood,
there
No,
we
no.
get what you're
Buddhism
saying,
is not based
but
on
you're
that.
right.
but there are people
Buddhism
literally
is
I
not
know.
travel. What's that called when they go
based on.
into guys? What's that called when they like can get out of their bodies and go into a spirit realm and like be in some different outer space? What is that called?
Astral projection. Astral
Astral
projection.
projection. Yeah. So all that stuff is
Astral
real.
travel.
That stuff is real. I'm not trying to like say that none of the stuff that we're talking about spiritually is not real, because it absolutely is. But I just feel like there is the highest power, and that's what I choose to believe in because it works for me. So I just say that I'm not even here to try to debate whether God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit is real. Those are just things that I resonate with, but it doesn't mean that
Uh-huh.
everybody else is going to resonate with that, because you
Right.
just have to, it's a conviction that you live by or even are led by, right? Because you're
Right.
searching for something, and I don't think God would lead anybody astray that looks for him. I know he wouldn't do it. He's a good God. He wouldn't do that to us. So I don't think he would leave us on this universe just ill-equipped and completely confused. And I look for peace, and I look for things that make me um like at peace, and I look for things that aren't confusion. And so when I look at the, you know, I hate to say it, a lot of the things that are happening, like music and, streamers and all these different things, I just get a level of confusion that I just can't resonate with. So it's almost like
Understand?
the stuff that we talk about in gematria and stuff. So it's just like it's a level of confusion that I just don't resonate with, and God gives me peace, and that's just all I have to say about that. And so everybody can do
Okay.
what they want to do, and I love that for them. But whatever brings you peace, that should be your thing.
I agree with that, Seven. I mean, we could agree to disagree about religion and stuff like that, but if we end up in the same place, which is believe whatever you want to believe and it's all good, then that's respectable. But to answer your question, you mentioned, why do people go so hard to denounce God or whatever it is
Yeah.
I'm going to use your answer, which is personal experience. And what do I mean by that is I personally analyze certain things that I see in religion that make me wonder if religion is really what people claim it to be. Even though no matter what you believe in, as long as it brings you the results you're looking for, then that's what should ultimately matter. But like I mentioned this earlier in the stream about somebody asked about God being a jealous God. That right there, if I was somebody who believed in God, and I found out that God had the capacity to be jealous, that would make me scratch my head. Like, why would you be jealous? If you created everything, then why would you create something that would have the capacity for jealousy to exist? If you found out somebody in your family was jealous of you, you'd be like, I don't like that person. I'm not going to their house for Thanksgiving. She might be jealous of me and put something in the mashed potatoes and then I get sick. Like, jealousy is not the most admirable, like, the admirable characteristic to walk around claiming to have. So if the person that you love so much has the capacity to be jealous, then wouldn't that make you wonder about what you're worshiping? That's where I'll be connecting those kind of dots. You know what I mean? I understand you love him. I understand that people praise God and all that stuff, but we can't say we love God and we praise God and then turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to things like that. It's almost like if you have a child that you love so much dearly, but you know that they are a badass in school, you can't say I love my child and turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to the fact that they got suspended from high school or whatever it is. You wouldn't just sweep that under the carpet just like that. You would address that. So if you would address that with your child, then why wouldn't you have the capacity to at least try to address that with the God that you believe in? If I have the ability to be jealous, then that means that you're actually insufficient. Because if you're jealous of somebody, normally you're jealous because that person you're jealous of has something that you don't have. But if you're the God that
I think
created
the main
everything, then how could jealousy even be a thing that you can experience if you're the apex of creation? That kind of contradicts. That's a contradiction to me.
I just
I
want
think it's
to
almost like a silly argument, because we're like putting this like umbrella kind of notion on this entity from a book as God that's jealous and killing a bunch of babies, an entire bit, as if that's the creator. So there's the primary error right there. Obviously, you can see allegorically within the Bible, they're telling you.
Well, who is they? Like, who is they?
Like you
Like,
said,
who is they, and who gives
many.
they that much authority? Like, here's my question to you.
What
Like,
do you?
okay, so Andy just was talking about jealousy. So it's kind of like when my mom, when I was younger, and say like you have a friend and their mom treats you very well, and then you start calling their mom, and your mom is looking at you like you got two heads because they're like, I'm your mama. At the end of the day, you don't call nobody else mama. Or same thing with your dad. It goes like that with parents. They absolutely get jealous. They absolutely get
And
jealous
that's
when
a flaw, and that's an
is
emotional
that a
human
flaw?
flaw right there.
It's
Yes,
absolutely
that's
I
a
not.
don't
flaw.
No, it's not,
I,
because
That's
they
a
I
flaw.
raised
think
you,
it's
and
just
they
ego.
created you. You came out of their body, and at the end of the day, ain't nobody like them. So at the end of the day, I feel like it's still a very parallel example, because at the end of the day, they're your parent. So if God says that He's your father, why in God's
But
name.
wait a minute. God doesn't say that. A book says that God says that. That's
Well,
what I'm
it's
saying.
again,
How are we making that
okay,
huge
Hold
jump and
on.
not saying, whoa. Hold on a
okay,
second.
DK.
This is a big
Look,
gap we're filling here with no
DK,
proof of anything.
Hold up,
DK,
DK.
you
Let her
are
finish. Let her
listen.
finish,
I don't
DK.
know.
Hold
Oh
up,
yeah, I
hold
was
up.
talking about
Look,
my family and shit.
I
Oh yeah,
can
I was
tell you
trying. Oh,
what you
yeah.
got
Oh,
going
I
on
mean,
spiritually, bro. I
I
don't
ain't
know
no type
what
of
you
way.
got.
I'm a little.
I don't know what you got going on spiritually because you sound like you're here to defend something that stands against the entire kingdom of heaven. I'm not really sure about that. But at the end of the day, I suggest you work that out between you and whatever you're going to do, because to inflict that upon other people is insane. You cannot take your personal issues, and I feel like you guys say this about Christians. Well, I don't call myself necessarily a Christian. I just call myself a follower of the way, because at the end of the day, it's like there's a lot of ways you
Follower
can
of
go
the
about it.
book.
A
Follower of the
follower of the
book.
way, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of ways you can go. But there's only
Book.
one.
It's not a
There's
way.
only
It's
going to
a
be one.
book.
Listen, at
It's
the
a
end
book.
of the
It's
day,
a book, not a way.
well, if it's
A
a book
book.
for you, it's a book for you. But
No, it's a book. It's a
because you're
book that
not
was written
okay.
by
I
men.
don't
It's a
even have
book.
to argue
Trust me,
about
it
this.
is a book.
It's nothing to
100%
argue
it's
about.
a book.
It's nothing to argue
Chill,
about.
man. Let her speak.
I don't want to
That's
argue
it.
about that. It's so bad. I don't want to argue about
God did
Yeah.
not write anything down or put anything in books. That's just a book. Now, if you want to talk about that, we can, but you can't use the book as proof for the
I'm
book.
not
It
even
doesn't
trying to
go
use a
that way.
book. I'm not trying to use a book. I'm using my own personal experience and my own personal conviction, and that's all I'm talking about. That's it.
Which all comes out of the book, though. You
It
regurgitated the
doesn't.
book.
No, it doesn't come out of a book. You don't. Zach
But
opened up.
that's why I
Zach
asked you
already talked
originally,
about.
why are
Listen,
you referring to as him and male? Because that's out of the book.
you sound
It's not like
listen.
that from
You
the
sound like you're
mythology.
trying
It's
to
out of
do
the
something
book.
that I'm not willing to do. But at the end of the day, like Zach already said, like when he first introduced me on the stream, he said, "Listen, this is the girl who said she saw Jesus." So it's not a book, right? It's a spiritual experience.
Everything you said was out of the
It's a
book
story.
so far. So far,
Well,
everything you
it's
said
not a
is
book
out of the
to me.
book.
I can tell you it's not the book. I'm
But
just letting you know.
everything you said is out of the book so far. And you've used the book
That's
as
for
proof
you.
of it. You've said it said God says, which you
You're
meant the
looking
Bible
to
says, which it
discredit
doesn't.
me. You're looking to discredit my experience, so I expect for you to say that.
I'm not
That's
trying to
it.
discredit your experience. I'm asking you to try to relate your experience to us without using this filter of this book. And you're
Unfortunately,
unable
that's
to
who
do
I
that so
am.
far
That's
because
just who I am. That's just who I am. That's just who I am. It's not when things like when whatever's in you, like gematria is all the way embedded up in Zach, right? So that's what he's going to be spewing. So for me, spirituality is all up embedded in me, and that's what comes out of me, and that's what you get.
I'm not getting that at all from you. I'm getting a book from you and like
I'm sorry, because
anti-spirituality.
I'm not reading anything. I'm
But
just
everything
talking.
you said comes out of that book, and I'm not
Well,
getting
that's
any like
I'm glad that you know
spirituality
it
from
because
you.
I've been reading it, but it's not that's who I am. It's not about that. It's just who I am. It's just I'm not even trying to I hate when people try to dispute something that you can't you don't have the authority to dispute. So when it's all said and done and the world
What do
no
you mean
longer
by I
exists,
don't have the authority to
you don't
dispute? I
have
can
the
dispute
because you're not
anything, and that's what
God,
we're here to
man.
do,
You're
right?
not God. End of story. You're not
We're
God.
all
Seven,
gods.
seven,
We're
seven.
all
Hold
gods.
on,
No, no,
seven.
I'm not. I
We're
don't
Do
all
believe
we have
that.
to
gods.
be?
Nope.
Hold
I
up,
don't
hold up.
believe
Can I
that.
ask you a question, seven? Do we
Yeah,
have to be
believe
God
that.
to critically analyze certain things? We don't have to be
Right.
God to dispute certain things. That's where I would kind of like lean more towards Stonewood. We don't have to be God to dispute certain things. I mean, where did God say you
I'm
have to
not
be
God.
God?
I'm not even gonna put myself on his
No, no,
category.
no, no,
That's
no,
not.
no. All right, that's fine if you don't want to. If you don't want to put yourself in that category, what I'm saying is like, you sound very intelligent, Seven, but you also kind of lean in the direction of somebody who could be sometimes a little overly religious. And I'm not trying to say that about you. I'm not trying to judge you. I don't know you. I'm just saying because
I need to be
like,
religious.
why would you say that we're
Religion
not God
is
and we have to be God to like to
so
have
I'm
a
gonna tell
certain
you this. I
opinion
don't
about
go to
certain things? You know
church.
what I mean?
I don't go to church at all. I don't go to church. And the
Mm-hmm.
reason why I don't go to church is because church is too religious for me. I
Right.
don't like religion. I don't like people who don't have a relationship with the creator. So you can't just say that you love God without really knowing who he is, because he actually is a person. And you have to have faith in him
Oh boy.
and then have that conversation with him. He
Oh boy.
absolutely will have a conversation with you. And so for anybody who doesn't believe that, I'm sorry for you because you're missing out. There is a whole creator who have
So
seven,
you're
and seven.
you're
Not to
sorry
interrupt
for
you.
people who don't believe that the creator
Hold
is the
on, hold
person.
on, hold on,
Okay.
hold on. Seven,
I was
seven.
I
How
was
could you say?
really
How could you say that though, Seven? Because doesn't God say, "Come as you are"?
He does.
He says, "Come as you are."
Absolutely. There's
So
no
then,
perfection.
if God says, "Come as you are," then why would you feel sorry for me if I don't
Because
adhere to God the way you do?
I
Because
hate that you would be on the outside of him. Like where you
no,
don't
no,
feel like you
no,
can come
no.
to him and think that he's
I
gonna
hear what you're
talk to you.
saying. No, Seven.
That's
I get what
crazy
you're
that you
saying.
don't think you can talk to God. That is crazy. It's free.
I know, Seven. But what you're
It is
saying,
free. It's free
I
work.
hear
Like
you.
you don't even have before you can
I hear
people be
Seven.
trying to get in touch
I
with
hear you.
Pastor Not. People be trying to go to streaming university. People be trying to do all these crazy things, but they can literally talk to the creator of the heavens and the earth and literally have a conversation with
Seven,
him.
I hear you. Trust me,
Crazy.
Seven.
I'm
Trust
just
me,
saying.
Seven. I get you.
Wow.
Follow what I'm saying, though. Seven, follow what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, again, if God Himself, the person that you say you talk to, and the person that you say you worship, or whatever the case may be, He said, and I'm using He just for the don't attack me, Stonewood. I'm just using the word He just for the sake of this argument. He said that
No,
come as you
I know
are.
you're using it the right way.
I mean,
You're
I'm using
using
it the
it
way
the
I
right
want.
way. I know. Yeah.
However you
Go
want
ahead.
to say that. If he said that come as you are, then why wouldn't you exhibit that same behavior versus saying that you feel sorry for us? God didn't say He feels sorry for those who don't worship Him the way He wants to be worshipped. He says come as you are. So why wouldn't you exhibit that same behavior? That's where I get a little pushback from people who are religious, or people who follow God the way that you follow them, because it's almost like you're taking it overboard now. It's like you're speaking for God right now incorrectly, because God didn't say what you're saying. God said, "Come as you are, no matter what. Come as you are." He didn't say, "Come to me as a good Christian," or "Come to me as somebody who worships me the way Seven does." He said, "Come as you are." So if He's saying, "Come as you are," then it wouldn't be a crime for you to look at somebody who doesn't worship God the way you do and not feel sorry for them. The way you say you feel sorry for us for not worshiping God. See, that's the contradictions that I always run into with people who are so heavily religified, or somebody who's heavily into God the way you are. It's like you guys kind of and I don't mean to disrespect you because you're a woman and I was raised by a woman, but you kind of sound like a little like it's almost like a mental disorder the way you're going about it. It's like you're going about it and disregarding what God actually said, because it seems like you're more attached to the practice of being in the religion versus actually following what God
practicing
actually
it.
said. You know what I mean?
100%.
You know what I mean?
100%.
And that's all I'm gonna
I
100%.
say.
just want
But again, Seven, I get what you're saying though. I'm not here to tell you that you're out of your mind either. You know what I
No,
mean?
I'm not. I'm absolutely not, and I don't believe anything that like that doesn't even speak to me. So I'm not worried about that. What I'm more concerned about is that we are literally all human beings having a spiritual experience, and so everybody's experience might be different because there's all kinds of different spirits, man. And so I just
you said
let us all
wait.
meet up
I'm
in the
sorry.
end. Let us all meet up in the end and figure out which one, which one worked for us. There are so many paths that
That's
seem
true.
right, but only
I would
one
agree with
leads.
that. I would agree with that
Only one
totally.
leads to what's right. So
Ultimately, the
I just,
results is what we should focus on. If
Ye-
worshiping God the way you worship God, if that helps you through your
it's
day-to-day
worth
life,
it
if
to
you get
me. For
results
me,
from
it's
that,
worth it.
then
For me, in my life,
that should be the punchline. It works for you.
yeah, it's so good. Like so, for me, it works
So
for me. Okay, I don't know
So
what works for you. I don't know. Like debating doesn't work for me. Arguments don't work for me. Not loving people
okay,
don't work for me. Not, like beefing with people, it doesn't work for me. Like having, crazy, unfruitful conversations doesn't work for me. But what works for
right.
me is having peace and knowing where I came from. And that was super
Uh-huh.
hard for me because I'm a black woman, right? I'm a black woman.
Uh-huh.
And I was very confused because everybody was like, growing up, you're getting I grew up in Oregon and Washington, okay, Washington State, where there's not very many black people there, right? So you're getting
Right.
all this Pacific Northwest history. You're getting all this information that does not pertain to who you are as a person. All you're filling out is that you're a slave. Your families were from
Right.
slaves. You were just a slave. No, your family comes from
Right.
slavery, or you guys come from Africa. And the reality is, I don't come from either one of those places. And so, what
Somebody
I
wrote
did
black
as a
is a
young
curse.
person,
Wow.
this is a true story. I'm sick of the color. I'm sick of the colorism. I'm sick of the race and all the bullshit. Okay. When it comes to stuff like that. Bottom line
Right.
is that I needed to know who the hell I was. And so when I was 21 years old, I made it a thing to make, I prayed to God and I believed that it was heard, because you have to, again, without faith, it's impossible to please him. So I needed to know who I was, but not based on a textbook, not based on what the media said, not based on what rap music said, not based on what anything said. I wanted to know who I was as a person and where I came from. And that's the answer that I got. So I'm not
Where'd you
saying what
get that
everybody else
notion that
believes.
you had to please the creator of all? Where'd you get that notion that you had to please this
What
being or
about
whatever?
pleasing him? What do you mean pleasing him?
You
It was
just
a
said
question that I had. What are you talking about?
you just said to please God. Where are you getting the
I
notion
didn't
that
say
we have
anything
to
about
please?
that. Is not what I said. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. What I asked
Okay.
was a question for who I was as a person when I was young. Listen, there's enough stuff to tell us what we are that we're not. So
I would say
Okay.
in
I
generality
think
speaking, what's
I'm
going on
happy.
is hold on. Let's get seven. What's going on is we already come hardwired to connect with our own creator. Now that hardwiring has
That's
been
right. That's right.
subdued. Hold on, please. Hold on. You
Mhm.
talked a lot. Just hold on.
Mhm.
So that hardwiring has been subdued. So most people
The
are
fuck?
lacking that spiritual
What do you mean when
connection.
you say subdued?
Um well, mostly it's happening through the poisoning of the physical vessel, so people are very subdued in that way. I'm not talking about all the religions and all that subdues people's spirituality as of yet, but I'm going to mention that in a second. So what I'm
Mhm.
talking about right now is the physical vessel has been tuned down and poisoned to a point where most people do not feel, see that connection that they already have, that they've been hardwired with. So what
Mhm.
they're really seeking to do is to reconnect that connection. And because we've been taken away off what's real so far and so deeply for so long, people are seeking to reconnect with that which they are already connected to through these fake religions that have been placed there as the stopgap to, hey, I know you're going to come looking for what we took for you. So here's what we're just going to put out, these fake breadcrumbs for you to get attached to that. And then you'll probably never, ever get over that if that's what's embedded into you as a child. You won't be able to let it go because of the law of first rapport, which is the,
Yep.
ego-based thing.
Just like your
And
mama, just like your daddy, just like the first person who took care of you. It's the same
right. So
concept.
it's that, and that's an ego-based thing. You
It's
get,
not an
wait a
ego-based
minute.
statement.
Now
It's
I
a
have to
relational
admit, now
statement.
I
It's
have
who
to
you
admit I
trust.
was fooled.
It's who you trust. End of story. Like there's no ego in that.
No,
There is
no. What
no
I what I
ego.
just said, what I
I
just
think we're being
said,
Fuck
dragged into
God.
a black hole.
Like what are you talking?
what I just said.
What did I do? I
Yeah.
didn't do anything. He did everything. Like what am I? Who am I to him? What are we talking about right now?
We're
I'm
being
Yeah, I
dragged
nothing.
into
think
a
you're
black
just
hole.
I
trying to
I
Crazy
think
work,
obscure
bro.
the the
It's the
the
ego
blatant obvious
of
point that I
thinking we
just
know
made that kind
everything.
of
That's ego.
encompasses everything.
No, we think we know everything on earth and we don't know shit. So at the end of the day, we all come with our stories and we all come with our philosophies and we all think we have it going on, but nobody will be humble and nobody will submit to what's real, which is the creator. How dare us? How dare we even try it? I can't stand this earth.
Yeah,
It's crazy
that's a
work.
very
People be
disempowered
doing the
religious
most.
type of thinking
We're
that
not
they
all
want to
that,
send.
man. We're
Very
not all that.
disempowered like
Nobody
that.
is.
That's what you don't
Crazy
want to
work.
be. You want
No,
to
we're not
steer
all
as
that.
far
We all
away
want
from
to be
that kind
something
of
that we're not. So end of
emotional
story.
trap
We
as
are
you
though.
can.
Crazy work,
It's
man.
yeah.
called real.
It's like who I wish somebody was here in the beginning. I'll wait. Was one of us on the panel here in the beginning? I don't think we were. Like, how dare us? Like, we got way too much ego when it comes to God.
It's
That's
called
crazy.
real. Look into the real
So
society,
bad.
Dragon Ball Z.
Oh,
Disrespectful, actually.
I
Hey.
wow. Well, I know to answer your original question. This is Fatima talking. I don't know if I can be heard or not,
What
but
up?
Hey, Fatima, go ahead. I can hear
hey, how
you.
you doing? Okay.
We
Yeah,
hear you.
welcome back.
Thank you. So again, I seven appreciate the question and appreciate the perspective. Um, I will say for me, um, and I think it kind of mirrors a few points that were made already. One of them being the hierarchy of um, just the hierarchy, for one. Um, not, I guess, not being told that I am not good enough as a human to understand my origins and to do something about it. And I do find that in a lot of religion, well, okay, I'll just say I do find that in conversations, I it comes up a lot, and I do
Right.
believe it is infused with ego. Um, and I think ego is man-made, and I think if we didn't have ego, we would not be able to have a full emotional experience on earth. So I don't even see ego
Hmm.
in a negative way. I used to. I used to really be like, ah. But I'm
So
like, if you remove the ability to get emotional and to be motivated and to be disgusted and to be mad and sickened and jealous, and then you rob yourself of some of the emotional experience. Now, this is a very detached way of thinking, and I know a lot of people are not going to necessarily
but that
agree
was
with
good
me.
though. The way you just described that though was super good. That was good. That was good. Even though I don't love ego, I should probably have called it pride. Go ahead. That was good.
Yeah, so so I'm I feel like that is just it's one of the one of the things of the human condition. However, um I my personal experience is that all that is, and I think we tend to agree that there is one entity. I do not agree that is one sex. I don't think that there is sex at all at the top, but I would say that the pleasing, the notion of pleasing and satisfying something that is literally, I think the equivalent of pleasing, all that is would just be to be here and do what or you just be you. I don't think there's any other requirements, because there would not be such free will to do whatever if we had just some certain path, if that makes sense. um so you pleasing the one is just being here. It's just being in whatever, doing whatever it is that you were called to do, what you felt to do, whatever it is. I think that's as far as I would go with it. I do believe in duality, and I do believe in vibrational attraction and resonance, and I think that those things are intentionally left out of Western religion, because it requires you to really empower yourself. And I do think that a lot of today's religion is disempowering. I understand you said you don't go to church. I don't go to church anymore either. I would call myself a spiritual individual, not
Mm-hmm.
religious. But I would not. But I do not subscribe to the teachings of the Bible as they are written, if that makes sense. I am open, though, as a human person, to receive messages out of any book that resonates with me, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
freed myself from the need to subscribe to any one thing. That's me. The
And
ability for you to choose otherwise, and for you to be passionate about choosing otherwise, is a freedom that pleases God, if you will. So that's as far as I would take it, because I think the free will is a gift.
and it is,
No
and
matter
it's
what you
so,
do
and
with
it
it.
it makes me
So
happy. That's the
um
part. It makes me happy. That's the most important. That it actually makes me. I'm not like just saying, like just having this. I'm not just talking, you know, just to be saying
yeah,
something. It
I think
actually, it literally is my peace. So
I think
it's
the
whatever makes people peaceful and what makes them happy and where they what they can resonate with. I don't think that it works for everybody. I think that a lot of people think that think a little bit deep into it because it's more like how we're having a conversation. It's like the same kind of. It's not, we're not. I have obviously me and God don't have the same kind of dialect, but at the end of the day, we can have a conversation. It's a spiritual conversation. It's all about a spiritual experience. Just like people who worship the devil, they have a conversation with him. Why can't I speak to God? There's people who talk to things that I don't even want to hear about. But the reality is they're having those conversations. There's conversations to be had in the spirit world. I just
I
choose
think you
to.
have a conversation every time you go to sleep. I think we all, it's impossible. And the one thing I will say,
That's very
it's
true.
impossible
Well,
not to. It's impossible not to have conversations with yourself when you know what I mean? Like, it's just because you sleep every night. Like, you can't.
Well, we're
And that's
spiritual beings having a very, we're human beings having a very
physical.
spiritual experience.
So
Like we
I'm on the
literally are
opposite
spiritual
side of
beings.
that. I'm on the
What like
opposite side of
what is
that
that?
because
What does that look like? What do you mean when you say you're
I
on the
mean,
opposite?
so
What
if,
does that mean?
so for example, We both agree that God created everything in His image,
Mm-hmm.
and I say His because you say His. I think it is just is. God is where I would stop. God
Okay.
is, period.
Okay.
So that
Okay.
so that that's
Okay.
my first thing. My second thing is in His image is every, and this is based on your beliefs, your ability to accept what I'm saying, but I mean every dimension, every possibility, every genetic, everything is created as a means to experience itself in physical and non-physical and half physical, half here. It doesn't matter. But we all have direct lineage to our higher selves connected to all that is, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, because when
We
we
have
die,
been cut off.
when we
We've been cut
die,
off
we're
from
still
it.
here.
We've
Well,
been well. I think physical is temporary, and it is just for
yeah,
experience sake. So that's why I said you say we're physical. I think
we're
you said
human beings
we're
on this
human
earth.
and
We're no. What I said is that we're human beings on this. Well, I should have said. I said we're human beings having a spiritual experience. What I should have said is that we're human beings here on the earth having a spiritual experience. One day we're just going to be spiritual. It's just what it is. It's like when people die. That's my belief.
okay. So the end
You
result,
know.
I agree with you, is just a return to the source. That's how I see death.
Right. Right.
So,
There we go.
it's just a matter of the vehicle you decide to give
That's
yourself permission
right.
to be
On the
okay
See,
route
with.
you take, on the
see,
route you
because it's
take.
a spiritual world. That's so true. See, I agree with all that. That what you just said. My route is just I'm just driving a different. I'm driving a different car.
You're taking a different route, but
I'm going.
we're all going to the same
Yeah, I
destination in
mean,
a
like that's
roundabout
something
way.
nobody can
No,
dispute,
we're not.
no matter
No,
what
we're
the religion.
not going to the same destination. We are going to
No,
have
We're
no,
spiritual.
not literally. What I'm saying is, we both were driving on different
So
paths,
y'all, some
but
people
we're
are on Highway
arriving.
66, Route 66. I'm gonna go Route 77.
All
You know what
right,
I
that's
mean?
fine. Yeah, I hear you,
Mm-hmm.
but hear what I'm saying. When I say we're going to the same destination, what I mean is we all end up in a place where we believe in something that works for us. That's the common denominator.
Yes, yes,
We
yes.
might be
Mm-hmm.
going and taking different paths,
That's
but
right.
ultimately that we're going to the same destination, which is to a place in which what we believe in works for us. It might not look the same literally. It might not be the literal same location. It might not be the same house, but we're going to the same neighborhood, so to speak. If you follow my analogy,
I don't even
that's what
know
I
if we're
mean.
gonna be on the same block. I can't say that. I can't say that because it's
I
like it's
mean,
so you know why? You know why? Andy is so drastically different and like for real. Like sometimes people you know how people I hear a lot of people talk about high vibrational and low vibrational. So for me, low vibrational is like dull spiritual conversations where nobody's like feeling anything better and nobody's like getting like feeling great about it. Like a good spiritual conversation to me is where I'm just like, wow, okay, I just became a better person. I don't care where it came from. Anything that's good is good, right? It doesn't really matter where, if it came from, it could come from any culture, it could come from any different person, but if it's good, it resonates with me. So the Bible is like that to me. So if it's good, if it's a good something positive in that thing, it resonates with me. I don't care who wrote it. I don't care when it was written. It's just the bottom line is this is the and unfortunately, in all of us, and you guys can call it westernized religion, I don't give a dang really too much. What I care about is what spiritually resounds with me because I believe that I don't think the God who loves us is going to lead us astray. I don't think he's going to have me going all these different patterns and pathways and philosophies and trying to figure out should I be Catholic? Should I be? I don't care. I just want to get to him at the end of the day, right? And when you had people that have gone on to be home, we all say they went home to be with the Lord. What's different for me? So that's just I don't want to sell myself short of the human experience while I'm here on earth. That's just my thing. But everybody else, have a good time. you know?
we
I
can
would
agree
say
with that. I can
all
agree
those
with that.
highways
But,
66, 77. I would say all those highways lead to the same place.
Bro, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I kind of
Nah,
Yeah.
believe
nah.
what he says.
No,
I
no, no,
think
no,
it's we're
no,
all going to
no.
the same place.
Okay, I don't think so because here's the thing, and I'm gonna bring this up only because this is important to me. So you'll have
Uh-huh.
somebody like, okay, remember when and I hope people, because everybody can get forgiven. I just don't think God is like this mean God that will like he says he'll forgive anything. So I feel like a person who, even the guy who's the sniper, the one, the DC sniper that ended up being from Tacoma, Washington, that surprised the world, he definitely could have asked for forgiveness in his final moment, and he could be in heaven. He could be in the same place as my daughter is. At the end of the day, I don't think that there is a heaven or hell for us to put anybody in. It's not our decision. So I think that everybody can have redemption. I think that everybody can get right with God. I think that's something that everybody personally has to do. I've seen people on their deathbed look like they just definitely didn't make it. Okay, and they looked very confused, conflicted, and in horror, as opposed to somebody who may have been at peace with their life and looks like they know where they're going. There's a huge difference if you ever seen somebody on their deathbed of where they're struggling versus where they are at peace, and that kind of makes the final decision for you as well, because you know that there's a God. That kind of looks, when you see death in its face and you're like, oh my God, this person looks so scared, they don't even know where they're going. Oh my God, it's like two
That
seconds to the
notion
last breath. Hmm.
that
Crazy
notion
work.
that you just brought up, that notion
Yeah.
that you just brought up of the fear of death and where you're going was brought
Mhm.
into, the human psyche and around in the 1500s by the Piso family, where they were trying to charge people to stay out of hell and then charge them a
Mhm.
little bit more to get into heaven. So that whole notion is
I don't think there's a. I don't
like
think there's a. I don't think there's a doorman at the.
super
I
new
don't
age.
think there's a doorman at anybody. I don't think there's a doorman standing at
Correct.
anybody's
He,
deathbed,
Correct.
bro.
he
I
wasn't
don't
that
think
thug.
that.
He's
Correct.
not.
So
He's
you
not.
ain't getting in,
No, Seven.
so
I
you
He's
don't
not
ain't
think
getting
you
into
have a
insinuating.
nowhere
yellow
by
Hold
believing
bracelet.
in
on.
nobody,
Yo,
right?
you're
Hold on,
funny,
So
hold on,
bro. That
hold
was
on,
so
seven,
funny.
seven, seven. He's not. I don't think
so
he's
thank you.
insinuating there's a
Thank you
doorman.
No, but that was so funny
that
though. The
that
way he
means
said it, it's like nobody cares about Pizzo when they're about to meet God, right?
No, no, no,
Nobody
no. Hold
cares
on, hold
about.
on, hold on. Seven, seven. Don't
Chase.
laugh now.
I know. I know.
That's kind
But
of.
that was so
You're better
This
funny
than
is
though.
that.
what.
Come on, seven. You sound
No,
It
better
but
than
wasn't
that
that.
was
really
No, it's
funny.
very,
not funny.
very
It's
funny.
actually very
It is
serious.
hilarious.
It's
No, it's
actually very
hilarious,
That
serious.
bro.
wasn't
Hold
funny at
on,
Like,
all.
hold
It's
on.
very
how dare
serious,
you?
I
actually.
Do
don't.
you think
I don't think
anybody
he's
has that kind
I
of
insinuating
just
that.
recollection? Do you
Hold on,
think that
hold on,
absolutely
anybody
seven,
has
destroyed
that
your
Notice
kind
you're
of
the
notion.
only one
recollection when
laughing.
they meet God?
I just
seven,
Oh
absolutely
no.
seven.
destroyed your notion of paying
That
to
He's
was
get
not
into
so
insinuating a
and
funny,
doorman.
paying to get
bro.
into heaven
It
or
was
staying out of
giving
hell.
It was
it's
only
give
funny to you.
no, it
He
was
was
Yeah.
not
just. He
just
was
fun.
just
No, I'm done,
documenting. No,
bro.
he was just. He was only documenting something that is in reference to
Well, LMBO is, again,
where the religion actually started.
here's your knowledge and here's God. It's like, why are you bringing that up to
No,
God?
no,
Imagine telling
no.
him
We were
that.
not put here, dummies.
You
No,
think
We're
you're
no,
not
no,
put
no,
cooking,
here
but
to
you're
no,
be
not.
dummies.
No,
no, not.
Yeah.
I'm
That's not
not
what he's
trying to
saying.
cook.
Seven.
I'm
Hold
just
on.
Well,
sitting
but
here
this
having
is
a conversation. What is the
Hold on.
cooking
Hold on.
about?
Hold
I'm
on.
this
not
is
Hold
a
on.
cooking.
Hold
You're
on.
not cooking, bro. You're not cooking.
I'm not trying to be that
yeah.
girl though either. I'm just having a conversation with some
Can I say
fellas and Fatima.
Hold
It's
on.
funny
Hold on,
when I
Seven.
say something very, very, very deep. You kind of break into laughter and all that to try to obfuscate it. This is already the third
No,
time
it
you've
was
done it.
super funny though. What you just said
Oh
really
no,
took
it
me to a
wasn't funny.
funny
It
place.
wasn't funny.
You brought up.
Sounds like
Nobody else.
she's off the fucking Bacardi.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
nobody
do all
can I
laughed.
say
that.
something?
It's
Nobody laughed.
so that's so
Come
whack.
on.
Nobody
No, you
laughed.
guys are
That's troll tactics.
No.
so
That's
Let's
a
not. Let's
typical
not
so
Can I
throw
troll
say
move.
something?
insults
so
now.
here's
We're
the
not. We're
thing.
not
Like,
about to
if
insult
you don't
nobody
have to try to
now.
put nobody down. You don't have to put nobody
Yeah,
down
yeah.
because I thought
Let's
something
keep
was
it cordial.
humorous.
Let's keep
That
it
was
cordial. Let's
super
No,
keep it
funny,
cordial.
right? It was like super
no,
funny to me
no, no, no.
because you came in. No, you act like you was who said thought I was cooking. Somebody came in like they was cooking with the whatever the pizza in the 1500s. Like, you can't bring
Right.
that up to God in your last moment. Like, he
I
doesn't
just brought it. I
care.
But
just brought
he's
it up
not
to
trying to
you.
bring that up to his last moment. What he's trying, he's just documenting something that
But
isn't
why?
that
But why?
because the same
It
because
shows.
he's
It
trying to
shows what
bring.
you said is not on point. That's why.
No, he's
No,
just
but
trying to
why
use
though?
that as something
Is
to
it to show
substantiate
that
his
you?
position.
But oh God, it's
It's
so.
to
I don't
show
think
what
he's I don't think
I
you think
don't know if
is
it's
not on point.
necessary. Every piece of knowledge is not worth talking about. Like,
I
everything
know,
that
but
we
that's
know
just
is
your
not
opinion,
like
seven
worth.
My
seven.
Yeah,
But
you're
that's
right.
people,
You're
that's your
my
right. You're
opinion. You
people
know
right.
what I
are
mean?
destroyed.
You're so right.
My people are destroyed for
Straight for
lack
a
of
lack of
knowledge
knowledge.
and for ignoring those.
Well,
My
is it?
people are ignoring those with knowledge, therefore they can't learn. My
No,
people are
that's not
ignoring those
true.
with
It's not true.
can't
No, it's the
learn.
knowledge that you want
Yeah, it
to.
is.
It's the knowledge that you want to embrace. It's some knowledge don't really do nothing for you. Like some things are not. Everything is not beneficial for me. right? So me knowing
Right,
about
right.
everything does not work for me. So that
Right,
was
But
a
like
little.
your knowledge
That's
isn't
why.
beneficial
Knew
for
a
me.
little bit more,
So
maybe it
right,
would.
right,
hold on,
right,
hold
Maybe
on,
it
right,
hold
would
on,
though,
hold
you
on, hold
know?
on.
right. That's right. That's right. Well, whoever just said that, that was good because that's exactly what that means. Whatever I'm saying to you is not beneficial for you. It doesn't work for you. It's like caca to your spirit. It's like you're regurgitating it. You know, and that's exactly how two worlds could like collide. That's the difference between what we believe in, right? I'm not gonna say light and
The
darkness,
only
but
thing is
they
seven,
don't really
seven.
work
I
Yo, I
together.
wouldn't.
would say that's a
It's like
religion if you
oil
got to
and
believe
vinegar.
that you're in a religion.
The
The
thing is
creator
seven.
doesn't come with you with any prerequisite beliefs or anything. You just come as you are. So when you have all these filters and things you need to get, that's when you're going away from the creator. Those are
Hmm.
the stopgaps they put in front of you to steer you away. You know,
I
those
don't
are the
know who
forks in
they
the road.
are, but I don't worry about them because them ain't never did shit for
Well,
me. You heard
you're
me?
in
I
their
don't do
world
all
that
that.
they're
Look, I'm not
controlling,
in
so
their
you may
world.
want to know
I'm
what
not in their
they
world.
are
I'm in
doing.
my listen. No. I give you like I'm not giving nobody that much
You
credit.
are
That's
on
why I don't,
planet Earth, which is being controlled
bro.
by a fictitious monetary system, which you're part of. So you
No.
are
God
completely
said he's the head
being
and not the
controlled
tail,
in
above and
every
not
way.
beneath. So
Physical.
why do I have to worry about all these people and them and they? I don't
Can
care
I say
about them and
something?
they. Wow. I don't care.
Oh, you don't have to. You don't
Can I
have
I,
to.
speak?
I,
But I'm
I, I
saying
literally
if
don't because
you
they
want
are
to do
not in
something
my
about it,
life.
Can I speak?
You can't
well, yes, they
control. You
are. You're
can't
living in this
control.
system where you need
But
money to get
Maybe I was trying
online.
to
I,
They're
speak. I
completely
don't
in
know
your
who
life.
that
I
is.
guess, I
They're
guess it affects
completely in your life.
everybody. Go ahead,
So,
Andy.
Can I
I
It
speak?
guess
affects everybody.
it
The whole
no,
earth.
affects
somebody
every.
else. It's not me.
Yeah.
I think it's Trap or Mikey that want to speak.
Yeah, I've been
Oh, I
trying to speak for a
apologize.
while. I just got one
I
quick thing to
apologize.
say. I can't be here much longer. I
Who
actually
is this?
like the.
Trav or Mikey? Who is this?
This is Mikey. Mikey.
Oh, Mikey, the guy who's been going tit for tat the whole night.
It's not tit for tat, dude. It's just speaking facts, and if you don't agree with it, that it's that. But it's not a big deal. We don't gotta agree.
Nah, I feel you. I'm just trolling you a
It's
little
just
bit,
I
man.
got
Go
my
ahead, go
opinion. You
ahead.
got your opinion. It's not like a big deal about it. But what I'm trying to say is I've been following
Yeah, no
Zach for a
doubt.
while,
Hmm.
and I'm very proud of where his channel is. I'm surprised we can even have conversations like this. My only point
Word.
is this: you guys have proof that. So I believe we live in a spiritual world, and you guys have hardcore physical evidence with the gematria stuff that constantly connects back to Satan. Constantly, I keep
Mhm.
hearing Zach say something about the synagogue of Satan and stuff. I don't even know
Yeah.
half the
Yeah.
stuff he be saying, but I just pick up little biblical stuff, and it just doesn't take rocket science to connect 1+1 = 2. Okay, if these guys worship Satan, who's the other person? You know what I'm trying to say. It's like it's like I keep seeing a connection that whoever it is worships Satan, and they keep showing this allegiance. They keep whatever is going on. It keeps getting connected back to Satan. We already seen the what Jay-Z did with the sitting at the Olympics with they mock Jesus on every Olympics. Like I don't want to go too much into it. I have a conversation another time, but I just think it's just you guys have hardcore evidence to prove that the Bible is real, and you guys are just going around it. So I think that's where a lot of my frustration comes from. So yeah.
That was
Nah,
so good. That was
I
good.
believe the Bible.
Now Mikey
I do.
cooked. Now Mikey just cooked.
I believe the Bible, Mikey. Mikey Cook. I, okay. I believe the Bible,
Mikey's gonna
Mikey.
get cooked.
Oh
Nah,
man.
nah. Come on now.
I believe the Bible.
No,
Trust me, I believe it.
I
It's
mean,
a
look,
fact,
I'm not
man.
gonna say that there's things in the Bible that you shouldn't live by. Absolutely, there's
Yeah.
things in the Bible like look, there's things in the Bible that preach about the 10 commandments. Like there's things right there that obviously you should live by. I mean, every man should honor some of the 10 commandments. I'm not saying you should do every single one of them, but I mean there's things in there that are legitimate. I'm not going to say that that's not a factual statement, but to say that every single thing in there should be lived by and to be it's your everyday thing, and that's what you go to when times get rough. I mean, hey, more power to you, but in my opinion, I'm more of a spiritual person myself, and when you do good things come back to you. When you're a truly good person and when you do truly good things and you love the person next to you and you treat your neighbor good, and no matter who the heck comes up to you, you treat them like the same that they are and give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna tell you what, good things come your way. And when you're a hater and you're a bad person, I'm gonna tell you what, bad things come your way. So I'm a real estate agent, and I'll tell you what, the biggest thing you can do is be a hate. The worst thing you can do is be a hater. And and you don't need to be a Christian to not be a hater. You just
Mm-hmm.
have to be a good person. So why I don't understand why people get this mixed up when we debate about Jesus, that we're acting like there's no God. I'm not saying that there's no God. I know that there's some sort of creator, there's some sort of something up there. Do I know what it is personally? Can I prove what it is personally? Absolutely not. So I'm going to just think that there's something. I don't know what it is, but I'm thankful for whatever path that it creates for me. Now, your path is not decided. You decide. It's like a butterfly effect. Your life is a literal butterfly effect. If you choose to do something, there's going to be consequences. If you choose not to do something, there's always going to be lessons that are inevitable in your life that you have to learn. But it's about whether you choose to learn from those or whether you don't. And it's a butterfly effect. So if you choose to be stubborn and not learn from them, that's your free will. So it's
Mm-hmm.
about you learning from those and taking advantage of the lessons and not being a stubborn person. And a lot of people are stubborn and they just think that God's going to save them. And it's not. It's you who's going to save yourself. And that's my
By
biggest thing.
making good
Trey,
decisions, right?
Trey, you
Right,
said
Trap?
something
Is that
really
Absolutely.
Trap?
important.
Right.
Yes,
Good
that's me.
stuff. That was good.
Trey, you said something really important. I just want to repeat it. Just like how when you're
No, for
talking
sure.
to
But
like
I
a
don't know if
Trump
anybody else
retard.
has anything to say. I mean, that was kind of just my 2 cents right there. But
Yeah, good shit, Trav.
When
That's good
when
It
stuff.
was
when
so
you tell
good.
people that
no, I
when you
appreciate it.
tell people that Trump is
Obviously, I believe in God, and
can you hear me, Zach?
I obviously.
Trav has a glitch. Trav has a glitch where he can't hear certain people talk. That's why he talks over them. It's the StreamYard glitch. It's annoying. So he couldn't hear when I was talking either.
Oh, let me just say something to Trey real quick, and then you can unmute him.
It's Trav.
What he said was very important because this is the same tactic that's being used by all the COINTELPRO in many different genres. So, like, if you're talking to like a Trump tard and you tell them all the stuff about Trump and all that, then they say, "Oh, you must be one of these libtards," And then you talk to one of the libtards and you
Zach, I
tell
can't
them
hear
about
you.
that, then they say, "Oh, you must be one of these retard Trumpers." And it's the same
Who are
way
you
when
talking?
these Christians or any religion will tell you like like you tell them their religion's bullshit, then they say, "Oh, you hate God," or you. No, 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 no. I'm just saying your religion's bullshit. I'm not saying I don't believe in a creator or any of that, and they want to just lump it all in together. So whenever people are doing that, the red light goes off right away as that's a troll, because it's not. I don't get that. I don't get that kind of response from normal human beings that I'm talking to in daily life. But when you're on the phone and on these panels like this, and then
Not
when you do say
necessarily, bro.
something that is like right on point, boom, then they start
It's
laughing
not
and
like that.
obfuscating. So these
Well,
are
it's
typical
it's. I
typical
know.
tactics.
I get what you're saying, but I'm not a troll. I don't do this for trolling. I just am talking. So, DK, is it DK Stonewood or DJ? Is it DJ?
It's DK Stonewood.
Okay, DK. I was just saying that it's not really, again, it's not a religion thing. Like, I don't know why I don't like God being grouped in religion because it's not like the same thing. Religion is religion and it's hardcore and there's like these rituals that you have to practice and there's just like this all this judgment that comes with. That's not what God is about. God is love, he's good, and he does, like
Hold on,
Andy had
Trevor.
said earlier, something about
Hold on.
come as you
Not to cut
are.
you off. Not to cut you off, Seven. I'm sorry, but you
Who
said
is it?
you're not.
Who is
This
it
is
cutting me
Andy.
off? Hi, Andy. What are we?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say something. You said that you don't really want to label yourself as religious,
I'm not.
but you kind
I'm
of and
so not religious.
you kind
I
of have
don't.
a religious
Yeah,
energy
but
about
you
you in a
totally
certain
are.
regard.
But you totally
No, no,
are.
no, no.
I'm
I
not.
don't say I don't
Yeah.
say she's religious, but she has a little bit of religious behavior in her because you said you would feel sorry
She's
for us if we didn't believe
Well,
in God the
well,
way you did,
right.
which is
no,
kind
no,
of
no.
No,
judging
I
us
said if
in
you
a
don't believe
roundabout
in
way. You know
God,
what I mean?
no. If you don't believe in God, period. Like that's like some people are like literally out here to like really like
Mm-hmm.
down God, like they be really, really going hard, like blasphemous almost, you know. And so it's like that is kind of
I
a
don't even think you need that knowledge to be a good person. You don't even need that knowledge to be a good person. I would say people that are agnostic or, you know, atheists, I still know a lot of those people and they're good people. You don't even need that knowledge to be a good person. I get it. It's going to hold you back spiritually, but you don't even
But
need
what
that.
makes you good? But
You
what
don't
makes
need
you
that.
good besides God? What makes you good? How can you be inherently
You're
good without God?
what does it say in the Bible about that? It says you shall know them by their works. That's how you judge people,
By
by
their
what they
fruit,
do, not by
by
what
their
they
fruits,
say.
by their
Yes, that
fruits,
means by what they
right?
do. But that means
Right.
by
So
their
why are you
fruits means
quoting
by what
scripture?
you
Why are
do.
you quoting scripture? Why are you quoting scripture?
Because
If it's not a
I'm
big deal.
telling you, that's what
But
it
why?
says it there, and
But
it says
why?
it
But when
there. And
you
hey,
okay, so
hold on. Let me talk. Let me answer. Let me answer what you asked me. Stop. Stop.
okay, go ahead, because it's
So
weird,
it
bro.
says
Because you
that
just been
same
going so
thing.
hard.
Stop. 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 Stop.
Hold on. We don't
It
gotta,
says the same thing
yeah.
in many other in many other literary works that way predate the Bible. It says the same exact stuff, that you judging people by what they do, not by what they believe in or what they really, really, really want to do or their faith or anything. No, none of that
Y'all sound
matters
like
one
little
bit. The
Zacks.
only
I
thing that
like that for you. You sound like little Zacks. Y'all crazy as hell. I like that for you though, because you sound like Zach.
you just can't stop. You just can't
No,
stop till I
no,
finish.
because Zach is my
You
guy.
just
I
can't.
love Zach, but you sound like when they really, really want you sounded just like Z. I'm not gonna lie. But go ahead.
Right, right. Okay. All right, all right.
He's muted. You muted yourself, DK. Oh,
I
there you
did
go.
because she just keeps interrupting. This is the troll tactics that they do. As soon as you start laying down points that cannot be debated, they gotta laugh and obviously talk over you. This is what Illusion was doing, and you find that all these, quote unquote Christians who are actually trolls that are not Christian at all. Come on, they do the same thing, not just on
It's a
Zach's channel,
trolling for why do you have to
on
go
every
into
channel.
name calling? Here's the thing: when you have a disagreement of people's faith,
It's
it's
not a
sometimes a
disagreement.
disagreement.
There's no disagreement here.
It is a
There's no
complete
disagreement.
disagreement. There's a complete
There's
disagreement.
no
We don't
disagreement.
align. Yeah, there's a complete
There's no
disagreement, right?
disagreement here. I'm
We
not
don't agree.
disagreeing with anything. I'm just stating facts that are contrary to what you're
We're
saying.
not walking
That's
together,
all.
bro. We're not walking together. We don't
Correct.
agree. So
Correct.
at
You're
the end
not
of the
walking.
day,
You're not
right?
walking. You're totally fixated, pinned
But
down. That's what
the thing
word
about it
religion
is
means.
that this what what I don't appreciate about modern day conversations is when you feel like you have to put somebody down in order to kind of raise your opinion up. That's
I didn't
whack.
put you down, nor am I trying to raise myself up.
You have said the worst things tonight. Like
Like
so
what?
you said okay, so Trav came like you gotta have a little bit of there's a way to be diplomatic without agreeing. You don't have to agree with me to be, we don't have to like tear each other down to have a
I'm
conversation.
not tearing anything
You're
you
doing
down personally. I'm just pointing out.
you have
I'm
definitely called me
pointing
a
out.
troll. You
No,
called me a
no.
troll. You
I
did.
said
You
it's a
called me
troll
a troll, and
tactic. I said it's
it's
a
not
troll tactic.
trolling. But I'm not a
I said
troll.
it's a troll tactic, and trolls do that, and we all know it.
I get that
Everyone
you
on this
guys.
channel right now knows exactly what the trolls do every time. And I'm just
I,
pointing out the fact that you're exhibiting those traits.
I
And I
don't
didn't
use
tear
that. I
you
don't
down.
even use
I
that
didn't tear you
terminology.
down. I didn't tear you down.
I
All I
don't
did
use
was
that
point out the
terminology.
Listen, I
I just
pointed
want
out
to
the things you
insert. I
said
just
that
want
were
to
Crazy
untrue.
insert
work.
a quick
I
Crazy
pointed
commercial
out the
work.
break.
things you said that were untrue.
Um,
That's not attacking you. That's just pointing out what you said that
But
is
you sound like
untrue.
we're having a whole debate and we're having a conversation. I'm not
It
debating
doesn't
with
matter
you.
what it sounds
Because
like. What it is,
whatever you
what
feel like is your opinion. That's
it has
you.
nothing to do
So
with what I feel like. I was
you're
talking about
way
facts.
hypersensitive,
I
bro.
was
You're
talking about facts that
hypersensitive, bro.
anyone on this panel
It's
can
too
research and
much.
already knows.
That's so
That's
sad.
why everybody was saying, "Hey, what he's saying is on point. Stop." Stop, Seven. What he's saying is on point. That's already been like 10 times, and I've only talked for a few minutes here. You guys have been on for what, like 10 hours? You know what I'm saying?
I haven't. So
Well,
I just
I
wanted to
just
Seven was
insert
there.
a quick
nobody's
commercial
tearing you
break
down.
here.
Miss Fatima's
Um,
talking.
I just want to
Made
Oh,
this.
insert a
go.
quick
Oh,
commercial break.
Fatima's talking.
She's
I just
talking.
want to say, off topic, if anybody watches Rick and Morty, the cartoon, it's actually a really, really, really good Easter egg filled series of anything that you could possibly think. if you're just the least bit interested in the alternative way the world works, especially with government, especially with the multiverse, you should watch it. That's all I got.
Okay, noted. I haven't watched it, but
Oh my God, it's the best.
I'll give it a look.
Yeah,
But
Rick and Morty. But that's all. I just wanted to insert a little bit of just a
okay.
commercial. Just a
Well,
commercial. That's
seven.
all. I'm gonna mute myself now.
No, that's all good. Thanks
Good
for the
stuff.
recommendation. Seven. I don't want you to feel like we were kind of like ganging up on you. I honestly
I
just wanted
don't.
to
I don't.
like. I
I'm
don't.
so
I don't
not
want you to feel
offended.
like that.
I'm
No,
so
I
not
know.
offended. This is a
I know
dope
you're not.
conversation because usually conversations like this, they usually can't even have this kind of a, you know,
It's kind of
calmness.
like
So yeah,
cordiality.
it's all good. I'm not even tripping. This was good to me. I just appreciate everybody like giving their, information. I just wanted to share what was my experience, and I hope it wasn't. I don't care what I say. People gonna say I'm religious, and I'm not. I'm just not. I'm just too
You're not
down to earth for
religious,
that. I'm
but
just too down to earth for
you're
that.
not religious, but you kind of act the same way as religious people act at times when they defend their religion.
Well, you have
That's
to
you're
stand for
not
something or
religious, but
fall. Well, you have to stand for it. Like if you're gonna be by that, if that's what you're gonna be on, then
no.
be
I
on
know you
that.
got to stand on. No, you're standing on it. It's not even standing on it. Is the subtle things like not to say anything about you, but you laughed at him when he said something. You know what
It
I
was
mean?
super.
Well,
It was so funny. Like I
I
literally
believe
love to
you. Trust
laugh.
me. No,
I
I
literally
believe
love to
you.
laugh because
Trust
like that
me.
was so funny. When he
I
said that, I
believe
could not
you.
stop
I
laughing
believe
because
you.
it was like wow,
I
it was
believe
so
you. I
good.
believe you. I believe you, Seven. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. A religious person would laugh at me if I told him that religion wasn't real. You know what I mean? I've had that happen to me. I
Mm.
would try to explain that to somebody who's in a religion, and they would laugh at stuff like that. You know what I mean? So that's why I say although you claim to not be religious, you kind of mimic religious behavior from
Because
a person who is religious.
I'm speaking the same
And
language. I'm speaking the same language. So obviously I'm gonna have some similarities to that. But you know
no,
what?
no.
It's easier to be, people who don't believe or even have the same convictions as I do than it is to be myself because I get ridiculed all the time for my beliefs. So and I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Hmm,
You know what I'm saying? I
hmm,
stand on that. I do not care. Like I do not care what
hmm,
anybody says. It's just what you just that's about, it's just what you have to believe in. I don't care like at all. So I'm not ashamed of it. I'll say it openly. I just don't care. At the end of the day, that's my conviction. I'm not trying to impart that upon
hmm.
anybody else. I'd love to share it with people, but if they're not into it, they're just not.
So hold on, Seven. So you said that you follow Zach's work and you
For
follow his
years.
work and
That's
you
my
and you and
guy.
you okay, so what do you say when some of his work touches on the fact that religion might not be what you think it is, or God might not be what you think it is? Because there's
It never
sometimes he
it
touches on
never
certain topics
yeah, me and Zach
with his
always
decals.
we always have like these I guess friendly disagreements because we don't have I don't talk to him all the time, but I listen to his work. I've known his work for a while. I've interviewed Zach. Um but it doesn't offend me because that comes from a place of like he a truth. Like literally I've already discussed this before, how he literally has come up with things that we couldn't even decode, for ourselves, and he
Uh-huh.
teaches us about a place, a very dark place, which is our adversary. He talks about the pit of hell. He talks about the
Uh-huh.
deepest, darkest things that we don't even have we're not privy to. Had he not cracked that code, we might not know what's really going on, right? I'm sure the code's been cracked because obviously, it is something that's been going on forever and it's the cabal. But at the end of the day, it's definitely given us an insight into the dark spiritual places of the earth. Let's just go there. I mean, so we don't have any debates. I know what he's talking. I already he coming straight from like when he comes up with that stuff, that's coming straight from the deep dark pits.
Uh-huh.
Okay, from the outer places, right? So I don't have any problem with anything that he says. I just think that at times when yeah, he goes hard on Jesus. Yes, he does. And he went hard on me one time. We had this crazy conversation one time about Jesus because I think the term and the way that I don't care so much about the name as much as it is the spiritual entity behind the name, whatever that is. There's so many different names for that person. I don't get caught up in that kind of stuff. Whatever works for Earth. Whatever
Okay.
conversations work for people on Earth, I don't get it caught up in them. It's just a waste of my time. There's no reason for me to be out here arguing about Jesus. I
I hear
shouldn't be
you.
doing that kind of stuff. That's so weak.
I
Like
mean,
that's
I
Can
mean,
I answer a
you shouldn't.
question that's in the chat?
Oh. Go ahead.
Oh, you know what? I didn't interrupt it. Did you want to go ahead?
No, go ahead, because I know the chat is moving. You might lose the chat
Yes,
that you
it's
want to answer.
moving. Got a
So go
lot of
ahead.
acknowledgments about Rick and Morty. It is the shit, and so is Boondocks. Um,
Boondocks goes hard.
the first
Yeah.
two seasons, and then it fell off after he stopped writing.
It was a
But
Martin Luther King one for me.
it was Tyler Perry. Anyway, if God was real, would the Vatican, Skull and Bones, and Masons be able to manipulate life through numbers and rituals? So I will
Absolutely.
say this is what I will say in response to that. The assumption. So first of all, this really challenges what you believe about religion all the way up to the very tippy top and down to the bottom. And the reason I say that is because if you think God's existence is to prevent things from happening that are bad,
Mm.
and if
Girl,
he
they
didn't
go that
exist, then everything
that
happening would be bad.
and everything happens
Um,
for a reason. I'm not. We can only
I
pray for.
think I
Come on.
think that's the misnomer. That's the issue I have with organized religion, because if you understand, at least if you understand it the way I do, which is experience, pure experience of life, having purpose, having vision, having goals, having passion, and working and doing things in those directions of what keeps you 100% happy, then whatever comes of that is pleasing. So God's existence does not negate negativity.
Mm-mm.
If you understand you are here to experience life, then you understand that that life and those experiences are going to include
A,
everything
fa-
good and everything bad and everything in between.
a very
Um,
fallen world. A very fallen world. We live in a
very
fallen
able to
world.
manipulate. So yes, we're gonna get people that manipulate. You're gonna get people that, just like a healer, you're gonna get people that are out to make people sick. I mean, like it's just gonna be, and then we're living this out. And so a part of the job I feel like we have here is to expose and to help eradicate on a group conscious level. I don't think Zach was home when we talked about this some hours ago, but understanding that God's existence does not negate negativity and duality and low vibrations and high. It doesn't. It just lets you know that the container of all that is everything inside of it forever. So you just like wrap your brain around the fact that we don't have saviors here. Like you are here in it because you yourself have things to do. So to answer the question, sure, yes, they're doing it. They're manipulating life, at least for those people who are being manipulated. For those of us who are not being manipulated, they're not getting everybody.
Well, as it was
Mhm.
Our
written though,
our
when it was
goal is
written,
to help spread the word about those who can escape it. It goes
well,
the
my
same for anything else that you would put a lot of your belief into.
can
When
I
it
ask a
comes to
question?
sure.
I have a question, Ms. Fatima, about this then. So, if we can believe, because it was written also about how evil this earth would be and how evil this earth was, and all that happened upon this earth, we know it, and that's where we get a lot of our facts from, and that's where a lot of these, the Vatican and talk about the Jesuits and everybody, the Catholics. I hate to say those things, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Those just happen to be the players. Unfortunately, those things are also written. That's nothing new. It was already written. Satan's been created, right? So why is it so hard if you believe that evil exists, why is it so hard to believe that God, the goodness of Him, is all that He is, and then some more? Why is that
I
such a
I
debatable
can answer
issue?
that,
Why do we
Stephanie.
not? How come we don't debate evil, but we debate God?
No, we don't debate. We're not. Well, all right. I'll speak for myself.
I,
I'm not debating God. What I'm debating is the 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 notion that if you don't believe in God the way somebody like yourself does, then we might not be saved, or we're missing out on something. That's where I get lost with the
Oh,
people who are in
okay.
religion, or who worship God the way you do, because again, your own God don't even behave like that. He said, "Come as you are." So who are you to
And He said
to
more
try to
than that,
check some?
though. But he said
I
more
know,
than that.
I know.
You
I
know
didn't
what I
say
mean?
he,
I think
but
that's the
I know,
easiest.
Hold on,
That's a real
hold on.
easy one.
I know, Seven, but he did. But I didn't say that's all he said. Period. I'm just using one of the things he said that would apply appropriately right now. If he said "come as you are," why wouldn't you want to adopt that philosophy? The same thing you adopt the other
No,
things he said that you was going to tell me.
because he
You
said that in
understand?
every man, because in every person he put a measure of faith. Every man he put a measure of faith. That means that all of us have the ability to believe in God. So
I
at the
know,
end of,
I know. Seven,
so
seven.
since he
I
did,
know.
when we have that measure, right? We have all the same
We
little.
do.
Well, let's
We
say it's a
do. We
sliver.
do.
Say it's a
It's that
sliver,
free
right?
will.
We
It
all
also,
have the ability.
I
We
love
all
the
have
free
the
will.
ability,
We also
the
have
free
free
will.
will. Who just said
We
free
do.
will? Who
But
said it?
I'm not debating that, Seven. I'm not debating that. What I'm saying is the part of you and most religious people that have the
Not
most
most. Don't put
problem.
me in that. Don't put me in
No,
that
no, I
category.
didn't put you in. I didn't put you in that. That's why I said the you, and then I said religious people. I didn't say y'all religious people. I said you first. Then I said religious people after it to make sure that you understand that I'm not lumping you in with the religious people. You follow? Because I know you say you're
Okay.
not religious, and I'm not gonna like label you as religious. You know what I'm
But
saying? But the
anything can be
thing
religious. Religious could be going to work every day, right?
that's true in
Religious
theory.
is
Yeah,
anything that you do that
right,
is consistent.
right. You're right. All I'm
Hmm.
saying is what the thing that I keep trying to go back to is why do you and people who are religious go so hard to the point where y'all try to put people in a certain box that don't adhere the way you adhere, but God himself don't do that. He said, come as you are. I
Do
know
you
he
have a
said other
father?
things.
Do you have a father? Do you have a
My father
father?
passed away a couple years ago.
Mine too. Okay. And did you love
Okay.
your daddy? Didn't you love your daddy so much?
I did, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. So have you ever had somebody who hated on your daddy and you
I
heard
could imagine that.
and you heard about it and
I
you
could
heard
imagine that happen.
okay, because
Yeah.
my daddy was a pastor. Okay.
Right.
And a lot of people used to hate him. Like I've heard this conversation. I've heard this conversation
Right.
amongst men, right? And there were my dad didn't have a whole lot of friends. He had people, he had his number ones and his day ones and stuff. But there was a lot of people that used to, you know, they used to have a lot to say about him because of the way that he was. And
Right.
um I'm not going to go into his resume and all the things, the great things that I believe that he accomplished here on this earth. But I will say is that just the same way that I feel about how I felt about my dad and how when people said bad things about my dad, I feel the same way about God. It just doesn't make any sense. That's not the character that I know. You can't tell me something about somebody that I absolutely know and try to make me feel any way different. And that's the way I feel about God. So it's not that I try to be religious about it. It's just that I kind of want to say something that I know. Like, you can't tell me that somebody who I know to be a great person is a horrible person. You can't tell me that I should change the way my love for that person, the relationship that I have with that person, the way that person has made me feel. Because you don't think that
Mhm.
God, because a lot of people don't think God is tangible. Just because we can't see him, he
Well,
is something we can actually
all right.
feel and
Not to
touch
cut you
and
off.
believe.
Not to cut you off, son, but it sounds like you're answering a different
No,
question. I'm not really.
I'm telling you what the relationship looks like. I'm trying to make it
No,
so it's like
I get it. Trust me,
clear.
I get it. You don't even have to explain it. The way you're talking about God is enough explanation for you. Don't have to literally explain the
Well,
relationship. I get it.
I
All
just
I'm
want
saying is
because
once
I do
again,
know that a lot of people on Zach's panel, they have a lot of things to say. They say a lot of disrespectful things in the chat. Got it.
all right, I hear you. I hear you.
There are some very kind
And
people
that's
in the chat.
them.
There that's okay. It's okay because everybody has their own opinion. I'm not offended by
And
that.
that,
But what I say
and
is
that's
that
them. Hmm.
but it gets a little bit, when it's just like standing up for your hero. End of story. Standing up for somebody
I
you
know
believe
you
in.
standing up. But
Standing
here's the
up for
thing.
your
Here's the
favorite
thing,
quarterback,
Seven.
whatever that
Here's the
looks like.
thing. But here's the thing, Seven. You're not. You're still standing up for
You
your
see what
hero
I'm standing
if
up for
you
my hero
acknowledge
to
what
the
I'm
death.
saying.
Well, I'm standing
I'm
up for
not
him to the
telling you.
death.
I'm not telling you not to stand up for him. What I'm saying is, why don't you? Well, actually, what I'm saying is, you should stand up for him a little more by behaving more like him because he said, "Come as you are."
That's
You
the only
understand?
scripture
So
you got, bro. You know, what else did he say
no, I
besides
keep
"come as
going.
you
No,
are"?
no, no.
Because
Hold on, hold
he
on,
also
hold on,
said,
hold on. Seven. Hold on. I keep going back to that because it seems like you're dancing around that.
"I'm
If
not
he
dancing
says
around
come,
it because it's
hold
so
up, hold up,
big."
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. If he says
Well, if
come
they're
as you
saying come
are,
as you are, that means come as a drunk, a pervert, a lust,
whatever you are,
whatever. That
whatever
If
you
you're,
are.
but you
Right.
know
So
what?
hold on. So hold
You know
on.
why he said
Hold on.
that?
Hold
Because
on.
if
Hold
you
on. Hold
really
on.
have a heart to please him, it's
Hold
all
on.
about
Hold
your
on. Hold
heart.
on. Hold
What's your
on.
posture,
Seven. I keep
bro?
bringing that up. I keep bringing up that one scripture because I'm going back to something where you said that you felt sorry for us for not being into God the way you are.
I do. Just like the person that I see who
All
doesn't
right,
know,
now stay
who
there. Now stay
doesn't
with me.
have
Seven.
any.
Hold on. Seven. Stay with me, please. Just stay with me. You feel sorry for those who don't
I
adhere to
do.
God the way you do, right? But
Not
God don't feel
not
sorry.
adhere
Hold
to
on,
God
hold
the
on.
way that I do. It's not about me. It's about
Okay,
having a
okay.
relationship. It don't got nothing to do with
However.
me.
Okay. Seven. Hold on. Okay. However you want to phrase that actual part. If you feel sorry for somebody who isn't into God,
Who doesn't
but
have a
God don't,
relationship with the
but who
Father?
doesn't have, okay, who doesn't have a relationship with the Father, but God Himself never said, I feel sorry for that person
Oh yes,
who
he
don't have a
did.
relationship.
Yes, he
Hold
did.
on.
You know where he
Let me
said
finish.
it?
Seven. Let me finish. Seven.
He
Hold
grieves,
up.
man. What are you talking
Hold up.
about?
Seven. Hold up. If he says come as you are, then that supersedes whatever you're about to tell me. Because if he says come as you are, hold on. If he says come as you are, what you about to tell me, it is not going to supersede
Oh,
the
well,
fact that he
who's
said
trying to
come as
really
you
come?
are.
Who's coming to him though, bro? You act like you're trying to come to him while you bringing up come as you are. Are you coming
In
to him
other
and saying?
words,
Are you
if
coming
you
to
come
him?
to me, the way I interpret that is, if you come to me, whether you believe in me as strong as Seven does or don't believe in
Now,
me at all, that's how I interpret that. Come
that's
as
not
you
what
are,
he's
because
saying. So you have no
hold on.
revelation. So you just don't have no revelation. Because what you're saying right now is it sounds to me to be super vague and super like
I'm
not.
just saying
It's
what
like
God
on the
said.
surface. It's on the surface.
Hold on.
That's not what
But
he
that's what
said.
God said. But that's what He
So
said. He said, "Come
there's
as
the
you are."
words, there's the
That's what
words,
He said.
and there's the words, and then the spiritual words that it
See.
was written
All right,
by.
seven. Hold on, seven.
So
Hold on,
and
seven.
then you don't
Hold
have the
on. You see,
interpretation.
Yeah, he
You don't.
looking at it
see,
through a
this is what I
physical
mean.
lens
The
than a
Hold up.
spiritual
yeah, it's
lens.
crazy
I
work.
know,
Yeah,
I
it is.
understand that. Trust me, I get what y'all
Hmm.
saying. But why is it an issue if I want to take it literal? Just
Why?
like if you
But
want, why
he's not literal.
why is there? I know,
There's
but why is it an
nothing about
issue? Why is it an
God is
issue if I
not.
take it literal?
Well, his
If he
ways
says
are
come as
higher
you
than.
are,
But bro,
hold on. If come as you, it's not hard to misinterpret a phrase so vague as come as you are.
is it?
Come as you
Yes, it
are,
is.
that's not hard. That ain't hard.
Our
Come as you
thinking level
are.
and God thinking level is way totally
I
different. It's
know, but
not.
Thank
I'm
you.
not. I'm not trying to think as God when I'm just repeating what He said. If I'm
You
repeating what
can't,
He said, how's that?
but if you
If
don't
that's
know
the case,
him, if you don't have fellowship with him, how are you getting the interpretation trying to break it down?
hold on. I don't. So you trying to tell me the only person that can interpret what God say is the person that believes in God? So I can't just be
Absolutely,
somebody.
because
Hold on.
he said without faith it's
Then I don't.
impossible to
Then that's
please him.
where
So
we
God is come. Yep,
and
he
that's
said
where we
without
part
faith.
ways.
Well, it's
And that's
without
where we
faith.
part ways.
Well, no, it
So
says in the Bible. If you say he said, "Come as you are," then you're gonna have to
right.
acknowledge the rest of his word. It doesn't make any sense for you to pick and choose.
I'm
It doesn't
not
make
disregarding
sense.
his other words. What I'm
So
saying
then,
is if you
did you hear the part that said that without faith it's impossible to please him, and that every man who comes to
So then
him
why
has
would
to
he
know that he
then hold
exists?
on. Let me ask you a question. Then why would he contradict his own words by saying
He
that what you
doesn't
just said?
contradict. He doesn't
Hold
contradict his
on.
own
It is a
words.
contradiction. He said, come as you are. Then you just told me he said, come with a certain amount of faith. Which one is it? You can't have it both
He didn't even say
ways.
a certain amount. That's the thing. You need to learn the word. If you're gonna
So
learn it and
say
recite
what he
it,
said then. Say what he said
speak
then,
it as
Seven.
it. That's
Say what he
not what
said.
he. That ain't what he
Say it.
said.
I'm listening.
So when he
Say it. I'm
says "come
listening.
as you are," so when he says "come as you are," he's talking to people. Listen. First of all, you got to
Go
remember that a
ahead. Go
lot
ahead.
of times in the biblical days, people were just so worn out. At the end of the day, things were much different than they are today in our physical world. Right?
I
They were so
understand that.
much different.
I
So
understand that.
when
True.
you're talking about coming as you are, he's saying that everybody's welcome. He's saying that he doesn't care who you are. He doesn't care if
Right.
you murder somebody. He doesn't care if you're drunk. He doesn't care if you're a prostitute. He doesn't doesn't care at
Right.
all. Period.
Right.
He says that I
Right.
love you. He said, I love you so much that you can come to me with all that and I will make
Right.
you well. End of story. So he doesn't say come as you are, just come to him and be like, oh, what up, nigga? You know what I'm saying? What up, nigga? What up, God? We don't disrespect him when we come to him in his presence. We don't do that. We have a whole level of faith when we come to him. We come in reverence and we come with the fear of God, which is the beginning of all wisdom. So if you have a fear
See,
of
but
God,
but you're adding stuff onto what
I'm not
you're
adding,
adding
I'm
stuff.
just saying what he
He
said. I'm
just
just
said,
saying what he
okay,
said.
I know, but
Just
he
saying what he
also
said.
said, once again, we're going in a circle here, Seven.
We're not
He
going in
said,
a
come
circle
as you
where
are. If he
no,
says, come as you are,
you're staying stuck there. You can't come. You cannot come because
hold
you don't
on.
have you
You're
don't
not,
you
because you're not
Andy
following, you're
is
not
it
following what I'm saying,
is
Seven. You're getting a little too emotional.
Andy because
Just stay with
no,
me.
you're
Stay with me,
trying.
Seven. Hold on.
Bruh.
No. Just stay with me, please. Just hear what I'm saying and
You better
follow
be
my
going
logic.
you better be
Hear what
going
I'm saying
somewhere.
and follow
You
my
better be going
logic.
somewhere. You better be going
How is
somewhere.
he saying in one breath, come as you are, and in another breath, he's saying, come another way? That's a contradiction, because if he just said, come as you
You
are
don't
on
have the
one,
faith
hold
to be
on,
in this
hold on,
conversation.
hold
He
on,
doesn't
Seven.
want
For
you if you
one, you
don't
gotta read
believe
the
him.
whole
Seven,
word to
hold on,
understand it.
Seven, hold on.
What are we
You don't
what are we
gotta
holding
get,
on
you don't got,
for?
because you're jumping, you're jumping. Just chill. Don't
But
tell
you're
me
trying to stay stuck on
what
it.
anything
You're
like
trying
that.
to, but
Because
I don't
you're
like to
not
do
following me. You're not
because you're
following me.
not
You're
going
getting
anywhere.
emotional.
You're not going
I'm going
anywhere. The reason why I'm saying
I'm going someplace, but you're not allowing me to take you there because you're
take
being a little
me.
over emotional. If
I'm
he
not
said,
being
once
emotional at
again,
all.
follow me.
It's no emotion. It's about
Listen. Follow. This is just basic logic and rationale and deductive
it's
reasoning.
not you
Just
can't do
follow what I'm
deductive reason.
saying.
You can't do deductive
Just
reasoning,
follow what I'm
logic, or
saying.
rationale with God. That doesn't exist. He doesn't need that.
So why would he?
He
So
needs you
then
to
why did
come
he
as
give?
you
So
are.
hold on. So
He
hold on.
needs you
So
to
hold
turn your brain off and come
seven,
as you are. That's what he said.
seven.
Turn your
So
brain
why did he
off,
give
bring
us?
your logic out
So
the
why did he
door.
give us a brain then? So what is the purpose of him
Bro,
giving us a
he
brain?
doesn't. He is the
What
father.
is the
He does
purpose of
not.
him giving us a
He's the
brain then?
creator. He is the ancient of days. Are you seriously trying to word beat
I
him?
know. Seven. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying, I'm asking you a question based on what he's saying. I'm not questioning
No,
his
is it really what
authenticity
he
or anything like
said
that.
though? Did he really
That's what
say
he
it like
said.
that
He
though?
said, "Come."
That ain't
It
what he
literally
said.
says,
That's not the
"Come
spirit
as
in
you
which he
are."
said it. That's not the spirit
I'm
in
not
which he wrote that
debating
in.
that. I'm not debating the spirit of how he said it. Stop saying that.
Can't be
That's not my
gaslighting
debate.
God, man. You can't be gaslighting
See,
God.
seven.
That's
See,
crazy
this is what
work.
I mean when I say, hold on. This is what I mean when I say seven. Sometimes you have a religious fire about you, because that's the things that religious people do. They try to like spin what I'm
Because
saying. Don't spin what I'm saying.
you're
If
trying
so,
to
then
make me
follow.
you're trying to
I'm
make
not trying to
me
make you do
agree. You're
anything.
trying to make me
No,
agree with
I'm no,
something
I'm
that
not.
doesn't make any sense. And
I'm not trying to make
I'm
you
not
agree
here
with
for it.
anything.
It
I'm not
doesn't
trying
make
to make you
sense.
agree with anything.
And I'm not trying to argue with you, Andy, because I think that you
That's
too are
perfectly
very
fine.
intelligent. I think
And I
you're very
appreciate that.
intelligent. I do.
I
I really do.
appreciate
I
that.
love your wordplay. I love what's happening.
I
You sound like
appreciate
you're
that. I
cute.
appreciate that.
You sound like you're very nice looking and all that good stuff. Got it. But
Thank you.
at the end of
All
the
right.
day,
Hold up.
it's giving
Somebody
not.
said my
I'm
man an
trying
attorney for
to.
atheists.
It's giving not.
What they said? What they said? My man is an attorney for eight. Yo, who said that? Who said that? Ex prophets, ex not too fucked. Not even. I don't have no dog in the fight at all. I'm just looking at it
And I'm getting ate up
strictly
in these
from.
comments, man. They got a lot. They
Don't look at
already
the
know.
comments.
No, they
Don't look at the
already
comments,
they
man.
Zach's followers. They really be coming for me. They
There,
always
don't
know
even
this.
look at the comments. Don't look at the comments, man. The
It's so
comments are
I ain't
is
tripping.
whatever.
It's just wordplay. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. I just don't agree with all the things that you're saying, even though I hear what you're saying, it's just not deep enough. Like what you're saying as far as the come as you
Okay,
are, that just doesn't get deep enough for the average person who's coming as they are.
okay,
People
but we're
really when
not
they
trying to
come
go
into
deep,
God,
Seven. It's
no, I know
simple.
you don't. You want to be shallow as a
I'm
mother,
just trying to be.
right?
I'm just trying to be simple as the words that he said. If he said
It's
in
not
one breath.
simple though. What makes you think God is simple? He's so complex.
I didn't say he was simple. He could say something simple and still be complex at the same time. Two things can be true. See, that's what I'm saying. You have that. That's what religious people do. They try to have this this one way or the highway type of mentality. That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say he could be a complex, vast entity, but still have the ability to say something simple.
He
Two things
can, but
can be
it's not
true.
that. But it ain't that.
But
His simplest statements are the deepest. Even God's simplest statements
statements are the
Right.
deepest.
So
They
Eve,
always are so deep. Everything he says is deep.
So hold on, let me ask you a question, Seven. So if his simplest statements could be the deepest, how come as you are can be a simple deep statement?
The deep that I'm looking for that I hear in that
No,
statement
no,
is
no,
not
not
so
what you're
much
looking for. No,
when
no, no, no,
the
no,
deep
no,
that I
no. I'm
hear.
asking.
Okay, so what you hear is you hear
Okay,
the
okay, go
shallow
ahead,
of
go ahead.
let's just be like, yo, let's just be casual with God. Let's just get it in with God.
That's not what I'm
That's
saying.
my
That's not
guy.
what I'm
He's
saying.
not
Seven,
common. There's
seven.
nothing about God that's common. He's
I'm
not
not
common.
saying that 7-7. You're not following me, 7. You're getting too
I'm
emotional. Take a deep
no.
breath
I
and
am
try to
passionate.
understand
No,
something. Hold on.
emotional and passion is two
And I
different
respect
things,
that. And I respect
right?
that.
Okay.
Take a deep breath and try to understand something that I'm saying that's very simple. Just take a deep breath, okay? Because trust me, I hear what you're
I
saying.
appreciate
All
Zach's
I'm
panel
saying,
tonight, but y'all done got me out the box with this one tonight because I don't never be on no stuff like this. I don't even be
hold
talking
up,
on. I don't even get
hold
down
up,
like this.
hold up, 7. Just follow me. Just follow what I'm saying. I'm not me taking his words verbatim and literal is not my reflection of how simple I think God is. If God was able to create this universe, then there's nothing simple about that entity.
I
That's
like
not
that
what I'm
people. I
saying.
like that. I like that one person said people are complicated. God is simple. Yeah, that's really true. God is really simple when you
Right.
come when you are for real about God and your heart is like, oh Lord,
See,
I'm looking for you. I am
see,
looking. God, I need you. He
7.
said, come as
Now
you
7.
are. He said, come as
This
you are.
really
I'll
this
take
feels
you.
like an altar call, and I understand what you mean, Andy.
Right.
Not an altar call. I don't mind it.
It
I don't
does.
care.
Yeah,
I
I know.
like
No,
when
the
listen.
passion.
I love it when
Yeah,
people.
the passion is
I don't
definitely
care.
there. The
The
passion is
passion is there.
definitely
She's
there.
very passionate. But
No,
I
no,
think the
no
passion
problem with the
could
passion. But I
there's
Love
no
think
it.
what a
problem.
lot of folks are this is where a lot of the hang up is when it comes to the defense or the projection. I think we've witnessed a lot of contradiction, and I don't mean just what you're saying, but I mean just holistically from the Bible to the stories of the Bible to, I mean, just there's just a lot to sift
There's a
through,
lot of
and
contradictions,
it's
yeah.
yeah, and so if you look at a lot of
There you
texts,
go. And I will give
you're
you
gonna
rest.
find contradiction. You're gonna find a lot of contradiction there too. But the goal is personal truth.
There goes your come
The
to me. The
issues.
Truth Seeker 47 just posted Andy's come to me as you are lyric. You know, that's what it say right there. Come to me, all you are weary and burdened, and I'll give you rest. It ain't got nothing to do, you know what I'm saying, with anybody just busting through the gates.
But this
It
not
don't
what I
got
was
nothing to
implying.
do
I
with people
wasn't
busting
implying
through the
that.
gates, bro.
I wasn't implying that. I wasn't implying that. My point, which you, if you let me get it out, my point was, how could he say something like, as in "come as you are," and then turn around and then say,
You
"come
know what
with
I
faith" and
suggest?
whatever else? You know
Yeah,
what I
I don't
mean?
even have the answer
There's
to
a
that. You know
contradiction.
what?
There's a
You know what I
contradiction
tell
there.
you, and I think that all of us need to be doing all this. Like anytime you got these kind of questions, you just ask God. He'll tell you. Because at the end of the day, I ain't got time to be sitting up here asking, trying to figure out. Lord, remember how when you had said, "Come as you are," and then it meant for everybody who really was trying to get to you and stuff. And then Andy got on Zach's stream and he was like, "No, but you was like, you know what I'm saying?" So I ain't got time for that.
I respect it. I respect it. Again, all
Yeah.
I was trying to do, 7, was to show that there's a contradiction there, and that if there's a contradiction there, that's something that you should want to talk to your God about. God, why did you contradict yourself? Why did you say "come as you are" in one breath, and then another breath say "come as a certain type of way" outside of coming
He
as you
ain't said
are?
nothing in two
Doesn't
different
that
verses. He said it in one scripture.
he said
Richard,
"come as
let
you
me hear
are"?
what Richard got to say.
He said "come as you are,"
Richard,
and
who is
then
this guy?
he said something else.
Hello.
Go
Who
ahead,
is this
Rich. What's
guy
up?
over here over here?
What's up?
Hey, Richard, what you got to say about all this? Cause
What up, Rich?
Oh, what's up, Andy? What up? What up, everybody?
what up?
So I ain't gonna lie, man. I lost touch with God a long time ago, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I lost touch with God a long time ago.
Richard, go back on mute. I'm
No,
just
let
messing
him
with.
do his thing.
I'm
Let
messing.
him
I'm
cook.
messing.
No, let him
I'm
cook.
messing with.
I
I'm
lost
messing
Go
with
touch
ahead,
with
you.
God a
Rich.
long time ago, bro.
Go ahead.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Rich.
Like I had so many L's in my life, bro. Like you know what I mean? I can't take one W.
I'm still taking L's.
I'm telling you, bro. I lost my bitch. All this shit. I lost my like I try to help people and they fuck me up. So
What that got to do with God, though? What that got to do with
ask
God?
God to help me.
So what? I don't know if you've been serious or not. I
I'm being
first I'll ask.
serious.
But
I'm
what, so
being
then
serious.
my question to you would then be, what did you learn from those experiences? Because they all taught you something.
I mean, they taught me something, but it taught me like, damn, I can't love
But
like that no more. I can't even give
well,
people money. Like
yeah, I mean, I just see it in the sense of, because
that
that's,
shit
it's
still
like
pisses me off.
if we all
Yeah,
yeah, and
like,
so but you know
like
what
I'm
you
still
don't
hurt.
want for
I'm
the
like,
next
look,
time,
look,
right?
hold on. I'm gonna say something right now. Like I'm still hurt over that shit, and I'm mad, bro, because like I ain't gonna lie, the bitch still talk to me, man, and I'm tired of that shit.
What that got to do with God though?
But fuck,
Did
like,
she
No,
fuck
leave
God,
you
bro.
because you
I know what
called
he's
her
saying.
a
I know what he's
bitch?
saying.
Nah, bro. Like I'm
I know what
telling
he's
you, like I've
saying.
been through a lot of shit, man. Like I've been through a
What
lot
he,
of shit in
I
my life.
think. Let me see
A
if
lot
I
of shit.
understand what
I
you're
lost my
saying, Rich.
pops. I lost my pops 2 years ago, man. I tried to
Mhm.
come to God, man. I'm like, why'd you take my dad for, man?
You know what I think it is with you, Rich? He's probably
So
saying he's lost with God because when he was going through all these things that he was going through, he was worshiping God, but God didn't hold him
I
down.
was trying to
So
ask for
some
answers,
people,
bro. I was trying
yeah,
to
he
ask
wasn't
for
getting
answers.
no
I wanted
answers,
answers, and I wasn't
and
getting
and
answers.
and he wasn't getting the answers. So naturally, out of just natural human behavior, if you're trying to get results out of some kind of experiment that you're doing and you're not getting the results, then God forbid he switches up his style. It's just like
yeah,
Man, that's
if you was
basically
going, it's
I
just
get
like,
bait,
hold
that.
though.
on.
They go back to
It's just
bait.
like if you was going to like if you was going to the gym and you had a personal trainer and you was doing everything the personal trainer said, but you
Bro.
still fat, then
Cause,
how much
cause
power?
God
Hold on,
works
hold
on
on,
our
hold on, hold
timing.
on.
Cause He
Hold,
works on our timing.
I know,
I get
but
that.
that's subjective to the individual you talking to. What if the timing
Mm-hmm.
that Richard wanted wasn't what he got to the point where it turned him off to the point where he's like, nah, I gotta do something else. What do you want to do? Wait for God forever until all his
Exactly,
L's
bro.
keep piling up
I'm not
to
gonna
the
sit here
ceiling?
and wait for some
Nah,
What did
you
like
you,
can't.
well, so this
for
goes
some
back to
paper.
expectation. What are you
There
expecting
we
God to
go. There we
do for
go.
you right
There-
now? That's what
Okay.
I'm saying, because sometimes you go through things to prepare you, good or bad, for something else that's coming, or just to tell you the universe is just
Mm-hmm.
telling you this is not what's for you. And so
I mean,
these
that's
things
Mm-hmm.
are
that's true.
removed
Mm-hmm.
from
You're
your
not the
life.
only person to tell me that. You're not the only
Yeah,
person to
so
tell me that.
yeah, I'm
Mm-hmm.
just saying, I think a lot of the expectation around believing in God is believing in God's problem solving abilities
There you
uh
go.
on your
Mm-hmm.
time. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
don't,
Mm-hmm.
that's what I had to learn from living. Like I used to wonder why certain things, callbacks didn't happen, why certain jobs didn't come through. Things I felt like I
Yeah.
was aligned with that should have been for me were not for me. You know why? Because they weren't for
Yeah.
me.
Mm-hmm.
And if they weren't for me in that time period. But I did learn there are lessons in all of that. And this is an a religious statement
Yep.
right now. This is just living life. Every relationship that is failed relationship is setting you up and putting you on path for the one that is for you. Every
Mm-hmm.
dollar lost, every dollar won, every pound lost, every cheeseburger, every piece of pizza. Okay, it don't matter, and it goes the same way with death. So the forsaking piece is
Yeah,
your
I'm not
timing.
scared of death.
You
I
know what I
ain't
mean? It's your timing. It's not what is really for you. And when
everybody
it
got an
comes,
expiration date though. That's the
That's
thing. Everybody
facts.
got an expiration
That's
date.
facts. That's
Everybody got an
facts.
expiration date.
Cause
Every
everything
I
ain't
got
gonna go
one,
like
you
what you
got
want
one,
it
everybody
to.
got one.
We all have, like, we're gonna experience life and death in this lifetime, and that really,
Exactly.
all of us gonna have grief. We all gonna lose somebody. We all gonna, have things and trials and tribulations that we have to go through and stuff like that. But that does not mean that God don't still sit on the throne. That's just my opinion. It doesn't mean that He doesn't still love you. That's all I want to say. Because that does not mean that. It doesn't mean God don't got nothing to do with all the, like, He don't got nothing to do with half the bad things that happen to us in life. That has nothing to do with Him. It's the
I
seeds we
mean, I
planted.
have children,
Seeds we
and
planted. Seeds our
yeah, I have
family
kids,
has
and
planted.
you can't protect your children from everything. And I don't
You
even,
can.
again, not a religious statement. You
Do
can
you pray for
observe.
your kids, Fatima? Do you
Yeah,
pray for your children?
yeah. I ask for ancestral guidance. I pour into my children as a parent. Um, yes, it's to your question, and again, this is a spiritual answer to your question. I think that the sooner we understand what living and just being in the physical and experience life means, the better, and the better equipped we will be to prepare for it when shit goes sideways, because it's going sideways for a reason. I mean, and that's just it. And I think the reason we have, you know, we feel the way we do about when things don't go the way we want to is because we expect. And that's one of the really good things I like about some of the Eastern religions. It talks about lack, you know, just getting rid of expectation, because the timing that you perceive in the moment a lot of times is driven by emotion, is driven by ego, and you aren't ready. You just aren't ready. You read the, you know, you see these super fast people, you're like, I want to be that person, I want to be that person, I want to run that fast, I want to do this, I want to do that. Are you ready though? Have you prepared? Have you put the work in? So like when you talk about things coming to you, you know, vibrational alignment and things and attracting what you absolutely want. Number one, you can't sit here and lament over not getting it, because it won't come. The universe the universe is going to support your lack mentality. So if you just believe that you are not good enough, guess what? You're not. The universe will support a mentality of somebody who is ready for this or ready for that, you know, can conquer this, can do that. It's mindset, and it'll make or break you in any season, in any religion, in any spiritual setting, in anything. And so
you don't know what sacrifices people. Also, another thing is that because this is a spiritual world, just because people are successful physically and we see that, you don't know what alignment they done made up with whatever entity to get to what they need to get.
Or they just put the work in on the back end. They just
Sometimes,
put the work in.
but in
You know,
Hollywood,
sometimes it's evil, sometimes it
Yeah.
is. But whatever it is, the outcome is what they wanted. And whatever that sacrifice was, whether it be good, you know, good or bad, is what they wanted, is what they chose. So there's nothing outside of you that is leading you in a path that you didn't already go. Now, whether or not you were prepared for that, or you ready to receive that on a vibrational level, that's one thing. But the one thing you can say is God's forsaking of a situation, or you know, you feeling like the outcome shouldn't have been. You need to go back and find out what you believed or didn't believe about the situation, you know, led you down this path. Why this thing came out the way it did, and what are the lessons in that? That's one thing I teach to my kids. There's no religion involved. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. Like, what do you believe about yourself?
Hey, I got a question. I got a question. So
But
do y'all think the things that our ancestors or our families did previous or way before, do y'all think that will have an effect on your life or your spirituality?
What do you mean? Give us an example of what you mean our ancestors did. For example, like what?
As far as whatever seeds or entities they pray to or whoever they pray to, you think that might have?
I mean, it all depends on the individual, because just because my mother or my grandmother or my ancestors pray to something,
As far as generational curses.
Oh, are you talking about generational curses? Well, I mean, generational curses, I don't know, because that kind of leans into the part where we don't take accountability for our own stuff that we go through. So if I get hit by a car, I gotta think, damn, what did my ancestors do 100 years ago that made me incur this karma? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I'm getting it.
So I'm not sure if that I'm
like
the type of person.
maybe the Kennedys would be a better example, huh? Would that be like generational curse?
I don't know, because people, even though the Kennedys are famous and they have a lot of like tragic things that happen in their family, every family on earth has tragic losses. So I don't want to make it mutually exclusive to the Kennedys that they have certain tragedies where one Kennedy person dies periodically over the years. Like every family goes through that. You know what I mean? So
no, they don't.
Yeah, but
no,
they on the world stage though. That's the difference.
I know, but that doesn't make it any. So because the Kennedys died the way they died, that means their death is more pronounced or less pronounced than somebody else just because they have a platform where they're broadcast on the TV. I think it's
but
all.
what about
I don't think about that.
say like you got a gangster, right? What if you have a gangster, right? Like, and he's a OG, and say like you know, he has about 3 or 4 sons or something like that, and he got mad bodies on him or something like that, and then all 3 or 4 of his children get killed. Is that generational curse, or is that?
Wait, you talking about an old head in the streets?
Yeah, say like that. Like, I'm just saying hypothetically, not necessarily anybody that I know, but say like you have people who got bodies on them and stuff like
There's
that.
people that do got bodies and shit, and they lose people. I would say I would say
Is
that's
that
karma though.
so? Is that what the guy just who asked that question? If
I
the
think it was
generational curse
RJ. RJ.
RJ asked
is
that.
that a generational? Would that be a generational curse like that? RJ, like, is that what you're saying? So, like, if somebody like a person who got blood on their hands and they killed mad people,
Yeah,
and they
spill
had,
blood. Yeah.
and
Yeah,
they
that's
got all
karma.
these kids, and their kids get killed,
But
and
that,
everybody
but like,
crying at their funeral. But the whole
Fact. Yeah.
time, yeah, they didn't kill somebody. Everybody didn't kill somebody, and they
like,
just died.
there's a lot of street cats that got bodies and put in hella work, and look, they end up getting killed, or like the people next to them get killed. You see that all the time. It's a cycle with them.
Yeah.
It's a
I think
cycle, bro. So it's a
And
cycle that honestly need to stop.
it's
let me
all in
tell y'all
agreement,
something.
in
I
my
live in
opinion.
Bakersfield, California, and
Shout out
Jordan
to
Love. Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Richard.
man.
I
I
was
got to
gonna
do my
say I live in Bakersfield, and Jordan Love, he went to the same high school I did, and
yeah.
so his dad he committed suicide when he was 14 years old, and he ended up becoming the highest paid quarterback in NFL history at one point. And so it just makes you wonder, because I know people that know Jordan's family, and it just makes you wonder that what's going on there. Did his dad say, you know what, this is my sacrifice, I'm going to sacrifice myself so that my son can be the best, I'm going to sacrifice myself so that my son can be the highest paid quarterback, have this level of fame that no other quarterback has had just yet. Who knows what Jordan Love has planned for him as far as Super Bowls or anything like that. I mean, his name is Jordan, so there's potential things that could happen
Jordan
with
Love,
him.
too. You got the Super Bowl coming up on Valentine's Day.
Damn, this
Yeah.
crazy.
So it's just, and not to mention he did graduate in the year 2016. So so something that I kind of in high school specifically. But anyways, I just bring those things up because was he born and bred? Absolutely. Was his dad probably in on it? Hey, you're gonna sacrifice yourself at age blah blah blah. And they say that the story was that he was doing some crooked stuff, but in my opinion, that I just don't see that as being a possible thing
It don't
because
make sense. Yeah.
he was such a well-loved person in the community, and everybody I talked to absolutely loved Jordan's dad, and so it just makes no sense to me that he would have committed suicide. So I think that these sacrifices are just inevitable in order for these athletes, and I think even the parents are in on it, and they
Yeah.
are willing to
Most definitely.
sacrifice themselves.
It's just like that
Like
movie
they
Him that
probably get
came out
I
approached.
last year.
agree.
The parents and the athlete probably get approached together sometimes. And remember, you don't know what kind of people you're dealing with until you put a certain dollar figure in front of them to see what they're willing to do to get that dollar figure.
Hey, people do some crazy things.
Money's the
$1,
root of
bro.
all evil. Yeah. So
The love of
there's
money is the root of all evil.
People will
the
slime
love
their
of
own
money is the
people
root of
out
all
for
evil.
some money.
Yeah.
That's why it's so ridiculous with rap music now too, because like you got to think about it, like a lot of these, like respectfully, like a lot of these young black men, like they have bad influences, and they don't have anything going for them, and then they get approached by label companies that come up to them and say, hey, your music is amazing, we love it, here, this is what we'll do for you, we'll give you all this money, but we're going to control your life basically, and we're going to make sure we do it. This is all we're going to control, all this stuff. And a lot of them are like, well, hell yeah, I'll get a fucking rollie, I'll get this, I'll get
Yeah,
that.
bust
So
down
fuck,
Rolly, AP.
I'm gonna sign up, hell yeah, like let's do it right now. Where's the contract? And they do it because they ain't got nothing else going for them. So why wouldn't they turn it down?
Look at
So
Bloodhound, bro. Them Bloodhound dudes, man. Look at them. I don't know if you guys know
This
like
shit
Bloodhound
is.
Lil Jeff and all them, but like look what happened with Bloodhound Lil Jeff, man. He got killed, and look, they still have Q50, but it's like dudes over
well,
there sniffing perks and he got a
exactly,
big
bro.
contract. Like he got a big contract. He not rich, he broke.
Well, guess what? Bloodhound Q50, that was probably a part of his contract. It
Yeah.
was to get Jeff
Yeah, I think
fucking
so.
killed.
He ran off on him. That's how the
Well,
story.
because Bloodhound, because think about it, bro. Because okay, you know Young Slowby, right?
Yeah, I used to. Yeah, RP Slow, but I used to bump his music. Yeah.
I met Slowby in real life. I literally took a picture with him and everything, bro. You know
Yeah.
the reason why they obviously kill these rappers, and this is a no brainer. Everybody fucking knows this. The reason they kill these rappers is because obviously if you fucking kill them, then you're gonna listen to their music way more.
Yeah, of course, bro.
Like Briss.
Everybody over here in NorCal, bro, will start listening to Young Slowly more. Like when he
Oh,
died, people started
easily.
bumping him. Yeah, they started bumping him.
It's
For
like
real.
Briss. It's the same thing.
Yeah, Briss the same
And
thing.
and Briss, and people forget about what Briss actually is. That's a Jewish fucking ritual for fucking these rabbis biting off the foreskin of babies.
Yuck.
It's a literal fucking ritual. I'm not even kidding you. It's something that they
Yeah,
do. It's called
right.
bris.
Yeah.
So they bite off the foreskin. They do manual
Oh
circumcision.
my
I'm
god.
not even fucking kidding you.
Circumcision. That's what it is.
Man, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
So do you guys, real quick question about people, rappers that are getting killed and stuff like that. Do you guys also think that when record labels notice that a rapper may or may not get them, because you know they give them the advances when they get signed and stuff
Yeah.
like that. But okay, so when they realize, hey, this guy's not really gonna do the numbers that we thought he was gonna do, so you got that life insurance policy on him. You do?
There's a lot of
Okay.
rappers like that.
No, I think that they promote the rappers that aren't doing as well because what they do is they kill the rappers that do really well, and then they use the rappers that aren't doing as well to promote the rappers that did. Like for example, Young Dolph,
Yeah, there you go.
And Key Glock. Key
Yeah,
Glock was not.
Yeah, it's his cousin. Yeah.
Key Glock is not as good as fucking Young Dolph, and
Yeah,
I'll sit
he's
there.
ass, bro. I don't listen
He
to
100%. Everybody listens to Young Dolph to this day.
I still listen to Young Dog, bro.
But what about
100%, bro.
like an artist like Nipsey Hussle though? You don't think they had?
Nipsey was killed because he was a dog, like he was a beast.
Yeah, so
Nipsey,
don't you think that somebody other than all the stuff they profited from him? There's so many people
Nipsey
that
had
profited
good
from him.
music. That's why they killed him.
He was
That's why because
I didn't. I'm gonna be fair
But-
with you, bro. I didn't know Nipsey until he died.
I didn't either,
Really?
but I started listening
I'm
to him
from
and
the
I was like,
West
okay,
Coast.
he got good music. Like he's solid. Like he's not bad. Like
Oh, we love Nip on the West Coast. We
Nip is good. He's solid.
I can say that New Nip was my sister. She used to bump his shit every day, and I didn't even know who he was until he died. I'm like, who are you listening to? She's like, oh, it's Nipsey Hussle. I'm like, oh, who's that?
He's more lyrical. He's more lyrical than anything. That's
Yeah,
what
he
raps with substance. He's more lyrical and
he sounds way different than any West Coast rapper because you listen to West Coast rappers, they all like, especially the
Probably
new
like the best of the best of the West Coast.
like Drake Yo the Ruler, like they like people like Drake Yo, man. I don't know, man. I think bro.
Draco. I mean, I can't lie. Like I do like Draco. Like he has good flow. Like I like OTM. I like all of them. Like those are. I mean, in my opinion, they're really because really. I mean, they don't really talk about like killing everybody and all this. They just talk about getting money and stuff. And that's really all.
I still listen to Mac Dre.
Oh my God, Mac Dre. Oh wow, that's old school.
I just like getting money music, bro. I like Larry June. That's who I listen to, bro. Like that's
yeah.
really.
One of my people put me on Larry June, and they're like, "Hey man, check out this Larry June." I'm like, "Who's that?" And they're like,
and that's who I listen to. Really, is
You
just to
still
get
got
money.
people like Mac Miller too, because Mac Miller, who killed him? Because I know he didn't just die just out of nowhere.
The Jesuits killed Mac Miller.
Jesuits for sure.
The Jesuit. He has a song called
But
The
they say
Jesuit.
they say he OD'd, didn't he?
They say,
oh yeah,
everybody
unquote.
That's the
Yeah.
story for the papers.
He died on Tupac's when he got shot. Tupac. He died on his anniversary of his death.
Oh really? I didn't even.
I mean,
realize
even
that.
Mac Miller was a really great artist. I mean, you listen to
He
some
really,
of his
really
songs.
was. He was dope. I
He
saw
was
him in
different.
concert once.
He was
Yeah,
different.
he was really great.
I used to listen to him too.
Wow.
I was
See
10
how-
years old listening to Mac Miller. I swear to God, I was.
You must be young.
I'm 23.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, you the same age as me. I'm about to be 24 tomorrow. Man,
Yes. Sir.
Happy
Oh, okay,
birthday.
Riggs. I see
That's
you,
what's
sir.
up, man. Happy
Shout
birthday,
out.
bro.
Happy
Happy
early birthday, sir.
birthday.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm about to be 24
sir.
tomorrow. Yeah. Well, actually,
Okay.
Dang.
Young life.
yeah, in 2 hours I'll be 24. So I'm still enjoying 23 right now.
That's
Yes,
what's up.
sir.
Oh, all right, that's
I'm
what's up.
talking about.
Yeah,
Shout
yeah.
out to you. That's what's up.
Shout out,
regardless.
Rich. Hey, you know, have a piece of cake for us, bro, for sure.
Nah, bro, I'm just gonna be chilling. I'm probably gonna smoke some weed. That's about it, bro.
Best thing going.
I wasn't gonna say that, but I mean that's good too, man. You know, that's the way to go.
Yeah.
Rich,
Where
in
you
H-Town?
located?
It's in H.
Where you located?
This the hat. I'm not from Texas, bro. I've been to Texas.
Oh.
I'm not from there. I'm from
Are you
California.
located in Cali?
I'm from NorCal, bro.
Oh, okay. I'm from Baco.
Oh, you down south, bro? You like 3 hours away from me.
Yes, sir.
What's Baco? What's Baco?
Bakersfield. They call it.
Oh, Bakersfield. I was gonna say Bakersfield,
It's by LA.
California.
It's like going towards
Yeah,
LA.
I know where that is.
Yeah, I've been
It's
there.
about 2 hours from LA.
It's ghetto. Look, I'm gonna say that.
No, it's not that ghetto, bro.
I'm sorry, bro. I ain't gonna lie, dude. I'd rather go.
It's not that ghetto, bro. I'm telling you right now. You go to the right parts of Bakersfield, bro. It's beautiful. It is really nice, bro. I'm telling you. Like, it is not that bad. Like,
I guess that's just me talking, talking that ish about it, but it's
no,
cool.
there are some beautiful parts of Bakersfield, bro. I'm telling you.
It's just a lot of people from LA be going down there and kind of like fucking up y'all stilo, man. I ain't gonna lie. They do. A lot of people from LA go to Bakersfield.
Yeah, bro. I mean, honestly, like Bakersfield really just underrated because it's not that busy and they really don't like, I don't know. In my opinion, they really don't like have a ton of
They don't
stuff
really
here.
got nothing, bro. They don't really got
They don't have
nothing.
a ton of stuff, but they got it just enough. So that's the part. Like you're not in LA, but you're kind of in LA in a way. So
You're like what, 30 minutes away from it? Probably
no, 2 hours. 2 hours work. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember going. I had to go out there because I remember I had to drive a mission to LA to go to Santa Monica Pier one year. So, and I had to stay in Bakersfield for a little bit, but.
No, Baco is not bad, man. People talk shit on it, but I'm telling you, it's really an underrated city, and it's growing. It is growing like constantly, bro. Like it's getting huge. People are moving here from LA nonstop because
Palmdale, Lancaster, they all moving from down there.
I'm from Omaha. We got a lot of secrets here. Shout out to
Man.
Breezy Obama. That's hilarious.
I think LA just overpopulated, bro. Like I've been to LA.
No, LA, bro. Think about this, King Richard, bro. You go buy a house in LA, bro. 3-bedroom, 2-bath, like 1,500 square foot. You're gonna be paying. You can guess how much you're gonna be paying, bro.
You're gonna be paying a lot. I know that.
Yeah, about 800,000.
800,000, 900,000, around that. Yeah.
And
in the ghetto, over $1 million if you want a decent place for that.
Oh hell yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey.
Little shitty ass little duplex. You're gonna be paying all kinds of money in the hood. Yeah.
Oh,
nothing
100%.
under $1 million unless it's in the ghetto in LA. Nothing.
Exactly. Exactly, dude.
Yeah, especially the South Central too. The little apartments and shit down there.
No, exactly.
You can get maybe a condo or a townhome in a nice area for under $1 million, but not a house.
No,
Bobby said people would refer to Bakersfield as the butthole of California, bro. Like what? Like what?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. They do be saying that, bro.
It's the armpit. It's the armpit of California, not the butthole. Like, bro, it's just whatever way you want to look at it.
People
honestly, bro.
People hate on.
Do you still live in Bakersfield right now?
I do, yeah.
What's the population there now? I haven't been there in probably 10 years, but there's a big Croatian community there, which probably you're aware of. We had a soccer tournament there every year for like 20 years.
Yeah, it's closer to 500,000 now.
Yeah, it's growing.
It's getting huge, dude.
When I was
all the old Croatians call it Breckersfield because they can't pronounce it.
Yeah, I've been to Bakersfield in a minute, man. Talking to Trav, might want to go down there right now.
Hey, bro, I'll take you to all the fireplaces down here, bro. We got. Trust me, it's getting active down here, man.
Oh, I know it's getting active. River. Yeah, Kern River. Yep.
No, you don't want to go in that. Trust me.
No, I'm not gonna go. I'm just saying.
You will die. You will die going in that fucker. Trust me. You think I'm fucking around?
You ain't lying.
Be my guest.
Bobby, you ain't lying. Fresno's the armpit. Fresno's a shithole. It's still a shithole.
Do not go in the Kern River, bro.
You may come out Swamp Thing. You never know.
Yeah, bro. You're gonna. Hey, if you go in the Kern River, you're gonna come out like Illusion.
Man, fuck the delusion, man. Hey, where's Buddy at, man?
He needs to join this fucking stream right now so I can roast his And he low-key has like a fucking little bit of a speech impediment too.
I
And
want
he's
Matt
fucking
to come on here. I want Matt to come on here. You probably don't even know who Matt is. That dude that keeps coming. He kept coming on here and shit. And he was like, "What's up, brother?"
And to be real, there's never been one legitimate, like, actual Christian that's come on Zach's show to like that isn't being subsidized or in whatever way, shape, or form to be on the stream. There not one. And
no, and you were literally cooking him the other day, DK. It was I was
he was
literally
going
laughing
off
my
on-
ass off, bro.
He's got the thing is there's many better trolls than that. He's got a limited script, and then when he gets to like just kind of like how the 7 profile, when they get to their limit, then they just start laughing and obfuscating, say you can't put that on God or some some outlandish statement that has nothing.
Who's talking? Is it the guy DK?
Let DK cook. Let my guy DK cook.
Okay. Let me get my fork. Okay, go ahead.
Let us say what he got to say, man.
Was that Fatima? Like on this panel, Fatima came with legitimate, honest stuff. Trey, where's that other guy? Andy. They were all talking honestly from the heart, and that's exactly what I experienced myself out in the street and just with regular people. That even if they're eating a certain way, they're very pliable, especially if you tell them stuff that they didn't know about their own so-called belief system. Then they're like, oh shit, and then they ask you more. You don't run into this type of just hard-headed, like I'm just dead set, pin stuck in the soil next to me and I'm chained to it, like I'm not moving from this standpoint. I don't find that. So I gotta, translate that when I see that online as that's not legitimate. That's not somebody who's on there in and of their own accord with their real beliefs, putting that forward. They're being pushed to do that by however that's happening. I don't care. That's not what I'm.
I don't know who would be pushing. That's so weird to have somebody pushing you to be that, passionate about what you believe in. That's like weird. There's no force behind me. It's just me.
Well,
that's
the thing
so
is,
weird.
there's a ton of people doing the same
That's
thing.
weird.
It's all the same.
But I'm not one of
weird.
them. I'm just not one of them.
But it's not weird like what you're saying. It's all too common.
No,
everyone here.
No, it's all too. But it's also all too common to get this same damn near hate speech, right, from you because you sound hella mean.
No, it's
like,
not.
Like if I had to,
I don't even know you. How could I hate?
But you sound hella. You said. Me too, right? It's like, bro.
I don't even.
We were all like on some different stuff, but it was like it's okay. But it's like you going in on 7. It's like not necessary. Like I'm not even that. I'm not that person. The thing is,
if you attach your beliefs and like that's you. I mean, I'm not claiming you're legitimate, but if you were, and when you talk to religious people, the problem that we all have with religious people is they think their belief system is them. And then when you take,
I don't never be getting in arguments with people like this about their religion. This don't even make. What people eat don't make me shit, right? What people eat don't make you shit. Why are you even getting all? Like, how can you really like get that? That's crazy work. I don't see how people be doing that, man. I don't know why people do that. Why do people get into these debated heated conversations about stuff like that? Why?
About what?
I'm not heated. Like what you're talking, like the way you're.
I'm not angry.
Like you're just.
Like I said, I don't even.
It just seems like you don't. But it seems like you're kind of.
It doesn't matter.
If we were in person, I can only imagine the level of it would be like damn near hate speech. You'd be like foaming at your mouth talking to me. Like you'd be pissed on a microphone.
Not at all.
On a microphone, megaphone.
Not at all.
You wouldn't give me a hug. You wouldn't give me a hug.
Probably not. I don't just hug just random.
Yeah, you can't just be going up and hugging random people, bro.
But he's hella aggressive with the speech, and it kind of.
The thing is,
I don't want to be approached by anybody like you in the world.
I don't want to be,
bro. I would be terrified.
I wouldn't approach you for what? Why would I?
Because I'll be scared. I would be like, I would think that you would probably hurt me because you're so passionate. You're not even passionate. You're just fucking hell bent on telling me where I'm wrong.
No, I'm not telling you why. I'm not telling you where you're wrong. I'm saying whatever information that you presented is wrong, and you're not the first one to present it. The information is incorrect that you're presenting, and that information is not you. You're just another one that's filibustering the same information. Get what I'm saying?
You don't know what's me. You just said you don't know me. You don't know what's me. You don't know what my daily is. You don't know what my conviction is.
And I don't need to know any of that to discern what.
So then, how can you say that it's wrong?
Because
can
the
you say this
statements that
wrong
you
and
made are
not
proven
my
to be.
experience? Well, if you got to get on your soapbox, let you have your moments. Go for it. Y'all
Well,
listen, because this is
unfortunately,
you need
your
your.
experience is all too common from everyone else says the same
No, I
experience
don't
with
think
zero
so.
proof.
I don't think so.
And
Mm-mm.
well, what you think and
Ain't
what's
nothing carbon.
the
Ain't
truth,
nothing carbon copy. There might be nothing new under the sun, but ain't nothing carbon copy. So
it's
it's
all
not
carbon
like
copy. The same
nah,
religious
nah. It
folks
ain't
that
nothing cut, copy, and paste, bro. It's not like
it
that. I
is.
don't. I don't. Nah. I ain't been through shit you've been through. Your experience don't look like mine. We're not the same person. What are you talking about right now?
That's why we already have all these responses ready to go because you just keep regurgitating the same script and you're not at a high level of doing it. And you admitted that yourself. You're not intellectual and all that. I get that. But you don't have to be.
When did I? Wait a minute. Whoa. Whoa. I'm not. We're not gonna sit here and say I'm a dumbass here. We're not going
I didn't
there.
say I didn't
You know
say
what I'm
that, but you
saying?
said I'm not
I
intellectual.
He
just,
didn't
I
say
just,
that.
He
He
didn't
didn't
say
say
that.
you were a
no.
He
What
didn't
I'm
dumbass.
say he
saying,
was a
no.
dumbass,
What
bro.
I'm saying is, I feel a
You put
level
words in his
of
mouth, bro. He didn't say that.
Okay. He said, okay, high intellectual. I'm not. What I said is that I'm not into like debating things that don't make sense to me.
Well,
So, or
that's
don't resonate with me, right? Because there's just no
That's not
reason to
critical
argue about
thinking.
yeah, that doesn't mean
debate.
anything what
Not,
you said. That
no,
just means you
no.
ignore
It's
stuff
not
that you don't know
necessarily.
or that you don't like. That's all. That's all you just said right there. I
I
ignore
ignore
stuff
bull.
I don't like.
I ignore toxicity. I ignore toxic conversations. I ignore toxic people and people that are like at a 10 when
That's
I want to
another
be
new
like at a
age thing
7.
they've been
I
putting
want to
out.
be at a 7. I
Male
don't like it.
toxicity and all this stuff. It doesn't
I
matter
don't
what
enjoy
you
it.
like. It
I don't
matters what
You
enjoy
gotta
it.
let him talk, bro. You gotta let him get a sentence in, bro.
yeah, it doesn't matter what you like or what you feel. We got 10 people
Mhm.
on this panel. The only thing that matters is what's true. And that's what we're trying to, dial in on and focus in on what's true. When people come in with statements that other people can contradict with facts, then we do that. That's how we get, if we were trying to
One thing that I
something
can't contradict with facts is anything that you've experienced. So if you tell me that you went and had this kind of experience, I can't be like, "What's your name, sir? What's your name? Who am I talking to? Is it DK?
yes.
DK." I can't be like, so the fact is that I know somebody who went through this A, B, and C, and it doesn't look like your story. So what you're saying is complete hogwash. You cannot literally like negate people's
I don't
experiences.
understand at all what you just said.
I
What
don't understand
Because
what
you
you
can't,
said,
I didn't
bro. I'm
either.
sorry.
because if I share something with you and say that was my experience, and then you say, "Hey, I have a fact to say that couldn't be your experience,"
uh-huh.
your fact doesn't supersede my experience and what I
Well,
actually went
everybody
through,
go.
or
Oh
anybody
yeah, oh
else's.
absolutely it does. We have
How?
people talking about
So
that they've experienced all sorts of shit for thousands of years that we know for a fact they didn't.
sure, but
They've
it's
been
still
full of
their
shit.
story. I'm
You
not
know what I'm
lying
saying?
though.
Huh?
That's I don't have. You know what? I'm not even gonna do that. I'm not even gonna waste my
Well,
time saying I
yeah,
put that.
what you just
I don't have to put it on
what I'm saying,
anything.
what
I
you
don't have
just
to.
said was
I
totally
just don't have
bunk.
to put.
You know
It was.
what you just said was totally bunk. I just debunked it in like just the most simplest sentence. You know what I mean? That's what
You
you just
wish
said.
you wish that you know what I know what you guys spend a lot of time doing. You spend a lot of time arguing with people that you probably are debunking, right? You probably do have like
Nah,
these
I don't spend a lot of time on
flat
Yeah, I
internet.
don't
earthers.
spend much time
I don't
doing
spend
that.
my time on
DK,
internet, bro.
I
DK, you
don't
are
get
a
I don't get
professional.
this
DK, you
acceptable.
are a professional. You sound like Baby Zach, okay? You are a professional at
Baby
having
Zach is
debates.
crazy.
The thing
You know
is,
what I'm saying?
I've only known Zach since 2022, and I was
Baby
doing this
Zach.
like for about 12
It's
years
Baby
giving
Zach
before I
is
proto.
met you.
crazy.
It's giving protege. Okay, it's giving
That's a
protege.
big claim.
So at the end, it's
That's
but
a
it's I'm
big claim
saying,
right
but some people
And I'm 10 years
sometimes
10 years older than Zach too. So
okay, that's okay. That age ain't nothing but a number. It doesn't have anything to
I
do
mean,
with
I ain't gonna
wisdom
lie, dude.
or
We all
experience.
here to learn, bro. I mean, we're not trying to argue.
Right. So at the end, and but I feel like this guy is going in for Seb, and I don't
I mean, I'm
need
pretty
all
sure he here to
like
learn
it's
too, bro. I ain't
he's
gonna lie.
going, but he knows everything. Go ahead, DK, go off. You know what I'm saying? He knows everything because he's killing it. Go off, man.
right. Do I really need to know everything though, just to point out the inconsistencies and the few things that you said?
It's not about the inconsistency because I didn't try to get up here and give a lecture. I just asked you. The conversation was experience, spirituality. What does that mean to you? So you cannot take somebody else's experience and debunk it. It doesn't.
Yeah,
There's no
but you
divorce.
can't take
You
somebody
don't get.
else's experience and graft it over the whole world either, and say
But
like
you're
if you're
coming.
not believing in your experience or we haven't experienced that, then we're somehow lesser
I didn't say anything about. I
spiritual
didn't say
nature or
anything about.
whatever.
No. We're all spiritual beings. We already know that. Regardless
No,
if you want to believe it or not, we're all
and then you were
spiritual.
trying to be really down on knowledge instead of belief. That's exactly what the religious psyop is all about. Like, no,
I
stay
said that some
stupid. Stay stupid. Just
No,
believe the religion. That's all you need.
It's the psyops. It's the psyops that I'm not. Look, there's certain meetings that I don't show up at, right? So that's probably like one of them, like a psyop and all that bull crap. Like that stuff is corny to me. Those are certain conversations I'm not gonna waste my breath on. Like every argument ain't worth having.
Well,
And
religion
that's just what I'm
is like the
saying.
number one psyop that's been going on for Zach. Will probably be better off.
It's giving baby Zach.
How many
It's
thousands
giving
of
baby
years that
Zach. It's
religion
that's
psyop
Zach's
has been
word.
going on?
It's psyop. It's the psyop for me. Listen, if I wanted to talk to Zach, I'd ask him to come off mute, right? So at the end of the day, you cannot debate somebody's experience. That's all
The
I'm
fact that
saying.
you
Is
keep
even if
calling
you
him
don't,
baby Zach, that's hilarious.
he is babies. It's giving baby Zach, okay? And at the
No,
end of the day,
Seven. I don't think he's debating your experience. I think he's debating.
Smart people tend to sound alike. You know that, right?
He's not. I don't think he's debating your
but
experience. Seven.
I didn't say no. Your voice sounds like Zach. I didn't say I'm not trying to even take away from the man that you are, right? That's not even why I'm here. I'm just saying that you cannot like I get where you remind me of Zach because that's the kind of stuff Zach would do, right? Because I'm not debating about
It's just logic.
about
It's going
yeah,
after
but everything's not logic.
specific
Everything's not logical. Everything's not so logical to everybody, right? I don't understand everything that everybody
Well,
goes
a lot of
through.
people don't got logic or common sense, though. That's the problem.
Right. So that's what we're here to help people with is this common sense and logic portion that everybody's so lacking. That's same thing they're lacking with the spiritual connection. So we're trying to help them out. You don't need this book and these religions to go.
You don't need religion, bro. You don't
crazy
need
work.
I'm gonna
That's
say this.
crazy
I
work.
will say this. You do not need religion to be a better person or be a good person.
You don't.
You don't.
You
You
literally
don't need
don't.
a
I would
man
agree
to
with
be a-
that. I would agree with that because this is why I would agree with
You
that,
don't.
Richard. You're Rich. The reason why I would agree with that is because there's a lot of religious people that are in jail right now for doing messed up things.
Yep.
You understand? So we
That's
can't
facts.
say
Their
that.
religion, their religion didn't save them.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, my point is, we can't use religion just because you adhere to a certain religion or if you believe in a certain God or whatever it is. That doesn't guarantee anything. That don't guarantee you as a good person.
Nah,
It don't
there's a lot
guarantee
of
anything.
there's a lot of religious people out there.
definitely
It
doesn't.
doesn't.
I
So
agree.
if hold
That
on,
should
let
go
me
without
go
saying.
someplace. I'm going someplace. If the religion don't guarantee something about a person in terms of their characteristic and their trustworthiness or whatever the case may be, then why do some people get so driven to defend their religion when being a religious person don't guarantee that you're going to be a good person? Being a religion doesn't guarantee anything in terms of how a person behaves.
So
You
why is religion
understand?
so overstated? Why is religion so overstated? Because again, religion just is a reference to now in the world we look at it as a reference to spiritual belief. Religion can be anything, right? You can religiously eat grapes. You can religiously do walking. You treadmill
Oh,
every day. Do
Seven, but
whatever you got to do
you smarter
religiously.
than seven.
But
You smarter than
got
that.
it.
Hold up, seven. You're
Got
smarter
it.
than that. You know the context in which we're using the word
Got it.
religion under right
We
now.
know,
You're smarter than that.
we
Come
know.
on,
But
seven.
I'm not a,
You're way
but I'm not
smarter
a
than that.
religious.
Come on now.
The thing about it, the only thing that makes me, the only thing that would make me religious in my own personality is that I believe in something consistently, right? So I don't change from day to day. It doesn't, I don't like. I'm talking to DK. DK's on the phone. DK can't sway me out of how I feel, my convictions. He can't sway
Right.
me out of that.
Refusal to learn and grow. I understand.
It's not. No, it's not. It's about have grown, have seen some of the worst parts of Earth, right? Have seen some of the worst parts of shit in life just from
I have
growth.
too.
That's how do you know? How do you know? How do you know that my life and all, like I told you, this was before I could even hardly even. I don't even think I could read before I knew God was. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I could even read yet. because I remember this experience from when I was a very small child, just from over the years, and this is who I've grown into as a woman. But at
What
the
does
end of
that
the
have to do
day,
with religion being
Yeah,
bullshit,
but
though?
yeah.
What does that have to do? Again, I like how
my
Andy does
personal
not let you go in circles. What does that have to do with all this other stuff you're pushing? It doesn't even have to, they don't have, they're mutually
I'm
exclusive.
not pushing anything because none of you guys have to believe in anything that I say. I'm not trying to push an agenda on you. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm not marketing. You know what I'm saying? That's not what we're doing here. I'm telling you about something. We talked about this. This all came from my personal experience, and everybody just came with all these different conversations to debunk my personal experience, and that doesn't make sense to me. Like, how are you going to take away from my personal experience because you have so much logic
It doesn't
and
take away.
understanding?
It doesn't take away from your personal
I just don't
experience
understand
that
that.
you
I don't
claim
understand
if it
that.
doesn't relate to anything.
Not my claim. Like, why would somebody be lying about their personal experience? It's like lying on your resume. It's like lying on your resume.
Because
No,
people
we
lie.
believe
But
in seven.
that's not
people
what the
lie.
hell I gotta lie. Why would I lie though about God though? Why
Nah,
for what?
seven. We believe
Who
what
does
the thing
that?
Would
is.
you be
Hold on,
would you be
seven.
willing to take a lie detector test, 7? I'll pay for it, and if
Oh
you
my
fail
Absolutely.
it,
God.
Yeah, it's so
if you
dumb.
fail, you pay for it.
Dude, but
If
I'm
you
not gonna.
fail,
I'm
you
not.
pay for it. I'll pay for it. I'll
She's
pay
not
for it
lying.
immediately.
She's
But
not
I mean, lie
lying.
detector tests aren't that reliable
That's
anyway.
crazy
So
work. That's so crazy.
She's not
That's so
lying.
crazy.
We not
But you
about
know
to
what?
accuse her of lying.
You know what is cool
Can
though?
I just wanna
The world's never gonna understand what you're gonna say. People always gonna have. There's gonna be more of y'all than less of me. I don't really care about that. Like I'm used.
I'm
I
pretty sure
don't
there's
want to
somebody in
have.
the world that's like you
It's
too.
so
Like,
weird. There's plenty of people, but it's not like on this panel, right?
what you mean? You mean on this
It's
channel or
I
in
don't
general
I
in
I
the
just
don't
world?
wanna
Like, what you mean?
interject.
on this
hey, we
panel
gotta.
there's more people who have other like
I just
negative things to
I just
say, and
I'm not a
so
In my
negative person,
country,
bro.
we have a. In my
no, it's just
country,
a
we
lot
have
of
a
people
place.
have.
In my country, we have a place where people from all around the world
Where's
come
your
visit
Where's your
because
country?
actually, it's in Bosnia, but allegedly, the Virgin
Bosnia.
Mary,
Okay.
the Virgin Mary appeared to some children there. So there's people that come make a pilgrimage to this place, and it's just, it's in, it's just in
That has
Timbuktu.
nothing to do with it. Just has nothing to do with me. We're not talking like that. Does not
But what I'm
relevant.
saying is,
That shows no relevance.
it's a bullshit story, and that bullshit story has been propagated now. I don't even know for probably over 1,000 years, and every single person that does this pilgrimage, climbing up this fucking
I
rock in
can't
the
tell if I'm
desert,
talking. Who's
they
talking,
drop a
Zach or
rock
DK?
there.
Who's
There's
talking, Zach or
millions of
DK?
rocks there that people have dropped. So
I want to
millions
know.
of people have come to
I'm going
this, and
back
it's
to the
all
screen.
bullshit.
You
Is
gotta
it
let
Zach or DK?
bro.
Is
You
it
gotta let
Z
him
or
talk.
DK?
You gotta let
It's
him
Is it
talk.
Zach or
DK.
DK?
It's DK.
Yeah, you
It's
gotta
It's
let him
giving
talk.
baby. Okay, baby Zach, give him the mic. Go ahead.
I haven't been talking for a while. I don't know what you're saying.
I couldn't tell. I wasn't on the screen. I couldn't tell who was talking. I thought it was Z. Go
I
for it.
was just saying,
This
we
is
had the
Fatima. I
last thing
just
I
wanna
said is we've had over 1 million people come to my country and drop a little rock in this one spot where they claimed that the Virgin Mary came down to talk to 2 children, which helps nobody, does nothing for anybody, anything except get tourism money for people coming over there and have to stay in the, motels, Airbnbs, and all the shit around there, and drop a rock on this spot. It's just like throwing a penny inside of
What
a
are we talking
fountain.
about? What are we talking? Hey, hon, what
We're talking
relevance does
about
that have to
somebody's
do with
experience, right?
anything?
We're talking about somebody's
No,
experience, and
you're
now
you're
millions of
being.
people later, that experience has been magnified into something that makes a bunch of money and all that stuff, but it's just complete
That's
horseshit.
so dumb. That's not what I'm on. That's crazy work, yo. If you think that that's evil, that's
Because
when you take. That's when you
you
take
guys choose
evil and
totally different
when you
people though.
take
That's the
evil
thing.
and you try to use it for good. No, but that's when you
But
take
what I'm saying
evil and
is
you
we
try to
have a
use it for
long,
good. That
we have
don't you have
a
some
perfect
discernment?
history.
Do you not have do you not have a level of discernment inside your own heart that tells you what's a lie and what's the truth? Are you
Yeah,
serious right now? Like
that's why I
literally.
call it out constantly. Yeah.
Yeah, but this isn't the time for that. Like, so what part of what what
Yeah,
part
it
of
is,
what part did I explain to you today that you would go back to Bosnia, okay? And let's go back to where they're dropping, you say a penny and actually have no value to a Virgin Mary, a rock, whatever you got going on there. How does that relate to anything that we talked about tonight?
Because
I
that
would
was
love to hear it.
that was based on somebody's personal experience.
Okay, that's
Like
fine.
you
But
said,
we're
everything is based
okay.
on some.
So That's fine. I'm not sure what the context is behind that story. I'm only hearing it from you, so I don't really have anything to really, test that up against. But at the end of the day, we're having a whole conversation. So everybody on this panel can share any of their own personal experiences, and everybody has. So why is it that for me, you have to go in on what I believe because I said something about God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit? What's the issue?
Because that's all part of. I'm just clarifying the fact that that's not your belief. That's part of a religion that was created way before
How
you were
can you
even
tell me
born.
what's not? I don't. Hey, hey, hey! It's what resonates in my spirit. It's what resonated with me when I
Again,
was a
you
baby,
just
when I was
said
a
what
child.
you
So,
just said what you
so
believe,
why
but
why is that
again,
an
that's
issue?
all a
But why is
construct.
that an issue for you? Why are you on a soapbox behind that though? Why is that an
Not
issue?
an
I'm
issue. I'm just
sure
pointing
that
out that
there.
fact. That's not legitimate.
Why? But
If you were
why?
born
But
3,000
why?
years ago before that religion, you wouldn't be able to claim that. So you know what I'm saying? That shows that it's not true. Period.
And this is
3,000
and
years
this
ago,
is
when none
why
of that existed,
these are
you
this
would
is
never claim
why
that.
you're gonna be. You know what I believe for you, BK. You're gonna be saying this story over and over. When the world is over and done with, this is what your testimony gonna be. You can be the only one talking, the only one listening to it too. Because ain't nobody what you're talking about. It gives no fiduciary value to a person. It's not giving you anything to hold on to.
No,
You're not even
That's
offering
Seven. I
people
that's
don't.
hope.
I
that's
don't think
actually
he's
what
no. Hold up,
he
You
Seven.
said.
know
Hold
what
up.
you're
Explain
doing?
that.
You're
He
taking people's
explained
faith.
himself.
You're taking
He
a person's
explained
faith.
himself.
You're taking a person's faith.
You know
Here's
what
the
the word
thing.
faith
You're
mean, right?
taking a person's faith and you're saying to hell with your faith. I got better
Bullshit
facts.
story.
You're saying forget your
Oh,
faith.
faith
Faith,
mean, right?
aka
Your
bullshit
faith
story.
your faith
Hold
comes
on.
from
Right.
Hey,
3,000
Seven.
years ago.
Your faith, your faith,
You're
aka
debunking.
bullshit story,
You're
is better than
taking
my
my
fact.
hope.
Going,
You're diminishing my
keep
hope
going.
because you want to be on your because you want to be on a soapbox. That makes no sense. Why would you do that?
You
Why
know
would
what
you do
faith
Seven.
it?
mean?
Here's the thing.
It's
Here's the
like
thing.
taking candy
Seven.
from it's like
It's
taking
not
candy
just
from a
me.
kid.
Not just me
Hold
doing
It's
up.
it.
saying
Hold up. Hold
you're
up.
it's
It's
like
not
taking
just me
candy
doing
from
it.
a
It's
kid.
everyone on this.
Let me get in there. Let me get in. Let me
Hey,
get
you're a
in.
monster.
Nothing.
You're a monster. It's like
All
taking
right.
candy from a kid, bro. Come on.
Let me get
Hey,
in. Let me get
relax,
in. Let me get
Seven.
in.
We relax. We get it. You're
Hold
at the
on.
end of your
Hold on.
script, but be respectful. Be
Hold
No,
on.
but
Let
respectful.
me
you're
get
like
in.
I
Yo,
get it. You're at
Seven.
candy from a kid. You're
Hold up.
taking
Hold up.
know
candy
Hold
your
from a
up.
kid for no
If
reason.
hand.
he's hold on,
Your
Seven.
hand.
Seven. Let me ask you
He
a
just threw
question.
my lollipop on the ground for no reason. Threw it in the
It's
dirt.
all good. Let me say something. If he's trying to, and I'm not.
A
It's not. This is not
40-year-old
me
with a
choosing
lollipop.
sides or nothing like that. It's just me just trying to
You don't
just
even know my age. You
follow
don't even know
follow
my age, bro. Just
follow the
stop.
logic of what he's saying.
Stop.
If
Yeah,
something,
it's
if there's information out there, Seven, that suggests that the
cancel
religion
Christmas.
or the God that you believe in is something of a later day phenomenon, and there's something that predates that.
That's
Wouldn't
cute.
you don't think that that's something to at least
It's like
consider
the
thinking about?
Sadducees and it's like the Pharisees and Sadducees. Everybody got an opinion. Everybody got something to say, right? It's a crazy modern day.
I
It's like
know,
I
I
don't even
know.
want to.
Everybody has an
It's
opinion,
crazy work.
but
It's
but
so
hold
much,
on. If
but there's
hold
there's
up,
an
Seven.
answer.
Hold up, Seven. Everybody has an opinion, but what if your
And
opinion on
Andy,
what God
you're
is?
totally on. Andy, you're on point. That's why she's not addressing what you're saying because you're totally
No,
on
no.
point.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, DK. But Seven, just think about it. Think about it like this, because if there's
Now you
something that
glazing
predates,
Andy. Come on, bro. It's so much extra.
I'll be glad.
Oh my
chill, Seven,
God.
chill.
You got.
Hold up, Seven, chill,
Oh wow.
Hey,
chill.
and Andy, this is
If
why when you play chess, you can't touch the board till the other guy pushes the button and it's your turn. Because if you're playing with somebody who sucks, you'd never be able to do your thing. They're constantly freaking just touching the board, you know?
Yeah, and then
I
when
hear you, DK.
a damn monster snaps his candy out of a kid's hand, you call the police. Cut the shit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm
It's
a
like you're
monster
doing
who stole her
you're
candy
being a
because I
you're
spent
being,
money. It's
This
made up
candy from
nonsense.
Yeah, man. I
yeah.
think I
I'm
think
being
y'all
as
need to do
extra.
your own thing in your own
No,
chat. You versus
no,
DK.
I don't even.
We need
No,
that.
I don't even. I heard DK before. I think I've heard him on the streams and stuff. I appreciate his passion. I just wish that it
But
wasn't directed towards me.
don't take it any way, Seven. Basically, let me try to deliver what DK7 saying in a more smoother delivery. You know what I mean? If he's saying he just suggested that whatever religion or whatever God that you believe in, there's something that predates that. that in which
I don't
that
care
religion
about the pre. And all I'm saying,
hold on,
Andy, I just
seven,
don't
seven, seven.
care.
I
Why y'all
hear
care
you.
about stuff like that?
I know, but you don't have to care about
Stop,
something to
Seven.
logically
Stop.
follow the breadcrumbs
Stop.
of what the
Let him
person's
talk.
saying.
Is
I
this
don't
candy
really care for
grabber?
religion. Hold up. I don't care about religion, but I'm here having a conversation with you about it. I don't care about religion. I'm not about to go to church after this. You know what I'm saying? But I'm having a
Are you? Can
conversation
I
with
ask
you.
you,
So
Andy? Are you trying to convince me
sure.
to change my mind, though? Are you trying to convince
No,
me to
I'm
change my
not.
mind?
I'm not.
Okay.
This is not to
Okay.
convince you to
Okay.
change your mind.
Okay.
This is to perhaps put something on your mind while you still adhere to the religion you adhere to. This is not about changing your mind. You don't have to change your mind to look at something else alternatively while still keeping your original position. You can mentally juggle this. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Try to mentally juggle two different concepts in your mind. It's not about, we don't have to think in absolutes. It don't got to be believe in religion or don't
It don't
and
gotta
don't
be
listen to
hot
nothing
or
else.
cold. It don't
It
gotta be hot
don't.
or cold.
It don't. It don't
I
have to
want to
be.
be
There's
hot. I want to be. I want to be hot. I want to
it
be
don't
hot.
gotta be like that. And if you want to be hot, that's fine. You could be hot, but you don't gotta be. You don't gotta be hot all the time to try to understand what cold feels like. Like if he's saying that the religion and what you believe in has something has something else similar to it that predates it, that even perhaps your religion comes from the thing that predated it. Why wouldn't you want to at least consider that? What if you look at what predated your religion and you could
Cause he's
find
trying to
more
take
about
like
God by
10,000.
studying?
Cause he's trying.
Hold on. What if there's something about the religion that predated the religion that you're in right now could give you more insight to what God is, where you could probably learn something about your current God based on the information that your current God was patterned after? You understand what I'm saying? What if you look back in the past to see what predated the religion that you practice, and you might find something else that could add to your arsenal of your current religion right now?
But what if DK, Andy, and whoever
Yeah.
else everybody else has been super cool. You guys have been both all cool. I don't. This is just friend. This is just like a friendly competition or what do you call that? Like when you're just having a friendly conversation, friendly debate. What I'm saying is, what if
Yeah.
there was somebody on this chat? What if there was somebody with this chat listening to us, right? Because we were on a panel, right? What if there was somebody about to take their life and they were looking for some level of hope? And they sitting up here having having this conversation. I'm over here trying to tell them all about how good God is and how much He loves us and yada yada yada. And they're listening to, well, 3,000 years ago there was a religion prior to Him, and people are just looking for, people are just looking for a way out of religion or whatever you're saying. You're trying to hold on to your religion,
Right.
and there's
Right.
that one person who's looking for God, and they're listening to this chat, and because of this chat. Listen to this conversation, and because of this conversation and all over the place that it is, and there's no real solid answer, that person takes their life, and and ultimately, because I don't know why anybody thinks that there's not a afterlife. That's the issue. It's not so much for this life that I live for, so much for when I die. It's not even. It has nothing to do with it. We live for the future, not so much for today, but where are we spending our eternity at? I don't know about you.
Seven, sweetheart. You
So
got to answer
do
the
you think
question.
it?
You got to answer the question, sweetheart.
Keep going on. Off tangent.
Yeah.
I'm not going on a tangent. What if somebody's life depended on what this conversation was about?
What does that have?
You kind of are. You kind of are, Seven.
What does
All
that
due
have to?
respect.
Oh wow! So you guys don't think about it? Y'all don't think about eternity?
Bro, that ain't got
No,
nothing.
Okay.
we
You're
do,
bringing up
but
a hypothetical situation that is
It's
so
not
far
hypothetical.
from this combo. It makes
I
no
wouldn't
sense.
say it's a
DK,
hypothetical. It's a
DK,
tangent. It's a tangent.
DK. You are currently leading people to HE double hockey sticks with that. You're not leading anybody to any good place.
No. You have a complete panel here full of people that are looking at you as the one that's way behind. You're the caboose of the train that's got unhinged, and you got left way, way back. And now people are running back and forth saying, "Hey, look,
That's
you
how I
got
know
disconnected
the
from
first,
the train."
and that's why the Bible
Going back
said that
up.
the first that shall be what last, and the last shall be first.
Yeah,
I'll
the
be at the
last should be
caboose.
first.
I'll be the caboose. I'm good. That's cool with me. I'm not
She got
tripping.
she got a rebuttal for everything.
Right.
Hey man, I'm good. I'm
But
good.
none of it
I
is none of
respect
it
it.
is on a high IQ level though. That's unfortunate, you know.
Yeah, so
I
you think
mean,
because you ain't in heaven, bro. You talking from the deep places of hell. Go ahead.
but
You ain't
you
killing
didn't
it.
answer. But Seven, you didn't answer my question. What if again? I'm gonna reiterate it. If
Seven,
I'm telling you that
Reiterate it.
when
there's
did hell come
something,
into the picture? Seven.
When you
Seven, when
start
did hell
talking,
come into the
DK.
picture? And
When
you
you
don't
start
care. You
talking,
don't care
DK.
about that,
When
right?
DK. When
You
you
don't care
start
when hell was
oh
talking, it
created.
man,
was right when
oh
you start
man,
talking.
You
Now
don't
go
care, right?
ahead.
That's funny. It don't matter
No,
when
you
hell was
got.
created. Shit, that's where
Oh,
everybody's
hey,
gonna go.
hey.
That's all we
it was
talk about.
No,
seven.
Shit, who
everybody.
cares
No,
when that shit was
everybody ain't
created?
going, DK. Everybody ain't going to
We
hell,
don't care.
DK. Come
We
on,
don't
bro.
care. The Pizzo family
You.
created hell out of thin air. Who cares about that? We don't care.
Fuck. You
We
think the
don't give a
Pizzo
shit about
family is gonna
that.
be?
We don't
You
care.
think that the
See,
Pizzo family is gonna be
hold on.
mentioned at the
I
pearly
don't
gates,
think.
Seven,
bro?
I don't think. I know they
Yo,
created it out of
bugging.
thin air. I know
seven.
it for a fact.
All right, let me
Okay,
say something, DK. You're seven. You
that's a
still didn't
tough place.
answer the
That's a
question.
tough place to be in, bro. Go ahead.
Seven. You didn't answer the question. You kind of was going off on a tangent about
Well,
hypotheticals and why.
I just want us to know how big our influence is and how people listen to us
All
and how
right, that's
important it
cool.
is
That's
for them
cool. That's
for us
cool.
to bring them hope, because her
That's
hope
cool.
deferred
That's
makes the
cool.
heart go sick. So I don't know what
That's
all
cool,
everybody
Seven.
ain't got nothing to hope for. Ain't nobody hoping for nothing around here, huh?
No, it's not that.
Got it.
So we trying to. Just let me land my plane real quick. If
We got
DK said
144 listening right now.
if
144
DK
listening. Should be
DK
144,000. But
okay, DK
Yeah,
suggested
144
that
million. Yeah.
there's information and there's spiritual practices that predate what you practice, but has the original and is the origin of what you
Hmm.
practice. Why
Oh
wouldn't you
man.
consider looking into that? Because again, if that's
Cause
if that hold on, let
I've
me
seen
get
it
my
all,
question.
bro.
Hold on. Seven, chill. Just try to hear what I'm saying so it could register so you could probably answer it. If he's telling you that, and if there's information that suggests that the religion that you're practicing or the God that you're into has some sort of is patterned after something that predates it, why wouldn't you want to see where the origins potentially of that information came from? Because you could probably educate yourself about your God currently if you look back at the information in which that philosophy was created from. Why wouldn't you
Well,
want to go to the source potentially? Why
all I
wouldn't you want to go to
know,
the source if
listen,
there's
all I
another
know
there's a
is that
source?
in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So if that was the story
answer
at
the
the
question,
start,
please. Answer this
that's
question,
all I
please.
know.
Answer this question.
Hey,
I
DK,
know,
one, one
seven,
Answer
second,
this
seven.
question,
one
please.
second. I'm saying that all I know, I'm answering his question, and I'm telling him is that all I know is that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So what are we talking about? What predated that?
No, we believe you. We believe that
No.
we're
Answer the
not debating
question.
that.
Why
We're
would
not.
you not want to know the
What is the
information? Why
predate?
not?
What information is there before that? That's where I'm at with it. Like, so what comes
There's
before in
plenty
the
of
Way,
beginning?
no.
way
We're
more,
not
way
debating.
more
Listen,
than
hold on.
there
Don't
is
twist.
since.
Don't
I'm just
confuse the
trying to figure out why are
timeline.
you guys.
Hold on.
No, if the
Don't
beginning is the
confuse.
beginning, what is predating the beginning? This is
No,
where
I'm
I'm
not
confused. You
saying
guys
that.
are
I'm not
confusing
saying.
me.
Hold on. Seven. We're not debating that there's information that predates the creation of time and of the universe. We're debating that there is information that predates the information that suggests that what you believe is your actual religion. You know what I'm saying? Not the actual story within the story, the timeline within the story. We're debating the time in which that story came into existence. That's referenced in the beginning of time. We're not debating the actual beginning of time. We're debating the story and the religion that you practice, which tells you that the beginning of time was when it was, but there's information that predates the time in which that information came out. So if you talking about religion and God, that information that you're studying and that you practice every day, that tells you that there's a beginning and whatever the case may be. There's stories beyond that before that story
I
came out.
know
That
there's
says
the
the
book of
same thing.
Enoch.
So,
There's
all
so
right,
many
Book of
books. There's
Enoch.
so
There's
many
so
books.
many things. All
There's the
right,
book of Miracle. There's a book of Wonders. There's so many different
okay,
books.
so
Okay.
we're not saying anything out of this world because you understand. So if there's more information out there, I don't see the problem with you
They still
sticking to your
point those
religion.
books. But those books, they still point back to God. They all of it still
Not
points back
all
to
of them.
God. So
Not
what's
all
the?
of them. Not
Oh,
all
there's
of them.
nobody else who
There's.
created. I
I'm
can't.
not
I can't.
debating who
That's
created.
what.
They
So
point
then
to
what
a
Seven,
is the
seven.
completely
debate?
You got to
different
stay with me.
understanding of
Stay
the
with me, seven.
creator.
We were
Okay.
getting
So
someplace when you started naming all those other books. You were kind of like following me, and then
I
then I lost you in the
I
dark.
am
Just
following you, but then
stay
DK
with me
keeps
now. Stay with
talking.
me. All right, stay with me. Stay with
Okay.
me. If you know that there's other books and other things out there that might line up with what you currently are dealing with, but it's older than what you're dealing with right now, potentially, because we don't know. We're not archaeologists. But let's just say, for example, there's something that might be older than what you're practicing right now, in which to the point where what you're practicing might come from the older text. Why wouldn't you want to at least investigate the older text just to see if it's actually accurate or not? Not to say you're going to
Okay.
switch your religion when you come across those older texts that predate your religion. You could still practice your religion and be a researcher. You don't have to
I don't
be.
want to be that. I
You know what I
remember
mean?
one time I went to the church, the Mormon church, the Book of Mormon, the people that Joseph Smith's people. Um, they call people who are not of their faith investigators. And so one
Mm-hmm.
day I was in Idaho one time, and I thought it was Easter, and I thought, you know what, I want to go to church. So I saw this church, and I didn't have any knowledge of this. It said the church
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. All I saw was Jesus Christ. And so I went into the church, and I realized, oh wow, this is not church. This is different. They got a book on top of the Bible. The women are sitting on one side, the men are sitting on the other side. It's really, I just wasn't I was throwing up in my heart. But at the end of the day, I don't resonate with everything. Your spirit is not going to let you settle with everything. And I can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just be like, I can't like abandon what I know to be true and what I has
But
been
seven,
proven to me to be
no, no.
true.
He didn't
We're
ask
not
you about
telling you. I'm not
Mormonism, though.
telling you
He
to
asked you about
abandon
your
anything.
system. He didn't ask
No,
you
no,
about
no. I'm
Mormonism.
not
He
DK,
asked
I
you
telling
didn't
about
you.
your
ask you
worship.
shit though. But DK, I didn't ask you a damn
I'm
thing.
not.
That's the
All
thing.
right,
You
all right,
get
all right.
that?
That's cool. That's
Because
cool. That's
you
cool.
keep trying no, because DK keep trying to come for me. And I get it. And I don't know what you want out of this experience. I don't know, bro. I don't know what you want. I tap
It's
out.
all good.
Because at
It's
the
all
end of the
good.
day,
We got you. You're in the crosshairs. You're
No,
right.
no, no, no.
You're
It's
right.
all
You're
good. It's
right.
all good. It's all good.
You're
It's
right.
all good. We
you
just.
got me what?
I said
What you
you're
say?
correct. You're correct. You are in the crosshairs. The information you're presenting is being targeted for destruction. That you are correct on that.
All right,
I
hold
get
up. I
it.
gotta chime
But
in. I gotta chime in.
why?
All right,
This
Zach.
stream has gone way longer than I could have ever imagined. What I'd like to do is wrap it up here, but I want everybody to get a chance to close. Let's do a 2-minute close for everybody. And if you guys can mention in your close, did anything about tonight's conversation move your position? Because I kind of feel like most people, they're pretty locked in when it comes to spirituality and religion, and they're almost like
Mm-hmm.
immovable objects. I just wonder if anybody even moved a little bit tonight.
I mean, I didn't move. This is Andy. I didn't move. I still believe that religion, I'm sorry to break it to you, Seven, but I still believe religion is something that was man-made for certain reasons outside of spirituality. Even though if you do believe in it, you could yield results. Because two things can be true at the same time. You know what I'm saying? You could take a fake Gucci bag and fool somebody into thinking that you got money, but you know it's not real. But the other person might think it's real, and so long as the perception is that it's real, then it will be real for that person who sees you in it. So whether it's real or not, if it works, if it gets the job done, that's all that matters. You know what I mean? But based on research at the same time, I know that religion is something that was put together not to help people the way that we think, and I'll just leave it like that. But I mean, hey, more power to you, Seven. Do what you got to do. Whatever makes you sleep better at night, whatever makes you live a better life, go for it. Don't let me stop you.
Okay. I appreciate that, and thanks for being on so night and being. You did a great job, Andy. I like your tone. I think you helped keep the conversation calm. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Yeah, please stop by. People are asking for this conversation. People love to talk spirituality and religion. People are asking to do it again tomorrow. So you're welcome back anytime, Andy. Thank you.
All right, no problem. I'm
right,
gonna
have a
hang
good
out
night.
until everybody gets their piece. So, are you closing the live now?
Well, I'll let everyone stay up here, but once you go, kind of don't say anything until everybody gets their 2 minutes in. And if anybody is just itching to say one last thing, that's fine. But let's. Fatima, are you still here? It got late. She might have fell asleep.
She might have fell asleep. Yeah.
Who wants to go next?
Shoot, I can go next.
Okay, go ahead, Trev.
All right, man. Well, basically, I grew up a Christian as a young man, and as I got older, I kind of realized, kind of how things were going, and so, I kind of got a realization that religion is something that's very man made, and so, we all have to. We all have to formulate our own opinions, and so be it. You can believe what you want, but in my opinion, I think religion is man made. It's made for nothing but money. That's the ultimate end goal. I mean, you go into the church and they're asking for you to pass around a offerings bowl for money. The pastor's asking for you to donate. It's just all these things that are just focused around money. Very contradictory. And all these religions are claiming that they're the one that's the one that you should claim, so how are you supposed to know which one to claim? And so that's why I've never fallen into the religion thing. And I think that being a good person and just, doing the right things constantly and not doing your people wrong that you love the most. And if you do have clients in your life or people that you're taking care of, you do everything you can to take care of them and good things will come to you. And as long as you're doing those things, then that's it, man. That's really all I feel like. As long as when your soul is in review at the end of your life, that's what's most likely going to be looked at is what you did to make other people feel your purpose and your sense of care and genuineness. And when people feel your genuineness and you stab their back, bad things come to you. And so that's just my 2 cents right there.
All right, appreciate it, Trev. Thank you. Anyone want to go next? Birthday boy?
Except me.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Hey, appreciate it, bro.
Almost.
Oh, happy birthday, Rich! I didn't even realize it was your birthday.
Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, big 24, man. But yeah, man. Like I said earlier, when I came here, I lost touch with God, man, because I just didn't feel like it was helping me out. I had a lot of things going on in my life, and I lost a lot of people, and I tried to ask for answers, and I didn't get no answers. So that's why I kind of just lost touch with God, man. And I still don't even understand that whole concept of, people be like, "Oh, God bless me." Like when people get money or they get like a house or whatever, they're like, "Oh, God bless me." Nah, that was you putting hard work in. That wasn't God blessing. That was you blessing yourself. But yeah,
Or
that's all.
just getting lucky.
That's it. That's all it is. So that's all it is, man.
Okay.
Tima
Yeah.
came back, by the way, guys. She put in the chat that she wants to put her two
Yeah,
cents
she
in.
said she was away.
Oh yeah,
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 she was
for
away from
sure,
her
for
phone.
sure. Yeah, let her
Are we
come on. Yeah,
wrapping? Are we wrapping up?
Oh, there she is. Okay.
Are we wrapping up? I'm sorry, I stepped away.
Yeah, go ahead, Fatima.
yeah. Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to give Zach his flowers. Zach, I consider you a modern day prophet. I think you chose here to come here and to do this work. And I don't know if you all are familiar with the saying, your gifts will make way for you to continue to, bless others. And that is really whether you see it in others' action or promotion or not, please understand the effect that you have and have had on an entire multiple generations of minds that are truth seeking. So that's just my personal, you know, kudos to you about honestly. You're like an anomaly in this world here when we talk about allowing people to speak their mind and being respectful
of people's opinions and just giving people more to think about. I don't think people understand the importance of critical thinking and how it's dying and how we should always continue to ask questions. And so I appreciate your ability to be patient enough to let people speak their minds and have platforms and give their messages, because we really don't know who we're affecting when we do that. Let me see. I enjoyed this. And this is kind of like my proverbial virginity being busted on YouTube. I appreciated the panel. um, and it's just really cool to I really challenged myself this time, getting on here and participating, and hopefully people learn some things from what they got. But I come in peace. I don't come for the drama and all of the things. And I just hope that more of us will do more of this. I really did appreciate this. I know you've done it before, but this is crazy. And I will be going to bed soon. So for those of you who are looking just for more, just understand a lot of the things you ask for will be presented to you, and it may be not in the time that you think they should be, but they will be. I think that's it, unless somebody had a question for me, because I must have missed the beginning of the end, but that's really all I have.
Thanks for the nice words, Fatima. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Andy, it was fun kicking it with you, and happy birthday. Is it Richard's birthday?
Yeah, and
Yeah, I just had a birthday in July
about
too.
30 minutes.
Yeah, good. I just had a birthday in July. My birthday is actually a day after Zach's.
Yeah, I don't celebrate. A lot of people, people celebrate. I don't celebrate it. It's just another day for me. I mean,
Yeah. I didn't do a whole lot either. I mean, it was great because I do a lot every day. So I just didn't do as much.
I just chill. That's about it.
Yeah, well, that's cool.
Fam,
I do.
Yeah, that's. Hey, and I'm gonna say that real quick, man. Shout out to my people, man. Keep me in a good headspace, because without them, I ain't gonna lie, I would have crashed out a long time ago. But yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
Who would like to go next?
I guess I'll go.
Oh, you go. No, you go. You go.
You sure?
I'm positive. No, I was just gonna go. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I feel like everything that was, meant to happen, everything that's happening, everything that's gonna happen. Because I've been in a bad, fucked up mental space too. I've been going through a lot of shit, but like, I just had to realize, like, everything that's going on, everything that's happening it was all meant to happen. That's the way I look at this shit. Like, we do have free will, but at the same time, like, things are organized in such a way to make sure that we make certain decisions with our free will. And I feel like that's the way that I'm coming to. And when it comes to the whole religion shit, like, I really just don't think any of it matters. Like, what you personally believe at the end of the day, like, we're not, I feel like we're not designed with the faculties to be able to perceive anything outside of this room that we're in for a reason. Our job here is, I personally align my belief with reincarnation. Our purpose here is just to live as the being we're reincarnated as, and like, we're not supposed to do anything more than that. And I do agree that, like, when it comes to specifically religion, it is just primarily used as a tool to control people and get them to think a certain way and take advantage of them. I've personally seen it. I do not want to step foot in another church, because I just saw how people use that shit to take advantage of people, and it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And I just feel like when it comes to things when we discuss things on a metaphysical level, trying to understand or trying to base, if we do live in a, if it is based off of a karmic, system, or just like, oh well, if you do good things, you'll be met with a favorable afterlife. Like trying to judge based off of how a metaphysical system is going to judge you based off of something that's based in like materials is just something that never is just something that was never. I don't think that's how it works. At the end of the day, if there is this all-seeing higher power, it would, in my opinion, it would know what was in your heart. It would feel what you feel, and that would be what it's based upon. That's why I've said I don't think anything that people worship matters, because at the end of the day, like where we're going has already been determined. It's just things that people ain't going to. But our job is just to live. We don't know what's happening. We don't know what's going on. We don't know where we were before this current life for a reason. Because if we did, we wouldn't be able to enjoy the moment and live in the moment, because we'd be stuck on all the shit we experienced in past lives and different, all this other stuff. Like we're just meant to just be in this bitch and live. So, like people, but like people have just made things more complicated, and they've done it on the powers that be have done it on purpose because they figured out that it was a way to control people. But that's my personal take on it. I also wanted to speak on. Hopefully, I'm not going too long, but I also want to speak on the example that someone gave. I think it was Seven, about what if somebody was suicidal. And they would came and they were listening to the chat. And when I'm somebody who struggled off and on with suicidal thoughts for a long time. But when it comes to shit like that, I really just feel like you have to. I'm not gonna say like it's on you, but at the same time, like I just had to realize certain things within myself, and when it comes to like having faith, like that doesn't have to be the only thing that like what DK and I think what Andy was saying, like that doesn't go against like someone having faith or someone having faith for a better future or anything like that. It's just you it doesn't like it like that doesn't have to be the only way that someone can bounce back from spiraling like that. Like believing in a certain figure or a certain thing doesn't have to be the only way that they can bounce back. It can be through so many other things. In many cases, I know someone who's an atheist, and they are vehemently against things like murder and things like that, because of the fact that they don't think that there's an afterlife. They take this life so serious to the point where they would never even consider, they hold on to life and treat it as much more sacred than most people I know. So it's like it literally just all depends. Like, that's all. I feel like people just need to understand so many things can be true at the same time. They need to understand nuance, and that even if something, like when they're trying to point out that something may predate what you came across or what you came to believe, that doesn't necessarily contradict or invalidate your experience. It can very easily mean that your experience is more accurately tied to something else than what you thought than what you thought it to believe to be tied to. That's it.
Appreciate it, Jay. It's always good to hear from you. Who would like to go next? I think we're down to DK and Seven.
Baby Z, you want to go?
Go ahead, I'll be last. Let me take a bong hit.
Okay. Got it. You guys are so cool. No, this was a really, really interesting. It was so good, guys. And I know that I'm not here to try to convince you of my faith. I don't have to do that. That's we're all adults and we all have our own choices. And my choice is just my choice. It doesn't mean that I'm better than anybody else. It's just my personal choice. And I really appreciate listening to all the intelligence of this panel because it was so good. Everybody had something brilliant to say, and y'all went in on me. I'm good, but it's okay because I recognize that I have a very unpopular opinion, right? I get it. And I just want you to know that it has nothing to do with like religion because I don't like religion. I don't like I said I don't go to church. And one of the reasons why I don't go to church is because church is too religious for me. I don't like that. I don't feel like I fit in. I don't feel like it's a real spiritual experience. I feel like it's very, it's actually very, too human. It's supposed to be spiritual. And so when I go to church, I don't have a good time. It's not, and I'm a pastor's kid. So I'm just saying that thank you for the healthy debate, even though I didn't want to debate with you or argue with you. I appreciate what everybody had to say. It sounds like to me that everybody has a little bit of more than a little bit of spirituality in them, because almost everybody on this panel has recited something from the Bible, whether it be the exact verse of it, but you said something that all relates back to God and whatever you call him, we all have some level of belief in him, and we know that there's some level of good to all this evil that we deal with every day. So I just hate that the evil of this earth has um really made its presence known to people to jade their opinion of a true spiritual experience, and I think that's unfair to people because we all need that. We all have to have some kind of center and for our own good so that we don't go crazy. And it's just a choice for me. So shout out to everybody on the panel. Thank you so much, Zach, for even opening up this conversation. Um, it's always good. I'm always going to be your unpopular guest.
Well, you're welcome, Seven. It's good to hear from you. You've been around probably longer than anybody on tonight's show. I think a lot of people don't know you, though, because you don't come around as much. But yeah, you've been here for a long time. So thanks for being around all these years.
No problem. Thanks for all the good information because, it's good. It's so good.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I've given you a hard time in the past, but you've stuck around. You got thick skin. All right, Seven. Appreciate you. I guess DK wants the last word.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. First of all, I got to say, we all owe it to Zach for even doing stuff like this and, putting up with this crap. In the Eastern tradition, Zach would be called a bodhisattva, somebody who's above all this bullshit, but is coming back to help and teach because he knows that if he doesn't, it'll end up affecting the way he's existing, so you kind of got to come back and fix the broken shit because eventually it'll catch up to you. So thanks for being patient, Zach. I've always been atheist agnostic till I would say like maybe 15 years ago or somewhere. I would say I completely woke up as far as the spiritual nature of everything. But when I was a kid, we lived in a haunted house, which wasn't haunted in the negative way, more so in a positive or neutral way. So I already knew there was something going on that we couldn't see in a whole nother realm. And I wasn't scared of it or anything. I knew it was there, but it also confirmed the fact that how bullshit the religions were. It was reinforcing that the religions were all lies. So kind of the religions were such bullshit. It turned me so off as a kid and pushed me so far away from it, to the point of almost atheism. But the fact that I had that other experience kind of kept me holding on that there is some kind of spiritual nature, higher nature to this until I finally, figured it out. As far as everyone on the panel, Jay just came in at the end. What's up, Jay? Richard, he's a regular. He just kind of wasn't really debating too much. He's just always kind of like a rock, kind of steadfast, just sitting there, letting the waves beat up against him and just still staying there unfazed. I thought Fatima had some good when I popped in originally, maybe, I don't know, 2-3 hours into the stream for a few minutes, I was kind of listening. I think it was her and Andy talking about spirituality. She had some good points, which many of which, you know, I share the same sentiments towards. And I just wanted to make a little comment on that, talking about existing in a bunch of different realities at the same time. But that's true. It's just, it's not timelines. There's not like another you, like living on another parallel Earth doing this thing right now. You're existing in multiple dimensions at the same time, where things are always going on an objective timeline that everyone's sharing because we're all co-creating it. It's almost like when you see them turning, you know, is that a cotton gin where they have all the tiny little fibers and it's weaving it all and then it's just one string? That's kind of how our reality works. There's all these possible futures and realities, and as we're getting closer to it and focusing on it, it's collapsing into the hard timeline that we're all experiencing that we can't deny, right? And then
I agree with you.
A lot of people are not happy with this reality, and you know, they lack that spiritual connection that would be, let them sit above the reality and look at it from that perspective. So they're trying many different things to like a coping mechanism. So some people, you know, will really take up some of these religions so hardcore, and you know, to where, like, you know, you're sniffing your own your rear end, and you kind of like create your own personal reality, which then is your personality. That's what the word personality means, your own personal reality, right? So that's your reaction to this system that we're in, you know. And I heard that. So this is like the most intelligent stuff that I kind of like have ever heard. And that was in 2012. It was some guy, a Slovenian guy on a blog he was posting. He said, you know, the Jesuits are the head of the spear. They're controlling everything that you can see on the physical level. They're taking orders from the black nobility families, namely the Pallavicini family, and then through the former king of Spain, Juan Carlos, and the Black Pope. They relay the messages to the Jesuits, who then go on and, you know, tell their CIA underlings and all these people how to enact everything, and everything just trickles down in that way. And I was just like, you know, presented with that information. I didn't discover it myself or figure it all out myself like Zach did. Came from a different angle, you know. And I was just like, oh shit, okay. And then I just went and looked at that. I'm like, yeah, that's true. I can, you know, it's easy to backtrack when someone gives you the answer. It's a lot harder to figure it out just on your own. So I didn't necessarily figure that. I was told that. And then amongst other things that I was told at that time that, you know, become more and more apparent. But to get back to that spiritual thing that they were mentioning about, you know, existing in multiple timelines. So right now we're here stuck. Our consciousness is stuck here in this physical plane. We'll just call that like the first dimension, right? Then you have the next dimension, which would be your aura or the energetic plane, the ether. Then you have the next dimension, which would be the emotional plane, which would be the lower astral plane. And then you get to the next, you know, level, fourth dimension, the mental plane. And then the next one, the fifth dimension, the higher mental plane, which is your intuition and your gut feeling and all that stuff, your gut brain. And then you get above that, you get into so you're existing in 7 dimensions simultaneously at all times. And in the Bible, that's called the 7 spirits before the throne, or your 7 levels of existence underneath God. And you know, even her screen name is 7 Urban Magazine. She probably doesn't know, you know, and those are the 7 Buddhic gates. And in every belief system, you find that it's set up in 7s, just like, you know, we have 7 seas, 7 continents, 7 days of the week, and all that stuff. This is how our reality is working. It's all broken down into 7. So technically God would be whatever's above the 49th dimension, you know, or the 7th dimension, but it's all broken down into 7s again. So if you have 7 dimensions and 7 sub densities within those dimensions, it gives you a total of 49. And then above that would be the creator. So, you know, where you're going next is just the next step. So there would be technically 47 more levels to go. We're all of nowhere yet. We're still like at the starting line. Technically, we haven't even broken we haven't even pushed the starting line gate down yet, as far as like spiritually where we're going, you know. Andy, I thought Andy was great and very authentic. You know, and that's why he was so great, because he was coming from an authentic place. He sounds like people that I talk to in the street that are well spoken and, you know a few things, like kind of jack of all trades, know a few things from every area. This is how normal people sound when I talk to religious people that I'm trying to help. I don't get the hard-headedness that I get when we meet these religious people on these panels and stuff. They're way more open, and when they can see you know more about their, you know, belief system than they do, like way more, then they're like, whoa, okay, this guy's so well versed in everything that I can, you know, before I'm even finished talking, he's already telling me where that came from and how that came about, and I see he knows what but he doesn't believe it. What? Something's wrong here, you know. Then they get very they're not as confident in their so-called belief system anymore. And, you know, like I mentioned earlier about, you know, she was kind of like people that are religious and they're stuck in their religion. They're like, you know, they got disconnected from the train and they're the caboose and they're laying way back. And she mentioned how, like, you know, in the Bible, it says the last will be first. But in that part of the Bible, it's talking about financially because, you know, obviously all the synagogue of Satan members are all rich in our society. Normal people, especially truth seekers, are, you know, as poor as can be normally, you know, and made to be that way on purpose. So they want you to participate in the system if you want to be, you know, go along to get along. So, like, you know, everything that these Bible people normally, it's all misconstrued. Everything they're trying to use as a defense or to bolster what they're saying actually means the opposite, you know, and in that way, the Bible's been very creatively constructed, like by black magicians, where it's talking in opposites. And unless you reach that certain, like, you know, I guess IQ level, but I wouldn't mean like book smart IQ. I mean like holistic IQ. Once you see it, you can't unsee it anymore. Then you're like, oh, okay, I can see what's going on here. It's rampant throughout the whole thing. It's not just like, you know, this is rule number one, and everything I'm looking at now has to be through this lens. And that's like why they say, you know, once you wake up, you don't go back to sheep, you know. I think I covered everything there. Did I get everybody? I think I did.
DK, can I ask you a question? Yeah, I guess it's a question really for everybody. For all the people that have tried, that are on this panel, that have tried psychedelics, whether mushrooms, LSD, all that, what is the type of stuff that you saw?
Well, first, there's one thing that stands alone from all the entheogens, you know, that you could possibly do, which is ayahuasca. And it's not these Aya ceremonies that everyone's talking about now, where you go there and you take a shot and then, you know, it's like becoming a party. One of my friends is like, dude, you can't tell me what I saw. I've done 11 Aya ceremonies. I'm like, dude, you do one ceremony in your life if it's a real one. If you did like 3 real ones, you wouldn't even be here anymore. What are you talking about, dude? This is this new age crap. So that's a whole nother level of you will literally leave the planet on that one. It's like nothing else. You have to drink a full cup of the elixir, though. You cannot just take shots. It's not the same. You can get, with mushrooms, with a good dose of mushrooms, and you eat the proper amount, you can get to pretty much the same place almost visually as you will taking just a shot of the ayahuasca. You can get those visuals and a little bit more smoking the 5-MeO DMT. I haven't done the synthesized one, but I did the one off the bufo toad, where they scrape the stuff off the toad's back and put it on a slide, like a microscope slide, and you freebase it. But it's so quick. As soon as you get into the visuals, then as soon as they become clear, you come out of it. It's literally lasts like 3 minutes. You're like, no. You're like trying to stay in it, but you can't. It's a really weird one. If somehow you could do that one and stay in it for like 10 minutes, the visuals are probably even more crazy than just the ayahuasca. Ibogaine or Iboga is incredibly strong too, but it's not as much visual as it is like self-introspection, where like your soul is ripped out of your chest and shown to you right in your face. So you're like trying to argue with yourself. You know, there's nothing to argue about. You just really really collapse, and it's really good for people who have any kind of addiction problems. And I'd say those are like, and I've done also a combo where there's no psychedelic effect. It's just all like, you know, that one's all physical. That one's like brutal. That's not no party drug or anything like that. That one makes you feel more like shit than anything like that. Peyote is another one where I think you could possibly get to that state if with some of these other things, if taken properly in the correct amount. But man, peyote, you feel so sick for so long at first. I don't know if that one's even worth it, man. So same with the ayahuasca. The thing is, I was so clean when I did the ayahuasca. I didn't, some of these guys were throwing up on the floor already within like, a few sips. I was good till the end of the cup. I dry heaved a little. I didn't even throw up. And then later the shaman lady that was there, she's like, I knew right when you came that you were going to blast off the planet. I seen your aura when you came in the first day, when you had your luggage and shit. You just look like a rainbow butterfly. All these other people, they're not near, some of them were okay, but not nearly as like, I mean, I was already, vegetarian. And then for like the month before I went down there, I was like just super on point on everything, on all kinds of extra herbs. And you know what I mean? Just pushing it to the limit to be as pure as possible. That's what happens down. You take that thing into you. And then what it tries to do is eject all the impurities out of your body. So your body can be at the state that it needs to be for the DMT to work. And that was actually our original state. Our original state was to be able to activate the pineal at any time and astral travel and see all these other dimensions where if you open your eyes, you could see your bodies there in the real world. You close your eyes, you see a whole nother world. I think something was added into our gut biome, which is symbolized by that bite taken out of that apple. I think monoamino oxidase was added into our gut biome, and that's why that's a DMT blocker. That's why we can't see. That's why we quote unquote our pineal glands are subdued, not because it's calcified. It's not being used. Of course, it's going to get calcified. We're not using it at all because of the fluid. That's why when you take the ayahuasca drink you're not drinking DMT. You're drinking a monoamino oxidase inhibitor. So you're drinking a DMT blocker. And then the rest you can make out of grass. You could go pick grass off your lawn. Everything's got DMT in it. Like vegetables have the most. So you just go mow your lawn outside and make a tea with that grass. It would have huge amounts of DMT. So that's all they're doing. And the real, that's what free basing is. It's freeing the alkaloid. You need the base, and that's the main function of that bark so I think that was added into our gut biome. And there's the whole story of the Garden of Eden thing where we're spiritually blinded. We cannot see any of our, anything that's going on other than the physical realm vibration. The dense vibration of light is all we can perceive. Anyway, hope that answered your question, Jay.
Well, I wanted to ask because I did a lot of research, even though I've never taken psychedelics myself. I've done a lot of research on how they affect the brain, and what I thought was really interesting is that when they did MRI studies of people who were under psychedelic trips, they found that their brain activity was not higher, which is what you would, the normie would logically think because they're seeing all this extra shit. Their brain activity was significantly lower. And I think that just adds further credence to like how I personally feel like, or like to the idea that our brains are essentially like compressors, or like, they're like valves. That's why I be saying like we have all of this extra shit going on around us already, like the extra dimensions. I agree with it. I've also experienced certain things that kind of was just like too weird to be like for me to just write it off. Like I just feel like that's why I say like as a human, bro, like we're just meant to be in this bitch and survive, because I feel like this stuff is capped out so that we can focus on our own actual life. But when we take certain things, they actually cause the compressing or the filtering effect that is essentially our brains. I feel like I see our brains as like biological filters. They cause this our brains to not be able to filter out as much shit, to where we're now exposed. We're not really like hallucinating. We're like seeing the deeper layers of the universe. And it's kind of the same thing, similar with like if you've heard stories of dementia patients right before they die, after not being able to remember anything and having all this stuff with their brain, they're all of a sudden they were able to be super fluid and able to remember everything as clear as day right before they go. And I think that just adds further credence that our consciousness does not rely on our brain is just a transmitter and a filter for what we see, how much we have access to, so that we don't, go insane and we can focus on our current life. So that
Jay,
we're incarnated
You're
into.
Shout
so
out to
right.
Jay. That was good.
Jay, you're so right. You don't even know. The reason why there's less activity in the brain is because they're testing the wrong brain. It's the gut brain that becomes more active, while the computer that is responsible for collecting all the data from the sensory organs like the eyes, the ears, the nose, all that stuff is being computed by the brain to give you a sense of what's going on right here in the physical reality of the body. Like you said, just survive this bitch.
Yeah.
But then the gut brain is the one where your intuition and courage and that's why it's so much bigger. If you see, like, your large intestine is your real brain. The brain in your head is it's operating the body. You need something to collect all the inputs. You know what I mean? Like, you have your computer brain, then you have the keyboard plugged in, the screen plugged in, the camera. There's all these different things that are plugged into that thing, and you need that thing in order for everything to run. That's the brain, but that's not where the information field is coming from, which is the gut brain. That's why all our food is all destroyed, and why I just spent like 10 minutes talking about that monoamino oxidase being added to our gut biome in the Garden of Eden, so we can't see all this shit that we wouldn't be arguing about any religions or anything if we could see. That would all be apparent. You're gonna lie to somebody about something that everyone could see.
That's why you feel everything in your gut. That's why, that's what I'm saying.
I got a question for Baby Z. Hey, Baby Z. So if you just explained something hella deep when you just talked about, you dealing with the shamans, and that took me to a whole other level, because again, everything is spiritual. You just chose to go down that path at that portion of your life. Who is snoring like that?
Who's snoring?
Wow. It's giving Andy.
You fell asleep?
Oh, wow. So, wow.
Yo.
But
back
to somebody was like knocked out. So, Baby Z, you were just talking about the shamans and stuff. You talking about spiritual experience and psychedelics and all these different drugs that allow you to see into the spiritual state that sounds like you guys were damn near astral projecting, because I know that's what they do. I know a lot of different religions astral project. A lot of different places go spiritually into places that they probably weren't even meant to go, because like Jay is saying, I don't even think we're meant to go to certain places spiritually, and that our brain is a compressor, because
maybe not everybody. You may be right on that. But once you reach a certain level, it's for the adepts. Not everybody goes into the Queen's chamber to have their shit activated. If you're if you don't need that yet, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you're barely learning how to make layups, you don't need to learn how to dunk from the free throw line when you can't make a layup yet. You know what I mean?
But the reason why I'm saying that is because my experience about seeing the Father, the Creator, Jesus, that I shared with Zach some time back, I wasn't high. I was about to smoke a joint, but I didn't, because it was like there was something in my spirit that said, no, we're not doing that. I need you to be like 100% sober, because what I'm about to show you is crazy work. And it was crazy work, and I'll never forget it. And it was so spiritual, and it was so heavenly. And I'm just trying to figure out, why do people have to get high to have spiritual experiences?
Well, because that's where you get the visual part of it from these. They're not drugs, they're medicines. The drugs are like synthesized things in laboratories. When you're talking about putting together a concoction of one herb or multiple herbs together, something that grows out of God's green earth, that's not a drug. That's a medicine.
But I wasn't high. I'm just saying, I wasn't never in any spiritual experience. I've never, like, that wasn't even a factor. It was just something that came upon me, and I experienced it, and it was very tangible for me.
I do think that some people have a naturally leaky transmitter, if you will, where they can already see certain shit even without
there's certain
doing
things I
things
don't
to
even
trigger it.
necessarily want to see. Like, sometimes I can see way too well, and it's not something that I'm not saying that I'm like this, you know. It's just certain things spiritually that I can see that I shouldn't probably be able to, that the natural eyes probably don't see. It's just that I don't know why. So, and that's probably why I kind of stand firm on my faith, is because I've seen too many things that are spiritual that I can't even contest. So I thought that was good to hear about you
think it's
talking
all
about
meant.
psychedelics and stuff like that. That was really good. This conversation is good though.
Every culture talks about seers as well, like not just oracles, but seers, people who
Mhm.
could see other
Mhm.
things. And we still have some
Yep.
people like that, like living on earth with us here today. They're not going to necessarily be, like you're not going to find them mostly in like corporate, type of structure, something like that. They may be like kind of hippie-ish and on the outskirts of society, but we still have people like that. And, they would be considered maybe schizophrenic or weirdos. So they usually don't publicize it as much as like, somebody else with some other kind of like ability. But I mean, I've been around multiple people who can see things that are going on while we're in a public setting or even in a private setting
Mhm.
that they're telling me is going on. And I can't verify if it is or not, but like, I mean, it seems very on
But they
point.
probably are telling the truth.
Yeah,
They're telling the truth. They probably can see it.
I had an MK
Mhm.
Ultra witch one time tell me, she's like, there's two big ass beings standing behind you. I'm like, I kind of seen that before while I was doing some jungle medicines. And she's like, but I can't see what they look like. They're like scattering their image. I'm like, I know that. That's like, that's that, you know what I'm saying? So I knew she could see that shit because that's something that I saw like 10 years prior. I'm like, how the fuck does she know that? You know what I mean? There's no way she knows unless she can. And also, like, I have some like jewelry that you wear that is like that has properties like healing properties and different like spiritual properties. And I've like, I was in Peru and she didn't speak English, but she was like nudging the lady next to her to ask me what something under my shirt that I'm wearing is making a whirling noise. What is it? And then I'm like, what? I'm making a noise? And she says there's some kind of noise that she can hear, but is not audible. That's coming from like your chest area, like underneath your shirt. And I had a necklace on that has it has 144 pyramids in it and like a ascending spiral, almost looks like a satellite dish. And it does create a plasma swirling effect. So she could hear the noise that the necklace was making in the plasma in the room around her. You know what I mean? Like, imagine being that attuned to stuff, so there's definitely people that have that their specific their keyboard, their screen, their mouse is way more sensitive in certain areas than other people's, and then there's some people, like I would say my stomach is, my gut biome is like exceeding even those people's. The thing is, I don't have those external abilities that they do, and if I did, I could discern what they're seeing much better than they can. They just they don't have the hard they have the hardware. But I have the software. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, DK. The other thing too, because I know this is why like I agree with the gut, because the shit you said about the gut, because like a lot of people, I feel like the other thing too is that a lot of people like motherfuckers don't understand like metaphysics and biochemistry is like, in my opinion, intertwined with each other. And a lot of these like words that we use to like describe like these, these like chemicals and shit that causes these mechanisms within the body, or that allows these things to exist in the body, they're really like the gateway for a lot of the metaphysics. And but like the other thing too is that the gut literally produces about 90 to 95%, like almost damn near 100 of pretty much all of your body serotonin. And the reason why that matters is because that's the neurotransmitter that the psychedelics mimic. So when it's basically like reducing the valve, or reducing how much is suppressed or sealed, it's doing it by mimicking serotonin, by upping the amount of serotonin that your body is being flooded with. And your gut already naturally produces most of it. and that's essentially what is using as like a key to unlock the fucking door to all the other things that you normally can't see.
Another thing that I was told in that same time frame that I said before in 2012 is that we all, because we're in this Saturn moon matrix, and that's like the only thing that can put you past the veil, which is like, just like surrounding the planet maybe by like 8 miles. And if your consciousness could just project past that 8 miles, you could remember everything. And, it's like that's where you're basically getting to with the ayahuasca. You're getting right at that veil point where you start being able to see how this reality's like really existing. God, I just, it slipped my mind what I wanted to say right now. It was just to answer your thing about the gut right there. Damn. Oh, so allegedly all of us in this matrix, we have a blocker on our solar plexus chakra. And this is actually the most important chakra. It's why it's called the solar. It's connected to the sun or the soul, right? And that's blocking the communication between our gut brain and our computer in our head. And that's what's, fucking everybody up, because like all the serotonin and all that stuff that's produced to, make you feel good and spiritual and all that in the gut, it doesn't have the effect because of that block on the solar plexus chakra. And allegedly that's what the caduceus symbol is, the 2 snakes going around. Allegedly that blocker is 2 counter rotating like Fibonacci spirals over that chakra that looks like 2 snakes doing that. And then, and it's very confusing because when you go down into like South America, you hike the Inca Trail going through those 3-4 countries and all that, they use the symbolism of the snake a lot for knowledge and for like wisdom, which throws everything off because you're thinking like somebody's a snake. These synagogue of Satan people are, considered as snakes and called snakes by Yeshua and others. But the whole notion of the snake down there with the wisdom and all that is, as you're learning as a soul, you're trying to make your soul smaller and smaller. So when you die and your soul exits the body, you don't get caught up in this soul trap fence. So your soul is so small it could fit through the holes in the fence. So making your soul that small. Shit, I forgot again. This is what happens when you take the bong hit. Forget the freaking punchline. There's something. Continue, Jay. It'll come to me.
No, you're good. But yeah, I mean the solar plexus, like I said, I feel like you're kind of on the money because like the solar plexus is like that's where your ego is. It's the anchor of your ego. Like in the when I read about it, it's like honestly so much shit just clicked for me because it's like whenever you feel any of the feelings, like you said, the gut, your brain is that's what you use to perceive this dimension that we're currently on. Your gut is what you use to perceive the metaphysical. And like I said,
100% agree,
the
Jay.
solar
That is
plexus, yeah,
so true.
the solar plexus is located there. It's not by coincidence. That's where your ego is. When you feel whatever feeling that you feel, when you feel fear, when you feel anxiety, when you feel trauma, when you feel any emotion, you feel it in that exact spot. That's where your ego is.
Hey, what color, Jay? What color is the solar plexus chakra?
I think that shit is yellow. I honestly forgot.
Right. And
Yeah,
what do they call it when you're in fear or you're a coward?
You said what?
What do they call it when you're in fear or you're a coward?
In fear, you're a coward. Shit, I don't know. There's a lot of things for that.
You're yellow, right?
Oh, I haven't heard that one.
Remember Marty McFly? He was all cool until you called him yellow, and then he would just go fucking nuts. Remember that?
Okay. No, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, so being yellow means you're a coward. So again, you're right on point. You're so right, you don't even know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it all makes sense. Like the more I read it, like the more shit clicked into place. Like it really just further cements it that like the metaphysics and biochemistry is literally they're literally intertwined with each other, and people don't even realize it.
Oh, I think the punchline I may have forgotten was, unless I already said this, was all the serotonin that's being created, like you said, 95 to 100%. It's not reaching the brain. Did I say that because of the solar plexus chakra blocking?
Yeah.
Something else I forgot. I can't even remember. Maybe it'll come to me.
It's literally it's literally like the shield. It's the shield that's how your brain keeps you from seeing everything, and it keeps you allowed to focus on the.
Oh, I remember exactly
life.
what my punchline was about the South American wisdom using the snake. So you're trying to make your soul smaller and smaller so it doesn't leave a footprint here, and the only one that doesn't leave a footprint is a snake. So the snake is known as the footless one, the most spiritual leader, because it doesn't leave no prints. You don't even know it was there, and that's your goal here, is not to leave any prints. Means karma. Don't leave no karma here. Don't do nobody wrong because you left a print here. You want to just live a clean slate, like when the snake goes by. I mean, it'll leave a trail, theoretically, but there's no prints. You look out on the beach that the snake went through, there's nothing there, but all the people that walked over you and animals, you see exactly where they stepped and what they did.
You guys, don't you think that a lot of the stuff that you're saying, though, it's all spiritual, and it's also like somehow still connected to, even though I'm pretty sure we all know that the Bible was pretty washed up, right? The Catholics hold everything in their library. We don't even know where the rest of the books are. We also have scattered information all over that is connected to the original spirituality. So what you guys are talking about right now, don't, like, when you're talking about the snake, that, that's crazy to me. It all is spiritually connected. So how come it doesn't all make physical sense? And why don't people agree that there's a higher power? So what is your higher power, Baby Z?
Well, I mean, there's a creator, but it's not a higher power. It's a free will universe by definition. So it's not controlling anything or anybody. It's not micromanaging anyone's soul
That's
evolution
right.
throughout
Yep.
this whole process. It's just creating.
That's very true.
And then
That
during the younger stages, the creator wasn't as mature as the creator is now, and some anomalies occurred, which is this energy we're now experiencing as evil. So in order to cure that, you can't just force it. You have to let it heal itself. So therefore, you have to create a whole umbrella universe over the whole thing that's free will, where you could just choose. And then basically good has to choose to snuff out evil. That's what the whole game is here. We don't need evil to know that good is good. You know what I'm saying? They're like, that's the whole principle that Luciferianism is based on, that you need evil as a contrast to know that good is good. If everything was just good, you wouldn't know it. And that's the whole principle they keep trying to say, like, oh, you need Satan. No, we don't need that. I don't need to have shit in my mouth before I put something good tasting in my mouth to know that the good tasting thing was good and the shit was shit. I don't need to do that. So, we're at a low discernment level on that. And we've been placed here to realize the fact that that is the number one thing we should be focused on. And, I'm not against the notion that the earth is a school for all the remedial souls that could not do this, whether it was on Earth or on other planets. And now all of them have been placed here in this last chance remedial class, where all the demons and all the angels are in one place right now. And everything's
that
going to
is
be
such a good analogy. That's
everybody's
really good. Because again, it's still okay. It might not be my conversation, right? Like what my faith is. And I have a very solid faith. But everything that you're saying I can relate to, because that's exactly what's happening. That's what's happening. I feel like that is exactly what everything that you guys are talking about right now. I that's exactly the world is so spiritual, it's crazy. And yes, it is hard to decipher. Oh my gosh, but it's easy to spot good versus evil. And like everything you're saying, it still goes back to the original creation story and how man is fallen, right? Because when you say this free will environment that we live in, we do live in a free will environment. We've always lived in the free will environment. The problem is we chose to do something. The story is
I would
that we
not say
chose.
man is fallen. I would say man is hostage right now. Most don't even know it. That's how.
Would you say are we? I would say that too, because we're on
man
Earth.
is in a spiritual hostage situation where
That is so true.
99.999% of the hostages have no idea they're hostages. That's what we're in. So nobody's trying to break out. What are you gonna break out if you don't even know you're stuck somewhere? You know what I mean? That's just how. That's just what it is.
Well, we were all, and granted, we all just kind of put here when we were born. So the problem
if you want to ask me where I'm at, like, the way I understand things would be the closest to like Zoroastrianism, that's, or maybe the original Buddhism, not the Buddhism that they have now that's really watered down and all that, but and that's what in every other writing everywhere, Yeshua's a Buddhist. Only in the King James Bible is he is he like quote unquote Christian, you know what I mean? So it's very strange that
he wasn't even Christian, but he wasn't.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying he's known as a Buddhist
gave him
monk.
That name.
He's known as a Buddhist monk.
He's not a monk.
He's known as a Buddhist monk in every single tradition, in the Coptic Christian Egyptian tradition, in the Ethiopian Christian tradition, and all these old Christian traditions. He's known as a Buddhist monk in Christian traditions, not even as well as in Buddhism. But that's funny that is. And then the modern day Christianity is totally opposed to that when it originally came from these like, for instance, like,
so do you not think that so is it for you that you just don't believe that Christ is like who he says he is, or what
he is just who others say that he was? Like, I went to where he lived when he left Judea at 12 years
everywhere.
Old. When he left Judea.
What is your nationality? What is your nationality? Because you've been a lot of places.
Yeah, I don't have children, so I spend my money on stuff like that. So
good for you. But what's your nationality?
I'm Croatian.
Croatian. Okay.
So when I went to
I love your passion. Okay.
When I went to go see the pyramids and all the other stuff on the Nile and all the different cities, going up and down the Nile for like 3 weeks, and then going to Jordan after, and Lebanon to see Baalbek. But anyway, one of the places we went was old town Cairo, which is called Coptic Cairo, which is where, one of the places where Christianity originated way before Christianity, right? So there's a place where the Virgin Mary and Yeshua, her son, lived, which is now a shrine. They lived in the basement of a church. They were allowed to live in that church while the boys studied. You know what I mean? So like, the bed where he slept is right there. Like I was physically there. You could take the tour and all that. Anyone can do that. You talk to 99.99999% of Christians, have no idea that exists, have never been there or whatever. And like, you know what I'm saying? There's actually
because you got to remember, you have to remember that so many people were immigrated from their natural. And I'm not saying that, I don't know, but I was born in America, but many immigrants, all America is immigrants.
Well, right? I'm an immigrant.
So
I'm an immigrant.
Well, yeah, but you know what I'm saying. All America, America.
I'm more of an immigrant than you. This is my second language I'm speaking to you in.
and you talk so much shit. You know what I mean? You do it so good in the English language. Good job. You know what I mean? So the good news is that you have a lot of good information, and I hear now. I understand where all your soapboxing comes from, but that's deep, because you're still saying the same thing. It's just you're just giving a broader perspective of the same kind of faith, because it sounds like you still have a level of where's your faith lie though? Where do you go to? Like, say for instance, where are you gonna go for your spiritual help? How do you work your own stuff out?
It's all me. It's the kingdom of God is within me. It's inside. There's nothing. I'm not gaining anything out here. There's nothing to gain. You have, in order to get to that, in order to get where you need to be, you need to go all in. It's just like playing no limit poker. When you know where your cards lie, when you go all in, that means, I'm definitely leaning this way. If I lose, I lose. But if I'm win, I'm taking everything with me and I'm betting my whole shit on it. You know what I mean? So you have to go all in. There's no halfwayers. It doesn't exist, And like, if you want to take one of these highways, like you were talking about taking Highway 66 or 77, I would suggest that every single one of those highways is leading to a bad spot, because like they say, there's a highway to hell but there's only a stairway to heaven. So they're expecting a lot of one-way traffic, and they're going to get it. And they're going to get it. They're going to get it too. So, and the religions are a big part of why they're going to get it. That's the thing. And
You're
Christianity,
right,
I would say.
So what's your religions? Your religions that you're blaming? Are you talking about Catholicism? You're talking about Christianity? You're talking about
all of them. I told you the closest
okay.
you could get to what my understanding is Zoroastrianism. And if you know in the Bible, when the embryo was placed inside of the Virgin Mary, when she had a baby inside, who showed up? The 3 Zoroastrian wise men. They're like, hey, we saw that baby star come in, meaning we saw the spaceship come in of that being that just artificially inseminated somebody here. Where's the baby? They came asking. How did they know? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because that really happened. That was the story, right?
So,
that's really the truth.
Well, I mean, that's
it's the story. Okay, so we got the watered down story, right? So, but the story still exists.
Well, I mean, that's the story, that how it's presented in the Bible. It's presented in other ways in other writings, which is much more detailed, where it says that this soul that was in Yeshua was already incarnating on earth plenty of times before, and was King Leonidas of Sparta in one of the incarnations, was the actual King David, not the one with the Star of David thing. And, was in all these different incarnations prior, was building up to this incarnation, the Yeshua teacher incarnation. And in most of these previous incarnations, the story goes, it was sacrifice, like if he's King Leonidas of Sparta, that's the movie 300, where those 300 guys sacrificed themselves to save Sparta. You know what I mean? They're like, dude, we're going to hold back. They held back like 30,000 men, those 300 guys or something. So as this soul was learning how to, fulfill that eventual role that it's going to have, and then finally, was volunteered and was chosen. Like there was multiple volunteers for this role. And then this one got chosen, like I guess won the contest. And then the deal was you're already like almost an ascended master. You're like a high fifth density soul. And you're now, incarnating down into the third dimension. You're going to get oversold right now by 2 other souls, which would be like Michael, not like the Archangel Michael, but if you look into the Urantia book, it talks about that, like these local consciousnesses that are governing over like 600 or so stars. And that's like the logos of the area. And so there was 3 souls technically operating out of the one body, like sharing the consciousness. And this is why they needed to bring an embryo from somewhere else that had a activated pineal gland without that monoamino oxidase in their gut, and therefore would be telepathic.
You don't think the pineal gland and the yada 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 and the embryo, all that stuff you're talking, that's the telepathic way. You don't think that embryo came fully from the right hand?
It came.
You don't think
it came
that's
from
God? Or is it dispute that Jesus, Yeshua HaMashiach, is fully God? Or is
he's just a regular.
Is that the thing that is the problem?
He's just a regular flesh human, just without the added deactivation of the pineal gland, because they needed him to be telepathic. They can't just come down here in spaceship every time. They got to teach him something. So if he's telepathic, then the priesthood, the Melchizedek priesthood, could just teach him telepathically, which we now call downloads or whatever you want to call it. When all of a sudden you have an epiphany and you're just like, oh shit, where'd that come from? Just like somebody just injected a thought into your mind with a syringe. But if you're telepathic,
that's not what I saw when I seen Jesus on multiple occasions. I've seen him like on multiple occasions. I've seen angels and everything. I'm just saying, I don't think that there is anything with the spaceship background based on what I've seen with Jesus.
What's all the Bible talks about is these beings coming in here and interacting with humanity in ships of fire and light and all kinds of craziness.
They weren't doing it. They never were doing any craziness. It never was crazy. Okay,
that's literally what it says. The whole Bible is about interaction of extraterrestrials with human beings, including having sex with them and manipulating them in many different ways.
No, we're not talking about the Nephilim and the.
No, I'm talking about every single one of these beings mentioned that's interacting with humanity is not from Earth, including quote unquote God, or the different gods that are presented in the Bible, which is at least 3 or 4, you know?
So what hope? So based on what you know, what hope does humanity have?
As a whole, or as us who are awake?
No, those anybody. Period. It's not so
Well,
much because people
as
that
we
you call
said,
asleep. I'm not
99,
asleep. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm definitely not asleep. I'm 100% awake.
I would say
Just
99.99% don't know that they need to have some kind of hope to do anything, because they don't realize anything's wrong. They think this whole situation,
oh
existence
yes.
that we're experiencing right now is occurring organically, and this is just what it is. And since they've had all their creativity squashed through the school system, they can't even see a better way, or even creatively think in their mind that things could be different. So it is what it is. Since we're all co-creating this reality together, they outnumber us. It's over. Obviously, I'm not co-creating this shit we're living in right now. We'd all be, you know, living a lot better, and, you know, in a cloud-like existence. If I were creating this shit, it wouldn't be like this. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Well, we didn't create it. Somebody did. I know as a child, I always was kind of angry about that. I
well,
was always
the
trying to figure.
objective creation is like a open tapestry. Everything that's happening right here is a condition. This was not created in this way. This has been infiltrated
Oh
and
yeah.
turned into
Oh yeah.
this through
Perverted.
a, you know, complete
What was?
infiltration, takeover, and current hostage situation we've been experiencing for
Well,
26,000 years on a spiritual level, you know, which we don't even know about. You got to take ayahuasca to even, wait a minute, hold on. What just happened? How did my conscious, remember in
you
the
ain't
doc,
got to get high to figure out what's going on
just
in
like in
heaven
the Doctor Strange movie
and
where,
hell.
you know, he shows up to L'Armitage or whatever that shit was called, and, you know, that bald-headed lady, the ancient one, hit him in the chest, and his astral body jumped out of his body, and then she showed him some shit and pulled him back in. He was like, oh man, what'd you do to me? He's like, relax, I just pulled your astral form out for 2 seconds and let you see something else that is possible. And, you know, he totally freaked out, and he's the smartest guy, brain surgeon, neurosurgeon. So that's you don't need to be smart for that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I was trying to allude to earlier, it's not an
free. It's
IQ.
free.
Well, you
Well,
have
it's
to
a
have a
free thing.
spiritual IQ for that. It's not necessarily
That's right. That's
a
right.
book IQ, but having both is
What?
definitely going to help you.
But the terms that you use, just because you use different terms, spiritual IQ, that is discernment. IQ is discernment. You're saying, you know, even, you know, believing that you said that
But a lot of
it's all
people
with
like
you,
what
the kingdom of God is within you. That is nothing but his spirit that resides in your gut, because usually when you feel, just like what Jay was talking about earlier, he's not on the panel anymore, but when Jay was talking about the gut, how many times is your gut feeling, we all say it, oh my gut feeling, and that gut feeling gets you out of danger, it gets you out of harm, it gets you, like when you have a gut feeling about something, you usually move on that. When you don't listen to your gut
Yeah,
feeling,
but that's not any other being in your gut. Everything is non-localized. So what you're doing is getting yourself into a frequency to connect to that and download that. Nothing is the only thing operating your physical body is your own soul spark. That is it. There's no other spirits
so
or anything else doing any of that.
so well,
And
let
each
me ask you
person is
this.
like that.
So let me ask you this. So spirits, right? Since we're talking about spirits, we're talking, okay, so when people drink and they consume alcohol, alcohol is known as also spirits. So when people get drunk out of their minds, or drunk period, or start drinking and indulging in alcohol, and then they start acting out of their normal character, and they wonder what's happening, or they do things that they would never do if they were sober, who do you think is taking over?
Right.
Do you
So
think
those
that's
are,
the
when you do that, you're opening the door. But you notice some people get drunk and they're just happy. They're still themselves. They're just a little
well,
happier,
yeah, some
more
people,
huggy, slurry
yeah,
version
yeah,
of
yeah,
themselves. But other people
yeah,
are totally just way
out
out
of
of
their
character.
minds.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like,
Mm-hmm.
so
How do
obviously,
you explain that?
well, because some people have weak auras. So if you got a strong aura and you get drunk,
Okay, that's good.
the negative beings they can't find the hole to completely take you over. But if you do have those holes and these negative ones can take over, you know, then you're going to be completely acting out of character. And then when you don't remember the next day, that's why you don't remember, because it wasn't you. And then they're like telling you all this shit you did, and you're like, oh my God, what, you know. And in the Far East, they call these negative, you know, spirits like you know, the word alcohol comes from the same word as ghoul comes from. It's actually like al ghul, right? So in the Far East, they call these negative entities jinn. That's why you drink gin and juice, right? You know.
I don't drink gin and juice, but
Well,
somebody does.
that's where
But
the name
yeah.
gin. That's where the name gin comes from.
Okay. Yeah.
Just like
Wow.
booze, just like we call it booze, right? Ghosts go booze, so it's booze.
Hmm.
There's
Well,
it's
see,
all
I'm learning.
a little bit of word magic they use there.
Wow. But either way, I get shout out to you, DK, because you were on my, on my head earlier. Okay.
I
But
was
I've
actually
learned
on
a
your
lot
team.
from you.
I was actually on your team the whole time. It's just like that Footsteps poem where, you know, you're on the beach and you look back and you're like, God, what the
I
hell,
can't
man?
stand you right
How
now.
did you leave me alone in my hardest time? Be like, dude, that's when I was carrying you and you didn't know it. You were trying to
Come
argue.
on, DK.
You were trying to argue with
You are
me. I had to pick your
definitely
ass
dragging
up
it.
and carry
You are
you away from
dragging it.
harm. So just like how you know you got to do to a little baby or an animal or something when they're in harm's way, you just got to scoop them up real quick to get them out of harm's way and then tell them later, hey, you know, that's what happened.
You was snatching my Tootsie Roll out my hand earlier. You
Yeah,
definitely threw it in
you're
the
too old for
trash.
that shit. You deserve to have it snatched.
Yeah.
All right. We were supposed to end this
Shout
about
out.
an hour ago.
Yeah.
Let's do a second round of closeouts. We'll go
Everybody
in this
else
order.
sleep, but Richard.
I'm still up. I'm pull all nighter tonight. I'm gonna stay up.
I don't
Happy
even know if I
birthday.
got a second round of closeout in me. Let me take another bomb.
You closed out times 20.
No, I just been in a bit because it was I couldn't even go to sleep and it was storming and shit. That's why I kept getting disconnected from the call because my fucking power kept going out and shit. So, oh shit. Yeah, I just gave up on going to sleep, so I just started doing stream. But
What part of the country is that?
I'm in Georgia.
Oh, okay. Was that hurricane over there right now?
It said it just stopped, but yeah, it was storming real hard.
Yeah.
Well,
Does
this was
anybody want to
good.
say anything before we wrap it up tonight? Closing words from anybody?
I'm out. It's like late in Texas, but this was so dope.
Well, appreciate you again coming on, Seven. Good to hear from you.
All right, good talking to y'all, Zach.
All right, you have a good night.
All right, peace.
Did Andy wake back up?
I don't even know. He was snoring loud, though. I know that.
Well, he muted his mic, so he must have woken up. But yeah, thanks for coming on, Andy. We'll do it again. It's officially King Richard's birthday. 24, huh? Good to be young.
Yeah, man. I'm just scared to hit 30, bro. I'm scared about that.
Well, that's a long way away. So enjoy 24.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good night. Happy birthday.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
DK, I'd ask if you could give us a 2-minute closeout, but we'd be here till 2 a.m. Enjoy the bong rips. Fatima, are you still here?
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say?
It's all love. I don't have anything. This was fun. Learned a lot from a lot of people. Was able to participate. It's all good.
Thanks for calling in tonight and doing such a long stream with us. I appreciate it.
Sure thing.
All right, you have a good night. And I'm going to tell you guys something strange. I've been holding this one off, but I was thinking, because I said we can do this tomorrow, but actually we can't do this tomorrow. And life, as they say, is stranger than fiction. Last week, one of my wife's coworkers' mother just dropped dead unexpectedly, and we can all make assumptions, but something tells me, it might be this related. Don't forget when they were doing all of this in the time of the cooties, they were putting out those articles that in the next 5-6 years, there's going to be a lot of people that, just They get a phantom heart disease. Their ticker stops working. And anyhow, that happened. And then Friday, Sweet Lady wanted to make a nice donation to that coworker. She's had a really rough year, you guys. I've told you about this coworker. Her husband's the one that thought he was doing a line of coke at his birthday, but it was a line of fentanyl, and he died at his birthday. So this is the same woman. So in the last, that was all about 2 years ago now. Her husband died. Her father's now died recently, and now her mother died. And her mother and her father weren't that old. They're like in their late 50s. It's not that old. And so anyway, Sweet Lady's going in to make a donation and, give her condolences Friday. And then she calls me at lunch break and she's like, Zach, you're not going to believe what happened. I thought it was going to be something related to donating the money. But what it was another coworker's mom died. But the way she died was she jumped off the highway overpass. And so anyway, she's also had a really rough year. She's only in her 20s, and she had a cancer battle, went through a lot. So she's a cancer survivor in her 20s. It's so crazy the way people get cancer now. I mean, but anyway, she's had a rough year. Cancer, problems with her relationship, and now her mom jumped off the overpass. And anyway, so Sweet Lady, my wife, she wanted to take her family out tomorrow night. I forgot we'd agreed to do that. So I'll probably still get to do my live stream tomorrow in the afternoon while Sweet Girl is napping. But tomorrow night we're going to be out, taking out this lady who's had a tough go as well. And yeah, it's just, during this stream, the topic of suicide came up. And I mean, there's probably more people right now feeling suicidal than there ever probably has been in the history of the earth. And that's because there's just such challenging, difficult times all across this earth because of all of the agendas that are being waged. And most people don't see them as agendas. And remember, it was a few years ago that they unleashed that national suicide hotline. And I said, when they do this kind of stuff, you guys, it's a sign of the times. They know they're going to be putting a lot of people in a really dark place. They did that, in the aftermath of Cooties 19. But, yeah, just as time pushes forward, things get more and more challenging for more and more people. And stress, I mean, it's the thing that makes people, take their own life. And yeah, just jumping off the highway overpass. I mean, not a good way to go. But yeah, anyway, part of the reason I'm bringing this up is because it is such dark times for so many people. You do have to think about how your words and actions might impact somebody that you didn't even know was out there. And what I learned about the woman who jumped off the overpass is 4 months ago, she did try to kill herself with a bunch of pills, and she was hospitalized, and then she got out, and she apologized to her family and said she'd never do anything like that again. Well, obviously 4 months later, instead of taking pills, she jumped off the overpass. But yeah, I mean, it really is a time to just be more thoughtful. And like we even just had Jay in the chat, and Jay told you he's gone through a lot of dark times, mostly due to the health battles he's had. But yeah, just try to be the world needs more positivity now more than ever. There's just so much darkness in the world. There's so much evil. The agendas have never been nastier, and they're going to continue to get worse. I mean, again, those of us who see what's coming, we know that this is an agenda. I mean, unless humanity rises up and, overthrows, which seems like a real long shot at this point, things are going to continue to get worse and more challenging. And, I mean, I'm sure everyone's wondering, what was the thing that made that lady, decide to jump off the overpass, and who knows what it was, but it could have just been seeing something that wasn't pleasant, hearing something that wasn't pleasant. I know a little bit more about the story too. The son of that woman is a gangbanger, and it's probably a little more than a year ago. Her house got shot to pieces. So that was another stress in that woman's life, that her house got shot to pieces. I remember hearing about that. But yeah, it's just, anyway, the point is, we were talking about spirituality. I was making the point about the golden rule: treat other people the way you want to be treated. I do like to joke and kid around, and sometimes when you're joking and kidding around, it really can offend people, but there's still absolutely a place for time and humor, because nothing heals like humor, but at the same time, it really is just a time to be more mindful about how your words and actions might impact people. And yeah, I guess the best way I can communicate that is by telling you the story that I just did, because who knows what was the thing that was the straw that broke the camel's back for that lady, but it made her take a horrific action. And you have to think she must have been in a really bad headspace, because if you think about it, out of all the ways you could take your own life, jumping off the overpass in front of another car, it's not just horrible for you, it's horrible for the person that, collides into your body. So, and I'm guessing she probably wasn't thinking about all that. And for anybody who's been in a car accident, if you've ever been in a car accident, you know how it is. It's like freeze frames, right? You remember everything in the milliseconds leading up to the impact. So imagine a body coming off the overpass, smashing into your car. And again, that's not the golden rule either, is it, right? If you're going to take your own life jumping into somebody else's moving vehicle, that's not observing the golden rule. But yeah, anyway. Super long stream. Had no idea it would end up being this long. We will do this topic again, but yeah, it's definitely not going to be tomorrow night, because we're going to be out trying to make somebody feel a little bit better. So we'll leave it there for now. Thanks again to everyone who supports the channel. And the next time we do this conversation, hopefully we hear from a few new voices as well. I know Smack Gang wants to get in here. We can talk about it tomorrow. We can do this topic for a little bit, but again, it's not going to be, how long is it? The stream's over 10 hours long. It's not going to be a 10-hour stream tomorrow. I can guarantee you that. All right, True Seeker, have a good rest of your night. If you're in the other part of the world, have a good rest of your day. And until next time.